Chapter 116, Frog. Oh, I almost didn't win, I'm still too weak. Frog chewed the fish meat in his mouth, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yu-Hai was fine. If Yu-Hai was in trouble, he would definitely not forgive himself. Today's events were too dangerous. Even if they arrived in time and stopped the Megalodon, it took the 5 elves to defeat the Megalodon together. The Megalodon was really too strong. When will it become stronger than the Megalodon to protect Yu-Hai? Butterfree was usually heartless, and it didn't know how weak it was until the critical moment. It had the same idea as Frog. In order to protect Yu-Hai, it seemed that it couldn't be lazy at ordinary times, and it had to train hard. As for the goal, it was temporarily set to be able to defeat Megalodon alone, such a powerful elf. Butterfree was usually heartless, and it didn't know how weak it was until the critical moment. It had the same idea as Frog. In order to protect Yu-Hai, it seemed that it couldn't be lazy at ordinary times, and it had to train hard. As for the goal, it was temporarily set to be able to defeat Megalodon alone, such a powerful elf. The crab's mind was simpler. It saw that the big brother mosquito coil tadpole was in a bad mood and was absent-minded when eating dinner, so it had no intention of eating. Woo-oh, the long-winged gull was very open-minded, because it knew that this human was very cunning. Except for the panic at the beginning, it commanded them to fight calmly afterwards. In commanding the 5 of them to fight, the use of moves, and the timing of attack were all in accordance with the rules and regulations, steady, and no mistakes were made. In order to defeat the extremely explosive and fast Megalodon, many opportunities were created. For example, the attack of the crab and the attack of the electric net. In order to avoid close combat and avoid facing the Megalodon's sharpest weapon, they were all kiting the Megalodon, consuming the Megalodon, and defeating the Megalodon. In fact, after the elves arrived, their worries were all unnecessary. As long as the Megalodon did not attack Yu-Hai, Yu-Hai had 5 elves, and they could consume the Megalodon to death, of course, not inferior to the Megalodon. This is the advantage of fighting against wild Pokémons and Pokémons without trainers. Pokémons without trainers command don't know who to attack first, which gives Yu-Hai room to play. If you want to command Pokémons like a trainer, you need to know everything about Pokémons, including their living habits, fighting habits, strengths and weaknesses, and especially their moves. This requires psychic Pokémons. Among Pokémons of various attributes, only psychic Pokémons, overlord-level Pokémons, or smarter Pokémons, and mythical beasts can command other Pokémons to fight. E2, the orb silk spider didn't feel too depressed, but ate very happily, with meat all over its mouth. It didn't realize that Yu-Hai was almost killed, and it didn't have a deep bond with Yu-Hai like the mosquito coil tadpole. It really just regarded Yu-Hai as a meal ticket. It worked for Yu-Hai, obeyed Yu-Hai's orders, and Yu-Hai gave it food and sweet honey. It was that simple, and their relationship was pure. After closing the proficiency panel of the giant crab, Yu-Hai saw the elves in different moods. The orb-spined spider was eating fish meat, and it squinted its eyes happily. The long-winged gull was well-behaved and slowly pecking at the fish meat. Butterfree was worried, but it could still eat fish meat. The giant crab was also eating fish meat, but its attention was on the mosquito coil. The mosquito coil was also eating, but it was eating here and there, and its worries were written on its face. Mosquito coil, eat well. Yu-Hai immediately raised his hand and let go. On the head of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, he rubbed the little head of the mosquito-repellent tadpole. Yo-yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole drooped his eyelids, looked up at Yu-Hai, and then lowered his head. Okay, mosquito-repellent tadpole, you are about to evolve, don't be so unhappy. Yu-Hai also knew the reason why the tadpole was depressed. He was ready to divert the tadpole's attention. Mosquito-repellent tadpole, evolution means getting stronger, you can also grow 2 hands. Yo-yo, really? The haze on the face of the mosquito-repellent tadpole was swept away, and he stared at Yu-Hai happily. It was about to evolve, how could it not know? Mosquito-repellent tadpole, have dinner first. I'll talk to you after dinner." Yu-Hai patted the tadpole's head and opened the mosquito-repellent tadpole's proficiency panel. Today's protagonist is the mosquito-repellent tadpole, because the mosquito-repellent tadpole is really going to evolve. Mosquito coil tadpole. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 34.31%. Level, 24.89%. Features, moisture/8.13%. Hidden features, free and easy /3.13%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /7.21%. Ice Hockey /0.31%. New Look /5.11%. Hypnosis /0.82%. Serial Slaps /10.12%. Water Gun /18.14%. Playing with Water /10.21%. Bubble Ray /1.21%. It's almost there, it will evolve tonight. Yu-Hai saw that the mosquito coil tadpole was approaching the experience value of level 25, and planned to stay up late tonight instead of sleeping. For the evolution of the mosquito coil tadpole, staying up late once is nothing. After all, the evolution of the mosquito coil tadpole is the most important. Aside from the experience points, the only changes to the frog were: the moisture increased by 1%. The Eye of the Heart increased by 1%. The water gun increased by 1%. Playing with water increased by 1%. The moves related to moisture perception are all increasing steadily. But these are not the most important. The most important thing is evolution. Yu-Hai let the elves eat dinner. He returned to the treehouse and took out the water gem wrapped in rags and the honey bucket. After the elves finished dinner, he brought out the honey, but the elves were already full. Even if the honey was sweet, they needed to rest for a while before they could eat more. Other elves could rest, but the tadpole could not. Yu-Hai asked it to eat as much as it could. Yo-yo, the tadpole looked at the honey in front of him, drooling at the corners of his mouth. At Yu-Hai's request, he used the dry rice move again. After eating 2 kilograms of honey, the tadpole stopped and replenished the fish meat that he had not eaten just now. At this moment, Yu-Hai took out the water gem wrapped in rags. Under the background of the stove, it shone with aqua blue light. The rich water energy emitted by the gem made the air humid. "Mosquito, do you want to eat this gem?" Yu-Hai put the water gem in the palm of his hand, and he could still see the blue liquid flowing in the gem. The moment the water gem appeared, all the water elves present were attracted by the beautiful water blue gem and were reluctant to move away. The long-winged gull had no opinion on Yu-Hai's decision. It had eaten a water gem before. If the water gem was given to the big brother of the mosquito, the big crab would have no objection, because that was the big brother of the tadpole it admired. The stupid thing really wanted the water gem, but the stupid fish had no choice and it was impossible for it to get the water gem. The weak fish also wanted the water gem, but Yu-Hai would not give it to these two stupid fish because their potential was much higher than that of the mosquito. Yo-yo, yo-yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole was lying on the ground after eating too much, but when he saw the water gem, he became serious and stared at the gem for a long time before looking at Yu-Hai's gentle smiling face. In fact, it wanted this gem that tempted the tadpole very much. It wanted it from the first sight of it, but the gem was given to Yu-Hai by the long-winged gull, so it could only wait for Yu-Hai's arrangement. It had been so long that it had forgotten about the gem, but it didn't expect Yu-Hai to take it out at this time. "Mosquito-repellent tadpole, eat it, and you can evolve." Yo-yo, the mosquito-repellent tadpole looked up at the bucket, where there were two stupid fish staring at the gem, and a big crab that raised its claws to cheer itself up, and the long-winged gull that didn't care and only glanced at this side with the corner of its eyes. It also glanced at the butterfree who didn't pay attention to the gem. Seeing that no one said anything, it came to Yu-Hai's palm and looked up at Yu-Hai. The smile on Yu-Hai's face remained. It came close to sniff the gem, opened its mouth and bit the gem in Yu-Hai's hand, and felt the taste of the gem in its mouth. It was a little sweet, so it swallowed the gem into its stomach. At the moment when the mosquito-repellent tadpole swallowed the gem, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the surface of the mosquito-repellent tadpole, covering the whole body of the mosquito-repellent tadpole and illuminating the coast, like a second bright moon. Yu Hai traveled through the deserted island for a month, and the mosquito-repellent tadpole, who had been living with him day and night for a month, finally evolved. His eyes couldn't stand the strong light, so he raised his hand to block his eyes. Other elves also closed their eyes to resist the dazzling light of the mosquito-repellent tadpole's evolution to prevent burning their eyes. It wasn't until the white light faded and his eyes adapted to the light of the stove again that Yu Hai could see clear. Lithe new elf in front of me, the mosquito frog. The skin of the mosquito frog is still mainly blue, and the surface of its body is always covered with a layer of sticky, wet liquid. It has spherical eyes protruding from the top of its head. The eyes are white and the pupils are black. Just like the mosquito tadpole period, there are small nostrils between the two eyes. On its white belly, there are black counterclockwise threads, which are exactly the opposite of before evolution. The two hands look like they are wearing white mittens, more like boxing gloves, and its feet are round and have no toes. The height of the mosquito frog is now taller than his thighs. The leg length of 1.7 meters is about 80 to 85 centimeters. The official setting of the mosquito frog is 1 meter in height. It is not surprising that it can reach his waist. Yo, Bo. The mosquito frog looked at the changes in its body curiously. It grew arms and finally had hands. Mosquito tadpole, you have evolved. Now I should call you mosquito frog. Yu Hai brought a basin of water and asked the mosquito frog to look at the reflection in the water and its new form. Yobo, Yobo, the mosquito frog looked at the reflection in the water, scratched its head with a white boxing glove, touched its round belly, and oval feet. So this is what Yu Hai said about evolution, this is what Yu Hai said about two hands. The mosquito frog raised its fists and touched them together. It finally had hands. It can finally help Yu Hai renovate the tree house, help Yu Hai cook, help Yu Hai fetch water, help Yu Hai fetch honey, help Yu Hai do many, many things, and can better protect Yu Hai. While the mosquito frog was looking at itself, Yu Hai was also checking the mosquito frog's proficiency panel. Mosquito frog. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 44.51%. Level, 26.19%. Features, moisture /9.13%. Hidden features, free and easy /4.13%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /8.21%. Ice hockey /1.31%. New look /5.11%. Serial slaps /10.12%. Water gun /20.14%. Playing in water /12.21%. Waterfall climbing /2.22%. Potential. Yu Hai quickly looked at the potential column of the mosquito tadpole and saw that the potential of the tadpole after evolution had reached 44. Seeing the potential of 44, he also breathed a sigh of relief, and then he was happy in his heart. The water gem was useful and actually added 10 points of potential to the tadpole, which was not bad. The tadpole's level has also reached level 26, and evolution has increased the tadpole's experience value by 1%. The moisture characteristic and the ease of swimming have also increased by 1%. The Eye of the Heart and the Ice Ball have also increased by 1%. The proficiency of water guns and playing with water has increased by 2%. Finally, the mosquito-scented frog has also learned a new move, Waterfall Climbing, a water-type physical attack move with a power of 80. Waterfall Climbing, pounce on the opponent with amazing momentum, and there is a 20% chance that the opponent will fall into a state of shrinking. Use waterfall climbing outside of battle to climb or jump off a huge waterfall. Waterfall climbing is also a contact move, formerly known as fish leaping over the dragon gate. After reading the introduction of this move, Yu Hai looked at the mosquito-scented frog again. The move that the mosquito-scented frog accidentally obtained is not bad. This is the only physical attack water-type move that the mosquito-scented frog can learn. It is also a basic move that increases explosive power, and the mosquito-scented frog needs such a move. Moisture sensing has given the mosquito frog automatic lock on the enemy. Free and easy has given the mosquito frog double speed. The lock on the enemy and the dodge are all full, and the only thing missing is the explosive power. Now, the explosive power is here. Mosquito frog, Yu-Hai was about to let the mosquito frog try a new move, but as soon as he looked up, he saw that the mosquito frog had been surrounded. Bar butterfly, long-winged gull, and big claw crab were all around the mosquito frog, chirping and asking questions to the mosquito frog, touching here and there, and pinching the mosquito frog's new body. Yobo! The mosquito frog heard Yu-Hai's shout and hurriedly squeezed away the surrounding elves and came to Yu-Hai. Yu-Hai really didn't lie to it. It really grew arms and became stronger. It can clearly feel that there is a powerful force in its body, waiting for its own excavation. Mosquito frog, have you learned a new move, waterfall climbing? Yu-Hai asked. Yobo! The mosquito frog raised its hand and scratched its head. It was the first time it heard of waterfall climbing. Just like this, Orb Silk Spider, you jump onto the tree, Yu-Hai called Orb Silk Spider and asked Orb Silk Spider to demonstrate the spider's jumping ability. Eetwo, Orb Silk Spider didn't understand why it jumped onto the tree, but it did it anyway. After Orb Silk Spider jumped onto the tree, Yu-Hai looked at the mosquito frog again and explained, just like Orb Silk Spider, you should try it too. Waterfall climbing is a move that increases explosive power. Yobo, the mosquito frog thought for a while, raised its head and stared at the branch, its legs slightly bent, water gradually seeped out from under its feet, and the mosquito frog jumped suddenly, jumping over the branch, the treetop, and over the tree. Then, it fell headfirst onto the sandy ground by the sea, and when the mosquito frog got up, it ate a mouthful of sea sand. This is the move, frog, this is waterfall climbing, remember this move, we will practice again tomorrow. Yu-Hai rushed over, excitedly picked up frog, and spun around. After the excitement passed, he calmed down, but he saw the smile on frog's face, the same smile as his, and his eyes curved into crescents, and frog's mood finally improved. He put frog down and asked the elves to eat the honey quickly, and they were going to go back to the house to rest. I thought I would have to stay up late today, but the water gem completes the last evolution experience of the mosquito coil tadpole, so they don't have to stay up late and can go to bed early. Mosquito coil frog, butterfly, crab, long-winged gull, round silk spider, carp king, weak fish, go to bed early, see you tomorrow. Today, Yu-Hai said good night to all the elves for the first time, then pulled up the quilt to cover himself and fell asleep beautifully. Today was very fulfilling, and I hope tomorrow will be better. Yee. Yobo. Quacky. Woo. Yichuo. Kalu. Woo. I went back and counted, and there were more book friends who voted for the old version of the name, so I will use the old version of the name in the future. Chapter 117, Armored Rhino. The 33rd day of survival on a deserted island, sunny. A day's plan begins in the morning, and a beautiful day begins again. Frog, butterfly, long-winged gull, crab, get up. Yu-Hai got up early to do morning exercises. After all the elves got up, he called Frog and Butterfree to steal honey from the territory of Beedrill. Long-winged gull, crab, you guys stay at home, we'll be back soon. Quick, quick, Crab came to the outside of the treehouse and waved its big claws to say goodbye to Yu-Hai and the others. Woo, long-winged gull stood on the roof of the treehouse and watched Yu-Hai and the others go away. It was used to such a departure. Yu-Hai and the others must have gone to steal honey. Long-winged gull was right. Yu-Hai and the others did go to steal honey. It was the familiar routine. They hypnotized and paralyzed Beedrills before they stole the honey. They were all old acquaintances of these Beedrills. Although there was still some honey left last night, it was not enough for today's consumption, so they came to steal honey. There are also Pokemon like Beedrill. He has thought about catching a unicorn beetle, but he has never encountered a high-potential unicorn beetle until now. He had caught unicorn beetles before, and the highest potential was 40 to 50. He had no choice but to give up because he had never encountered a Pokémon with such high potential as Green. He caught unicorn beetles just to help him survive the difficult desert island, but after having Green, he was not so eager for unicorn beetles. Although Pokémon like Beedrill have a high upper limit and can also super evolve, he does not have the resources to cultivate Beedrill to the level of Sakeka Beedrill. In addition to being rich, Sakeka can cultivate Beedrill to the champion, but he also benefits from Sakeka's evergreen power. He does not have this thing, and he is even more of a pauper. For him, if he wants to raise the upper limit of the potential of a Beedrill, it will undoubtedly cost more resources than Pokémon like Crab. The super evolution of Beedrill is only 20 points more than the racial value of Crab. He also knew that the racial value could not determine everything, but the racial value represented the limit of the elves. The higher the limit, the more possible it was. If he had so many resources, why didn't he change to an old spray with a racial value of more than 500 to cultivate? Why did he choose the giant bee? Unless the giant bee was his initial partner, but he had already conquered the mosquito coil tadpole, and his initial partner was the mosquito coil tadpole, which determined everything. It can only be said that he met the mosquito coil tadpole first, not the unicorn beetle, and everything was fate. If he met the unicorn beetle first, maybe it would be a different scene. Soon, they filled half a bucket of honey and returned to the tree house. The giant crab and the long-winged gull were waiting for them outside the tree house. After returning to the tree house, Yu-Hai immediately distributed honey to the elves. All 7 elves had a share, and each elf had honey to eat. While the elves were eating honey, Yu-Hai also made himself a cup of honey water and opened the honey lid that tempted the crabs. I don't know if there will be any stupid crabs who will be fooled today. Even if there are no crabs, the morning of eating honey is not peaceful at all. A heavy panting sound suddenly appeared at the edge of the woods. Hoo. Hearing this sound, Yu-Hai turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw his nightmare, the unevolved form of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the rhinoceros. Fuck, how did this thing find here? Yu-Hai was completely confused. They didn't provoke this thing, so how did the rhinoceros get here? Also, why did this rhinoceros use its front paws to dig the grass? Does it mean to charge? Yu-Hai saw the rhinoceros at the edge of the woods, and his eyes were fixed on them. His dark eyes were fixed on the 7 elves eating honey. And the action of the rhinoceros digging the ground with its front paws immediately made him feel that something was wrong. Yobo, the mosquito frog noticed that Yu-Hai was looking at the woods, and turned his head to look at the edge of the woods, and saw the rhinoceros preparing to charge. Yobo, the moment the mosquito frog saw the armored rhinoceros, it stood up and blocked Yu-Hai, and warned the armored rhinoceros at the edge of the woods, Yobo, don't come over, stupid rhinoceros, I will beat you. Mosquito frog, stop talking nonsense, rush up with the waterfall to grab the horn of the armored rhinoceros and stop the armored rhinoceros. Yu-Hai couldn't let the armored rhinoceros rush over, the armored rhinoceros would crash into the tree house. Yobo, the mosquito frog saw the armored rhinoceros rushing straight, ignoring his warning, and no longer hesitated. He bent his knees slightly and ejected directly, colliding with the armored rhinoceros. The moment the two collided, a bang sounded, and smoke and dust rose from the center of the collision, and it was unclear what happened after the two collided. Even Yu-Hai felt the vibration under his feet during the collision just now, and he didn't know if the mosquito frog could withstand it. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Yu-Hai saw that the mosquito frog stopped the armored rhinoceros, but a furrow was plowed out in the grass under the feet of the frog. The iron rhino was still pushing the frog back. In the competition of strength, the frog was no match for the iron rhino. He hurriedly asked Butterfree to help. Butterfree, use hypnotic powder to hypnotize them all. Butterfree immediately flapped its wings and flew over the frog and the iron rhino, sprinkling hypnotic powder from its wings, knocking out the frog and the iron rhino. Bang! At this moment, Yu-Hai threw the pokeball in his hand and captured the iron rhino. Since he has come here, there is no reason not to capture him. Everyone saw it. It was this silly rhino who ran here by himself, not him who caught him. He was innocent. Although he was very envious of the Iron Rhino, a heavy tank-type meat shield Pokémon, he couldn't afford to offend the Tyrannosaurus Rex, so he gave up the idea of capturing it. If you don't want to be stepped on by the Tyrannosaurus, don't even think about taming the rhinoceros. As the Pokeball flashed red 3 times, a thud sounded, prompting Yu-Hai to successfully tame it. Seeing that the Pokeball calmed down, he asked the orb spinner to pull the Pokeball over. Butterfield, throw the frog into the bucket. Orb spinner, use silk to pull the Pokeball over. Don't worry about the frog, it's just hypnotized, and it will wake up by itself when thrown into the bucket. After getting the Pokeball, Yu-Hai couldn't wait and opened the proficiency panel of the rhinoceros as soon as possible. Iron Rhino. Attribute, ground plus rock. Gender, male. Potential, 58%. Level, 16.89%. Features, hard head / 14.15% hidden feature, sacrifice / 10.17%. Mastered moves, double return / 2.22%. Rocket headbutt / 11.31%. Iron tail / 3.11%. Crush / 13.82%. Thunder fang / 5.45%. Frozen fang / 8.94%. Flame fang / 9.91%. Rock grinding / 7.26%. Rockfall / 6.21%. Rock climbing / 7.27%. Dig hole / 8.73%. Stomping feet / 5.99%. Sleeping / 10.81%. Self-sacrificing collision / 11.14%. Wagging tail / 6.88%. Collision / 14.21%. Shooting down / 7.37%. Stomping / 6.17%. Horn collision / 13.53%. Puff. Yu-Hai just opened the proficiency panel of the armored rhinoceros and closed it immediately. He also put down the iron cup in his hand, and the honey water he just drank was also sprayed out by him, and sprayed on the big claw crab. Sorry, big claw crab, I'm a little excited. Yu-Hai smiled awkwardly at the big claw crab. In fact, he was not a little excited, but he was scared by the proficiency panel of the armored rhinoceros. When he reopened the proficiency panel of the armored rhinoceros and looked at the potential column of the armored rhinoceros, there were a full 58 points of potential. This must be the cub of the Tyrannosaurus Overlord. He actually caught the cub of the Overlord. He didn't dare to take this thing even if it was given to him. Once he subdues this Tyrannosaurus, he will really be stepped on to shit. He doesn't dare to take it. This Tyrannosaurus is level 16, and has dual characteristics, which are all pretty good. The last move blinded his eyes. 2, 4, 6, 10, 18, 19 moves, more than yesterday's Megalodon, a full 5 more moves. Inherited the fighting type move double return, the general type move rocket headbutt, the rock type move rock grinding, and the steel type move iron tail. There are also evil type moves bite, lightning fang, frozen fang, flame fang, 4 fangs. And the rock type moves rockfall, shoot down. General type moves rock climbing, self-sacrifice charge, tail shaking, impact, horn charge. Ground type moves dig hole, stomp, stomp. The last superpower move is to sleep. There are 19 moves, which made him numb. He can't take this armored rhinoceros, really can't take it, it will bring him death. Although the armored rhinoceros is very tempting, it has to be used with life, unless he can leave the deserted island now and run away directly. The world is so big that he can go anywhere, and he is not afraid of the armored rhinoceros's parents coming to find him, so he dares to subdue this armored rhinoceros. But it is impossible to leave the deserted island now, as can be seen from the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull. Long-winged gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 57%. Level, 22.37%. Feature, wet body /6.39%. Mastered moves, wind /7.59%. Feather perch /8.01%. Water flow ring /5.23%. Water gun /15.49%. Lightning flash /9.29%. Wing attack /6.58%. Water wave /0.87%. High speed movement /1.37%. He hadn't looked at the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull for 2 days. The level of the long-winged gull was only 22. The only change was that the water gun increased by 2%. The long-winged gull had already started the water gun training with 4 floating balls. There was also a wing attack, which also increased by 2%. There was no other change. Finally, Yu Hai's eyes were fixed on the level. It would take 3 days for the long-winged gull to evolve, at least 3 days, and maybe even 5 days. He was not sure how long it would take for the long-winged gull to evolve. If it was given enough food and doubled training, it should be able to evolve in 3 days. But 3 days was enough for the Tyrannosaurus Rex to run from the center of the island to the shore dozens of times. If he could come back to life, he would be stepped on by the Tyrannosaurus Rex to poop more than a dozen times. So, after all the calculations, it was still impossible to subdue this iron rhinoceros. Hiding everywhere was not an option. Don't forget the Pidgeot tribe that lived with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the Sky Overlord of the deserted island. Faced with the search of the Sky Overlord, where could they hide? The island was full of Pidgeots and Bobo. They had nowhere to hide under the pursuit of the Sky Overlord. Alas, although it's a pity, my life is more important, Yu Hai released the iron rhinoceros. He also knew the reason why the iron rhinoceros was attracted here, which should be honey. After releasing the armored rhinoceros, he comforted the elves, "Don't be nervous, just keep eating honey." He poured out half of the honey from the honey bucket and put the honey in the basin where the crab took a bath. Then he splashed water on the armored rhinoceros to wake it up, and then put the honey in front of its mouth. "Iron armored rhinoceros, eat the honey and leave quickly." Yu Hai stepped back 2 steps, and saw the mosquito frog wake up and stand in front of him again, so he said to the mosquito frog, "Mosquito frog, teach the armored rhinoceros to eat honey, and drive it away after it finishes eating the honey." "Yobo," the mosquito frog nodded. It didn't understand why Yu Hai wanted to release the armored rhinoceros. It was obviously subdued, just like the orb silk spider. Wouldn't it be better to beat it directly? Although it didn't understand Yu Hai's intention, it didn't hesitate and would do what Yu Hai said. It believed in Yu Hai's judgment and would not question Yu Hai. "By the way, frog, you ate your honey too." Yu Hai brought Frog's pan, which still had uneaten honey. Iron Rhino already had honey, so it shouldn't steal the elf's honey, Yu Hai thought. But things went against his wishes. After the rhino finished eating its own honey, it smelled the flowery scent of honey and smelled it in Frog's bowl. The frog immediately jumped up, moved away from the rhino, quickly licked the honey in the pot, and drove the rhino away, saying, "Yobo, stupid rhino, there's no honey, hurry home." "Wow, didn't I hurt you?" The rhino knew that he was a little reckless just now, so he bowed his head and apologized to Frog weakly, and asked, "Hoo, I still want to eat honey." "Yobo, there's no honey, we only steal a little honey a day, and we will steal honey the next day." Frog accidentally let the cat out of the bag while explaining. "Woo, you mean there will be more tomorrow?" The armored rhinoceros looks silly and has well-developed limbs, but it is meticulous. It immediately caught the keywords in the mosquito-repellent frog's words and asked quickly. "Hoo, how did you get the honey? Teach me." "Yobo, Yu Hai won't let you tell me, go away." The mosquito-repellent frog made a gesture of rejection, stretched out a white boxing glove and waved his hand, rejecting the armored rhinoceros. "Woo? Is it that human?" The armored rhinoceros caught another key word, and immediately rushed towards Yu Hai, knocked Yu Hai down, and licked Yu Hai's cheek. The armored rhinoceros moved very quickly, so fast that the mosquito-repellent frog didn't react, and the armored rhinoceros knocked Yu Hai to the ground. Fortunately, it was not an attack. The armored rhinoceros just stretched out its tongue to lick Yu Hai. Wait, Iron Rhino, what are you doing? Yu Hai hurriedly stretched out his hand to push open the Iron Rhino's big mouth. After the mosquito frogs and others held the Iron Rhino, he got out from under the Iron Rhino's feet. Yobo, don't get close to Yu Hai, don't force me to beat you. The mosquito frog was relieved to see that Yu Hai was fine, and waved his white fist to warn the Iron Rhino. Hoo, I just want to eat honey. The Iron Rhino felt very aggrieved. Seeing the white fist of the mosquito frog, his limbs immediately lowered, buried his head, and dared not speak. Mosquito frog, didn't I ask you to drive it away? Yu Hai crawled out and raised his hand to wipe the saliva on his face. He was full of confusion and asked the mosquito frog what was going on. Yobo, the mosquito frog sighed and shook his head helplessly, indicating that it couldn't drive the other party away. It also kicked the bucket with its foot to tell Yu Hai that the Iron Rhino still wanted to eat honey. Forget it, don't worry about it, go do your morning exercises. Yu Hai was speechless when he saw the armored rhinoceros lying on the grass and refusing to leave. If he kept this guy, he would attract the armored Tyrannosaurus sooner or later, but he couldn't drive him away, so he was very depressed. Oh, so annoying! This armored rhinoceros can be subdued. A book friend said that a 100,000 volt can push the team. I want to see how this book friend pushes the team. The armored rhinoceros has a lot of moves, but it will only appear once. The next time you don't brush the moves of proficiency, you will kick it out. But not brushing does not mean not to use it, it just appears very rarely, almost never. 123 Chapter 118, Refusing to Leave. 123. After seeing that the scene was fine, Butterfree began morning exercises, still training telekinesis. The giant crab was training with its claws raised, the long-winged gull went to the beach to train with a water gun, and the orb silk spider was guarding the honey trap on the branch. The last frog was called aside by Yu Hai. He planned to let Frog add the waterfall climbing technique to the morning exercise to increase Frog's instantaneous explosive power. Frog, you are already familiar with the waterfall climbing technique. You need to. Waterfall climbing is added to running, Yu Hai explained to the mosquito-scented frog about the next training plan. Yobo! The mosquito-scented frog scratched its head. It knew about waterfall climbing. Isn't it just jumping very high? What does it have to do with running? Mosquito-scented frog, use waterfall climbing once to rush over there. Yu Hai raised his hand to wake up the thoughtful mosquito-scented frog. It doesn't matter if it doesn't understand. He can slowly guide the mosquito-scented frog. Yobo, the mosquito-scented frog heard Yu Hai's instructions and stopped thinking about it. Just listen to Yu Hai's arrangements. Boom! After the mosquito-scented frog accumulated power, its feet exploded instantly, and the mosquito-scented frog's figure disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it appeared on the grass 10 meters away. That's it, mosquito-scented frog. Try using waterfall climbing twice in a row. Yu Hai gave the mosquito-scented frog a thumbs up, asking the mosquito-scented frog to keep up the good work. Boom! At Yu Hai's request, the mosquito-scented frog used waterfall climbing twice in a row and quickly passed Yu Hai. He fell on the grass on the other side, his mouth full of grass. Mosquito frog, your next training is to learn to control the power of waterfall climbing. Use waterfall climbing continuously, and change direction during waterfall climbing. Yu Hai stepped forward to help Mosquito Frog up, took off the grass on Mosquito Frog's head, and told Mosquito Frog about the next new training. Waterfall climbing is a water burst move. He wants to combine it with running and turn it into a continuous burst move. It is not a high jump, but a horizontal movement, and it must be able to turn during the burst. Every burst of waterfall climbing is an opportunity to turn. This is what he thought of to make up for the shortcomings of waterfall climbing bursts based on the characteristics of this move. The instantaneous burst of waterfall climbing does not support turning and dodging. In this case, mosquito frog only needs to shorten the interval between waterfall bursts. Controlling the power of the burst will allow you to turn flexibly. It is not necessary to increase the power of the waterfall climbing to the maximum of 10 or 20 meters every time. It can also be 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, or close to the face. As long as the mosquito frog controls the distance of the waterfall climbing burst and the power of the burst, it can overcome the shortcomings of the waterfall climbing that cannot turn and dodge. After shortening the distance of the waterfall climbing, it can not only dodge attacks, but also switch attack directions. Being able to dodge flexibly, you can also find the opponent's weaknesses, or blind spots in vision, and KO the opponent with the last blow. If you can KO the opponent with one blow, why do you have to fight back and forth? Letting go is another matter. But will you let go? What is the reason for him and the mosquito frog to train so hard? Of course, if you don't make a sound, of course, Yiming must be amazing. Otherwise, how can he eat the big cake of the alliance and get the dividends of the alliance's support? He must show his value, let the alliance voluntarily invest in him, and become the lucky man in the eyes of the alliance. If the alliance is unwilling to invest, the rockets will definitely be happy. This is a competitive relationship. Demand determines the market. If the alliance does not want it, the door of the rockets will always be open, and trainers who are excluded by the alliance are always welcome. This is the corporate culture of the rockets. When he watched anime in his previous life, although the rockets were a villain organization, they were still a company, a large cross-regional listed company, and they were listed under the eyes of the alliance. If you say there is no relationship, he doesn't believe it. Yobo, the mosquito frog, thought about it and probably understood what Yu-Hai meant. Yu-Hai wanted it to use the waterfall continuously and integrate the waterfall into running, and use the waterfall to run around the tree house. Every burst and fall of the waterfall is an opportunity to change direction. It needs to compress the interval of the waterfall burst as much as possible, so that every step can turn and burst at any time. It can only run in a straight line now, and the burst of waterfall climbing is also more than 10 meters. It can only slowly adapt to running around the treehouse with waterfall climbing. Mosquito frog, your morning exercise in the future will be waterfall climbing and running, and in the afternoon it will be moisture sensing. Yu-Hai explained the morning exercise plan to the mosquito frog, and then started to make lunch. This morning, due to the interference of the armored rhinoceros and the new training of the mosquito frog, he had already wasted a lot of time and was not allowed to do morning exercises. He could only come to the honey trap and call the round silk spider to go out to hunt crabs. Round silk spider, let's go hunt crabs. Eetwo, the round silk spider responded, and jumped directly from the branch to Yu-Hai's shoulder. Round silk spider, next time you want to jump up, notify me in advance, and put away your teeth. If you poison me, I will be gone, Yu-Hai reminded the round silk spider. E2, the orb silk spider originally wanted to rub Yu-Hai's cheek with its mouth, but after Yu-Hai said that, the expression on the spider's face suddenly froze, and it shyly retracted its mouth, and its red teeth also retracted. Seeing Yu-Hai and his friends go out, the armored rhinoceros, who had been lying on the grass pretending to be dead, stopped pretending to be dead, and stood up to follow Yu-Hai's footsteps. The armored rhinoceros wanted to see what Yu-Hai and his friends were going to do, whether they were going to steal honey. But the armored rhinoceros followed to the reef shoal and saw Yu-Hai and the orb silk spider catching crabs, and immediately lost interest. Crabs have a fishy smell of mud, and they are not as delicious as stones, so it doesn't eat them. But it wanted to see why Yu-Hai and his friends caught crabs. Could it be related to honey? Finally, after following all the way, the armored rhinoceros saw the crabs being put into the pot, and then realized that Yu-Hai and his friends were going to eat crabs, not honey. Suddenly, the whole rhinoceros had no energy, and his stomach was still rumbling with hunger. Mosquito-repellent frog, long-winged gull, beta butterfly, giant crab, come and have lunch. Yu-Hai prepared lunch and notified the elves to come and eat. He caught 8 crabs today. 1 orb spider, 1 butterfly, 1 long-winged gull, 2 mosquito frogs, and giant crabs ate fish meat. The fish meat in the reserve food was just running out, and only the giant shark was left. The fool and the weak fish ate water plants and shells. Yu Hai caught 1 crab, and the remaining 2 crabs were thrown to the armored rhinoceros. He was afraid that this guy would faint from hunger and have no strength to return to his tribe. If he fainted from hunger on the way, it would be bad. He couldn't explain the disappearance of the armored Tyrannosaurus cub. Hoo-hoo! The armored rhinoceros looked down at the 2 crabs near its mouth, sniffed hard, and the crabs didn't seem to have a strange smell, but rather fragrant. Isn't that nonsense? The armored rhinoceros eats raw crabs, and when has it ever eaten cooked food? This is probably the first time it has seen such a thing. Before cooking these crabs, Yu Hai would clean them. He couldn't eat crabs that weren't cleaned. Besides, they only eat crab meat, but the armored rhinoceros eats the crab shells together, so it's normal that there's a bit of a strange smell. After lunch, Yu Hai didn't take out honey for dessert, because the armored rhinoceros, this dogskin plaster, was here, refusing to leave, so he didn't dare to take out honey to eat. The elves who couldn't wait for the honey also turned their heads to look at the armored rhinoceros, who was still lying on the grass, chewing grass in his mouth, and didn't notice the resentment in the elves' eyes at all. Yobo! The mosquito frog wanted to go up and drive away the armored rhinoceros, but Yu Hai held him down as soon as he stood up. Don't worry about it, let it go. Yu Hai shook his head to stop the mosquito frog, and lay on his back in the shade of the tree, covered his face with a straw hat, and fell into a nap. When he woke up, the elves had already gotten up to practice. The giant crab and the long-winged gull were training water guns at the seaside. The mosquito frog was training moisture perception at the seaside. The orb silk spider was waiting on the branch above his head. Bar Butterfree was practicing telekinesis next to him. He didn't plan to go fishing this afternoon, for fear that he would catch another megalodon and bite his 3 legs. There were armored tyrannosaurus that could step on shit on the land, megalodon that wanted to bite him in the sea, and giant crabs that liked to steal his butt on the shore, which made him feel psychologically traumatized. Now he just wanted to drive away the armored rhinoceros. This guy was a time bomb. Once the armored Tyrannosaurus tribe found out that their overlord's cub was lost, this bomb would explode at any time. But he couldn't hurt this guy, and he had to let it leave on its own, which was difficult. Besides, this guy didn't look very smart. How could a carnivorous Tyrannosaurus eat grass? This guy almost pulled out the circle of grass around his mouth. Looking at the silly armored rhinoceros chewing grass on the grass, he also found one thing. That is, this armored rhinoceros was not weak to water. In the morning, the move used by the mosquito-repellent frog, but the waterfall climbing with water attributes, actually had no effect on this guy. It seemed like a rhinoceros that was fine, pushing the mosquito-repellent frog forward. The urge to eat honey was not at all. It doesn't look like it's 4 times weak to water. Even if the mosquito frog has just learned to climb waterfalls and hasn't really brought out the power of climbing waterfalls, even if it only has a little water attribute, it's not something that the 4 times weak to water, the armored rhinoceros that hates water can take on. Speaking of armored rhinoceros that are not afraid of water, he hasn't seen one, but he has seen one that is not afraid of water. In the animation of his previous life, there was an armored Tyrannosaurus that was not afraid of water and could surf. A girl wanted to catch an armored Tyrannosaurus that was not afraid of water to help her dig a tunnel for water seepage. This job can only be done by an armored Tyrannosaurus that is not afraid of water, or other elves that are not afraid of water and can dig holes. It stands to reason that there are such anomalies among the armored Tyrannosaurus, and there is no reason that there are no such anomalies here. After all, there are a large group of armored Tyrannosaurus, and it is not surprising to have 1 or 2 such anomalies. Especially the overlord Tyrannosaurus rex, and it must not have the weakness of 4 times weak water. Although the Tyrannosaurus rex is not afraid of water, he still dare not subdue this fool. Those who are afraid of water cannot beat it and cannot escape. The Tyrannosaurus Rex that can swim, the Tyrannosaurus Rex that can surf. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. He was afraid that the Tyrannosaurus Rex would chase him into the sea and kill him. He did not dare to subdue this fool. But he could not send him away violently. Alas, it was too difficult for him. Yu-Hai looked up at the sky speechlessly, hoping that the long-winged gull could evolve quickly. If the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not come by then, he would subdue the Tyrannosaurus Rex and leave the deserted island together. An Tyrannosaurus Rex that is not afraid of water is a perfect match for the rainy day team. Just thinking about it makes me drool. I just hope that the Tyrannosaurus Rex tribe will find this lost Tyrannosaurus Rex later. By then, even if the sea is wide for fish to jump and the sky is high for birds to fly, there will be no way to find him. He wanted to be an elf dealer and kidnap this armored rhinoceros that was not afraid of water. In this way, Yu-Hai, who had been lying in the shade of the tree for an afternoon, made the difficult decision to kidnap the armored rhinoceros. In the evening, he called the orb silk spider and prepared to go out to hunt crabs. He also threw the honey to tempt crabs to the orb silk spider, because there would be no more stupid crabs to be fooled. There were already very few brave crabs who dared to attack them directly. As long as they walked towards the reef shoal, all the crabs would hide in the sea and no longer dare to show their heads. If there were no new crabs, and they didn't know the reputation of Yu-Hai's crab killer, Yu-Hai and his friends would not know what to eat. This time, they went out and killed 7 crabs. The potential was not good. They brought them back and cooked them all. The training of the elves was also stopped. They ate crabs, the armored rhinoceros also had a share, and the big claw crabs ate the giant teeth. Shark jerky. Dinner was over quickly, and the elves sat in a circle around the stove, waiting for Yu-Hai to share the honey. At this time, the armored rhino also came over with a frown, which made Yu-Hai speechless. If they didn't share the honey with this guy, they couldn't eat the honey, so they had to hold it in. Finally, there was really no other way, so they could only take out the honey and share some with this guy. But the armored rhino still felt it was not enough, and was scolded by the mosquito-repellent frog before he stopped. After eating the honey, Yu-Hai used the elf ball to take back the stupid thing and the round silk spider. They were ready to go back to the house to sleep. In the evening, he heard muffled thunder, and it should rain tonight. Just as they entered the tree house, the armored rhino followed them and wanted to enter the tree house together, but the tree house couldn't fit this guy at all. Iron armored rhino, why don't you go home? Yu-Hai stretched out his hand to block the door, preventing the armored rhino from entering, and waved to drive the armored rhino home. Yobo, that's right, go home quickly, the mosquito frog jumped out and shouted angrily. Hoo-hoo, the armored rhino lowered his head, still a little aggrieved. It just wanted to eat honey, why did you treat it like this? It stole honey a few days ago and was injected by a giant bee, which made it cry out in pain. Originally, it wanted to steal honey today, but it smelled the honey halfway and followed the flower scent of honey to find it. Unexpectedly, it was rejected again. It really just wanted to eat honey, why is it so difficult? Okay, you can come in, but you can only stay in the poke ball. If you accept it, come in. If you don't accept it, go home. Yu-Hai saw that the armored rhino was full of grievances, making him look like a villain who abused the cub. Helplessly took out the poke ball that captured the armored rhino today and gave his own conditions. Hoo-hoo, the armored rhino nodded and agreed when he heard that he could enter the tree house. He touched the poke ball with his mouth and it was taken in by the poke ball. Yu-Hai put away the poke balls, closed the wooden door, and placed the 4 poke balls containing Pokemons next to the pillow. Especially the poke ball of the ironclad rhino, which had been locked by him to prevent the ironclad rhino from coming out. Frog, Butterfree, long-winged gull, crab, go to bed early, see you tomorrow. He said good night to the Pokemons and prepared to go to bed, but before going to bed, he wanted to check Butterfree's proficiency panel. The last time he checked it was 3 days ago, and he didn't know what changes Butterfree had made. Bardolio. Attribute, insect plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69.96%. Level, 23.56%. Characteristics, compound eyes /10.21% hidden characteristic, colored glasses /0.21%. Mastered moves, telekinesis /14.14%. Silk spinning /10.15%. Wind /6.13%. Insect bite /1.29%. Ultrasonic wave /2.11%. Poison powder /5.13%. Paralysis powder /12.52%. Hypnotic powder /12.35%. Illusion ray /2.11%. Electric grid /5.34%. Bardolio's level has reached level 23, which is not bad. Characteristics: compound eyes increased by 2%, breaking 10. Telekinesis, silk spinning, paralysis powder, hypnotic powder, electric grid, all increased their proficiency by 2%. There is also the wind, which increases the proficiency by 1%. The telekinesis is increased by training, the two powders are increased by stealing honey, and the rest of the moves are increased by combat. Overall, it is not bad. Butterfree's telekinesis has not yet reached a bottleneck and there is still room for improvement. After turning off Butterfree's proficiency panel, Yu-Hai went to sleep, leaving only the elves with different minds and night vision to communicate with each other through eye contact in the dark. Boom, boom. Drip, drip. It started to drizzle in the sky, and slowly turned into heavy rain. This is also the first rain after 7 or 8 consecutive days of scorching sun. Thanks. I am a panda and I can burn incense, 500 book coins. As the saying goes, 100 book coins. Sibylla spicy, 100 book coins. Sibylla spicy, 100 book coins. 100 book coins. Book friend 211804211606277051, 500 book coins. Book friend 201907251224344508, 100 book coins. 100 book coins. 100 book coins. What can I do for you, barbarian? 100 book coins. 100 book coins. Ysioth, 100 book coins. 124 Chapter 119, Strangers land on the island. 124. The 34th day of survival on a deserted island, sunny. After a night of heavy rain, the sky cleared up, which means it was sunny again. This morning, as usual, Yu-Hai took Mosquito Frog and Butterfree to steal honey. This time, they took 2 buckets, one big and one small. Because they have another big foodie. Although he has not decided whether to subdue the armored rhinoceros, it is still possible to improve his favorability. Whether the armored rhinoceros will be subdued in the end depends on whether the armored rhinoceros tribe finds that the armored rhinoceros is missing. According to the well-developed brain circuits of the armored rhinoceros tribe, it only takes a week for them to not find the armored rhinoceros, and they can take the armored rhinoceros away from the deserted island. In other words, it only takes a week to make it clear whether the armored rhinoceros will stay or go. I hope that the armored Tyrannosaurus has no brains, and the armored Tyrannosaurus is still careless. Even if the cub is lost, it can be careless enough to sleep late by the lake and bask in the sun. With 2 buckets filled with half a bucket of honey, Yu-Hai called Frog and Butterfree back. He carried a big bucket, while Frog carried a small bucket. Without the armored rhino, they only needed to carry 1 bucket, but this time the foodie was a heavy weight. If Frog and the others were small foodies, then the armored rhino was a big foodie that he couldn't afford. Oh, what a headache! On the way back to the treehouse, Yu-Hai was worried about how to solve the food problem of the armored rhino if he could subdue it. After thinking about it, he thought that the armored rhino seemed to eat rocks, so it was okay. However, what was the difference between the armored rhino cultivated in this way and the other armored rhinos that grew up eating rocks on the island? Although this armored rhino had a strong talent, it was not difficult to break through to the king. But he wanted not only the king, but the champion. Even if he couldn't reach the maximum level, he had to be at least level 99. I hope that the humans in the elf world have already developed energy cubes. Then he won't have to worry about the elves' food, but how to make money. As for the cubs, they can drink moo milk. He is not worried about this thing. Moo milk should be very common. He just doesn't know whether the energy cube has been developed. Yu-Hai returned to the treehouse and released all the elves. After distributing honey to the elves, he took the stew pot and went to the pool to boil a pot of water and make a cup of honey water. Clang! But when Yu-Hai came to the pool, he saw something. He didn't hold the stew pot firmly and it suddenly slipped to the ground. The elves thought Yu-Hai was in trouble and ran to protect him, but Yu-Hai just stared at the pool blankly, and the elves also looked at the pool curiously. There was a garbage bag in the pool, the same garbage bag on the beach, a transparent and colorless garbage bag. After the elves arrived, Yu-Hai reached out and picked up the garbage bag in the pool. It was a food packaging bag. There are many of these things on the beach, but it is the first time to see them in the pool. Considering the storm last night, it is very likely that the storm blew it into the pool. But he carefully looked through the brand new food packaging bag in his hand. There was no sign of wind and rain, and there were still some bread crumbs left on the food packaging bag. When he saw these bread crumbs, Yu-Hai's pupils shrank slightly, his expression was solemn, and his brows were furrowed. They seemed to be in trouble. How could a fresh food packaging bag appear inexplicably on this uninhabited desert island? The appearance of this food packaging bag undoubtedly indicated that a stranger had landed on this uninhabited desert island. For this sudden appearance of a stranger, Yu-Hai thought that the disadvantages outweighed the advantages and did not think it was a good thing. Because this stranger can only be of two types. The first type is an elf hunter. The second type is an elf ranger. No matter who they are all people who took the initiative to land on the island. There are no routes near this deserted island, and there are not even fishing boats. He doesn't believe that anyone would be bored enough to go to the island to seek death. If it is an elf hunter, it is undoubtedly the worst case. Such people are not good people. The number of lives stained on their hands is too many to count on 10 fingers. Since the other party dared to land on the island, they must have come for the greatest value on the island, the Pidgeot tribe and the Tyrannosaurus tribe. On this uninhabited deserted island, only the overlords of these two elves, or the cubs of the overlords, are worth the elf hunters to travel thousands of miles. Big claw crabs are very common, and they are basically found on the coastline with sandy beaches. It is not surprising. Giant bees are even more common. There are giant bees wherever there are trees. Pidgeot and Tyrannosaurus are different. One can fly and is handsome, with beautiful red head feathers. The other is tall and mighty. If both can become your own elves, they will feel full of security. He said before that the giant crab and the giant hornet were the overlords of the coast and the jungle, which was a bit too much. So far, he has not encountered a king-level giant crab or a king-level giant hornet. If there really was a king-level overlord, the giant hornet would not let them steal honey for so long. Obviously, neither of these two tribes has a king-level overlord leader. Then the purpose of the elf hunter is very clear. It must be going for the king-level Pidgeot or the cub of the king-level Tyrannosaurus. This is just a guess about the elf hunter, and there is also a guess about the elf ranger. Although this is an uninhabited desert island, it is also one of the jobs of the elf ranger to regularly patrol the elves on the desert island and the ecological environment of the desert island. There are a large number of Pidgeot tribes and Tyrannosaurus tribes on the desert island. They are the overlords and the guardians of the desert island. The task of the elf ranger is to prevent the elf poaching group from catching wild elves and destroying the ecological balance of the desert island. Compared with the Pokemon ranger, he prefers the Pokemon hunter. Nothing else, just because of this food packaging bag. Littering is a moral issue, especially on an uninhabited island like this, where there are no people. People without morals will only be more unscrupulous. From this little thing, we can judge the character of the stranger who came to the island. We can also further judge whether the other party is a Pokemon Ranger or a Pokemon Hunter. To be a Pokemon Ranger trainer, it is really passionate. After all, you need to travel through mountains and rivers, go deep into dangerous places, do a lot of work, earn little money, and be tired. Willing to do this such a dangerous job, really only love it. A Pokemon Ranger who loves Pokemons and nature will not destroy nature or litter, at least there is no problem with morality in this regard. If a person does something not for profit and rights, then there is no big problem with the character and morality of this person. If a person does not care about anything for profit, he will not care about such trivial matters. What if there is a lot of money? If there is a lot of money, why do you need to be a Pokemon Hunter? Wouldn't it be better if everyone is a Pokemon Ranger? You should know that the most profitable method is written in the criminal law, which is a 300% profit. If the ranger has such a high salary, there will be no bad people. But it is not ruled out that some trainers poach Pokemons under the guise of rangers. It can only be said that it is rare. When cross patrols are conducted, it is easy to be found out and reported. But Pokemon Hunters are different. Pokemon Hunters are for profit. They only see profit and don't care about other messy things. Pokemon Hunters only see poaching Pokemons. The mosquito frogs and others saw that Yu-Hai was staring at the plastic bag in a daze for a long time, and it was obvious that he was thinking about something very important. The elves did not disturb Yu-Hai and went back to eat honey. Mosquito frog, butterfly, long-winged gull, round silk spider, follow me. Yu-Hai sorted out the things, threw away the food packaging bag in his hand, and prepared to ask the elves to go to the forest to have a look. He wanted to further confirm whether his guess was true, whether there was really a stranger on the island. Since the food packaging bag was not blown by the wind, it should have flowed down from the upper reaches of the pool. As long as a stranger walks through the stream, some traces will be left. If the stranger does not know him, he will not clean up the traces, and these traces will be easy to find. If there are really traces of strangers, he must try his best to avoid the other party, not meet the other party, and avoid conflicts. Even at noon and evening, he cannot light a fire to cook. If the identity is confirmed to be an elf hunter, then the target must be the two overlords of the deserted island. It is better for him to stay away. That is a confrontation between the kings. He is a few dishes, and it is worth a drink for the elf hunter. The elf hunters who dared to steal the overlord's cubs were at least quasi-kings. Any elf they released would have the strength of a megalodon boss, or even stronger. He couldn't handle it at all. Calling the 4 mosquito frogs was just to let the elves explore the way so that they could avoid this stranger in advance. Big Claw Crab, take good care of the house and don't go anywhere. You must also keep an eye on the iron rhinoceros, Yu-Hai warned the big claw crab before entering the woods. Quack, quack, the big claw crab raised its claws and waved, indicating that it knew it would stare at the iron rhinoceros. Hoo, the iron rhinoceros saw Yu-Hai and the others were leaving, and hurriedly followed them, wanting to see if Yu-Hai and the others were going to steal honey, but was stopped by Yu-Hai. Go back, Iron Rhino, we are going to do something very important. Yu-Hai reached out and patted the Iron Rhino's head, saying seriously, don't mess around, or I won't give you honey. Iron Rhino instantly wilted when he heard that he couldn't eat honey. Honey is a killer move that works better than any harsh words. If you follow us quietly and interfere with our work, you won't have honey to eat, Yu-Hai warned at last. Iron Rhino nodded and retreated silently. Anyway, there was honey to eat if he sat down, so there was no need for him to mess around. Seeing Yu-Hai so serious, he didn't dare to be naughty anymore. After all, the mosquito frog had raised his fist. Bartlett, Long-Winged Gull, and the sister magpie went to the fork of the stream to see if there were any humans, just like me. Yu Hai explained to the two flying elves what they needed to find when exploring the way. Butterfree was about to fly away, but suddenly heard Yu Hai say to see if there were any humans, so it stopped and looked at Yu Hai in confusion. This was the first time it had seen a human like Yu Hai, and it had only seen Yu Hai, and had not seen other humans. Butterfree is a human like me. Yu Hai was afraid that Butterfree would not understand, so he pointed at himself and explained to Butterfree. You still have to be careful. When you see a human like me, you must not have any expression, no panic, excitement, or joy. You have to pretend to fly over, then circle back and tell me. Butterfree immediately nodded to show that it understood. It was a professional performer, and it also knew the intention of Yu Hai's words. Not all humans were good people like Yu Hai, there were also evil people. Wu, long-winged gull also nodded to show that it understood. It was very vigilant against humans. If Yu Hai had not tempted it with honey, it would not have been fooled, nor would it have been subdued by Yu Hai. As Butterfree and long-winged gull flew away, Yu Hai followed the mosquito frog beside him, followed the orb spider on the branch, and followed the tunnel dug by the giant crab, slowly heading to the fork of the stream. They were very careful all the way to the stream. If there was any movement in the woods, they would stop and observe. They would not move on until they found that it was a false alarm. It took them half an hour to walk a distance of more than 10 minutes. Butterfree and long-winged gull had been waiting here. Yu Hai stood by the stream and asked the two elves on the tree, Butterfree, long-winged gull, did you find anything? Butterfree shook his head, indicating that he found nothing. Wu, long-winged gull also shook his head, the same result as Butterfree like this. After getting this result, Yu Hai carefully checked the vicinity of the stream again, and found nothing unusual. He looked up at the upstream of the stream. This is the fork of the stream. Even if there are traces, they can only be in the upstream. Barda, long-winged gull, go upstream and take a look. If you find anything unusual, come back and let me know. Yu Hai asked the two elves to continue exploring the way, and then he followed the footsteps of the two elves and walked upstream. When he came here, he would choose a hard road to walk on every step, so that no footprints would be left. Even if footprints were left, the round silk spider could eliminate the traces behind. It would use silk to pull some leaves to cover his and the mosquito frog's footprints. This was the task he assigned to the round silk spider. While looking for traces, they naturally could not leave any traces. Facing strangers who suddenly landed on the island, it was better to be cautious, which was also a necessary measure. This time they did not walk for long upstream. After only walking for more than 10 minutes, the long-winged gull that went to explore the way ahead came back. Woo, woo, the long-winged gull landed on Yu Hai's raised arm, raised its wings and pointed forward, telling Yu Hai that they had a new discovery. Take me there. Yu Hai was not panicked or nervous, nor was he happy. This was expected, just the worst-case scenario. But it was not too bad that they did not meet any strangers, and they became more careful. After walking along the stream for a few more minutes, they finally saw the new discovery that the long-winged gull mentioned. Butterfree stayed here, waiting for them to come. Footprints? As soon as Yu Hai arrived here, he saw the big footprints by the stream, which were larger than his shoe size. The footprints by the stream were clearly visible, and there were many of them, not 1 or 2, but more than 10. He also stepped on them with his shoes for comparison, and they were a full circle larger than his soles. It seemed that the gender of the stranger could be determined, and it was a strange man. The footprints were only by the stream. The other party should have crossed the river or left the stream towards him. There is a funeral at home. Alas, he left after all. 125 Chapter 120, The Calm Before the Storm. 125. Next, Yu Hai began to analyze the footprints. Judging from the clarity of the footprints, they were just stepped on this morning. That is to say, the stranger had just walked through the stream not long ago. If it was last night, or earlier, the footprints would not be so clear. Because there was a heavy rain last night, the footprints would not be preserved so completely and so clearly. Even the water stains of the stranger's footprints after landing were still preserved by the stream, gradually disappearing into the depths of the forest. From the shape of the footprints, his side was the direction the stranger left, and the other side of the stream was the direction the stranger came from. He would not track this strange man, nor did he want to know the purpose of the other party landing on the island. No matter what the strange man wanted to do, it was none of his business. He only knew that the other party was an adult male, with an unknown identity, unknown purpose, and unknown spirit. As for this stranger, he just wanted to protect himself, wait for the long-winged gull to evolve, and then leave the deserted island. It was that simple. He didn't want to get involved in anything, it was none of his business, he just hoped that the other party wouldn't find him. He didn't think the other party came for him, because only he knew about the matter of crossing, and no one in this world knew him. As long as he wasn't found by the other party, he would be safe. Just stay quietly on the edge of the island, don't go anywhere during this period, until the stranger left. Bartley, long-winged gull, you fly over there and look for the end of the footprints. I'll wait for you in the tree house. Whether you find the end of the footprints or not, you must come back before noon. Yu Hai pointed to the footprints on the ground and pointed to the forest on the other side of the stream. Now that he knew the route of action, he wanted to know where the other party came from and whether he had discovered him. This must be checked clearly. Speculation is always speculation. After giving Butterfree and Long-Winged Gull the task of tracking the end of the footprints, Yu Hai left the stream and carefully looked at the place he had just walked. He did not find any traces left by them, so he returned to the treehouse along the same route. It was certain that a strange man had landed on the island. In addition to him, this uninhabited desert island welcomed another strange human being, and this human was well prepared. Because the thick big footprints were made by shoes similar to hiking shoes, it was not wrong to wear hiking shoes in such a place, but the mistake was that he knew that the other party was well prepared, which was important information. In fact, it was very simple to know whether the other party was an elf hunter or an elf ranger. He just needed to wait quietly. The elf ranger would not interfere with the ecological balance of the desert island. The elf hunter would capture elves wantonly, or take away the cubs of the overlord, which would break the ecological balance of the desert island. The true identity of the strange man could be determined by looking at whether the forest was in a mess. When they returned to the treehouse, the long-winged gull, which flew faster, had already returned here and landed on Yu Hai's raised arm. Long-winged gull, where is the end of the footprints? Yu Hai raised his hand to catch the long-winged gull, and immediately asked the long-winged gull if it had found any traces of landing on the island. Oh, the long-winged gull looked here, raised its wings and pointed to the beach, and then pointed to the direction it was returning to the tree house. West? Land on the island from the west, the direction of the sunset. Yu Hai put down the long-winged gull, stroked his chin with his fingers, and began to ponder. The other party should have landed on the island last night, but there was a heavy rain last night, and it is very likely that he rested on the shore overnight and only set out into the woods this morning. If he landed on the island from the west, it is very likely that he came from the Zhan Tan Han Tu, a place that is called the Tan Han Tu, but it is most likely to be Jingan Island. As mentioned before, there is basically no one in the Zhan Tan Hai except for a group of glass craftsmen, and there is not even an elf center. It can be said to be very barren. Jingan Island at least has a big city, and a city means a population, and a population means a market and demand, otherwise how can the elf hunters deal with the poached elves? Although the identity of the other party has not been confirmed, he always feels that the stranger is an elf hunter, and all kinds of signs are making him deepen this belief. The guess of the elf hunter has been lingering in his mind. Because he has a cub of the overlord in his hand, if you have to compare, the king-level Pidgeot is much more useful than the king-level Tyrannosaurus. No way, who told Pidgeot to fly? If he was asked to choose, he would definitely choose Pidgeot. Not only can Pidgeot fly, but it also has very beautiful head feathers. He has wanted to catch one for a long time. Finally, considering his personal ability, he gave up again. It is just a elf as a means of transportation, or a vase elf. There is no need to raise a low-potential Pidgeot. He is a pragmatist, not an idealist. The long-winged gull that can fly, carry people, change the weather, and help the mosquito frog train its characteristics is his best choice. Unless it is the cub of the Overlord Pidgeot, he only then can he be conquered. After all, it is a king-level Pidgeot. Even if it is a vase, it is a king-level vase. But he should go to bed, maybe in his dreams. The cub of the Overlord Tyrannosaurus Rex feels very hot, let alone the cub of the Overlord Pidgeot. When Butterfree came back, he got the same result again. The stranger landed on the island from the west. After knowing the direction of the stranger's landing, he no longer paid attention to the stranger's affairs, and the elves also started their morning exercises. I won't make a fire today. As for lunch, he and the mosquito frog brought a smooth stone slab and placed it under the strongest sun, and then put the crab meat they caught on the stone slab, as well as the dried megalodon. He planned to roast the crabs with a solar stove, although they could only be roasted half-cooked, but they were still edible. Most of the elves eat raw food, but they only started to eat cooked food after following him. Now eating 2 half-cooked crabs is not a big problem. He soaked the dried shark in a basin and exposed it to the sun. When the dried fish softened, the crabs could be eaten, which was not much different from boiled fish. There was no way. An unidentified stranger appeared on the island. He didn't dare to make a fire for fear of attracting the other party's attention. Once the other party knew that there were other strangers on the island, what would the other party think? If the other party was really an elf hunter, it would be the dark forest. Only the dead can keep secrets, especially this dead man, who is just a rookie who can be crushed to death at will. But the other party didn't find him. The enemy was in the open and he was in the dark. This was his advantage. He had sent the round silk spiders to the forest. Within a range of 300 meters near the tree house, all the silk nets were laid. Once a human came over, the round silk spiders would quickly give an alarm. The silk web is the second neural network of the orb spider. Through the subtle vibrations transmitted by the silk web, the orb spider can determine the type of prey. He has stepped on it to try, so that the orb spider can remember the vibration caused by humans on the silk web. Once a human like him is found stepping into the silk web, the orb spider hides on the spot. At the reminder of the orb spider, they go to the territory of the giant bee. If the opponent chases them, they will destroy the bee's hive, anger the bee, and let the opponent share the anger of the bee, so that they can take the opportunity to run away. Even if he can't beat him, he won't sit and wait for death. After all, rabbits will bite when they are anxious. He dares to provoke even the giant bee when he is ruthless. As the morning exercises of the elves ended, Yu-Hai's breakfast was also ready, with crabs roasted on stone slabs and dried fish heated in the solar microwave. The elves ate half-cooked, and he ate well done. After all, he was afraid of diarrhea. After lunch, they took a nap for a while, and the elves started afternoon exercises. The appearance of strangers did not interrupt the elves' growth, but only made them more urgent. The elves did not know what the sudden appearance of strangers on the deserted island meant, but they could sense the crisis hidden in the forest from Yu-Hai's nervousness. They guessed that the crisis might come from the footprints of the stranger they investigated this morning, the footprints of another human. Yu-Hai had always been by their side and had not gone anywhere in the past few days. Combined with Yu-Hai's request for them to look carefully, it was not difficult for them to guess what Yu-Hai was afraid of, that is, his own kind. Yu-Hai was afraid of his own kind. They did not understand why, nor did they need to understand. They just needed to do everything they could, obey Yu-Hai's orders, and protect Yu-Hai. They could gather together to play, eat together, train together, and watch the sunset together, all because of Yu-Hai. Yu-Hai was everything to them, and they would never let Yu-Hai get into trouble. Yu-Hai was not idle either, but wrapped all the valuables in a piece of rag with rags. He was ready to run away at any time. The most important things to him are the fishing rod, lighter, firecrackers, folding knife, 4 poke balls, and the reverse scale and giant shark. And his 8 pokeman sling. He also planned to take the armored rhinoceros away and would not stay here. Since the other party did not want to go home, he could only take it with him. He did not know when the disappearance of the armored rhinoceros would be discovered by the armored Tyrannosaurus tribe. Even if it was discovered, he could only react at that time. After packing up his valuables, Yu-Hai came to the shade of the tree by the sea, leaning against the tree trunk and looking at the sparkling sea under the scorching sun. He had prepared everything. Once the stranger discovered his existence, he could run away at any time. Of course, it would be best if he was not discovered. He could continue his deserted island life step by step. After 2 days of evolution of the long-winged gulls and adaptation to manned flight, they could leave this deserted island. It was unknown how long the stranger would stay on the deserted island. The other party landed on the island from the west and would definitely go back from the west. Yu-Hai leaned against the tree trunk, picked up a branch and drew the deserted island on the sand, and used the branch to point out his current location, southwest. It also marked the location where the stranger landed on the island, due west or northwest. Then he can't go west, but go to the opposite direction of the stranger, east. That is, go to Hasa Island, not Jingan Island, or the Zantan Sea where it is easy to bump into each other. If everyone leaves the deserted island in the next few days, it is hard to say whether they will meet halfway. But in order to avoid conflicts, it is better for him to avoid each other automatically. The package was placed beside him, and Yu-Hai started to cook dinner again. Although it was not dinner time yet, the elves could eat dinner while training. Without a stove to cook, they could only cook and eat dinner with the backward cooking method of stone slabs. While there is sun now, he can still eat cooked food. Once there is no sun, he can only eat raw meat. Put a piece of fish on the stone slab that is hot in the sun to squeeze out the fat, then turn it back and forth, bake the fish on both sides until golden, sprinkle some salt, and mix it with chopped silkworm fruit, which also has a unique spicy and crispy flavor. This was the way he often ate when he was fishing in the wild in his previous life, but there was usually a fire under the stone slab instead of using solar energy to heat it. When he cooked the food, he would ask the elves to come over for dinner. Everyone took turns to eat. The orb silk spider needed to stick to its post, and the food was brought by Butterfree. In this way, a peaceful day passed slowly. Nothing happened in the forest, and nothing happened in the center of the deserted island. The sound of insects and birds remained the same, and everything was as peaceful as before. Yu-Hai knew that the deserted island was not peaceful. This kind of peace was more like the calm before the storm. But no matter how chaotic it was, it had nothing to do with him. He was just a rookie struggling to survive on the edge of the deserted island. He just wanted to spend every day quietly with his elves without illness or disaster. He didn't want to participate in dangerous events, he didn't want to die, he wanted to leave the deserted island alive, it was that simple. After the elves had dinner, they stopped training and stayed in the shade of the trees, surrounded him, and watched the sunset with him. There were not many sunsets like this. They were about to leave the deserted island. Although he didn't say anything, the elves all noticed it. The day of leaving the island was getting closer and closer. While watching the sunset, he took out the honey and distributed it all to the elves. Whether to continue to collect the honey of the giant bee tomorrow, let's see tomorrow. The strangers who broke in had disrupted their simple rhythm of life. He hated such a life and the unknown tomorrow, making tomorrow unknown. For a fisherman who lay flat, he was used to the repetitive and monotonous life every day. The intrusion of strangers was not a surprise, but a shock and terror. This is the old problem of lying flat and having fun. After getting familiar with a place, he doesn't want to move, doesn't want to leave his comfort zone, and doesn't want to adapt to another jungle law again. People who jump out of their comfort zone are either struggling, or the king of roles, or they are forced to do it, and he is neither of them. If he is given time, there is still the possibility of catching up and surpassing all trainers. But the current training is just a drop in the bucket. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. Hwala hwala. Suddenly, a gust of wind came, blowing the big tree that shaded them. Why did the strong wind suddenly appear? It blew from the forest. Yu Hai leaned against the tree trunk, not affected by the strong wind. Before he turned his head to look, a large group of frightened Pidgeots and Spearows flew out of the forest. Bo, bo bo! G, g g! This group of chaotic flying elves rushed to their side, accompanied by panicked and chaotic bird calls. Finally here. 126 Chapter 121, There is no escape. 126. Yu Hai looked up at the two black spots facing each other in the sky in the distance, and did not panic because of the panic of the strong wind and flying elves. Instead, he took out the pokeball and took back the silly thing and the weak fish, as well as the armored rhino and the giant crab. He also took the package he had prepared and put it on his back, tied it to his chest, and prepared to run away. He used the pokeball to retrieve the four stupid guys because he was worried that he might not be able to take care of them when he ran away, and they would also hold everyone back. It was safest to retrieve them with the pokeball. Only Butterfree and Long-Winged Gull were left at the scene, as well as the frog and the orb silk spider. After the flying bird was startled, the orb silk spider came back because the target it was waiting for was clearly visible and there was no need to continue squatting. Butterfree, take me up tree, Yu Hai asked Butterfree to grab him and take him to the tallest tree, and he was ready to watch the battle. As long as he was not affected, this was a battle between kings, and of course he had to watch it carefully. When he came to the branch, the mosquito frog followed him, jumping up by himself, and the long-winged gull and the round silk spider followed. The five of them hid in the dense tree canopy, looking at the sky in the distance. There was a human wearing jungle camouflage riding on a toucan. This human was accompanied by a toucan, another toucan, and a giant bee, who were confronting a powerful Pidgeot. The two sides were on the verge of a fight, and they would not give in. The battle was about to break out. The strong wind that could blow people away should have been the attack of Pidgeot. Judging from the size, it was the Overlord Pidgeot. Pidgeot is undoubtedly a human. The human in camouflage clothes should be the elf hunter. His guess was correct. The identity of this strange human was the elf hunter, and his target was also the cub of Overlord Pidgeot. Otherwise, Overlord Pidgeot would not have blocked this human from leaving. In fact, the elf hunter arrived yesterday. When he arrived at the deserted island, it was dark and it rained. The next morning, the elf hunter set out for Overlord Pidgeot's bird's nest. He had been to the deserted island before and could vaguely remember the location of Overlord Pidgeot's bird's nest. After a whole day's journey, the elf hunter arrived at Overlord Pidgeot's bird's nest in the evening. He took advantage of Overlord Pidgeot's absence and secretly let Zubat steal Overlord Pidgeot's cub. When he left after succeeding, he was still discovered by the Pidgeot of Overlord Pidgeot's tribe. The Pidgeot it immediately made a cry to warn the entire Pidgeot tribe. When the Overlord Pidgeot saw the elf hunter, it immediately called the cubs in the bird's nest with its cry, but received no response, so it knew that the cubs were caught by this human. The Overlord Pidgeot immediately flew at supersonic speed and stopped the elf hunter who was escaping on the toucan in the air. In terms of flying speed, it dares to claim first place, and no elf dares to claim second place. The toucan is carrying a human, which is even worse. After stopping the elf hunter, the Overlord Pidgeot also called all the Pidgeots and Pidgeots in the tribe. There were other non-king level Pidgeots, surrounding the Pokemon hunter in the air. The gust of wind that Yu Hai felt was when Overlord Pidgeot used its most powerful storm in the air, forcing the Pokemon hunter to stop his flying-type moves. But the Pokemon hunter did not want to have a head-on conflict with Overlord Pidgeot. After all, he was a king-level Pokemon. If he had this strength, he would not have to steal Overlord Pidgeot's cub. Toucan, use bluffing, then rush over at high speed, use pecking, Beedrill, use poison attack after sword dance, Zubat, move at high speed to avoid, use poison. After being forced to stop by Overlord Pidgeot, the Pokemon Hunter also felt the domineering aura emanating from the King-level Pidgeot. He immediately released 3 flying Pokemons to let the Pokemons cover him, and he left the Pokemons behind and turned to flee. Although Toucan was intimidated by Overlord Pidgeot's power, Toucan was more afraid of the trainer. Toucan still followed the Pokemon Hunter's orders and took the lead in making a cry to insult Overlord Pidgeot. It used bluffing to provoke Pidgeot, angered Pidgeot, and made Pidgeot fall into a state of confusion. Then the Toucan used high-speed movement to accelerate towards Pidgeot and used flying moves to peck at it. But Pidgeot didn't take Toucan seriously at all. It was only worried about the cubs stolen by the elf hunters. It also used high-speed movement, with white metallic luster shining on its wings, and quickly brushed past the Toucan. Swish! When the 2 birds brushed past, Pidgeot was intact, but Toucan had one wing cut off. A large amount of blood spurted out of the wound on the wing. The Toucan also fell from the air because of the loss of its wings. Yu-Hai and others who saw this scene from a distance couldn't help but feel nervous, and cold sweat oozed from their backs and the palms of their hands holding the branches. The Toucan, whose wings were cut off, was obviously not at the level of a king, but it was still fighting against Pidgeot. It was easy to imagine what the outcome would be, and it would only end in death. After Toucan was disabled by Pidgeot, Beedrill also ended its sword dance, and purple toxins were still seeping out from the tips of its 2 needles. Beedrill raised its 2 needles with a purple-black halo, aimed at Pidgeot who had just finished attacking, and also used high-speed movement, quickly came behind Pidgeot, and the 2 needles with toxins stabbed directly at Pidgeot's back. Beep, beep, Pidgeot was directly hit by the 2 needles, and screamed in pain in his back. But the steel wings of Pidgeot's wings did not fade. Pidgeot's wings shrank and shook, turned over, and rotated 360 degrees, while pushing Beedrill away. The steel wings also cut off Beedrill's body. Seeing this, Zubat, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately moved at high speed to catch up. The fangs in the big mouth also leaked poison, a purple-black poison more poisonous than the double needles of the giant bee, and bit the wings of Overlord Pidgeot, which had just released the steel wings, injecting the poison into the wings of Overlord Pidgeot, and then dodged in an instant, not giving Overlord Pidgeot a chance to attack him. But when Overlord Pidgeot was attacked by Zubat, his whole body was stiff, and he suddenly stopped before he was ready to use a move. Unable to attack Zubat, and Overlord Pidgeot fell into a state of confusion. And the bright brown feathers on the back and wings of Overlord Pidgeot have been dyed purple-black, and the purple color has a tendency to expand. It is obvious that Overlord Pidgeot is poisoned, and it is highly poisonous. So far, although Overlord Pidgeot has not suffered any injuries, he has been in 2 abnormal states, confusion state and highly poisonous state. Highly poisonous state, at the end of the round, the elf will lose 1/16 of its maximum health value, and the initial value of the damage count is 1. Each time the damage caused by the highly poisonous will increase by 1, the maximum value is 15. The damage count is reset after the elf is exchanged. Chaos state, before the elf uses a move, there is a 1/3 chance that it cannot use a move. Overlord Pidgeot, who was in 2 abnormal states, saw the elf hunter who stole his child disappear in the woods. Overlord Pidgeot endured the severe pain of his wings being corroded by the highly poisonous, and prepared to dive into the woods to take back his child. But suddenly an electric ball rolled out of the woods, an electric ball with only red and white colors, and the whole body was wrapped in electric current. When the electric ball approached Overlord Pidgeot, the whole body was lit up with white light. In the ever-increasing panic eyes of Pidgeot, the electric ball exploded with a bang, using the Big Bang to blow Pidgeot away. Magnemite, use electromagnetic waves. Just then, the Pokemon Hunter, who had just rushed into the woods, rolled close to Pidgeot with the Naughty Bomb, and used the suicide move Big Bang to catch Pidgeot off guard. The Pokemon Hunter emerged from the canopy on the Toucan, threw the Pokeball in his hand at Pidgeot, who was stunned by the Big Bang, and released Magnetron, trying to give Pidgeot an abnormal state again. As soon as Magnetron came out of the Pokeball, it released two pale yellow electric currents from the magnets on both sides of its body, covering Pidgeot's whole body. The electrocuted Pidgeot tightened his wings, trembled all over, and fell downwards. The electromagnetic waves did not stop, and the Pokemon Hunter took out another Pokeball and threw it out. Bang! The Pokemon Hunter released the third electric Pokemon, Electabuzz. Electabuzz, use Thunder! The Pokemon Hunter released Electabuzz, landing on the treetops near Pidgeot, and loudly ordered Electabuzz to give Pidgeot the final blow. Electabuzz heard the Pokemon Hunter's order, an orange-yellow electric light lit up all over his body, and thunder was triggered from the conductive ball on his head, targeting Pidgeot, who was trapped in the electromagnetic wave and fell into a paralyzed state. Boom, boom! A series of thick yellowish electric currents rushed towards Pidgeot, who was hit directly by Electabuzz's thunder and suffered from three abnormal states: confusion, poison, and paralysis. Finally, Pidgeot could no longer flap his wings due to his injuries, and fell headfirst into the woods below. A king-level Pidgeot is just like this. The elf hunter saw that the overlord Pidgeot was defeated, and immediately reached out and patted the neck of the toucan, letting the toucan fly over. He wanted to subdue this king-level Pidgeot. He fled before, just adhering to the principle of less trouble is worse than more trouble. After all, it is a king-level overlord Pidgeot, and it is better not to provoke it if you can. But now that he found that overlord Pidgeot is just like this, nothing big, he also had the idea of subduing it. Beep, beep. Before the elf hunter came forward, overlord Pidgeot dragged his seriously injured body and flew out of the woods. After leaving the woods, overlord Pidgeot did not continue to fly, but moved away from the elf hunter, landed on a tree crown, raised his head and opened his mouth to make a sharp bird cry. Beep, 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 beep. Not good. The Pokemon Hunter heard the cry of overlord Pidgeot, his face changed instantly, and he became gloomy, and hurriedly used the Pokeball to retrieve the 3-in-1 Magnetron and Electabuzz. Then he threw a Pokeball to Zubat, asking Zubat to retrieve the dying Naughty Bullet, and he plunged into the woods again. Just as the Pokemon Hunter entered the woods, Zubat retrieved Naughty Bullet and followed him into the woods. The dense Pidgeots and Pidgeots on the treetops, as well as several non-king level Pidgeots, were instantly boiling. Some Pidgeots and Pidgeots vibrated their wings and hurriedly chased the Pokemon Hunter. Some came to overlord Pidgeot, among which there were several non-king level Pidgeots, all guarding around overlord Pidgeot to prevent Laulu from making a sneak attack. After overlord Pidgeot landed, although he used Feather Roost several times, his physical condition was not optimistic, and the three abnormal states were still tormenting overlord Pidgeot. In addition, the surprise attack of the big explosion has severely damaged the overlord Pidgeot. The feathers on his body are in disarray, and there are traces of burning and electric scorching everywhere. The purple area of poisoning on his wings is still expanding. Seeing this, some smarter Pidgeots have gone to find tree fruits, including persimmon fruit that can remove the confusion state, peach fruit that can remove the poisoning state, cherry fruit that can remove the paralysis state, and orange fruit that can restore physical strength. If there are no tree fruits, the Pidgeots will look for tree fruits with similar effects instead. They also attacked the beehive of the giant bee, snatched honey for the overlord Pidgeot, and restored the overlord Pidgeot's physical strength. The overlord Pidgeot is recovering his physical strength, removing abnormal states, and recovering from injuries. On the side of the elf hunter, the Pidgeot tribe chased him to the point where he had no way to go up to the sky or down to the ground. Because the Pidgeot tribe relied on its huge numerical advantage, after rushing into the woods, it would drag other elves in the woods to attack the elf hunters together. If other elves did not attack the elf hunters, the Pidgeot tribe would attack other elves. Other elves saw the Pidgeot tribe coming out in full force, and if they did not want to be wiped out, they could only obey the orders of the Pidgeot tribe and send elves to besiege the elves together. Hunter. Among them are the Beedrill tribe, the Kairos tribe, the Spearow tribe, the Rattata tribe, the Able tribe, and these elves living in the forest. Damn, I shouldn't have angered that guy. The elf hunter now regretted that he shouldn't have fought to the end, but retreated while fighting, and it would be safe to retreat to the sea. Not all elves have the ability to run long distances. Once they reach the sea, the elves that come to chase them will only be Pidgeot, and he can still deal with it. But now all the wild elves on the deserted island are besieging him. Although they are not very strong, they can't stand the large number. Flying in the sky, climbing on the trees, running on the ground, there are wild elves everywhere who want his life. He has become an enemy of the world. Moreover, the wild elves not only surrounded him, but also drove him to the center of the island. Of the 8 elves he brought, 2 have been killed by the overlord Pidgeot, which are Toucan and Beedrill. The remaining naughty bullet is dying and cannot be used. Zubat, Electabuzz, and Magneto are all around to protect him. He has stopped flying on Zubat, wanting to save Zubat's physical strength. This Pokémon is the key to his escape. Once it is killed or overconsumed, he will not be able to leave the deserted island. Another Pokémon is Gyarados, which is his last trump card. It is not very useful on land. The place where Gyarados can play the greatest role is on the sea. He must find a way to return to the sea surface. That's when Gyarados will show its ferocity. Got it, the Pokémon hunter thought of a good way to get rid of this group of annoying Pokémon when he was being chased. Electabuzz, Magneto, release electric shocks on the dead leaves and branches on the ground. The Pokémon hunter is ready to set this forest on fire, set all the forests on the deserted island on fire, and let all the wild Pokémon that besieged him be burned to death. Even if they can survive, they will be homeless. Set fire, that's it, ha ha ha, burn it, ha ha ha, the elf hunter ran and set fire. He ran around the center of the island, ran in a circle in the woods, and set a circle of fire. So far, no wild elves chased him, and no wild elves attacked him. Because the elves were busy escaping, the whole forest was burned by the fire, and the whole island was full of fire, and the elf hunter also got a chance to breathe. The elves of the elf hunter also needed time to rest, and they had to be alert to the surrounding environment at all times, because they were not out of the encirclement of wild elves. In addition, he was also surrounded by the fire. Even if he wanted to take the opportunity to go to the beach, he couldn't do it. There were 4 or 5 non-king level Pidgeots in the sky, staring at him closely. 127 Hunter Strength. Hunter Strength. The strength setting of the elf hunter is quasi-king. If the elf hunter tries his best, he can kill a king level elf. Pokémon Hunter has the advantage of coming prepared 3 electric Pokémon, outnumbering the weak 8 Pokémon. Pidgeot is eager to save his son, sets up an ambush. This Pidgeot is wild, no trainer command. Pokémon with trainers under the command and encouragement of the trainer, can overcome the fear in their hearts to a certain extent, and are immune to the shock of the overlord to a certain extent. In most cases, the overlord's aura can only target wild Pokémon. Pokémon Hunter has the disadvantage of Pidgeot being a king level. Pidgeot still has a tribe, and the material reserves are limited. Overlord Pidgeot has the advantage of Pidgeot being a king level. Pidgeot has the overlord's aura. Pidgeot has a tribe. Overlord Pidgeot has the disadvantage of the cub in the hands of the Pokémon Hunter. This is the weakness of Overlord Pidgeot, and this one is enough. The main trump cards of the Pokémon Hunter are Gyarados, Electabuzz. Gulp. I saw someone say that the strength of the king level is just this? Just this? Just this? Is the Pokémon Hunter rubbish? Have you been brainwashed by watching anime? Or is the Pokémon Hunter I wrote very stupid? It is human nature to be greedy, okay? If you are not greedy, you are not human. If it is a trainer's top-level Pokémon, it is not that simple, and how can a trainer only bring 1 Pokémon? Finally, there are still people who say it's not good. I'm too lazy to explain it. Just do whatever you want. I'm tired. Hey, there are panels and there are no panels. Why don't you just look at the outline? Toucan. Attributes, general plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 45%. Level, 40.56%. Features, sharp eyes /35.91%. Mastered moves, staring /26.14%, calling /31.15%, peck /39.13%, random attack /36.19%, chasing /32.52%, peck /37.29%, malicious pursuit /26.62%, high-speed movement /30.35%, gathering cheese /24.11%, feathering /27.34%, flying /25.38%, blustering /28.34%. Toucan. Attributes: general plus flying. Gender: male. Potential: 46%. Level: 41.59%. Features: sharp eyes /37.21%. Mastered moves: staring /28.94%. Calling /36.15%. peck /39.91%. Random attack /37.11%. Chasing /34.53%. peck /38.29%. Malicious pursuit /30.52%. High-speed movement /31.35%. Gathering cheese /27.16%. Feathering /29.74%. Drilling /28.14%. Flying /28.34%. Bluster /30.54%. Gyarados. Attributes: water plus flying. Gender: male. Potential: 57%. Level: 53.23%. Characteristics: intimidation /47.48%. Mastered moves: water splash /20.35%. Impact /42.61%. Glare /46.34%. Ultrasonic wave /41.14%. Frozen teeth /44.15%. Scary face /39.13%. Waterfall climbing /45.29%. Bite /42.11%. Pray for rain /35.53%. Water tail /41.52%. Water cannon /39.35%. Storm /37.31%. Destruction ray /43.34%. Surfing /41.82%. Final impact /43.52%. Magneton 3-in-1. Attributes: electricity plus steel. Gender: none. Potential: 46%. Level: 45.47%. Features: strong /30.19% hidden feature, analysis /4.21%. Mastered moves: impact /20.14%. Electric shock /32.15%. Ultrasonic wave /28.13%. Electromagnetic wave /39.29%. Gyro ball /36.11%. Electric light /31.33%. Screaming sound /27.52%. Electromagnetic levitation /39.35%. Discharge /35.41%. Naughty bomb. Attribute: electricity. Gender: none. Potential: 51%. Level: 49.98%. Features: soundproof /29.35%. Mastered moves: charge /30.14%. Impact /32.19%. Electric shock /31.23%. Lightning /30.29%. Roll /42.23%. Screech /34.13%. High speed star /35.52%. Self-destruction /43.35%. Electromagnetic levitation /41.11%. Big explosion /29.34%. Electric beast. Attribute, electricity. Gender, male. Potential, 55%. Level, 51.76%. Features, static electricity /41.49%. Mastered moves. Explosive fist /39.14%. Glare /29.25%. Flash of lightning /41.15%. Electric shock /43.13%. Charge /46.29%. High speed star /39.11%. Electric shock wave /34.13%. Electromagnetic wave /37.13%. Screech /28.35%. Thunder fist /49.41%. Flame fist /47.51%. Frozen fist /38.34%. Discharge /34.94%. Kick /45.13%. 100,000 volts /49.52%. Thunder /48.85%. Hold /41.65%. Giant bead rill. Attribute, insect plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 49%. Level, 39.16%. Feature, insect premonition /28.57%. Mastered moves, poison needle /35.24%. Silk spinning /34.35%. Harden /6.13%. Double needle /31.29%. Random attack /29.61%. Anger /30.13%. Chase /28.52%. Gathering chi /31.35%. Poison spike /25.11%. Missile needle /34.74%. Poison attack /37.34%. Sword dance /36.52%. High speed movement /31.59%. Galbat. Attribute, poison plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 53%. Level, 52.28%. Characteristics, mental power /30.48%. Mastered moves. Wind /45.35%. Wing attack /41.61%. Hypnosis /30.34%. Ultrasonic wave /34.14%. Absorb /41.15%. Scare /29.13%. Black eyes /45.29%. Venomous fang /42.11%. Air blade /44.53%. Bite /39.52%. Venom shock /37.35%. Fly /36.31%. High speed movement /46.34%. Venomous /31.82%. Feather perch /43.52%. 128 Chapter 122, Fire. 128. Although the forest fire reduced the number of Pokémons chasing Pokémon hunters, the fire was caused by them. The wild Pokémons were very reluctant to chase them at the beginning, but because of the forest fire, the Pokémons were angry. Those who fled fled, those who were angry were still angry, and those who were chasing were still chasing. The elf hunters were still under the surveillance of Pidgeot. They could only rest. If they wanted to leave the deserted island, they would be beaten back by Pidgeot. However, even if he wanted to leave, his remaining 6 elves were exhausted from protecting him and blocking the wild elves who were chasing him. They were unable to fight again and could not take him away. And the forest fire he caused while causing chaos to the wild elves, he also trapped himself. This is what he did. The elf hunter and his elves need to rest. The leader of the Pidgeot tribe, the overlord Pidgeot, also needs to rest, and the remaining Pidgeot and Pidgeot, as well as other elves also need to rest. In this way, the two sides fell into a tacit understanding, the intensity of the hunt decreased, the elf hunter got a breathing time, the wild elves took turns to harass the elf hunter, and everyone got a rest time. But the forest fire, which was burning more and more vigorously, would not stop there. It had a tendency to spread outside the island. Many wild elves ran to the seaside for refuge, or ran to the prairie in the center of the island for refuge. If this forest fire is allowed to burn, everything on the island will be wiped out. Many wild elves will be burned to death, trees will be burned to death, and the homes of wild elves will be burned. The fire will burn everything on the deserted island. The lake will boil, the grassland will disappear, the forest will disappear, the seawater on the seashore will also boil, everything on the island will disappear, including Yu-Hai and his companions on the edge of the island, who will not be spared. Even if they can survive, they will suffer heavy losses. Don't think that jumping into the sea water will be fine. The fire will boil the sea water on the shore. As more and more elves gather on the shore, this will be a feast for carnivorous fish elves. Megalodon and Sharptooth are quietly waiting in the sea. The unlucky ones who are squeezed into the sea water can have a full meal tonight. After watching the battle between the Quasi King and the King-level Pidgeot, Yu-Hai and his companions finally got a result of both sides being injured, and they came down from the tree branches. Yu-Hai was not very satisfied with this result. No other reason, because the Overlord Pidgeot did not show his true strength of the King level at all, and because he was eager to save his son, he was ambushed by the elf hunter. Only 2 elves of the elf hunter were killed, which was slightly better in the end. Overlord Pidgeot took so many attacks and suffered so many powerful moves. 3 abnormal states, confusion, poison, and electromagnetic waves. 3 fatal attacks, poison directly hit the vitals, the big explosion of Naughty Bullet, and the last thunder. Overlord Pidgeot seems to be very miserable, but it can't kill Overlord Pidgeot. The reason why the Overlord is because the gap between the King and the King is really big. Finally, the facts also proved that Overlord Pidgeot, who was attacked so much, could still fly up and command his tribe to fight, and did not fall into a coma. Perhaps because of anger or worry, Overlord Pidgeot was not allowed to fall into a coma. Its child is still in the hands of the Pokemon hunter. Even if it gritted its teeth and held on, it could not fall into a coma. Once it was defeated and fell into a coma, let alone saving its child, its tribe would likely be in strife. On the Pokemon hunter's side, although Overlord Pidgeot was seriously injured, it also killed 3 Pokemon, Toucan, Beedrill, and Naughty Bullet. It was also because of the first attack of the Toucans that time was delayed, and the poison attack of the Beedrill that continued to delay time, and the Overlord Pidgeot was poisoned. And the poison of the Zubat almost sealed the Overlord Pidgeot's strongest weapon, and also cut off the possibility of Overlord Pidgeot chasing them. If Overlord Pidgeot did not have a tribe, it would be a great victory for the elf hunters. But Overlord Pidgeot has a tribe, which means Overlord Pidgeot is slightly better. When Overlord Pidgeot was severely injured, the elf hunters should have run away, but the elf hunters were greedy and missed the opportunity to leave the deserted island. Using poison to seal Overlord Pidgeot's wings also has the purpose of delaying Overlord Pidgeot's pursuit, but missing it is missing it after all. If Overlord Pidgeot is not killed, the elf hunters will have endless troubles and will be hunted to death by the Pidgeot tribe. Only if Overlord Pidgeot is killed, the Pidgeot tribe will fall into civil strife for the position of leader without the command of the Overlord elves. The Pidgeot tribe will not stop fighting unless they have their leader, Pidgeot, and the tribe may even split. This is also the best opportunity for the elf hunter to escape, but it's a pity that the elf hunter missed it. If they can't deal with the Overlord Pidgeot cleanly, there will be endless pursuit, and the elf hunter will be guilty. Yu-Hai, who was reminiscing about the battle, didn't realize at this moment that the raging fire in the forest was approaching. Originally, they were all ready to sleep, but the sudden forest fire and the wild elves running to the shore frightened them so much that they didn't dare to sleep at all. When he saw the wild elves running out of the fire and the forest fire gradually spreading towards this side, they absolutely couldn't sit and wait for death. Even if they couldn't put out the fire, they had to keep the forest on his side and couldn't let the fire burn all over. Mosquito frog, long-winged gull, crab, use water guns to put out the fire. Yu-Hai released 3 elves, crab, and called mosquito frog and 3 water elves to put out the fire. This was all he could do. But the fire in the forest was too big, and the water guns of the 3 water spirits were just a drop in the bucket, and they were useless. Yu-Hai sat on the ground helplessly, staring blankly at the forest fire that rose into the sky and burned the night red, muttering to himself, "How could this happen? How could a fire happen?" The raging fire had gone crazy, running around with the wind, and the red flames were like a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth, ferocious and cruel, swallowing everything unscrupulously. The scorching heat and thick smoke, mixed with the wanton whistling, made people feel deeply suffocated. The crackling sound of the flames burning the trees rapidly, and the green forests turned into charred black wherever they went. "Damn, you bastard, fuck you, this scumbag should get back into my belly. He really deserves to be cut into pieces." He actually set fire to the forest. Yu-Hai cursed at the elf hunter and vented his anger, but it was too late. Only villains can do such things. In comparison, he became a good person. At least he has never set fire to the forest, which is a thing that angers the heavens and the people. Even if he faced life and death countless times, he never thought of burning the forest. Alas, Yu-Hai looked at the blazing fire and sighed deeply, "It's useless. The 3 mosquito-repellent frogs alone can't put out the fire." Yu-Hai also planned to let the 3 mosquito-repellent frogs come back. They can't put out the fire, nor can they save the forest, nor can they save the wild elves on this island. Mosquito-repellent frog, big claw crab, long-winged owl, come back, let it burn, come back, we can't put out the fire alone, come back, mosquito frog. Yu-Hai shouted loudly towards the sea of fire, hoping that the 3 mosquito frogs could hear him. Since the fire could not be put out, he didn't want the 3 mosquito frogs to get into trouble. If the fire wants to burn, just let it burn. He didn't want the 3 mosquito frogs to die because of the fire. "Yobo, Yobo," the mosquito frog heard Yu-Hai's shout, and it also wanted to stop. But when it saw the wild elves escaping from the fire in an endless stream, and the wild elves on the shore who had just escaped from the sea of fire, they were still frightened, tears in the corners of their eyes, and cried helplessly at the sea of fire. The mosquito frog felt that he should do something, and shouted to Yu-Hai with a firm look in his eyes, "Yobo, Yobo, Yobo, Yobo." After the shouting, the mosquito frog turned around without hesitation and continued to put out the fire. It is not only saving wild Pokemon, but also protecting Yu-Hai. It cannot let the fire burn over, it cannot let the fire burn Yu-Hai. Seeing the tall and upright figure of the mosquito frog, many sad, helpless, and crying wild Pokemon were stunned. At this moment, the 3 mosquito frogs were the most handsome retrogrades, rushing to the forefront of the fire, saving many wild Pokemon on fire with water guns, and suppressing the arrogance of the fire. The heroic performance of the 3 mosquito frogs, the crab and the long-winged gull shocked many wild Pokemon, making them forget their sadness and crying. Many wild Pokemon were infected and inspired when they saw the 3 mosquito frogs. The wild Pokemon who could still move rushed up to help the 3 mosquito frogs put out the fire and help them rescue the wild Pokemon on fire. The 3 mosquito frogs, facing the raging fire didn't give up. So how could they give up? They also had to cheer up. They should save their own homeland. Hiss, the giant bee flew forward and used its 2 needles to lift up the soil on the ground, preparing to use the soil to put out the fire. Kuai, the big armor also went up and used its big horns to shovel up the soil to put out the fire. There were also Spearow, Pidgeot, Walker Grass, Trumpet Bud, Little Rattata, Abe Snake. They all went to the front line of the fire. Those elves who couldn't use water guns used soil to put out the fire. Some used their feet, slapped with branches, and some used moves to attack the flames. Yobo, the mosquito frog, was relieved to see so many elves coming. It also knew that it couldn't rely on the 3 of them alone to put out such a big fire. "Kuai, Kuai, the big armor saw the mosquito frog looking at it and immediately nodded to the mosquito frog. They were really embarrassed that they had attacked the mosquito frog and them. It is a bug-type Pokemon, which is restrained by the fire type. They can face the fire directly because the 3 mosquito frogs gave them courage and confidence, allowing them to face fear and the raging fire that invaded their homes. The wild Pokemons who came here officially declared war on the raging fire, and they wanted to put it out. Yu-Hai saw so many wild Pokemons putting out the fire, and he stood up. He knew that even if there were so many Pokemons putting out the fire, their power was still too weak. He immediately hurried to the seaside, where many water-type Pokemons gathered. If you want to put out the fire, you need a real heavy rain. He looked at the seaside, and the water elves who were watching the forest fire were Big Claw Crab, Ink Seahorse, Sea Dragon, Gyarados, Magikarp, Fluorescent Fish, Neon Fish, Agate Jellyfish, Venomous Jellyfish, Little Sea Lion, White Sea Lion, Horned Goldfish, King Goldfish, Starfish, Lightning Monster. He brought Butterfree to the shore and asked the water elves in the sea loudly, "Who can pray for rain? Who of you can pray for rain?" Beep. Beep. Sea Dragon didn't understand what this human was shouting, and looked at other elves, not knowing if other elves could understand. Roar. Gyarados noticed Sea Dragon's gaze, roared in response to Sea Dragon, and shook his head. It didn't understand either. Butterfree, tell them to ask for rain, ask for rain. Yu-Hai stood on the shore, scooped up the sea water and threw it into the sky, asking Butterfree to tell these water elves to ask for rain. Butterfree understood what Yu-Hai meant, and immediately flew over the water spirits, asking loudly, "Who can pray for rain? Who can pray for rain?" At first, the water spirits looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding. Until Butterfree translated Yu-Hai's words, meaning to pray for rain, the water spirits raised their hands. Galoo, galoo, me, the stinging jellyfish was the first to raise its tentacles. It means it can pray for rain. Niuwo, the white sea lion also called out, indicating that it can also pray for rain. Duosha, the goldfish king also called out, indicating that it can also pray for rain. Hekia, the sea star also said that it can pray for rain. Immediately afterwards, more and more water elves said that they could pray for rain, and Butterfree also flew back and nodded to Yu-Hai. "Butterfree, you are telling them to pray for rain together." Yu-Hai continued to let Butterfree translate his words. Pray for rain, everyone pray for rain together, Butterfree urged the water elves on the sea. Gal-El seeing this, Yu-Hai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could pray for rain, there would be hope that the forest fire would be extinguished. But the water elves each called for a long time, and looked at the dark sky. The bright moon was still hanging high in the sky, and there was no sign of rain in the sky. This made the water elves very confused. Why it didn't rain? Why is there no rain? Yu-Hai was also waiting for rain, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any rain falling. He felt desperate and stretched out his hand to pull his collar. He was sweating all over, his mouth was dry, and he was almost roasted by the high temperature. But he didn't give up. His mind was turning rapidly, thinking about the reason why there was no rain. So many water elves prayed for rain together, it was impossible for there to be no rain. There must be something wrong. Yes, it's too dry. Yu-Hai's action of pulling his collar reminded him of the reason for the lack of rain. Turning around and looking at the forest fire behind him, the failure of praying for rain was all caused by the fire. It would be strange if praying for rain could succeed in such dry air. Many wild elves on the shore were looking forward to the water elves in the sea to pray for heavy rain, but no rain fell. Their hopeful eyes turned dim and grey again, and they all lowered their heads. "Don't give up, there is still hope, please believe me," Yu-Hai stood up and shouted, cheering up the water elves on the shore who failed to pray for rain, and asked Butterfree to translate what he said. 129 Chapter 123, Green Grass Field. 129. Butterfree, let them attack the forest with water guns, Yu-Hai shouted to Butterfree, asking Butterfree to translate what he said. Everyone, use water guns to attack the forest quickly." Butterfree knew that time was urgent and there was no time to explain too much. The fire was coming, so he hurriedly urged the water elves on the sea. Roar, puff, Gyarados was the first to spray water guns, the most powerful water gun, spraying water at the forest fire. Beep, touch, Sea Dragon also used water guns to attack the forest fire. The remaining water elves followed suit and used water guns to attack the forest fire. When the elves had almost finished vomiting, Yu-Hai felt that the air was very humid, and shouted to Butterfree, "Butterfree, tell them to use rain, quickly, quickly pray for rain. Pray for rain, pray for rain, everyone pray for rain quickly." Butterfree flew over the heads of the water elves again and urged them. Gilyalu, stinging jellyfish once again followed Butterfree's instructions and began to wave its tentacles to pray for rain. Hey, Starfish also stopped the water gun and waved its tentacles to pray for rain. The other water spirits also stopped their water guns and began to chant their own rain calls. Drip, drip, drip. As the water spirits began to chant, light rain began to fall from the dark sky, and the bright moon was completely covered by a large group of dark clouds. Boom, boom. Not only did it rain in the sky, but along with the raindrops, there were also blue arcs in the dark clouds. The light rain slowly turned into heavy rain, pouring down rain. It's raining, it's finally raining, the forest is saved. Yu-Hai felt the raindrops from the sky hitting his cheeks, happy like a child, excitedly jumped up from the sand, turned around and rushed towards the forest. It's raining, he wants to call the mosquito frogs back, and the 3 mosquito frogs must not get into trouble. The water spirits who successfully prayed for rain also hugged each other to celebrate, saying that they were finally saved. They succeeded and the fire could finally be extinguished. Seeing Yu-Hai leaving, Butterfree did not stop, but followed Yu-Hai's footsteps. It was also very worried about the mosquito frogs who were fighting the fire in the forest, hoping that nothing would happen to them. And its mission was to protect Yu-Hai and not let Yu-Hai get into trouble. At this time, the forest fire had burned half of the forest, and the forest finally welcomed hope, the hope of life. The elves who were fighting the fire felt the raindrops falling on them, and they all stopped fighting the fire. The Pidgeot and Spearow living in the forest saved the migrating bird nests, their cubs, and their eggs. They were very grateful to the 3 mosquito frogs who gave them courage, and even more grateful to the water elves who prayed for this rain at the seaside, and the human Yu-Hai who shouted not to give up. After losing half of its territory, the Beedrill also saved its beehive, honey, unicorn cubs, and unhatched eggs. They were also very grateful for this timely rain. The last homes of the walking grass and the trumpet bud were surrounded by fire. They thought they were going to be burned to death and would never be rescued by their companions. The last heavy rain extinguished the fire that was about to burn their homes and saved their last homes, the last green trees, and the last green grass. Ha ha, ha, we are here. The stinky flower returned to its home, and everyone was relieved to see that the walking grasses were fine. Dona, why are you back? Walking grass asked the stinky flower who had already escaped why he came back. Hannah, it was a blue mosquito-repellent frog that led us to put out the fire, so we came back, the stinky flower explained. Dona, what about this heavy rain? The walking grasses saw that the fire in the forest was gradually extinguished under the attack of the heavy rain, and they were not so scared. Hannah, it was a human who brought the elves on the seashore to pray for rain, and there was rain. The stinky flower still remembered that the human asked them not to give up, and finally it really brought heavy rain. Dona, is it the bad guy who stole Bobo? Another walking grass came over and asked the flower curiously. Ha, no, I have seen that human for a long time. He has been at the beach all the time. He is not the bad guy who stole Bobo, explained the flower. As the fire gradually became smaller, the elves returned to their homes and brought news from the beach about how the mosquito frog put out the fire and saved them. Just when they lost hope and were most helpless, Yu-Hai directed the water elves to pray for rain and told them not to give up. In the end, it really rained, extinguished the fire in the forest, saved their homes, and saved they. When Kairos returned to their home, they saw that the sweet sap they depended on for survival was still there, and the big tree that secreted sweet sap was fine. They were relieved and told the remaining Daijia what happened on the shore. The little Rata and the Abe snake, this pair of food chains, actually gave up hunting and cooperated to put out the fire. When they returned to their home and saw that the cubs were fine, they were also very grateful for the rain, as well as the three elves, the mosquito-repellent frog, the big claw crab, and the long-winged gull, who led them to put out the fire, never gave up, and gave them courage. The big fire in the south was almost extinguished because of praying for rain. West, in order to protect the fruit trees, the leader of the giant crabs led the giant crabs to extinguish more than half of the fire. The fire in the east was also extinguished by the sandstorm blown by the Tyrannosaurus rex, leaving only some scattered small flames. The fire in the north was also cut into a fire break by Pidgeot's flying moves. The cut trees were moved away one after another, and the fire had nothing to burn, so it stopped naturally. The fire on the island has been reduced to a minimum with the cooperation of the elves and has been almost extinguished. Finally, the rain in the south became heavier and heavier, slowly moving towards the center of the island, and finally extinguished all the open fires in the forest. The forest fire that lasted for several hours finally ended. It was already midnight, and Yu-Hai walked in the burnt forest. There were black bare tree trunks everywhere along the way, and there was almost no intact tree. Only bare black tree trunks were left, like an old man's walking stick, burned into dry dead wood. He also saw many elves' corpses, most of whom had no time to escape and were all burnt. There were scorched earth and ashes everywhere, and the forest was dead silent. The fire devoured everything in the forest. Mosquito-repellent frog, big crab, long-winged gull, where are you? Answer me, where are you? Yu-Hai saw the mess in the forest and couldn't help but worry about whether the three frogs were safe. He always carried important things with him and didn't lose them. The silly thing, the weak fish, and the armored rhinoceros were all in the poke ball. He was always accompanied by the orb spider and Butterfree, but the three frogs were nowhere to be seen. Butterfree, the three crabs. No, Butterfree shook its head helplessly. It didn't see the three frogs, nor did it smell their scent. The forest was full of burning smells, and it was drizzling in the sky. In this situation, its sense of smell was useless. Frog, crab, long-winged gull, where are you? The deeper Yu-Hai went into the forest, the louder he shouted, the more worried he was about the three mosquito-scented frogs. At night, with the sound of a drizzle, it was difficult to find the three mosquito-scented frogs without their response. And don't forget, there is a vicious hunter in the forest, staring at them. But he didn't care. He just wanted to find the three mosquito-scented frogs. He was afraid that the mosquito-scented frogs couldn't hear him, so he kept shouting while walking until an elf appeared and blocked their way. Dona Dona, Walking Grass heard Yu-Hai's shouting and came to Yu-Hai and shouted. Bardadi, what is it saying? Yu-Hai wanted to drive the Walking Grass away. He was very busy now and couldn't understand what the Walking Grass was saying. Me. You said you know where the mosquito-scented frogs are? Butterfree was immediately delighted, finally there was a clue. Dona Dona, follow me, Walking Grass nodded, turned around and led the way. Butterfree hurriedly flew to Yu-Hai, nodded to Yu-Hai and called, Have you found the mosquito-repellent frogs? Yu-Hai asked subconsciously. Butterfree nodded, turned around and followed Walking Grass in front. Yu-Hai, who saw Butterfree nod, was also delighted, and hurriedly followed Butterfree and Walking Grass. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yu-Hai and his party came to a forest that was not burned by the fire. There was still green grass and a forest lake more than 10 meters in size. The lake was nothing special, just a stream passing through here, converging into a small lake. But the grass here was moving without wind, and it was emitting a little green fluorescence. Yu Hai was completely stunned when he saw this scene, and murmured, "What is this?" Green grass field. He saw a group of walking grass dancing and circling around the green grass field, and in the middle of the green grass field were the three guys, the mosquito-repellent frog, the big claw crab, and the long-winged gull. The three of them were already unconscious, and there were burns of varying degrees on their bodies. The skin of the mosquito-repellent frog was charred, and there were red swellings, blisters, and peeling everywhere. The big claw crab seemed to be roasted, and the whole crab was red. The long-winged gull even had a lot of feathers burned, and the whole bird was bald. Seeing the three mosquito-repellent frogs, Yu Hai immediately wanted to go forward and check on the injuries of the three mosquito-repellent frogs, but was blocked by the walking grass who led the way. "Dona Dona," the walking grass called to Yu Hai, preventing Yu Hai from approaching. "What?" Although Yu Hai was very anxious and worried about the frogs, he did not go against the wishes of the walking grass and did not force his way into the green grass field. Instead, he looked at Butterfree. Butterfree flew to Yu Hai and shook his head at Yu Hai. What it wanted to express was that it was better not to go over. Seeing this, Yu Hai also stopped and stepped back a few steps to see what the group of walking grasses were going to do. As time went by, more and more Pokémon joined the green grass field, including Stinkflower, Bellbud, Mouthflower, and Shuttlecock grass and Shuttlecock flower. Finally, even Pidgeot, Spearow, Beedrill, Kairos, Unicorn, Caterpillar, Rattata, Arboritus, etc., all the wild Pokémon in the forest came. Not only did the wild Pokémon come, but they also quietly placed the scorched wild Pokémon, the burned wild Pokémon, and the injured wild Pokémon behind the walking grass and quietly retreated. However, these elves did not leave. Instead, they quietly lay on the trees, stood on the trees, or stood on the ground like Yu Hai, watching the green grass field among the grass elves, and Yu Hai. The wild elves have heard that it was this human who asked the water elves on the seashore to pray for rain, which brought heavy rain to extinguish the forest fire. Although they hate the humans who set the fire, they do not hate the humans who helped them, nor will they attack Yu Hai. What they hate is another human robber who stole Pidgeot's child, set fire to the forest, and committed all these crimes. As more and more grass elves joined, the scope of the green grass field became larger and larger, slowly spreading from the small circle surrounded by walking grass to the feet of Yu Hai and others. Then beyond Yu Hai, the green grass field continued to spread outward, passing by the feet of every wild elf watching. Wherever the green grass field passed, the green plants were reviving, and the trees that were not affected by the fire became full of vitality and lush. The wild elves bathing in the green grass field felt that their body, mind, and fatigue were washed away. They were no longer irritable or angry, and they returned to their former peace. Even Yu Hai could feel that his sweaty and tired body was relaxed at this moment, and his mind was purified. He was no longer worried, anxious or angry, but calm. This was not the most magical place. The most magical thing was that the burnt tree trunks, bare branches, and scorched earth were actually reviving. A miracle happened. The burnt branches sprouted again, the grass covered the ground again, and the fruit trees that were not burned also bore fruit. Seeing the changes in the forest, Yu Hai's eyes flashed with an imperceptible shock. He stood there like a piece of wood, stunned. The full moon at night and the green fluorescence of the green grass field made him feel like a dazzling world. He felt that everything he saw tonight could be boasted for a lifetime. It must be said that the elf world is really magical and wonderful. At this time, he didn't know that the scorched earth had revived, and the charred trees were regaining vitality. After the fire, the forest was filled with death and silence, and it was recovering to its original state. Dona Dona. Immersed in the warm breeze at night and smelling the fragrance of green grass, Yu Hai heard the voice of the walking grass. When he opened his eyes, the green grass ceremony on the scene had ended. The elves who were watching were slowly dispersing and returning to their homes. The elves who were seriously injured and slightly injured were also healed, and the scorched elves were turned into nutrients for the scorched earth, nourishing the earth. The elves who were watching had almost all left, and the walking grass came to wake Yu-Hai up and told him that he could take the 3 mosquito-repellent frogs away. Mosquito-repellent frog? Can I go see the mosquito-repellent frog? Yu-Hai squatted down and asked the walking grass at his feet, but the walking grass ignored him. It should not understand, and just tilted its head. It was Butterfree that flew over and told Yu-Hai that it was okay to go. Yu-Hai saw Butterfree nod, and he didn't care about anything else. He immediately walked up to the 3 mosquito frogs and squatted down to check their injuries. He just saw the burn marks on the mosquito frogs, the raised blisters, the scorched skin, all of which had healed, and a thin film fell off around them. The giant crab even shed its shell, shedding the roasted crab shell. The crab shell that grew out was the same as the new one, but the body was still a little soft. There was also the long-winged gull, whose scorched feathers also fell off, and new feathers grew again hair. For the crab, he first put it into the poke ball, then reached out and shook the long-winged gull to wake it up. Whoa! The long-winged gull woke up slowly, and after seeing Yu-Hai's smiling face, he rubbed Yu-Hai's cheek with his head. Okay, it's okay, Yu-Hai did not interrupt the long-winged gull, but reached out to shake the mosquito-scented frog. Mosquito-scented frog, wake up, wake up. I told you not to be stubborn, don't be stubborn, you just don't listen. Mosquito-scented frog, wake up quickly, don't sleep, you still have morning exercises, don't be lazy, don't sleep in. Mosquito-scented frog. No matter how Yu-Hai shook it, the mosquito-scented frog just couldn't wake up. No matter how loudly he shouted, the mosquito-scented frog couldn't wake up. There was no other way, he could only reach out and pick up the mosquito-scented frog, thanked the walking grass tribe, called the butterfly, the long-winged gull, and the round silk spider, and returned to the tree house the same way. Because he was worried about the mosquito frog, he didn't notice the charred trees gradually recovering along the way. It might also be because it was too dark and there was a little rain, so he didn't care about the changes in the forest. When they returned to the tree house, it was already past midnight. He carried the mosquito frog back to the tree house, but the mosquito frog didn't wake up. He could only wait and see tomorrow. It stands to reason that the long-winged gull and the big crab are fine, so the mosquito frog should be fine too. Maybe it was exhausted, so he took a rest for a night and waited until tomorrow morning. Yu-Hai didn't have a good solution for this. He put the mosquito frog on the bed and asked the elves to go back to the house to sleep. Since the forest fire was put out in time, their tree house was not affected and it was still the same as before, so they just went in and went to sleep. Tonight, the big crab occupied a poke ball, and the Pokemon left outside to sleep became a round silk spider. It chose to sleep upside down on the roof, and Yu-Hai let it go. Everyone was exhausted today, and he didn't say good night, and fell asleep. After a day of running around and encountering a fire, the wild elves also fell into a deep sleep and gradually entered the dreamland. After the fire, the whole forest fell into silence, without any insects or birds singing. This was the first time. Just then, a huge white figure appeared in the corner of the full moon covered by dark clouds, and soon disappeared. When the white figure disappeared, 3 light spots fell from the sky, quietly penetrated into the tree house, and sank into the bodies of the mosquito-repellent frog, the big claw crab, and the long-winged gull. The light spots disappeared in the blink of an eye, making the round silk spider think that it had seen it wrong, and there was no light spot at all. The round silk spider yawned and closed its eyes and fell asleep. Just as the round silk spider closed its eyes, it did not notice that a silver-white feather emitting silver light slowly fell and landed on the black spiral belly of the mosquito-repellent frog. The appearance of this silver feather was not noticed by anyone until the next morning. Some readers said that the fighting scenes were not well written. Oh, let me explain. 1. This guy is not the protagonist, but the Pokemon hunter. Did you misunderstand him? 2. This guy came prepared, sacrificed 2 Pokemon, and took advantage of Pidgeot's eagerness to save his son, and killed Pidgeot in one combo. There is no need to complicate things that can be done cleanly. After all, he is running for his life. 3. Pidgeot did not show his strength. Is it because the protagonist has seen too many scenes of killing the big boss? But Pidgeot is not the protagonist, and these two guys are not the protagonists, so naturally they do not have the protagonist's aura, and they all played normally. For if I praise the Pokemon hunter to the sky, what will the protagonist do? Let the protagonist, a noob, step on him, isn't it too poisonous? According to the strength setting, the protagonist's current strength is still a rookie trainer, and a rookie trainer is a quasi-king in the landing. It is impossible to write a normal landing, and you can only play tricks. The protagonist has not appeared yet, so don't worry. The hunter is also a trainer level in the Pokemon world, which is still very good. This book is not a passionate article, nor a dark article, it is really just realistic. Realistic, the battle cannot be complicated. You can find out by looking for military sparring. The first move is a killing move, and it must be killed in one blow. There is no second strike at all. Even if there is, it is a killing move. Every move is a killing move. There is no reciprocity, no turn system, and they are all killing moves that will kill the enemy. If the elf hunter has a king-level electric beast, it won't be so troublesome, and the elf hunter will be easier to fight. 130 Chapter 124, The Gift of the Beast. 130. The 35th day of survival on the deserted island, sunny. It was very quiet last night. Yu-Hai slept very well. It may be because he was too tired that he slept until dawn. Today he did not urge the elves to get up for morning exercises. Everyone was exhausted last night, so it didn't matter if the elves slept a little longer. There is no need for morning exercises this morning. The trouble has not been solved. The elf hunter is still lurking in the forest, like a poisonous snake, and he has to guard against it. If there is another forest fire like last night, they can only run away. The battle of the king level strength is really not something they can participate in. If there is a chance in the future, it will not be too late to take revenge. They were almost burned to death, especially the big crab, long-winged gull, and mosquito frog, all of which were seriously injured. Fortunately, there is a green grass field of the walking grass tribe, otherwise he doesn't know how to face these three little guys. He will count this debt on the head of the elf hunter. If he encounters it in the future and he has the strength, he will kill the other party and cut it into pieces. You, did what he said. If he didn't kill the other party, he would not be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. The sky-high fire last night was still vivid in his mind, and he would never forget it. When he got up quietly and opened the wooden door of the tree house, he saw the lush forest and the faint fragrance of grass. The breeze gently brushed his cheeks, and the new green on the branches was so lovely. Seeing this scene of the revival of all things, Yu-Hai was not surprised, but felt it was really magical. After experiencing the green grass field last night, he felt that the burned forest was different and rejuvenated. This is probably the self-regulation ability of elves and nature. The burned forest will return to its original state in a short time, but the burned dead branches and leaves, and the burned wild elves will disappear forever. If the elf hunter still wants to use fire to burn the forest and drive away the wild elves, it will not work, because there is nothing to burn in the forest. Seeing the scene outside the door, Yu-Hai was about to go out, and was suddenly dazzled by something, like a reflective mirror. He remembered that there was no such thing in the house. When he turned his head to look for it, he saw a glittering object on the round and undulating belly of the mosquito-repellent frog, reflecting the sunlight and dazzling his eyes. What is this? Yu-Hai reached out and picked up the reflective object. It turned out to be a silver feather. When placed in the sun, it shone with silver light. Silver feather? Where did the silver feather come from? Yu-Hai looked at the silver feather with silver light and fell into deep thought. He knew a little about the origin of the silver feather. Isn't it Logia's hair? But how could Logia's feather be on the mosquito-repellent frog? Could it be that his house was stolen by Logia? It is very likely that the forest fire last night attracted Logia. Yu-Hai thought of the fire. His big sea in the Orange Islands is the territory of Lugia, the god of the sea, and Lugia is the patron saint of the Orange Islands. It is not surprising that such a big fire would attract Lugia, unless Lugia is not at home, but Lugia is at home. In that case, last night's heavy rain was also due to Lugia. It is very likely that Lugia increased the rain and put out the fire. But why didn't Lugia pray for rain to put out the fire directly? He had to wait for him to command the water elves to pray for rain, and wait for them to pray for a little rain before increasing the rain. And why did Lugia leave this silver feather? Yu-Hai was puzzled. According to the cold personality setting of these mythical beasts, only recognized trainers, or survivors who have experienced disasters and were rescued by Lugia, can get the silver feather. The most important thing is that this silver feather can summon Lugia, which is a mythical beast and a first-level god. How could Yu-Hai be so worthy that he could actually see this feather one day, and it was an authentic product? Just thinking about it made him happy. This is a silver feather that can summon the first-level god Lugia. He is also a trainer with a backer. Although it was only once, it was enough. The nuclear bomb is most intimidating when it is held in the hand. This silver feather is a good thing to save life. He hurriedly wrapped the silver feather with rags and hid it with his important items, including a reverse scale. Put the things away. Considering that the silver feather fell on the belly of the mosquito-repellent frog, this means that the silver feather is for the mosquito-repellent frog. I don't know if Lugia has given the mosquito-repellent frog some gifts from the mythical beast besides dropping a silver feather. He immediately opened the proficiency panel of the mosquito-repellent frog to see if there were any changes to the mosquito-repellent frog. The last time he looked at the proficiency panel of the mosquito-repellent frog was 3 days ago. Mosquito frog. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 49.99%. Level, 29.63%. Features, moisture/11.13%. Hidden features, free and easy /7.13%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /10.21%. Ice hockey /1.31%. New look /8.11%. Serial slaps /10.12%. Water gun /22.14%. Playing with water /15.21%. Climbing waterfalls /5.22%. Praying for rain /1.11%. Yu-Hai opened the proficiency panel of the mosquito frog and saw the changes in the mosquito frog's potential. The mosquito frog's potential has reached 49. Is this the gift from the divine beast? It directly increased the mosquito frog's potential by 5 points. And the level of the mosquito frog has increased by 3 levels to 29. The moisture characteristic also increased by 2%, finally breaking through 10. And the leisurely and free characteristic has reached 7%, an increase of 3%. The Eye of the Heart has also exceeded 10, an increase of 2%. A new look increased by 3%. The water gun also increased by 2%. Playing with water increased by 3%. Climbing the waterfall increased by 3%. Finally, the mosquito-repellent frog also learned a new move, praying for rain. Is this also a gift from the mythical beast? Yu-Hai looked at the proficiency panel of the mosquito-repellent frog, turned off the panel, and fell into deep thought. He did not dwell on the 99-digit number after the potential, and why Lugia did not complete the decimal point. After all, it was a gift from the mythical beast, and it all depended on the will of the mythical beast. How much to give was the business of the mythical beast. He had no right to interfere and could only accept it. His silence was because the mythical beast was really generous, and it really deserved to be a mythical beast. The scraps thrown casually were enough for an ordinary elf. It will be useful for a lifetime. The water talent of the mosquito frog has been strengthened in all aspects. Whether it is the characteristics or the moves, the proficiency has been improved. The most important thing is the improvement of potential, which is also the improvement of water talent. No wonder when watching animations in the previous life, so many people like to chase the traces of the mythical beasts, and chase them for a lifetime. It turns out that chasing the mythical beasts has benefits. Since the mosquito frog has benefited, have the big claw crab and the long-winged gull gained any benefits? Big claw crab. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 59.99%. Level, 21.16%. Characteristics, super strength claw /12.22%. Hidden characteristic, force /3.53%. 0.54%. Mud shooting /4.24%. Praying for rain /1.04%. I haven't looked at the proficiency panel of the big claw crab for 3 days. Yu Hai took a look at the potential of the big claw crab for the first time. It has reached 59, just a little bit away from 60. This 60 is like a natural chasm. Even if it is a gift from a divine beast, it cannot be crossed. He is also helpless. It seems that it is basically impossible for a Pokemon baby to have a potential of more than 60. If there is, it is a top-quality Pokemon baby selected from thousands of people. In addition to potential, the level of the giant crab has also reached 21, an increase of 3 levels. Then there is the super strength claw feature, which has increased the proficiency by 2%. The water gun has also increased by 2%. The mud shot has also increased by 2%, which is used for firefighting. There is also the forced feature, which has also increased by 2%, which is brought by the mud shot. The mud shot can trigger the forced feature. Finally, the giant crab also learned the rain-making move. But after he released the giant crab from the poke ball, he found that the shell of the giant crab was still soft, so he got the fish bone for the giant crab. He has kept the fish bone of the megalodon to prevent the giant crab from molting again. He crushed the fish bones for the crab and asked it to use harden to accelerate the hardening of its shell. He told it, "Crab, don't run around today. Just stay in the basin and use harden to accelerate the absorption of fish bones." Quu, the crab raised its claws to respond to Yu Hai, and then fell silent. Yu Hai also closed the crab's proficiency panel. Judging from the changes in the crab's panel, it also received Logia's gift. The long-winged gull should have also received Logia's gift, so he also opened the long-winged gull's proficiency panel. Long-winged gull. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 59.99%. Level, 24.17%. Feature, wet body /8.39%. Mastered moves, wind /7.59%. Feather perch /8.01%. Water flow ring /8.23%. Water gun /18.49%. Lightning flash /9.29%. Wing attack /6.58%. Water wave /3.87%. High speed movement /1.37%. Pray for rain /1.17%. He looked at the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull the day before yesterday, and he hadn't looked at it for 2 days. As for the potential, it was also stuck at 1.99. He was used to this number. If the panel had a physical body, he would definitely be able to dig a hole in 1.99. As for the level, the long-winged gull reached level 24. Seeing this number, Yu Hai's breathing gradually became heavy. The number 24 means that tonight or tomorrow, the long-winged gull can evolve into a large-mouthed gull. After adapting to flying with people, can it bear his weight of more than 100 kilograms? As long as the large-mouthed gull has the ability to carry people on long voyages, they can leave the deserted island and bid farewell to this world of cannibalism and go to another world of cannibalism. They can also leave the deserted island with the abducted armored rhinoceros. Just thinking about it makes me happy. The armored rhinoceros is not afraid of water. The remaining changes of the long-winged gull are that the moist body has increased by 2%, which is basically useless and will be eliminated by evolution. The water flow ring has increased by 3%. It was used when extinguishing the fire to prevent burns, but it was still burned. The water gun has increased by 3%. The water wave has also increased by 3%, all of which are used to extinguish the fire. The long-winged gull has also learned to pray for rain. The 3 elves have all learned to pray for rain. This is probably the gift of the divine beast. The 3 guys who put out the fire have all learned to pray for rain. After closing the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull, he opened the proficiency panel of Butterfree. There was no change in the potential, so he closed the panel of Butterfree. Butterfree did not receive the gift from the divine beast, which was also within his expectations. If it didn't happen, then it didn't happen. He was already very satisfied that the 3 of Frog and Frog could receive the gift. It was a complete surprise, especially the silver feather. After reading the proficiency panels of the elves, Yu-Hai left the tree house, stood outside the tree house to do morning exercises, and started morning jogging. As for the elves, Butterfree, Long-Winged Gull, Crab, and Orb Spider had woken up. They were all looking around outside the tree house, marveling at the amazing changes in the forest. Frog was still sleeping, and Yu-Hai did not wake up Frog. There was also Rhinoceros, Magikarp, and Weakling, all of which were still sleeping in the poke ball. He did not let them out. It was not safe outside, so it was better to let them stay in the poke ball. They could be released at lunchtime. Soon, the mosquito frog woke up. Seeing that everyone else had gotten up early, it was the only one sleeping in. It felt a little embarrassed and hurried to start its morning exercise. But the mosquito frog only ran around the treehouse once before it was caught by Yu-Hai. Called a halt. Mosquito frog, don't run away. Yobo. Mosquito frog was full of doubts. Why not morning exercise? Mosquito frog, I need you to stay alert and save your energy to deal with the bastards who set the fire. Yu-Hai saw the doubt in Mosquito frog's eyes and explained. Yobo yobo, Mosquito frog was furious when he heard the elf hunter who set the fire. It was all because of that bastard. Many elves were burned to death and homeless, and they were almost burned to death. But when he thought of the strength of the elf hunter, the anger in the eyes of the mosquito frog was extinguished again. It also watched the battle of the siege of the king-level Pidgeot yesterday. If the elf hunter threw out an elf at random, they couldn't beat it even if they were tied together, let alone all the elves. What could they use to fight against the elf hunter? Everyone come here. Yu-Hai saw the anger in the eyes of the mosquito frog, and the anger in the eyes of the elves around him, and also saw the frustration of the elves, because the enemy was too strong. However, once he made up his mind to kill that guy, he had plenty of ways to kill that bastard. He didn't want to provoke the other party before, just to avoid trouble and the safety of his life. But the other party was too much, even he was involved and couldn't get out. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Overlord Pidgeot will never give up until he gets his child back. 3 problems arise at this time. First, the elf hunter wants to take Overlord Pidgeot's cub and leave the deserted island safely and return to the human world. Second, Overlord Pidgeot does not allow the elf hunter to leave the deserted island. He wants to get his child back and kill the human elf hunter and all humans in his eyes. Third, Yu-Hai is caught between the elf hunter and Overlord Pidgeot. He doesn't want to be affected by the battle between the two. He just wants to protect himself and leave the deserted island alive. But the problem now is that he can't leave the deserted island. At least before the long-winged gull evolves into the big-mouthed gull, he can't leave for the time being and can only be forced to bear the aftermath of the battle between the two. Because of these 3 questions, he got 3 results. Thanks. Giobai, 100 book coins. Kongling's High Buy, 100 book coins. Be a Salted Fish, 5,000 book coins. Jealousy, 1,500 book coins. Thanks for everyone's votes. I didn't ask for votes, but everyone still voted. Finally, thank you again, Be a Salted Fish. This is the first time I received so many book coins. Thank you, thank you. I will add more chapters for you after I finish my family affairs. I can't finish writing it before, so I write it here. The fight scene is not well written. If it is a problem of description, then it is my problem. I am really sorry. This is all my strength. After all, I am a wild writer and my writing skills are limited. When I accumulate enough in the future, it should be better. I am really sorry. Also, please don't mind my complaints before. They are just complaints about each other. They are all trivial matters. Just have fun. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. 131 Chapter 125, Fighting the King Again. 131. First, if Pidgeot and the elf hunter discovered them during the battle, the elf hunter would definitely not mind using him as a shield, and Pidgeot would not mind killing him. Second, if the elf hunter wins and does not discover him, he can survive. Because the elf hunter wins, the elf hunter's goal must be to leave the deserted island as soon as possible. Without knowing him, he is safe. But he will be retaliated by the Pidgeot tribe. He can only leave the deserted island as soon as possible before the Pidgeot tribe remembers him, otherwise he will be killed by the Pidgeot tribe. Because the leader of the Pidgeot tribe was killed by humans, and the cub of the overlord Pidgeot was also stolen by humans, the Pidgeot tribe, who hate humans, will definitely kill all humans on the deserted island. Yukai is also a human, and the Pidgeot tribe will direct all hatred towards humans, and then attack them in groups to kill him and his elves on the edge of the island. Third, after the overlord Pidgeot wins, solves the elf hunter, and successfully rescues his child, the overlord Pidgeot will also kill Yukai. Because there are humans coveting its children, and Yukai is also a human, it is possible to steal its children. Although Yukai did have such an idea, he did not take any action. To be honest, he dared not, and only thought about it in his dreams. Therefore, Overlord Pidgeot has reason to suspect that Yukai, a human, will also steal its cubs. Instead of always guarding against Yukai on the seashore to steal its cubs, it is better to kill him directly. This is the brain circuit of a Pidgeot. It would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. For the Pidgeot tribe, killing Yukai is not a very difficult thing, at least not as difficult as the elf hunter. Don't doubt whether Overlord Pidgeot will do this, and don't underestimate Overlord Pidgeot's determination to protect his children. Because the elf hunter is a human, and Yukai is also a human, Pidgeot will not distinguish between the good and evil of humans. Overlord Pidgeot only knows to kill all humans in his sight. Killing all humans who land on the island and preventing humans from coveting their children is the best protection for the cubs. Just like some boxers in the previous life of Kimchi country, they believe that some people are born with tools for committing crimes, so they should confiscate all of them and kill the criminals in the bud, regardless of good or evil, and treat them equally. He will die if he wants to protect himself. He will also die when they decide the winner. He will still die if they don't decide the winner. Damn it, it's death anyway. Yuhai analyzed it and the result was that he would die anyway. What's the point of playing? He just dug it would be the easiest to lie down in a pit. Since no matter who wins, he will die and will be killed. Instead of waiting for death anxiously, being killed by the aftermath of the battle between the two, being killed by accidental injuries, being found dead, being shot dead, then he might as well take the initiative to kill the elf hunter, rescue the cub of Overlord Pidgeot, and actively seek the friendship of Overlord Pidgeot. And promised Overlord Pidgeot that he would leave the deserted island within a week, and Overlord Pidgeot could send elves to monitor him until he left the deserted island. Only in this way can he have a glimmer of hope, survive this war of kings, and leave the deserted island alive. Killing the elf hunter became his best choice, and it was also his last choice when he had no choice. After all, who would care about him, a weak chicken who was living on the edge of the deserted island, a weak chicken who could be crushed to death at any time. In fact, he still had the silver feather, but he didn't want to use it until the last moment. It is not the time to decide life or death yet, he still has a choice. Since he has decided to take the initiative, he is now faced with 3 difficult choices. Fuck, 3 more, he was already numb. First, help the elf hunter, kill the Overlord Pidgeot together, and then beg the elf hunter to let him go and take him away from the deserted island. Second, help the overlord Pidgeot, kill the elf hunter together, rescue the child captured by Pidgeot, gain the friendship of the overlord Pidgeot, and then leave the deserted island safely. Third, don't help anyone, wait for the long-winged gull to evolve and then leave the deserted island, but there is a possibility of being accidentally injured by the aftermath of the battle between the two sides at any time, and there is even a risk of being killed. This is also the least risky and most passive choice. Of these three choices, he prefers the third one, followed by the second one, and he will not choose the first one. He understands the elves, and he understands the evil of human nature even more. To put it bluntly, he does not believe the elf hunter, not a penny, not a word. This kind of person can set fire to the forest, so his character can be imagined. He would rather believe in the friendship of Overlord Pidgeot than this bastard. The third option, if he does not help either of them, even if he is killed, it is an unprovoked disaster, and he has to worry every day, waiting for the two to decide the winner. Such a terrifying wait, he feels like a year. It is estimated that it can drive people crazy. It is very likely that he can't stand it and collapses before the two decide the winner. Based on the current situation, it is hard to say whether the two will decide the winner first or the long-winged gull will evolve first. He doesn't know who will arrive first, which is also a very passive situation. Since he chose to take the initiative, he will definitely choose to help Overlord Pidgeot, and he may also gain the friendship of Overlord Pidgeot, but the elf hunter will not thank him, and may even kill him. It is clear who he chooses to help. From the situation of the elf hunter and Overlord Pidgeot, although Overlord Pidgeot was severely injured by the elf hunter, he is not in danger of life and will recover soon, but it is unknown when he will recover. The Pokemon hunter also lost 2 Pokemons to Overlord Pidgeot, but it was still unknown how many Pokemons the Pokemon hunter had. However, he estimated that the Pokemon hunter had at least 6 Pokemons, which was the basic configuration for a trainer. That is to say, even if 2 Pokemons were killed, the Pokemon hunter should still be fully equipped. Then the Pokemon hunter is now in an advantageous position and can attack Overlord Pidgeot again at any time. The Pokemon hunter seems to be in a very bad state, but if the Pokemon hunter escapes from the deserted island, he will be buried with him, and he doesn't want to die here. So, he wants to kill the Pokemon hunter, but he can't do it recklessly. Instead, he looked up at the Pokemons that were surrounding him, and looked at the long-winged gull, ready to implement his hunter plan. Long-winged gull, I need you to find the Pokemon hunter who stole Pidgeot, and come back to tell me the current situation of the Pokemon hunter. Yu-Hai needs to know both himself and the enemy before he can arrange the next step of the hunter plan. He chose long-winged gull to find the Pokemon hunter because long-winged gull's flying speed and flying altitude are suitable for such a task. Woo-oh, the long-winged gull nodded and flapped its wings to fly away. It was also holding back a rage in its heart, but it had nowhere to vent. Since Yu-Hai decided to kill the elf hunter, it would not object at all, and would even raise its wings to agree. It just hoped that Yu-Hai would not be reckless and would not fight the elf hunter head-on. However, Yu-Hai was so cunning, it believed that Yu-Hai would not go to face the elf hunter without any preparation. The long-winged gull went quickly and came quickly. The long-winged gull flying in the air found the elf hunter in the east of the woods. It saw the human creation brought to the deserted island by the elf hunter, a jungle camouflage tent. This tent was very conspicuous and was placed on the scorched earth. When seeing this tent, the long-winged gull also saw the elf hunter's elves, the big-mouth bat, the big-mouth bird, and the 3-in-1 Magneton were all guarding near the tent to drive away the approaching elves. The elf hunter's hiding place was very tricky, hiding at the edge of the giant bee's territory, where generally no wild elves would approach. Even Pidgeot and Spearow were unwilling to enter Drill's territory. It was because the hornworms were poisonous and not as easy to eat as the caterpillars. Even if they were alone, they would not catch them. This was also the reason why the elf hunter defeated the non-king level Pidgeot that was chasing him last night and was able to hide until now in the chaos caused by the fire last night, and also got some breathing time in the second half of the night. But the elf hunter missed the time to leave because he let the elves rest and rested himself. He didn't even know when the fire was extinguished. Although his elves knew, they didn't wake him up because he said he wanted to rest and not to disturb him unless there was an emergency. It was only a matter of time before their jungle camouflage tent was discovered by Bobo. After all, the green tent placed on the black scorched earth was too conspicuous. The edge of the island was full of Bobo looking for them, and they couldn't escape. After the long-winged gull found the elf hunter's tent, it only circled over the tent. Then it flew back and landed on the bucket outside the tree house, telling Yu-Hai the location of the elf hunter. Woo, woo, the long-winged gull called twice, jumped off the bucket, raised its wings and pointed to the bucket, and then pointed to the direction of stealing honey. After watching the body movements of the long-winged gull, Yu-Hai immediately understood and asked, "You mean, the elf hunter is in the territory of the giant bee?" "Oh," the long-winged gull nodded, confirming Yu-Hai's inquiry. "It's quite good at hiding," Yu-Hai thought for a while, raised his hand to point at the wings of Butterfree, and asked the long-winged gull, "Long-winged gull, can Butterfree quietly hypnotize the elf hunter and all his elves?" "Oh," the long-winged gull thought for a while, and raised its wings to point to the green tent it saw just now. The treehouse where they slept. It didn't see the elf hunter, so he should be hiding in the tent, which is the same as their treehouse. Treehouse. Yu-Hai turned his head to look at the treehouse. After getting such an answer, he immediately realized that the elf hunter might have a tent. But he didn't see that the elf hunter had something like a tent on him, so he should put it in his backpack. But the black backpack on the elf hunter's back was not very big, which means space technology, the same space technology as the elf ball. Since that was the case, he had a general understanding of the situation of the Pokemon hunter, and asked Long-Winged Gull, "Did you see Pidgeot? Are there no wild Pokemon attacking Pokemon hunter?" "Oh." Long-Winged Gull thought about it and shook his head. He did not see the Pokemon of the Pidgeot tribe just now, but he saw a lot of other Pokemon, especially Beedrill. After Beedrill found that it could not beat the Pokemon hunter, it stopped attacking the Pokemon hunter and did not notify the Pidgeot tribe. Is that so? Yu-Hai did not expect the Pidgeot tribe to lose track, so he reassigned the task to Long-Winged Gull. "Long-Winged Gull, tell Popo the location of the Pokemon hunter, and let Popo tell Pidgeot." "Oh," Long-Winged Gull nodded and accepted the task, preparing to flap his wings to find Popo. "Wait, Long-Winged Gull, remember to tell Popo to destroy the Pokemon hunter's tent and harass the Pokemon hunter continuously, and not let the Pokemon hunter rest." "Remember." "Oh," Long-Winged Gull nodded again, indicating that he understood, and flew away. The flying Long-Winged Gull soon found a Pidgeot, forced it to stop, and landed on the branch opposite it, shouting, "Woo, have you found the robber?" "Bo, Bo, Bo, I'm looking for it." Pidgeot also wanted to hear what the Long-Winged Gull had to say. If it weren't for the firefighting last night, he wouldn't bother to listen to the nonsense of the Long-Winged Gull, a spirit subdued by humans. "Woo, I found it. The robber is in the territory of the giant bee," the Long-Winged Gull directly told Pidgeot about the task assigned by Yu-Hai. "Bo? Really?" Pidgeot vibrated his wings happily and wanted to fly back to tell his companions the news immediately, but the Long-Winged Gull hadn't finished speaking. "Wow, wait," Long-Winged Gull stopped Pidgeot again and told him all the last tasks assigned by Yu-Hai. "Wow, when you attack the robber, you must destroy his home. We will help you rescue the stolen Pidgeot." "Bo, I got it. Thank you for your help last night. We can deal with the robber ourselves." Pidgeot was not grateful for Long-Winged Gull's help. He said nothing and flew away. Long-Winged Gull saw Pidgeot like this and didn't say anything. After all, his trainer was also a human. If the other party didn't like humans, it would be useless to say anything. After watching Pidgeot fly away, it returned to the treehouse and waited for Yu-Hai's next arrangement. And Pidgeot came to the Pidgeot's nest on the Rocky Mountain and told the Pidgeot here that he found the traces of the Pokemon hunter in the territory of the Beedrill. The unicorns in that place were very unpalatable, and the beedrills were fierce. When they were looking for them, they ignored the territory of the beedrill. Now that they were reminded by the long-winged gull, they realized that the territory of the beedrill had not been found yet, and the Pokemon hunter was hiding in the territory of the beedrill. Upon hearing this news, the overlord Pidgeot immediately led the Pidgeot tribe to set off, and the destination was the forest on the east side of the island, the territory of the beedrill. When the Pidgeot tribe arrived at the territory of the beedrill, they immediately noticed the Pokemon hunter's jungle camouflage tent, a green man-made building. There were also 3 Pokemons guarding the tent, namely, Zubat, Toucan, and Magnetron. It was impressed by these 3 Pokemons. Seeing the robber who stole his cub, the overlord Pidgeot immediately flapped his wings fiercely, and the gift was a maximum-powered storm. Hwalala, hwalala! Countless wind blades swept towards the bottom of the forest, directly cutting the Pokemon hunter's tent into pieces. The storm also blew out the Pokemon hunter who was resting in the tent and had just received the Pokemon's warning, with an Electabuzzer following him. The elf hunter just received the warning from the alert elf. He wanted to leave the tent to check the situation, but he didn't expect Pidgeot to force him out with a storm. If it weren't for the protection of elective ice, he would probably be cut into pieces by the wind blade. Bang bang! Seeing the dense flying Pokemon in the sky, there were 7 or 8 Pidgeot alone, more Pidgeot, and Pidgeot. He immediately pressed the Pokeball on his waist and released all his Pokemon. In addition to the vigilant Zubat, Toucan, Magnetron, and Electivice who was protecting him, he also had Squirtle and Gyarados. A total of 6 Pokemon. 132 Chapter 126, The Value of Pidgeot. 132. After a night's rest, the Pokemon's physical strength has almost recovered, and Squirtle has also recovered from the self-explosion. Even if the overlord Pidgeot himself came down, he can fight him again. If it weren't for the forest fire last night, he would have been surrounded. There were also wild Pokemon that kept chasing them until midnight. All 6 Pokemon were exhausted and could not support him to cross the sea, otherwise he would have run away long ago. At that time, all 6 Pokemon were exhausted, and even the backup Gyarados was covered with wounds and too tired to get up. He had no choice but to stop in the territory of Beedrill, let the Pokemon eat, drink some water, recover their physical strength, and treat their injuries. Until the fire was extinguished, they had a chance to take a breath and rest, otherwise he would have escaped from the deserted island long ago. Finally, he was too tired, so he set up an inflatable tent and fell asleep. He has been sleeping until now, until the alert Pokemon warned him that Pidgeot was coming, and he woke up from his dream. The moment he woke up, he realized that he had overslept. Then there was Pidgeot's storm attack, which cut the inflatable tent into pieces. If he hadn't been hiding under the light green protection of Electabuzz, he would probably have been cut into pieces by the wind blade. Seeing the densely packed Pidgeots in the sky, covering the sky and even blocking the sun, the elf hunter took 2 steps back and shouted to the Electabuzz in front of him, "Electabuzz, thunder with maximum power." "Hey, hey!" Electabuzz looked up at the sky, and pale yellow electric energy appeared on its body surface, filling the conductive ball above its head. When it finished charging, it would be time to thunder. Beep, beep, the overlord Pidgeot saw the actions of Electabuzz, and it still remembered it clearly, and hurriedly used the call to notify the Pidgeots to disperse. The last thunder yesterday directly made it lose its attack power. It can barely fly, but it also needs the care of its own kind. At that time, it was also hit by 3 abnormal states, and it had no strength to fight again. Although the 3 abnormal states have been solved, the body has not recovered, and it can only exert the strength of the 6th level at most. Today, it does not plan to go on the field in person. After the lesson of being ambushed yesterday, it is ready to fight a war of attrition with the elf hunters. It killed the Pokemon hunters one by one, especially Toucans and Gyarados, to completely cut off the hunters' way to leave the deserted island and use the power of the tribe to kill the Pokemon hunters. Tsitsizises, boom! A deafening thunder extended from the body of Electabuzz to the sky, and the light yellow arcs that kept jumping filled the sky. The flying Pokémons that had no time to escape were all hit by the thunder, their feathers were scorched, and they lost consciousness and fell headfirst into the woods. For Electabuzz's thunder, Overlord Pidgeot didn't care at all. Such a powerful thunder should consume a lot of physical strength, which was its purpose. Beep, beep, Overlord Pidgeot turned his head and looked around. The masters in the tribe were basically around him and were not affected by the thunder. It immediately ordered the non-king level Pidgeot around it to entangle the Pokémon hunters Toucans and Gyarados to prevent the Pokémon hunter from taking back the two Pokémon. Beep, kill Toucans and Gyarados first. Beep, beep, the other Pidgeots nodded in unison, and took the order to swoop down from the treetops with Pidgeot. Seeing Pidgeot rushing over, the Pokémon hunter hurriedly asked all the Pokémons to surround him and fight a defensive battle around him. The flying Toucans were sent out by him to block the attack of the non-king level Pidgeot. 3 electric Pokémons surrounded him, constantly releasing electric moves into the sky, and all the Pidgeots in the sky were electrocuted. If there is a chance, the 3 electric Pokémons will also attack Pidgeot, which is the real purpose of the Pokémon hunter. Gyarados is also looking for the right opportunity to use the destruction beam. As long as it can hit, it can kill a non-king level Pidgeot. The real purpose of the Overlord Pidgeot is to consume the physical strength of the elf hunter, kill all the elf hunter's Pokémons, and rescue his children. The purpose of the elf hunter is to kill Pidgeot. As long as all the Pidgeots are killed, no Pokémon will dare to stop him, and he can leave the deserted island. At the same time, he also took out food from his backpack and let the 3 electric Pokémons and Gyarados take turns to eat to replenish the consumed physical strength. The second battle of the kings, no matter which side, is a war of attrition. This is also Yu-Hai's purpose. He asked the long-winged gull to find Bobo to inform, just to let the Pidgeot tribe consume the physical strength of the elf hunter, as well as the elf hunter's Pokémons and material reserves. If 1 or 2 Pokémons can be killed, it will be better, and his sneak attack pressure will be less. In this way, both sides fought to the end, and they were physically exhausted, but the elf hunters had not yet. Here was a reduction in the number of elves, but the Pidgeot tribe suffered heavy casualties. But the Overlord Pidgeot didn't care at all. As long as it was still there, it wouldn't take long for its tribe to flourish again. There are so many Pidgeots and Pidgeots here, not because there can only be so many, but because the island can only support so many elves. Too many elves will exceed the island's endurance limit and the island's ecology will collapse. The ecological balance of the elves on the island is the result of the control of their overlord. The number of elves is also determined by food. When there is more food, more elves will be born, and when there is less food, fewer elves will be born. Suddenly, a beam of red light shot towards the toucan, but a Pidgeot blocked the red light with its body. The Overlord Pidgeot, who saw this scene, focused his sharp eyes and knew that the opportunity had come. He immediately shook his wide wings and soared into the sky. The wings of Overlord Pidgeot instantly lit up white, and he used steel wings again, using high-speed movement to accelerate and cut through the low-stamina toucan, cutting toucan in half and killing toucan first. Then he turned to another flying Pokémon and headed for Zubat. The aggressive Overlord Pidgeot immediately frightened Zubat and made it flee frantically, trying to return to the Pokémon hunter. Seeing that toucan failed to retrieve it and was killed by Overlord Pidgeot, the Pokémon hunter immediately turned to Zubat and retrieved Zubat with a Pokeball. This time, the red light emitted by the Pokeball was not blocked by Pidgeot. His Pokémon was not strong enough, and the non-king level Pidgeot was even weaker. Both sides were fighting in a round-robin battle, and it depended on who could not hold on first. But he already wanted to escape. If he continued to waste time like this, even if he could win, he would definitely suffer heavy losses. There was also an Overlord Pidgeot watching the battle with a covetous eye, and he would have no chance of winning. During this period, he also killed 3 Pidgeots, causing a reduction in the number of Pidgeots, but there were still 5 non-king level Pidgeots in the Pidgeot group, 3 of which were entangled with Gyarados, and 2 were waiting for an opportunity to attack him. The current situation was very unfavorable for him. After putting away Zubat, he put away Gyarados, called the remaining Pokémon to follow, and then went into the dense forest. It was not suitable to fight this battle, and he needed to move. When entering the dense forest, he still had 3 Pokémons left by his side, Magnetron, Naughty Bomb, and Electabuzz. He used the Pokeball to put away Electabuzz and released Zubat. In the environment of the dense forest, Zubat was released to explore the way, leaving 2 electric Pokémons for protection, and the remaining Pokémons took back the Pokeballs to restore their physical strength. He was ready to fight while running. In response, the Overlord Pidgeot was not in a hurry, but let some small Pidgeots follow, Pidgeot cover, and non-king level Pidgeots follow. When the elf hunters stopped to rest, the Pidgeot would harass them, and the Pidgeot would directly attack the elf hunters indiscriminately with the storm, just to prevent the elf hunters from resting. After such a chase, the elf hunters were very tired and depressed, but basically nothing serious happened, just some scratches. But the trees suffered. All the trees blown by the storm were basically bald, as if they had been pruned. Although they can still grow, they will be bald for a while. The fleeing elf hunter ran in the bare woods, and he really wanted to slap himself. Because of the fire yesterday, he had fewer places to hide, and he couldn't set fire again to interfere with the Pidgeot tribe that was chasing him. In this way, the Pidgeot tribe chased and the elf hunters fled, and it was evening between the chase and the escape. It's not that the elf hunters didn't think about escaping to the seaside, but they were forced back by the Overlord Pidgeot. The other party clearly didn't let the elf hunters go out to sea, so they couldn't go out to sea. Once he fled to the seaside, the Overlord Pidgeot would attack with all his strength, calling out to his tribe to besiege the elf hunter. The elf hunter was helpless and could only wander around in the woods. During the pursuit, he also used the Thunder Ball to ambush and killed 2 non-king level Pidgeots. But the later Pidgeots were smarter, and it was basically Pidgeot that harassed and attacked him. Pidgeot always used his ultimate move from a distance and never got close. Especially the Overlord Pidgeot, since he was tricked once, he became extremely cautious and never approached him within 100 meters. He always commanded other elves to besiege him from 100 meters away. The evening passed quickly, and the forest entered the night, which was completely the home of wild elves, because most elves can see at night, but humans can't, and humans need light. This didn't bother the elf hunter. He brought a flashlight, and the attack of Pidgeot weakened at night, so he didn't plan to leave. But he had just sat down for a few minutes when a gust of wind blew, and the wind blades in the gust of wind cut off the branches around him and caused him some minor wounds. Fortunately, the Electabuzz guarded him in time, and he was able to escape danger every time, otherwise he might have his head chopped off. After the storm, he knew it was time to leave. This was the Overlord Pidgeot warning him. If he didn't leave, there would be a siege next. After a day of fighting, he also figured out the Overlord Pidgeot's way, which was to drive him away, not let him rest, until he was exhausted to death. There are many Pidgeot tribes, so they can rotate to consume him, and he can also rotate Pokémon to resist consumption. But he is only one person, and no one comes to rotate him. He began to regret a little, regretting that he came to steal the Overlord Pidgeot's cub. This Pidgeot is the cub of the king-level Overlord Pidgeot. There is no need to worry about its growth potential. It will grow up to be at least a king-level Pidgeot. And Pidgeot is in its juvenile form, with no signs of training. It has great training value and strong plasticity. If it falls into the hands of a powerful trainer, it can become the shape the trainer wants. There is a king-level Pidgeot mother, who inherited the moves. There is no need to worry about talents in this area. If the mother is so strong, the cub must be good. The racial value of Pidgeot is higher than most Pokémons. It is very handsome when it evolves into Pidgeot, and it has beautiful red head feathers. Many powerful trainers or ladies like Pokémons like Pidgeot. The combination of General System and Flying System has only 3 weaknesses, which is not bad, but the resistance is insufficient. But these are not problems. The handsome flying Pidgeot and beautiful head feathers can make up for these shortcomings. This kind of talent starts at least 10 million in the black market. After the price is hyped up, it is possible to get tens of millions. If he hadn't been short of money recently and couldn't continue to meet young models, he wouldn't have thought of coming to the big place, and he wouldn't have been surrounded by Pidgeot and trapped on this uninhabited desert island. If he was given a chance to choose again, he would never come again, even if he was beaten to death. The king-level overlord Pokemon really can't be provoked. He, a trainer of the Quasi-King, can't resist and can only run around. If it was just a king-level Pidgeot, he could still handle it, but there were 7 or 8 Quasi-Kings, Gym Master-level Pidgeots, and a group of elite Pidgeots around the king-level Pidgeot. It was very clear how miserable his current situation was. The tail of a king-level Pokemon could not be touched, and the cub could not be stolen. But now that he was here, it was too late to regret, and he could not go back. Unless he released the cub of the Overlord Pidgeot and used the cub to divert attention, there might be a glimmer of hope. If he released the cub of the Overlord Pidgeot, then why did he go through so much trouble and lose so many supplies and 3 flying Pokemon? Was he spending money to suffer? It had come to this point, and he could not give up no matter what. This was tens of millions of Alliance coins. He was reluctant to let go, and reluctant to give up the tens of millions in his hand. He wanted to take Pidgeot back, he wanted to become a king trainer, he wanted to be rich and powerful. Then challenge the 4 heavenly kings, ascend to the position of the 4 heavenly kings, hold power and have whatever you want, ha 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 ha. The elf hunter has been swallowed by the greed in his heart and can't turn back. He can't control his hands. These extremely greedy hands tightly hold the elf ball of Bobo and refuse to let go. There is always a voice in his heart telling him to take Bobo back, and he must take Bobo back. Whenever he is tired, the voice in his heart will remind him that he must take Bobo away and can't give up. This voice has been lingering in his mind and echoing in his mind. This is greed, and the elf hunter is dazzled by money and interests. People are most likely to lose their way in front of interests. The elf hunter has been overwhelmed by the huge interests in front of him. A great man in the previous life said, "If there is a 10% profit, capital will be guaranteed to be used everywhere. With a 20% profit, capital can become active. With a 50% profit, capital will take risks. For 100% profit, capital dares to trample on all human laws. With more than 300% profit, capital dares to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. For the sake of profit, there are too many cases of brothers turning against each other, being unkind and unjust, ignoring and untrustworthy, being unfaithful and unfilial, being dishonest and shameless, being ungrateful and repaying kindness with enmity. There are too many similar cases of indiscriminate arrests and killings, home robberies, fraud, kidnapping and extortion, murder and looting, provoking wars, and so on. Is the profit of tens of millions big enough? Is the temptation of Popo with superstar potential enough? The prices are based on game and animation prices. A Pokeball is 200, a meal is 600, a 300 yen Jingshuang soda, and a duel in Deep Grey City. In this episode, there is a scene of Zai and Zioxia going to a restaurant for dinner, and the bill is 550 and 600. Converted to RMB, a Pokeball costs 10 yuan, a meal costs 30 yuan, and a bottle of Energizer costs 15 yuan, which is similar to the prices in first-tier cities. However, please do not convert frequently, as it is easy to get confused. The prices in this book are still based on this book. A Pidgeot that clearly knows the potential of the king level is not expensive to start with 10 million yuan. After all, this is a king level Pokemon, and it is a handsome Pidgeot that can fly. Think about the ice cream assassin and the milk tea assassin. 133 Chapter 127, Pidgeot is in hand. 133. With this king level Pokemon, Pokemon hunters can use this Pokemon as a springboard to slowly cultivate their own King-level Pokemon and become a King-level trainer. Although the King-level trainer is below the champion and the 4 Heavenly Kings, it is a King-level trainer and is a guest of honor no matter where it is. The Alliance will not force a trainer with King-level strength to the enemy camp for no reason. If you can win them over, you must do your best to win them over. If you can't win them over, you must give them enough preferential treatment. If you can't tie them to your chariot, you must let them know that you have the best treatment. At least he is a high-level fighter and can have his own gym, which is better than going to the other side and being a captain. Do you really think that the king doesn't need to roll inward? There are only 4 positions for the 4 kings of the Alliance, and so many people are fighting for them. The villains also have 4 major cotters, and a group of people are eyeing these 4 positions. Even if they have the strength, it is the jungle law that the capable are on top and the weak are on the bottom. The deserted island is also the jungle law. The elf hunter runs from morning to night, and from night to midnight. The elf hunter has been circling and never stopped. He dared not stop. Once he stopped, the Overlord Pidgeot would issue a storm warning, which has been blowing him for a day. He can only run a certain distance before he has time to rest. Catch the Overlord Pidgeot when he stopped to rest. He didn't notice that this was his precious rest time, and he didn't want to miss it. When the Thunderball had accumulated enough power again and recovered his physical strength and injuries, he would set a trap again and trick Pidgeot. Except for the dominant Pidgeot, there were 3 other Pidgeots left. It was almost time, he would win. But now he needed to take a nap, just for a while, and he could recover some of his mental and physical strength to deal with Pidgeot's pursuit. Electric Beast, I want to sleep for a while, wake me up if you are attacked. Hey, Electric Beast was also very tired, but it still managed to cheer up and respond to its trainer, and stayed by the trainer's side, not going anywhere. The warning of the attack in the sky was given to Zubat, and once Pidgeot attacked, it would use guard to protect the trainer. But Zubat, the night elf in the air, was also very tired, and it was weak when flying, and could barely fly. Not only the elf hunters were tired, but also the Overlord Pidgeot. Some Pidgeots and Pidgeots were tired too. After a day of hunting, everyone was exhausted. Just like that, no one attacked, but no one fell asleep. This storm warning was also a bit long. It was so long that many orange-yellow powders appeared on the horizon. These orange-yellow powders floated quietly with the wind, and no elves noticed anything unusual. Until many elves inhaled the powder unconsciously, felt unconscious, staggered and fell from the tree, fell under the tree, and fell into a deep sleep. Faced with the sudden sneak attack of the orange-yellow powder, only the Overlord Pidgeot noticed it, but it was too late. It was also stunned and fell from the tree because of inhaling a large amount of hypnotic powder and paralysis powder. If it was in its prime, without injury and fatigue, this hypnotic powder would not hypnotize it. But it was not in its prime, and those who took action also knew that they were not in their prime, and everyone was very tired. Only those who took action fell asleep after watching the whole day of hunting. In Pidgeot's last vision, it only saw a pair of bare legs slowly walking towards it, and then it completely lost consciousness and fell into a coma. And the person who came was the masked Yu-Hai and his elves. Yobo, the mosquito frog, wanted to go forward to check on the situation of Overlord Pidgeot, but was stopped by Yu-Hai. Don't disturb it, let's finish our own business first. Yu-Hai was now more than 100 meters away from the elf hunter. He hypnotized the elf hunter first, and then hypnotized the Pidgeot tribe. If nothing unexpected happens, the elf hunter should also be hypnotized. And Overlord Pidgeot? Yu-Hai glanced at the unconscious Overlord Pidgeot on the ground. He didn't plan to do anything to Overlord Pidgeot. Although killing Overlord Pidgeot would cause the Pidgeot tribe to split and become chaotic, the Pidgeot tribe that hated humans would also kill him. If there is a Overlord Pidgeot to suppress, he can restrain his own tribe. Overlord Pidgeot's goal has always been the cubs. He only needs to rescue the cubs, and there is no need to cause trouble. Just then, Butterfree came back. Butterfree, is the elf hunter hypnotized? And his elves? Yu Hai saw Butterfree and asked hurriedly. Butterfree nodded gently and spoke very quietly. Yu Hai asked it to hypnotize from the elf hunter first, and check whether the elf hunter was hypnotized, as well as the elf hunter's elves. The final result of the inspection was that it slept like a dead pig, and the snoring was deafening. There were also the two guardian elves of the elf hunter, Zubat and Electabuzz. Zubat fell asleep on the tree, and Electabuzz fell asleep at the feet of the elf hunter. We'll go over now. Butterfree, Frog, and Orb Spinner. Yu Hai brought only 3 Pokémons this time, and the other Pokémons stayed in the tree house. This was a decision he had thought about for a long time. Butterfree can hypnotize and paralyze tired Pokémon hunters and the opponent's guardian Pokémon. Orb Spinner will stay by his side to protect him and prevent emergencies. Frog is the highest level, and he can only rely on Frog in case of danger. When they were less than 10 meters away from the Pokémon hunter, Yu Hai waved to Butterfree again, asking Butterfree to make up a knife, and continued to close to the 2 Pokémons who had been hypnotized, the Pokémon hunter and the electric beast, releasing hypnotic powder and paralysis powder. After waiting for more than 10 minutes to ensure that the 1 person and 2 Pokémons in front of him had inhaled a large amount of hypnotic powder and paralysis powder, Yu Hai came out, holding a folding knife in his hand, and the blade flashed a cold light in the moonlight. He came to the elf hunter, looked down at the elf hunter who was sleeping soundly against the tree trunk, and the shadow of the whole person was shrouded in the elf hunter, and the shadow covered the elf hunter's whole body. Then he quietly squatted down, held the folding knife in his hand tightly, pointed it at the elf hunter's throat, and then gently pushed the folding knife towards the elf hunter's throat. Puff! The moment the tip of the folding knife pierced into the throat, he scratched his wrist hard, and the folding knife brought out a large piece of scarlet blood from the throat. He quickly pulled away and retreated away from the elf hunter. The elf hunter felt the severe pain, woke up instantly, and raised his hands to hold his neck. The elf hunter wanted to speak, but he couldn't say anything. He could only stare at Yu Hai, who was standing 10 meters away and clearly visible in the moonlight, with his gradually blurry eyes. The hot blood from his neck flowed like a fountain, and it couldn't be stopped. No matter how hard he tried to block it with his hands, he couldn't stop the blood from flowing out. When the hot blood of the Pokémon hunter flowed to the nose of the Electabuzz at his feet, it also woke up the sleeping Electabuzz. When Electabuzz saw the miserable state of his trainer, he wanted to struggle to get up and protect his trainer. But he couldn't get up anyway, so he could only crawl over slowly with his hands, with tears in the corners of his eyes, and lay on the ground weakly and roared, "Hey, hey! Frog, use climb waterfall to knock out Electabuzz." Yu Hai saw Electabuzz wake up, so he called Frog to knock out Electabuzz. Don't act pitiful at this time, things like bonds seem so pale and powerless at this time. Compared to the bond between the Pokémon hunter and Electabuzz, there are quite a few flying Pokémon that were electrocuted by Electabuzz, and there are countless wild Pokémon that were burned to death by them. Everyone is a villain with blood on their hands. I don't have any righteous words to say to you. The difference between us is who is more evil. Look at me, I still have a bottom line. Yobo, Mosquito Frog heard Yu Hai's order, and his bent knees suddenly straightened. His legs burst out with great power, crushing the ground. At the same time, his body was ejected at a very fast speed. Mosquito Frog appeared in front of the electric beast in an instant, raised his white fist and smashed it hard on the head of the electric beast. This punch directly knocked the electric beast unconscious, the ground was dented, and the sleeping Zubat on the tree was also shaken down. Butterfield, use the electric net to seal Zubat. Yu Hai saw Zubat fall and wake up, and immediately asked Butterfield to deal with Zubat. A tired Zubat that was hypnotized and paralyzed was not easy to deal with. When Zubat fell to the ground, Butterfree added a power grid, followed by the second and third, until Zubat was stunned. Butterfree stopped. This is what Yu Hai told it, the importance of finishing off the enemy. If the enemy is not stunned, continue to shock until the enemy is stunned. After seeing that both Pokemon were physically stunned, Yu-Hai came to the Poke Hunter who was staring at him with unwilling eyes and reached out to touch the Poke Hunter's Poke Ball. He locked all the Poke Hunter's Poke Balls, sealing the other 3 Pokemon sleeping in the Poke Balls, Magnetron, Squirrel, and Gyarados. He had seen the ferocity of Gyarados during the day. If this Tyrannosaurus went crazy, even the Overlord Pidgeot would have a hard time dealing with it, so he had better be careful. After locking the 3 Poke Balls, Yu-Hai took out the Poke Ball on the Poke Hunter's waist, put Electabuzz and Golbat into the Poke Ball, and locked the button in the middle of the Poke Ball. These 5 Pokemon should be all the Pokemon Hunter has. He watched all day today, and the Poke Hunter did not send out other Pokemon, so he thought there should be no other Pokemon. After dealing with the Pokemon Hunter's Pokemon, he took down the Poke Hunter's space backpack. He did not rush to check what was in the backpack, but threw all the Pokemon Hunter's Pokemon into the backpack. Then he laid the Poke Hunter flat, wiped off the other's eyes that were unwilling to close and full of resentment, and began to search his body. He touched from head to toe, the front and the back, and did not miss any place, including the interlayer inside the clothes. The solace, the insoles, and the shoes were cut open. All the things he touched were thrown into the backpack. After confirming that nothing was missed, Yu-Hai returned to the treehouse with the frog, Butterfree, and the orb silk spider. As for the elf hunter's body, he left it here for the elves to vent their anger. The evil things he did on the island had long been hated by heaven and man, and could not be forgiven. Not only did he hate this guy, but the wild elves on the deserted island hated him even more, wishing to pull out his tendons and skin him, drink his blood, eat his flesh, suck his marrow from his bones, and bite his bones into pieces and swallow them into their stomachs. So he didn't take the body away, letting the elves deal with it at will, venting their anger, and taking revenge. Back to the tree house, let the elves enter the tree house, and Yu-Hai closed the wooden door. Then he took out the elf hunter's flashlight from the elf hunter's backpack, illuminated the tree house, and then he searched in the elf hunter's backpack. The space backpack looks small on the outside, but it is very large on the inside. There is a description on this backpack that it is a 100 cubic meter space backpack. This may not be very intuitive. If we change it to a space of 5 meters long, 5 meters wide and 4 meters high, it will be clearer. It is equivalent to a slightly larger living room or 2 bedrooms. It is not too big, nor too small. With such a backpack, you can bring the necessary daily necessities. He searched in the backpack for a long time and took out a lot of things, most of which were clothes and pants, as well as some food and water. Now is not the time to find these. He is looking for the Poke Ball. After searching for more than 10 minutes, he took out a lot of things in the backpack, including a lot of empty Poke Balls, and then he touched the Poke Ball with Pidgeot. After getting the shrunken Poke Ball, he enlarged the Poke Ball and released the dying Poke Ball in the Poke Ball. Bobo, Poke has not eaten for 2 days and 2 nights. He is almost starving and has no strength. Although he will not starve to death, the state of hunger is not pleasant. This is also one of the functions of the Poke Ball. In the animation, there are many Pokemon trapped in the Poke Ball, but they did not starve to death, but they were a little weak. That's all. Among them is the 200-year-old Ninetales that tempted Xiao Gang, becoming stronger and stronger, and a sand shrew that was forgotten in the school. It was forgotten for several years but did not starve to death. He took out Pidgeot's Poke Ball just to improve Pidgeot's favorability, which is related to whether they can leave the deserted island safely. If they return it directly to Overlord Pidgeot, they will probably be slapped to death by Overlord Pidgeot. Don't doubt it, this is the easiest result. Since it is to improve favorability, Yu-Hai searched among the pile of things just now and saw a glass jar of honey. He opened the glass jar and poured a bowl of honey for Pidgeot with the bowl that the Pokemon Hunter used to feed the Pokemon. Popo, we saved you. Do you remember being captured? We will send you home tomorrow. Yu-Hai pushed the honey over and explained to Pidgeot that they had no ill intentions. Bobo, Bobo looked around and saw Yu-Hai and his elves, frog, butterfree, orb spinner, crab, and long-winged gull. Everyone was very friendly and didn't look fierce. Yobo, we defeated the bad guys and rescued you, Frog quickly translated. Me yi, we will send you home tomorrow, Butterfree also added. Bobo felt that everyone was very friendly, but he was weak and still very scared when facing Yu-Hai's group of strangers. Bobo, who is this? Yu-Hai didn't have a good idea, so he could only take out the pokeball of Rhino and let Rhino say hello to Bobo. The two should know each other. Bobo? Why are you here? When Bobo saw Rhino, the whole bird was stunned. It thought Rhino was also captured. Hoo, aren't you here too? The armored Rhino felt a little puzzled when he saw the surprised expression on Bobo's face. There was honey here, so it was normal for it to be here. Why was it so surprised? Bo? Were you also caught? Bobo asked in a low voice. The armored Rhino was embarrassed by Bobo's question and blushed. It couldn't say that it was because it wanted to eat honey and didn't want to leave. Yobo, it didn't want to leave. It had been chased away several times, but it just didn't leave with a thick skin, the mosquito frog hurriedly explained for fear that Bobo would misunderstand. Bobo. Bobo was even more surprised when he heard this, and hurriedly asked, you really weren't caught? Why don't you want to leave? There is honey here, the armored Rhino didn't want to answer Bobo, just muttered softly, and turned his head to sleep. The embarrassing thing was exposed by the mosquito-repellent frog. How can it face people in the future, especially acquaintances? Is the Rhino shameless? Honey, Bobo heard the armored Rhino say, and the tip of his nose also smelled the fragrance of flowers. He was immediately attracted by the honey with the fragrance of flowers in front of him. It had eaten honey before. It was given to it by the overlord Pidgeot. It still remembered the sweet feeling. Immediately leaned over and ate it voraciously. It was really starving after being locked up for 2 days. With its good brother, the armored Rhino, staying here, it was even less panicked. If its good brother was fine, it would definitely be fine too. Seeing Bobo eating honey without any resistance, Yu-Hai also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Bobo would scream and attract the overlord Pidgeot. He didn't know what to do then. As long as Bobo could still eat, he would try his best to satisfy him. The mosquito-repellent frogs kept drooling. They hadn't eaten honey for 2 days and wanted to eat honey. Finally, Yu-Hai gave all the honey in the glass jar to the elves. However, there was no armored Rhino, Magikarp, or weakling fish. The treehouse could not accommodate the armored Rhino, and there was no water. While the elves were eating honey, he began to pack up the things he had just found and put them back into his backpack. It was already late today. He planned to deal with the elf hunter's things tomorrow. He would not look at them today and go to bed early. Bobo, go back to this ball after eating. We will send you home tomorrow, okay? It's dark now, Yu-Hai asked Bobo to look out the window with the elf ball in his hand. If Bobo resisted, he would take it back by force. If Bobo did not resist, it would be even better. Bobo looked out the window. It was indeed dark. But it didn't know whether this human could be trusted. The appearance of the armored Rhino only made it feel sympathetic, but at this time it could only trust this human. After all, it was not the same person as the human who caught it, and the elves of this human were very friendly. After getting Popo's consent, Yu-Hai used the poke ball to retrieve Popo and opened Popo's proficiency panel. Popo. Attribute, General plus Flying. Gender, Female. Potential, 57%. Level, 14.63%. Features, Sharp Eyes /11.13%. Mastered Moves, See-Through /5.21%. Steel Wings /9.31%. Air Blade /7.71%. Linking Divine Bird Attack /5.22%. Clearing fog /2.14%. Impact /6.53%. Throwing sand /6.91%. Wind /4.83%. Lightning flash /10.21%. Feather perch /8.48%. Popo has 57 points of potential, and is undoubtedly the cub of the Overlord Yu-Hai has encountered so far. The only unknown high potential Pokemons are Butterfree, Crab, and Longwing. Iron Rhino and Bobo have great potential, but their parents are also scary, so he dare not subdue them at all. Feed them breakfast tomorrow morning meal, just let Bobo go. After doing so much, even killing the elf hunter with his own hands, he really just wanted peace. As for how it felt to kill someone? Why was he so skilled the first time? To be honest, he didn't feel anything. He was ready to kill the other party. He had no psychological burden at all, and he wouldn't hesitate at all. This bastard deserved to die. It was that simple. Before killing this bastard, he had simulated it many times in his mind, just to be able to kill this bastard anytime and anywhere. No matter what posture this bastard used to sleep, he could wipe it out with one knife, and he could kill it with one blow, leaving no chance for the other party to kill him. He didn't have the righteous mouth-to-mouth, nor the villain's negging. He was so direct, never talking nonsense, and killing first. After packing up, Yu-Hai lay down to sleep, and the elves also lay down to sleep. Today was a wonderful day. Don't come next time. His small body can't stand such stimulation. 134 Chapter 128, Learn to Let Go. 134. The 36th day of survival on the deserted island, sunny. Today is another sunny morning, but it is not a good morning. Yu-Hai and his elves all know that there is an important thing to do today, which is related to the safety of their lives, that is, to send the cub of Overlord Pidgeot, Bobo, home. For this, the elves are well prepared to face the Overlord Pidgeot, who has chased the elf hunters to the point where there is no way to go up to the sky or down to the ground, and the tribe of Overlord Pidgeot. After the consumption of the elf hunters, the number of the Pidgeot tribe is still huge. As long as Overlord Pidgeot does not fall, the status of the Sky Overlord and the Pidgeot tribe will not be shaken. Facing such a group of Pidgeots, Yu-Hai had no better solution. He could only take things one step at a time. He got up early to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, they sent Popo home. He also didn't plan to keep the Iron Rhino. Let the two go home and stop bothering him. He just wanted to leave the deserted island safely. He didn't know where all the troubles came from. There were elf hunters, fires, and the Overlord Pidgeot and Tyrannosaurus. It was really tiring. It was not easy to live in fear all day long. He just wanted to be a fisherman lying down quietly. Why was it so difficult? While complaining, breakfast was ready. He returned to the tree house to call the elves to get up and eat breakfast. Everyone was present today. The main elves, Frog, Crab. Auxiliary elves, Butterfly, Long-Winged Gull, Orb Silk Spider. Fool, Magikarp, Weakling Fish. I dare not accept, Iron Rhino, Popo. There are 9 elves in total. He can't afford to raise them. Fortunately, Rhinoceros and Popo will be sent back soon. There is no need to cultivate the 2 silly things and the orb spider. Just let them go. Bartlipper and Long-Winged Gull are auxiliary elves. They don't need to be held too tightly. They are elves that assist survival, transportation, and training. Mosquito, Frog and Crab are the main forces in the battle. They need to be cultivated. Most of his energy will be on these 2 elves. After calling the elves out for breakfast, everyone sat on the floor around a rag-covered dining table. Yu-Hai glanced at the elves who were enjoying themselves at the table. It would be great if time could be frozen at this moment. Everyone was happily eating honey and food, which were all food for elf hunters. In addition to honey, there are some tree fruits, bread, and meat, which looks like beef. But he knew that time could not be frozen. Rhinoceros and Popo would be sent away after all. Bobo, ironclad rhino, Yu-Hai called the two, and attracted the attention of all the elves, and then continued, after this breakfast, you should go home. I will let Butterfree and Long-Winged Gull take you back. Bobo looked at the ironclad rhino who was called together, and asked with his eyes whether the ironclad rhino really let them go. Alas, if you want to go back by yourself. I won't leave. If you leave, there will be no honey to eat. The ironclad rhino did not forget to respond to Bobo while eating. Bobo rolled his eyes when he heard this. He knew that this guy was voluntarily subdued because of greed, just to stay here to eat and drink. But it's still good to be able to eat honey here. The last time he ate honey was the honey brought back by his mother. Bobo, after we go back, I hope that we will leave the island within a week and will not step into the center of the island. Pidgeot can send elves to monitor us until we leave the deserted island. Yu-Hai saved Bobo, and while improving his favorability, he also asked Bobo to help him pass on a message. If he went to make a promise to Pidgeot, Pidgeot would definitely ignore him and even slap him to death with his wings. But if it was Bobo who said it, the result would be different. Yobo, we are leaving. We just want to leave the deserted island. I hope you can tell Pidgeot this news after you go back, the mosquito frog translated. Bobo looked at the elves sitting in a circle around Yu-Hai on the dining table. It turned out that they were going to leave the deserted island. This news really surprised it. It thought they would stay on the island forever. Bobo immediately nodded to the mosquito frog, indicating that it was solved. When it saw Pidgeot's mother, it would tell her the news and would not let her embarrass the frogs. Yobo, the frog nodded to Yu-Hai after receiving a positive answer, indicating that the deal was done. Seeing the frog nod, Yu-Hai also breathed a sigh of relief, finally gaining Popo's friendship. Relying on Popo's lobbying, the chance of gaining the friendship of the Overlord Pidgeot would be higher, and he would have some confidence to survive, at least 50-50. It was better than waiting for death without knowing when death would come. Then the elves just ate. He specially distributed food. They had to eat a full meal this morning, and even if they died, they had to die a full death. Just as they were happily eating breakfast, a sharp bird call sounded in the jungle. Beep, beep. This sharp bird call woke up all the flying elves in the forest, and they flapped their wings and left the forest. The bird call was the cry of Overlord Pidgeot. After waking up, Overlord Pidgeot hurriedly flew to the place where the elf hunter stayed last night and saw the elf hunter lying in a pool of blood. Seeing the dead elf hunter, there was nothing beside him. The black backpack was gone, the elf was gone, and the elf ball was gone. After recalling carefully, Overlord Pidgeot thought of another human he saw before he fell into a coma last night. He knew who that human was, and he also roughly knew who had taken away the elf hunter's things. It had seen that human before. He was a boy who survived on the beach. When it attacked the territory of the giant bee and robbed honey last time, it passed by and saw him. There was only one human on this island except the elf hunter. Thinking of this, Overlord Pidgeot immediately flapped his wings and flew into the sky, flying to the southwest of the island, heading towards the treehouse where Yu-Hai was. Yu-Hai and the elves who were eating breakfast heard the bird call, and Bobo also heard it. But when they heard the bird song, their reactions were different. Yu-Hai and his elves stopped eating breakfast, stood up and faced the direction of the call. The two silly fish were afraid and hid at the bottom of the bucket. The armored rhino didn't care and continued to eat his breakfast. Bobo was a little excited. He could finally see his mother. He immediately flapped his wings and flew up to meet the huge figure getting closer and closer in the sky. Yobo, the mosquito frog saw Bobo flying away and was about to step forward to stop him, but suddenly there was a big hand on his shoulder. It was Yu-Hai who held the mosquito frog. Mosquito frog, don't go, Yu-Hai shook his head gently and stopped the mosquito frog. Facing this Overlord Pidgeot, they could only passively wait for the result and accept the result. There was no other way. If they couldn't beat him, they couldn't beat him. The gap in strength was too big. The Overlord Pidgeot was not something they could shake, and he didn't have the courage to fight. Bo, Bobo called while flying, so happy. By Diao, Overlord Pidgeot saw his child and sped up a bit. He landed on the tree canopy at the edge of the tree house, spread his wide wings, let the child stand on his shoulders, and rubbed his head against Bobo lovingly, asking about Bobo's situation after being captured. Bo, they saved me and gave me a lot of delicious food, Bobo answered truthfully. By them? Humans. Overlord Pidgeot looked at Yu-Hai with murderous intent. It hated humans and could not forgive them. Bobo, they also said they would send me home after breakfast. Bobo also felt Pidgeot's murderous intent and hurriedly explained to Pidgeot. By Diao, that is. Overlord Pidgeot did not listen to Bobo's explanation. When he looked at Yu-Hai and his party, his eyes noticed the armored rhinoceros who was eating. Bo, that is Uncle Tyrannosaurus' child, Bobo explained. By Diao, was it also captured by this human? Overlord Pidgeot turned his head to look at Bobo. If the armored rhinoceros was captured, it could immediately use the wind blade to cut Yu-Hai into pieces and save the armored rhinoceros. This human is much easier to deal with than the elf hunter who stole Bobo. Bo, it was voluntarily subdued. It wanted to stay here to eat honey. Bobo felt speechless when he said this. This foodie was too easy to fool. By Diao? Honey. Overlord Pidgeot looked at the armored rhinoceros who was busy eating again, and was speechless. This child was good in every way, but he was a little greedy, just like that stupid Tyrannosaurus. By Diao, Overlord Pidgeot immediately spread his wings and made a high-pitched bird cry, trying to get the armored rhinoceros below back, and then cut the human below into pieces to get rid of the worry in his heart. Since the child has returned and the elf hunter is dead, the poaching incident will subside and the forest will return to its original state. But the premise is that there are no humans on the island and no humans are allowed to land on the island. Knowing what Pidgeot is going to do, Bobo flapped his wings and flew to the Overlord Pidgeot, blocking the Overlord Pidgeot's way and pleading with the Overlord Pidgeot, Bo, don't hurt them, I think they are all good, they didn't hurt me, and they gave me a lot of delicious food. Woo, ho, the armored rhinoceros was still eating, but when he heard the bird's cry so close, he woke up instantly. It turned around and saw the Overlord Pidgeot spreading his wings, and the mosquito-repellent frogs blocking Yu-Hai. It also ran quickly to Yu-Hai and shouted to the Overlord Pidgeot, Hulu, ho. The armored rhinoceros's cry probably meant that this was its long-term meal ticket. If you kill this human, where can I go to eat free honey? Yo-Bo, the mosquito-repellent frog felt the dominance emanating from the Overlord Pidgeot. Cold sweat kept coming out of its head. It felt the powerful and terrifying aura. The aura of dominance emanating from Pidgeot was nothing but powerful. The strong wind caused by the wings of Overlord Pidgeot almost blew them away. They had no chance of defeating Pidgeot, but it would not retreat because Yu-Hai was behind it and it would fight to the death. Not only the mosquito frog and the crab in front were nervous, but also the butterfree and the long-winged gull flying on the left and right, the round silk spider lying on Yu-Hai's shoulder, and Yu-Hai were all nervous, trembling, and afraid. Even if standing in the scorching sun, Yu-Hai's legs kept shaking uncontrollably, his hands and feet were cold, his forehead, palms, and back were all covered with cold sweat, and the strong wind caused by Overlord Pidgeot was even more icy and bone-chilling. He was not weak, he was afraid. His eyes were always on Overlord Pidgeot, fearing that Overlord Pidgeot would cut them into pieces with a violent wind. Beep, beep. Overlord Pidgeot saw the child's obstruction and the armored rhinoceros that kept calling below, and his sharp eyes were fixed on Yu-Hai and his elves, and he slowly folded his huge wings. Bobo, we can leave the tribe to monitor them. They told me that they will leave the island soon and will not step into the center of the island. Seeing that Pidgeot's anger had subsided, Popo immediately explained and conveyed what Yu-Hai had just said. Beep, beep. Overlord Pidgeot faced his child's request, and finally glanced at Yu-Hai and his elves below, and called to the surrounding Pidgeots, "Beep, leave 2 Pidgeots to monitor this human, and the rest go back." After the call, Overlord Pidgeot flapped his wings and flew into the air, calling Popo to go home, and took Popo away. With the departure of Overlord Pidgeot, there were only 2 Pidgeots left in the forest on the treehouse side, landing on the tree canopy and staring at Yu-Hai and the mosquito frogs under the tree. The remaining Pidgeots and Bobo flew away, some returned to the bird nest on the rocky mountain, and some returned to the bird nest in the woods. Watching Overlord Pidgeot leave, Yu-Hai and the elves all breathed a sigh of relief, as if all their strength had been drained away, and they all collapsed to the ground, finally letting go of their worries. It was so scary just now, they thought they would be killed by Overlord Pidgeot. Yu-Hai had already made preparations, letting the mosquito frogs run as soon as they could and jump into the water to avoid Overlord Pidgeot's attack. Fortunately, Overlord Pidgeot did not attack them, leaving only 2 Pidgeots to monitor them, and his words were conveyed by Bobo. Although they did not get the friendship of Overlord Pidgeot, they got the friendship of Bobo and were no longer in danger, so everyone was happy. When Yu-Hai and the elves returned to the dining table, they saw the armored rhinoceros eating at the table, and their heads hurt. "Dong dong dong, ironclad rhino, Bobo has left, why don't you go home?" Yu-Hai raised his hand and knocked on the ironclad rhino's head. "Why didn't this guy go home? Does he want to stay here forever?" After being discovered by the Overlord Pidgeot, he realized that he could not take the ironclad rhino away quietly. "If this guy is lost, you can say that the ironclad Tyrannosaurus tribe is slow and careless and didn't notice that the cub is lost. But after the Pidgeot tribe returns, they will definitely inform the ironclad Tyrannosaurus tribe that their overlord's cub is here. It would be strange if they haven't noticed that this guy is missing." On the other side, when the Overlord Pidgeot, who was taking Bobo back, passed by the big lake in the island, he saw the ironclad Tyrannosaurus basking in the sun by the lake, so he landed and shouted at the ironclad Tyrannosaurus. "Biao Diao, big fool, your son is missing, didn't you notice?" "Huh? Son? Do I have a son? Which brat are you talking about?" The ironclad Tyrannosaurus yawned, feeling a little unhappy about being woken up, but when it saw that it was Pidgeot, it didn't get angry. Because it's useless to get angry, it can't fly, it can't hit Pidgeot, and it can't beat Pidgeot. "Go and see for yourself, at the seaside, with that human." The Overlord Pidgeot left this sentence and returned to his stone pillar bird's nest. Bobo landed on the edge of the bird's nest, looking worriedly in the direction of the tree house. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus has entered the woods, and it doesn't know what will happen to them. It can't help them anymore. Today, I saw someone in the background struggling with the issue of praying for rain. 1 Carnivorous fish are not included in praying for rain, at least Megalodon is not included. 2 Praying for rain is not the credit of the protagonist alone. The protagonist is at most an organizer who integrates the forces. It is also written in the article that extinguishing the fire is everyone's power, the protagonist's Pokemon, Wild Pokemon, Water Pokemon, Pidgeot, Claw Crab, Tyrannosaurus Rex. 3 Why would the water Pokemon be obedient and pray for rain? Pokemon are not humans, please do not impose human indifference on the relationship between the Pokemon and nature. Faced with such a big fire, at the request of the protagonist, the water Pokemon will help pray for rain and extinguish the fire. Also, the protagonist is requesting, not ordering. Don't get confused. It is also said, "Please believe me," instead of, "I order you." So, can some book friends not read 10 lines at a glance, just blah blah, blah blah? It is impossible for a book to meet the tastes of everyone. If it meets the tastes of most book friends, I am satisfied. There are also those who say it is embarrassing. As long as the protagonist is not embarrassed, you are embarrassed. Ha ha ha. 135 Chapter 129, Count the Harvest. For more novels, 88912, join, https://discord.gg/szxtcashhq. 135. After the overlord Pidgeot left, Yu-Hai and the elves returned to the table and continued to eat breakfast. As for the armored rhinoceros that refused to leave, they had no better way to deal with it, so they could only let it stay. After breakfast, the mosquito frog ran around the treehouse using waterfall climbing, the crab raised its claws for training, and Butterfree continued to practice telekinesis. Long-winged gulls were very casual. Yu-Hai did not ask the long-winged gulls to practice a certain move, but let the long-winged gulls choose for themselves. Orb silk spiders still lay on the branches to bask in the sun, alert to the crabs attacking the seaside. The two silly things blew bubbles in the bucket and played with water. Long-armored rhinoceros did not go anywhere, nor did he exercise. After eating, he lay down beside Yu-Hai and slept soundly on the grass. Yu-Hai shook his head and had no choice but to take out the backpack of the Pokemon hunter to check if there were any good things inside. The most common thing in the backpack was Pokeballs, all in red and white colors, which he threw into the empty bucket. There were 32 empty Pokeballs and 7 Pokeballs with Pokemons. The Pokeballs contained Gyarados, Gyarados, Electabuzz, Squirtle, and Magneto, which were the only 5 Pokemons left in the Pokemon Hunter. He saw these 5 locked Pokeballs, and the sound and transparent Pokeball shells were blocked by him to prevent them from being recognized. He directly physically isolated them, and now he had time to check the proficiency panels of these 5 Pokemons. Golbat is level 52, Gyarados is level 53, Electabuzz is level 51, Squirtle is level 49, and Magnetron is level 45. Among these 5 Pokemon, only Electabuzz, Golbat, and Gyarados have a chance to break through to the King level. Among them, Electabuzz and Golbat have a greater chance. After all, there is still a chance to evolve, and Gyarados depends on whether there is a chance. Among these 5 Pokemon, even the weakest Magnetron cannot beat him even if his Pokemon are tied together, not to mention that all of them are restrained by the electric type. It is even more difficult to beat him. The previous Megalodon was besieged by 5 Pokemons and fought a war of attrition, and it was barely defeated. It was still a Megalodon at level 34. Magnamon is level 45, and Megalodon can't compare at all. If it is a head-on encounter, he will have no chance of winning, and if the opponent is not kind, he will die miserably. Fortunately, he took the initiative and let the Pidgeots consume the opponent, then hypnotized and paralyzed him, and then he sneaked up on the opponent at night and killed him without injury. Even after making so many preparations, his sneak attack was still a bit reckless. A trainer of this strength, even if he was exhausted, was not something that a rookie like him could kill. It can only be said that the Pidgeots are really powerful. Without the consumption of the Pidgeots, it would not be so easy for him to hypnotize and paralyze the opponent, nor would it be so easy to succeed. In addition to these 5 Pokemon, the Pokemon Hunter still has 2 Pokemon that have not been sent out, namely Slowpoke and Farfetch'd. Slowpoke. Attribute, Water plus Psychic. Gender, Female. Potential, 39%. Level, 12.13%. Attribute, Slow/3.13%. Hidden attribute, Regeneration /4.16%. Mastered moves, Impact /1.21%. Call /4.31%. Water gun /3.11%. Yawn /6.23%. Telekinesis /9.14%. Sleep /11.28%. Dream talk /7.22%. Meditation /7.73%. Fruit duck. Attribute, Sex, General plus Flying. Gender, Male. Potential, 46%. Level, 13.33%. Features, Sharp Eyes /9.25%. Mastered moves, Lightning Flash /9.41%. Life-threatening /5.31%. Feather Perch /6.19%. Sand Throwing /7.12%. Peck /8.14%. Stare /11.28%. Continuous /5.22%. IAI//4.51%. Revenge/7.31%. This. Yu Hai fell into deep thought after looking at the proficiency panels of Slowpoke and Farfetch'd. A level 12 and a level 13 Pokemon should not be Pokemon hunters. No, in addition to being too low in level, this Slowpoke has a broken tail, and Farfetch'd also hates him. No, this statement is not accurate. It is not hatred towards him, but hatred towards Pokemon hunters, or hatred towards all humans. Through the transparent shell of the Pokeball, he could see the Farfetch'd inside the Pokeball, and Farfetch'd could see him outside. He could see the hatred in Farfetch'd's eyes, the hatred that wished to cut him into pieces. Just like the hatred he had when he wanted to kill the Pokemon hunter, he understood this feeling. That was also the reason why he suspected that these two Pokemon were not Pokemon hunters' Pokemon. A Pokemon without a trainer would hate his trainer and show it without any concealment. Even the villains would not have such a Pokemon. If it was a disobedient Pokemon, he could still beat it into submission, at least there would not be such strong hatred. Unless it was not his Pokemon, or food. Thinking of this, Yu Hai fell silent. Slowpoke's broken tail and Farfetch'd were likely to be food for the Pokemon hunter. The idea of food was not an unfounded guess. In the animation of his previous life, it was clearly stated that humans would eat Slowpoke's tail and Farfetch'd, as well as some fish and beef in restaurants. He thought that he was the only one who would eat Pokemon, and when he went to human society, if it was forbidden, he would not continue to eat Pokemon. Unexpectedly, eating Pokemon is the norm in this world, or it is forbidden on the surface, but can be eaten secretly, just like those people who eat protected animals in the previous life. It seems that the worldview of this world is more realistic than he thought, and these ingredients are likely to be farmed on a large scale. After realizing this, he put down Farfetch'd's Pokeball, took a deep breath, and continued to take things out of his backpack. After taking out all the Pokeballs, the next thing is food and bottled water, fresh water, and several large bottles of mineral water, food including honey, bread, various meats, rice, various seasonings, as well as tree fruits and a scallion. When he took out the scallion from his backpack, Yu Hai looked at the onion duck in the Pokeball. Onion duck's eyes were spitting fire. The moment he saw the scallion, he was even angrier than before. Yu Hai put down the scallion and confirmed his guess that Slowpoke and onion duck were the food of the Pokemon hunter. This onion was the onion left over by the Pokemon hunter, but the Pokemon hunter didn't like to eat onions, so he left it. It's also possible that he wanted to sell it. Onion duck's onion is a weapon and a Pokemon item, just like the spoon in Alakazam's hand. However, Slowpoke's tail can grow again, but onion duck will disappear forever after being eaten. When he played games in his previous life, he liked onion duck very much. He often used onion duck to chop trees in front of him, and the onion was used to chop trees. Unexpectedly, the sharpest weapon became the condiment that ruined himself. Ah, Yu Hai sighed softly and continued to take things out of his backpack. This kind of thing is not subject to personal will. He can't change anything, he can't even change himself. He just wants to live. The next thing he took out was the clothes worn by the elf hunter. There were 2 sets in the backpack, one raincoat, one black jacket and pants, and hiking shoes. There are also small things like black face towels and hats. This black jacket and pants are not bad. They are quite in line with his aesthetics and are quite handsome. If you want to wear them, you need to wash them before wearing them. After more than a month of crossing the deserted island, his shorts have been worn out, his buttocks have been worn out, and his crotch has split. He still sewed them up with rags and continued to wear them. It's okay to wear like this on an uninhabited deserted island, but if you still wear it like this in human society, you will probably be mistaken for a beggar. And the hiking shoes, together with the black jacket and pants, were thrown into the water by him to soak. After washing and drying, they can be worn directly. The elf hunter was really a timely help. He sent him whatever he needed, such as empty elf balls, worn-out clothes and pants. After that, there were some outdoor supplies, which he also needed, including spare tents, flashlights, watches, daggers, ropes, shovels, telescopes, sleeping bags, compasses, pots and bowls, lighters, folding tables, and chairs. In addition to the above messy things, there were also various medicines he urgently needed, such as wound medicine, antidote, burning medicine, paralysis medicine, and all kinds of medicines. There were also things like insect repellent spray and maps. Wait, map. Yu Hai just put down the map and picked it up again. This was a map of the Orange Islands. When he opened the map, he saw the most conspicuous mark on the map. The elf hunter had marked a red cross on the big island, and there was a dotted line extending to the golden orange island. From this map, it can be seen that the footprints he asked the long-winged gull and the butterfly to follow before were correct. The Pokemon hunter landed on the island from the west, starting from Jingan Island, and the destination was Dazanhai. The target was the cub of the Overlord Pidgeot. Looking at the map of the Orange Islands, Yu Hai took out a piece of charcoal from the stove, found the location of Hasa Island, and also made a black mark. This would be the island he would go to next. The Pokemon hunter had been killed, so there was no need to worry about meeting him again. There was a reason why he didn't choose Jingan Island. The Pokemon hunter had been on Jingan Island for a long time, and there must be acquaintances who knew the Pokemon hunter. If he went there like this, wouldn't it be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Once the Pokemon hunter's acquaintances recognized that he had killed the Pokemon hunter, and then found that he was still a rookie trainer who received the legacy of a quasi-king trainer. The result is conceivable. This group of people will definitely flock to him just to rob the Pokemon hunter's legacy. Unless he doesn't use anything of the Pokemon hunter and throws all of the Pokemon hunter's things into the sea, then he can go to any island, and there is no need to deliberately avoid Jingan Island. But he would not give up the elf hunter's things, so he could only go to Hasa Island first. After determining the destination, Yu Hai put away the map of the Orange Islands, and he continued to take things out, taking out several large bags of granular food. These foods are very special, not like the food eaten by humans, otherwise the elf hunters would not distinguish them. After opening the food package, he smelled a fragrance, which he could not describe. It was the first time he smelled this kind of smell. In short, it was very fragrant, and it also attracted the armored rhinoceros to crawl over. Hulu, I want to eat, I want to eat. The armored rhinoceros's whole rhino head followed the fragrance of the food and got into the bag. Seeing this guy so fascinated and drooling, Yu Hai knew what kind of food this was. It should be food exclusive to elves. There were 2 large bags in the backpack. It should be food prepared by elf hunters for their elves. There should be more before, but they were all consumed in the battle. It turned out to be not energy cubes. Yu Hai felt a little pity. He didn't know whether energy cubes had been researched or whether they were too expensive and elf hunters were reluctant to buy them. After pouring some elf food for the armored rhinoceros, Yu Hai sealed his pocket. He would eat this thing at noon later. He was not in a hurry now. The armored rhinoceros saw it and kept pestering him if he didn't give it to him. It was very annoying. After sealing the elf food, Yu Hai started to touch it again. This time, before he could touch anything, the ground under his feet began to shake. Dong, dong, dong. Gudong, it can't be. Yu Hai heard such a movement and stopped touching things. Because the sound was getting closer and closer, the birds in the forest were startled and the trees near this side began to fall. It indicated that a powerful uninvited guest was coming towards them. Judging from the momentum, it should be a Tyrannosaurus. The mosquito-repellent frog, the giant crab, the long-winged gull, and the butterfly all stopped their morning exercises after hearing such a big noise. They gathered around and protected Yu Hai in the middle. The armored rhinoceros, which was eating the elf food, also stopped eating because it was very familiar with the footsteps. When it heard the footsteps, it was worried and knew that it could not escape and would be caught. But before it was caught, it set its eyes on the elf food it had just eaten, which was in a white plastic bag, 2 large bags as big as a bucket. Woo, woo, the armored rhinoceros did not touch the food first, but turned and ran into the woods, shouting as it ran. Did that human catch you? I'll go over and crush him." The armored Tyrannosaurus saw the armored rhinoceros as soon as it came to the edge of the woods, and wanted to go up and crush Yu-Hai angrily. "Wow, stop, listen to me." The armored rhinoceros hurriedly used its rhino horn to stop the armored Tyrannosaurus from killing Yu-Hai. If the armored Tyrannosaurus tore Yu-Hai to pieces, where would it go to get food and drink? Hoo-hoo! The armored Tyrannosaurus slipped and couldn't rush over, so it stopped and prepared to listen to the armored rhinoceros' explanation. "Hoo-hoo, they have delicious honey here, that's why I stayed here," the armored rhinoceros explained. "Hoo-hoo? Really?" The armored Tyrannosaurus was immediately interested when he heard this explanation. Seeing the expression of the armored Tyrannosaurus, the armored rhinoceros immediately thought to himself that it was bad. It almost forgot that its father was also a big foodie, and it could eat more than itself. "Hoo-hoo, then I'll kill that human first, and then grab the honey." The armored Tyrannosaurus exhaled a heavy breath from its nostrils, and its thick and hard feet with a metallic luster began to dig the ground, preparing for a charge. "Hoo-hoo, wait, I'll go grab it. The armored rhinoceros used its rhino horn again to hit the belly of the armored Tyrannosaurus, preventing it from passing. "Thanks. Go all out, 500 book coins. Gui you buy, 100 book coins. Luo, 100 book coins. More than 10 years, 1000 book coins. People, 100 book coins. Gui you buy, 100 book coins. Thanks for all your votes, thank you." 136 Chapter 130, Too Many Good Things. 136. Once the armored Tyrannosaurus passes, it's hard to say what the result will be. The armored rhinoceros hurriedly stopped the armored Tyrannosaurus, saying that it would go over to negotiate. If the armored Tyrannosaurus kills that human, it will have no place to eat in the future. If they keep that human, they can come and grab food at any time. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was about to charge, was persuaded by the rhino. It stopped digging and kicked the rhino on the butt, signaling it to hurry over. After being kicked, the rhino was very happy and breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was quiet. It turned around and trotted to the frog, shouting to it, "Hulu, I want this and that. Let's go home right away." "Yobo," the frog was undecided and looked back at Yu-Hai, pointing to the 2 large bags of elf food in white plastic bags and the honey in the glass jar. When Yu-Hai saw these 2 things, his forehead was full of black lines and his fists were hard. This big foodie didn't forget to pack food to take home, and he actually took advantage of the fire to rob. "Give it to it," Yu-Hai sighed speechlessly, nodded and agreed to the request of the armored rhinoceros. There was no need to use force to solve the trouble with food. The most urgent thing was to let this time bomb leave quickly. Well, the most important thing was that they couldn't beat it. If they had the strength of the king, they would definitely defeat this armored Tyrannosaurus. But they didn't have it. This was a flaw and an unsolvable problem. After Yu-Hai nodded in agreement, the mosquito frog picked up the honey jar and put it in the bucket. It picked up the bucket and walked to the edge of the forest. When it came to the edge of the forest, it put down the bucket and ran back quickly, fearing that it would be crushed. The armored rhinoceros dragged a bag of elf food and returned to the armored Tyrannosaurus. Seeing the 2 foods, the armored Tyrannosaurus raised its thick arms, and easily grabbed the bucket and bag with its sharp claws, and rushed to the iron. The armored rhinoceros called twice and turned away. The armored rhinoceros followed the armored Tyrannosaurus, and was reluctant to leave Yu-Hai and the others. When leaving, he looked back every 3 steps until he could no longer see Yu-Hai and the others and completely disappeared into the depths of the forest. Seeing that the Tyrannosaurus finally left, Yu-Hai's tense nerves relaxed again and he sat down on the ground helplessly. The pressure from the armored Tyrannosaurus was no less than that from the overlord Pidgeot. Both were king-level elves. Fortunately, they were all here to take away the cubs. He did not treat the Overlord's cubs badly, but instead earned a lot of favorability. Otherwise, they might have been trampled. It was a pity that these two high-potential cubs, one could evolve into a handsome king-level Pidgeot, and the other was a king-level armored Tyrannosaurus that was not weaker than water, were not destined to be with him after all. As the sound of the footsteps gradually faded away, the elves experienced 2 life and death experiences in a row, and they dared not even breathe. It was not comfortable at all. However, it was all a false alarm in the end. They also knew why Yu-Hai fed these 2 guys honey. It was to prevent the parents of these 2 guys from going berserk. The reason for increasing the favorability was just to say some good things for these 2 guys. They are really good people. Don't let the Tyrannosaurus parents get angry. Adults don't remember the mistakes of villains. Just ignore them. The final result was good. The elves continued their morning exercises, and Yu-Hai continued to count the things of the elf hunters. He reached into the backpack again and took out some banknotes and steel balls. The size of the coins was similar to that in the previous life, and the color was also similar, silver-white, but the pattern on the coins was different. One side of this coin was a poke ball, and the other side was the amount, and the banknotes were also similar. There was not much money in the backpack, only more than 5,000 alliance coins, which was about 250 yuan according to the purchasing power of the previous life. Good guy, this guy is really poor, no wonder he came to steal Popo. It turned out that he wanted to get rich, but he turned over. Putting down the alliance coin, he continued to reach into his backpack and took out 2 books, namely, How to Enhance the Power of Electric Moves and From Magikarp to Gyarados. He first opened the first book, which is about enhancing the power of electric moves, and roughly flipped through the contents of the book. He can summarize the contents of the book in 2 words, charging. Let the electric elves continue to absorb electricity, as much as they can absorb, and continuously increase the upper limit of the electric elves' storage capacity, so as to increase the power of electric moves. Following this idea, Electabuzz can evolve into Electabuzz, but the person who came up with this method to enhance electric moves probably didn't expect that Electabuzz can also evolve. However, if it is enhanced according to this method, Electabuzz can evolve into Electabuzz, and it is only a matter of time before it is discovered. If Electabuzz wants to evolve into Electabuzz, all it needs is an electric amplifier and a constant supply of high-voltage electricity. This kind of thing, electric amplifiers, can be developed based on the enhancement principle of magnet props. It was not discovered before. He also roughly flipped through another book, and concluded that it was about how to improve the success rate of Magikarp's evolution. The book only provides one method, which is anger. Enraging Magikarp, causing Magikarp to evolve into Gyarados, and then defeating Gyarados and taming the evolved Gyarados, you will get Gyarados. This method can ensure that the trainer can select a Magikarp that can evolve into Gyarados from many Magikarps. But this evolution method also has great flaws. First, to defeat the angry Gyarados, if you can't beat Gyarados, it is likely to be destroyed and killed by Gyarados, and directly crushed to ashes. Second, such a Gyarados is difficult to defeat. Even if it is defeated and tamed, Gyarados' anger is easy to get out of control, that is, the mood is not very stable. After all, it is a Gyarados that is angered and evolved by the trainer. It would be strange if it can treat the trainer well. It wants to eat the trainer alive. Third, if a Gyarados is disobedient, even if it is beaten into submission, it may be intimidated by the trainer's power and may disobey the trainer. It is fine if the trainer remains strong all the time, but once the trainer is weak, Gyarados may flee from the battlefield, add insult to injury, or even turn against the trainer. He dare not use such a Gyarados, but there are always people who take the risk with a fluke mentality, just like the elf hunter who steals the cub of the Overlord Pidgeot. In addition to the method of using anger to evolve Magikarp, the book also has a matching anger training method, which is to use anger to enhance Gyarados' combat effectiveness. The book also mentions that if you want to maximize the use of Gyarados' anger and use anger to greatly enhance Gyarados' combat effectiveness, Gyarados needs to learn the strongest move that can be angry, Scale Reverse. Scale Reverse is a dragon move. Unless this Gyarados has dragon blood and inherits the Scale Reverse move, or activates the dragon blood during evolution and learns the Scale Reverse move, don't even think about it. After reading these two books, he came to a conclusion, that is, these two books are of no use to him. The first book is about how to enhance the power of electric moves. As a time traveler, these are all common sense. Otherwise, how can you dare to call yourself a time traveler? How can you dare to say that time travel is a dimensionality reduction attack? And the second book uses anger to promote the evolution of Magikarp. Those who have watched the animation know this thing, Kojiro's evolutionary foot. Just one kick, and then a sentence useless thing. Then Magikarp evolves, it's too simple. Anger increases attack power. Even if it's not Gyarados, humans will also be angry. Strength, courage, and combat effectiveness can all be enhanced in all aspects. That's it? Still need to publish a book? Do humans in the elf world not have 9-year compulsory education? It seems that they leave home at the age of 10. The parents in this world are also careless. They didn't even tell their silly children that water can conduct electricity. Putting down the two useless books, Yu-Hai reached into his backpack again to take out something, and took out a blue water drop pendant and a magnet similar to the magnets on both sides of Magnetron's body. This? Could it be a mysterious water drop and a magnet prop? There is still some dirt on it. Yu-Hai took a rag, wiped the two things clean, and looked at them carefully. The shape of the mysterious water drop is a drop of water, with a smooth and round surface, transparent and colorless, and the material is not clear, very much like glass, and there is a clear blue liquid in the water drop. Mysterious water drop. The elves carrying this item can increase the power of water-based moves, enhancement degree 19%. Level 36%. Note, effective at level 36 and below. For every level above the elves, the enhancement effect will decrease by 1% until it is completely ineffective. The panel showing the mysterious water drop, Yu-Hai read the introduction of the mysterious water drop, raised his hand to call the mosquito-repellent frog. Mosquito repellent frog, come here. Yobo, the mosquito repellent frog was running around the tree house. When Yu-Hai called it, it immediately ran over and stood in front of Yu-Hai, waiting for Yu-Hai's instructions. Put on this and use the water gun. Feel whether the power of the water gun has increased. Yu-Hai hung the mysterious water drop on the head of the mosquito-repellent frog and let the mosquito-repellent frog try the mysterious water drop to see if it can really increase the power of water-based moves. Yobo. When the mosquito frog first put on the mysterious water drop, it didn't feel anything, but after using the water gun to attack the tree, it immediately felt the water energy in the mysterious water drop, which strengthened the power of its water gun. Yobo, Yobo. This surprised the mosquito frog, and it stopped to check the gadget in front of it. Such a small thing could actually strengthen the power of the water gun. It was the first time it saw such an interesting toy. Mosquito frog, has the power of the water gun increased? Yu-Hai asked curiously. Yobo, the mosquito frog nodded in response to Yu-Hai. The power of the water gun has indeed increased a little. If it had used a water gun of the same power before, it would have taken more effort, but now it would be much less laborious. Okay, keep running. Yu-Hai took off the mysterious water drop after getting the test results. This thing should be Gyarados' thing, but the Pokemon hunter was afraid of losing it, so he took it off and put it in his backpack. He was not going to give the mysterious water drop to the frog right now. First, there was no place for the frog to wear the mysterious water drop, as the frog had no neck. Second, it would fall off easily if worn casually. After going to human society, he planned to make the mysterious water drop into a wristband and let the frog wear it on his arm to increase the power of the frog's water-based moves. There was only one mysterious water drop, so of course he would choose the frog first. As for the crab, We'll see later. If he could get something good, the next one would be the crab. They would come one by one, with combat elves first and auxiliary elves second. Wrapping the mysterious water drop with a rag and putting it away, he picked up the magnet again. This thing was quite heavy. The magnet looked like a horseshoe, and even the color of the magnetic pole was similar to the magnet on Magneto, except for the difference in color depth. It was hard not to suspect that the magnet, an electric-based move-enhancing item, was probably dropped from the Magneto family. Magnet, the elves carrying this item can increase the power of electric moves, enhancement 20%. Level 37%. The level of the magnet item is not much different from the mysterious water drop, and the introduction is similar, except that one enhances water-type moves and the other enhances electric-type moves. But he doesn't have an electric elf, so there's no point in keeping it. This magnet item should belong to the electric beast, and his elves can't use it. After going to human society, he can find an opportunity to sell the other things in his hand. Anyway, it's useless to keep it, so he might as well exchange it for something useful. After putting the two elf items away, Yu-Hai continued to reach into the backpack and take things out. But this time, after a long time, he didn't take out anything. Except for some coins and something like a bank card, there was nothing else in the backpack. All the things piled on the grass are all the belongings of the elf hunter. There were a pile of poke balls, a pile of clothes, pants, and shoes, a pile of food, a pile of outdoor equipment, a pile of medicines, and the rest were maps, alliance coins, Pokemon props, Pokemon cultivation books, and... Hey, there really is something. Yu-Hai scanned the things on the grass one by one. His palm was still groping in the backpack, and he touched a round thing, and found that one hand could not take it out. He immediately reached into the backpack with his other hand and took out the round thing in the backpack. Seeing the thing he took out was as big as his head, he was stunned for a moment and froze in place. What is this? Egg? Pokemon egg? Yu-Hai thought there was nothing, but he didn't expect to touch and take out a Pokemon egg. This thing was a bit beyond his expectations. The Pokemon hunter actually had a Pokemon egg, and he didn't know what Pokemon's egg it was. Most of this egg was white, and there were some brown spots on the eggshell. When watching animations in the previous life, someone said that the spots on the eggshell were usually the unique color of a certain Pokemon. Based on these patterns on the eggshell, you can roughly guess the type of Pokemon in the Pokemon egg. Brown stripes. I think about what Pokemon are brown. Pokemon of this color don't seem to be very good. They shouldn't be rare Pokemon. Yu-Hai looked down at the Pokemon egg in his arms and pondered. He soon thought of Pokemon with brown bodies. Unicorn, Pidgeot, Rada, Spearow, Sandshrew, Diglett, Monkey King, Caterpie, Toot, Caracara, Possum, Starfish, Eevee, Tailed, Cuckoo, Nonsense Tree, Baby Bear, Boar, Shocked Deer. I found that 1% couldn't explain the amplification strength of props, so I used 2 percentages. High level with low level props, the effect is not very good. Low level with high level props, the effect can be fully exerted. The props in the game are increased by 20%, but this is reality. The props have quality problems, and the enhancement effect is not fully equipped. Even if it can be fully equipped, it is only 20% at most, which is not too amazing. I'm buried today. Wait for me to rest for 2 days and then update twice. 137 Chapter 131, Long-Winged Gull Evolves. 137. And Kentaro, this thing should be viviparous, not oviparous. According to the official setting, elves are basically oviparous, and I don't know what the situation is in the real world. Among so many elves, he only likes Pidgeot, Growlithe, Caracara, Possum, Starfish, Eevee, and Boar. The rest of the elves are not bad, but they are either ugly or very common, so he doesn't like them very much. Moreover, he also needs to see the potential of the elves hatched from the elf eggs. If they are too weak, he will not cultivate them, and he may just let them go. If they don't want to leave, he will let them go. For elves with too low potential, except for Frog, he will not spend too much thought on other elves, because there is no need. Putting aside his guesses, Yu-Hai found 2 small foam boxes, tore one into pieces and put it in the other foam box, and then put the elf eggs into the foam box, letting the foam fragments completely wrap the elf eggs. XXXX. Then he covered the foam box, tied the 4 sides of the foam box with ropes, and put the foam box into the backpack. It was hard to say when the Pokemon eggs would hatch, so he could only leave it like this for now, go to human society, buy an incubator that could heat, and then put the Pokemon eggs in the incubator. After dealing with the Pokemon eggs, he continued to reach into the backpack, not knowing whether he could find any good things. But after searching for a long time, he didn't find anything good. He opened the backpack as wide as possible and looked inside the backpack. There was really nothing inside, so he gave up searching. He put the Pokemon eggs back into the backpack, and he also put all the things he had just taken out back into the backpack, as well as his package, the package with the reverse scale and the silver feather, and threw it into the backpack. In the end, only food and water were left, as well as dried megalodon, and clothes soaked in water. This time he had a lot of harvest, which was generally good. It was definitely a wave of fat for him, but when he thought that this was the legacy of a quasi-king trainer, it was inevitably a bit too shabby. He felt that this quasi-king trainer was too poor. It was too embarrassing to be called a quasi-king. This was probably the reason why the quasi-king trainer came all the way to steal Pidgeot. In one word, poor. After cleaning up the Pokemon hunters' things, Yu-Hai called the Pokemons who were doing morning exercises to come for lunch. It took him a whole morning to count the Pokemon hunters' things. Now it was lunchtime. After Rhinoceros and Pidgeot left, they returned to their usual peace, except for the 2 Pidgeots who were monitoring them. Today's lunch was back to the daily routine of Yu-Hai, Frog, Crab, Long-Winged Gull, Butterfree, and Orb Silk Spider, 5 Pokemons on one table. There were also 2 silly fish in the bucket. Yu-Hai tore up the bread and threw some new things they had never seen into the bucket for the 2 silly fish to have a taste. The remaining elves naturally ate whatever they wanted: bread, meat, tree fruits, dried fish, and elf-exclusive food. That is, the Iron Rhino dragged away a bag, and he still had a bag of elf food. It was a pity that the honey was gone. Intimidated by the might of the Iron Tyrannosaurus, they handed it all over and did not dare to keep it privately. It was the first time for the elves to see so much food. Except for the tree fruits and dried fish, they tasted them all. Yobo yobo, this is delicious. The white boxing gloves of the mosquito frog held a handful of elf food in front of the crab brother, telling the crab brother that this was delicious. Quu. The big crab picked up the food with its small claws and put it in its mouth to taste it. It felt that the taste was not bad, so it ate it happily. Seeing that the mosquito frog and the other 2 were so happy, Yu-Hai pulled the packaging bag over and looked at it carefully. He saw that the packaging bag was written with water elf exclusive food, and he suddenly realized it. No wonder these 2 can empathize with this kind of food. It turns out that it is a special food for water spirits. Then Long-Winged Gull should also like it, and the silly thing should also like this kind of food. Plop, plop. He immediately reached into his pocket, grabbed a handful of water spirit food, and threw it into the bucket. Then he picked up another handful and put it in front of Long-Winged Gull, telling Long-Winged Gull, "Long-Winged Gull, try this food to see if it tastes good." Frogs and others all say it tastes good. Woo-oh, Long-Winged Gull called to Yu-Hai, without any politeness, and lowered his head to eat the special food for water spirits. As soon as the Long-Winged Gull ate it, its eyes narrowed, savoring the delicious food in its mouth. To be honest, this thing is much more delicious than Yu-Hai's cooked food. After all, it is a food specially customized and produced by humans for the taste of most water elves. Both the texture and the taste are so good that the Long-Winged Gull cannot describe such deliciousness. It thought that cooked food was already delicious, but it didn't expect that there would be even more delicious food, comparable to honey. If the Long-Winged Gull can eat energy cubes, it will be truly delicious. So, it can probably get a food deliciousness level. Energy cubes honey equals exclusive food for elves cooked food raw food eating grass. Suddenly, the long-winged gull, which was eating exclusive food for water elves, suddenly burst into a dazzling white light on its body, just like the mosquito coil tadpole before. What is this? Yu-Hai was still eating bread and preparing to fry a steak to enjoy it. Suddenly, he was dazzled by the strong light and immediately raised his hand in front of his eyes to block the dazzling light emitted from the long-winged gull. Since it was daytime, the evolutionary light was not so dazzling, and I could barely see the whole process of the evolution of the long-winged gull through the gap between my arms. Fuck, I actually forgot that this guy is about to evolve. Yu-Hai saw the long-winged gull glowing, and then he remembered that he had just seen the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull yesterday. At that time, I thought that the long-winged gull would evolve either last night or today, but I didn't expect that it would evolve during lunch today. He immediately opened the proficiency panel of the long-winged gull. No, it should be the panel of the large-mouthed gull, and the long-winged gull had already evolved. Small mouth. Attribute, water plus flying. Gender, female. Potential, 69%. Level, 26.57%. Features, rainfall /1.39%. Mastered moves, wind /8.59%. Feather perch /9.01%. Water flow ring /9.23%. Water gun /19.49%. Lightning flash /9.29%. Wing attack /7.58%. Water wave /4.87%. High speed movement /1.37%. Pray for rain /3.17%. Tailwind /1.11%. After smallmouth evolved, its potential reached 69, which is similar to that of Butterfree, but a little lower. With a potential of nearly 70, he didn't know how difficult it would be to increase it to 99. But it is estimated that every 0.1 increase in potential is as difficult as climbing to the sky. He was not sure whether Butterfree and Stilt could break through the potential limit of their bodies and reach 70. We could only wait and see if there were any more divine beasts to give us some good things. The level of Stilt reached level 26. The characteristic also changed from wet body to raining characteristic, and the previous wet body proficiency was also reset to 0. As for the moves, there was no big change. The proficiency of flying and water moves basically increased by 1%. Only the rain prayer move increased the proficiency by 2%. This move is similar to the raining characteristic, and can be put together for intensive training in the future. In this way, Stilt will have double the rainfall intensity as soon as it appears, and you have to be stronger than Stilt to grab the weather. In addition, Stilt has learned a new move, Tailwind. Tailwind is a move that accelerates all members, which can increase the speed of all elves on the field by x2. If the big-mouthed gull that comes with rainy weather releases the Tailwind move, then the speed of the mosquito frog will be x2, and then x2 again. It feels like there is something going on. Bailey, the big-mouthed gull just evolved, and looked at the new body impatiently. At this time, the big-mouthed gull, except for being a little fatter, is almost the same in appearance as before evolution. The yellow beak occupies most of the body, its feathers are white, and its claws, wingtips and forehead are blue. Its beak is so big that a child as big as a kindergarten can fit it completely. In general, the big-mouthed gull is still more beautiful and handsome before evolution. It always feels that something is missing after getting fat. The big-mouthed gull has also changed from less than 1 meter in height and less than 10 kilograms in weight to the current height of 1 meter and 2 meters and 28 kilograms in weight. This is the official data. It is hard to say how tall and heavy this big-mouthed gull is. After all, he has no measuring tools, and cannot accurately know the height and weight of the big-mouthed gull. Only after going to human society can he accurately measure it. But can such a large-mouthed gull really carry him to fly? He still had some doubts, not sure whether the large-mouthed gull could carry people to fly. However, in the animation of his previous life, Zai had ridden a large-mouthed gull, so he thought his large-mouthed gull should be able to fly too. Big-mouthed gull, why don't you try to fly? Yu Hai saw the large-mouthed gull flapping its wings, and wanted to try it out to see if the large-mouthed gull could carry people to fly. Bailey, Bailey, the large-mouthed gull nodded, flapped its wings to stir up a strong wind, and flew up. The large-mouthed gull flew higher and higher until it came to the wide sky, and then it began to soar freely and happily in the blue sky, and disappeared in a flash. Seeing this scene, Yu Hai didn't have time to call the large-mouthed gull down, and he hadn't gotten on the car yet, but seeing that the large-mouthed gull had disappeared, he could only give up trying to ride the large-mouthed gull, and returned to the dining table to continue eating his lunch. Yobo! The frog saw the otter disappear and looked at the other Pokémons in confusion. Butterfree shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The guy is probably too excited to adapt to the new body. Quu, the crab looked at the mosquito frog, then at the butterfly and the orb spider, looking forward to whether it would grow wings after its evolution. It also wanted to fly to the sky. Continue to eat lunch, don't worry about it. Yu Hai heard the elves were chatting, so he called the elves to eat lunch quickly, and there would be a lunch break later. When the big-mouthed gulls come back, there will be no need to train in the afternoon. He will let the big-mouthed gulls adapt to manned flight. In other words, they will leave the deserted island tomorrow, and there is no need to pack things. Everything is in the backpack. After lunch, Yu Hai leaned under the shade of the tree and took out a cigarette and lit one for himself. There were still 2 cigarettes left. When he thought about leaving the deserted island where he had struggled to survive for more than a month tomorrow, he was still a little reluctant and afraid. For a moment, he even had the idea of not wanting to leave. But he quickly shook his head and threw the idea out of his mind. It was impossible not to leave. If he didn't leave, he would have to live under the surveillance of the Pidgeot tribe all the time. It's not that being monitored is uncomfortable, but it is a guarantee of safety. As long as they don't set foot in the center of the island, they basically do their own things and don't interfere with each other. But humans are social animals. Even if they are lying down and fishing, they can't live without contact with human society and don't need any industrial products of human society. Human society will eventually return. He can't stay on the deserted island for a lifetime, because there is nothing here, no trophies, no honors, no praise, no seasonings, no delicious food, and no girls. Even if he doesn't need these things, the elves need them, and he can't not need them. Yu Hai was thinking about something, and he had finished smoking the cigarettes in his hand. The big-mouthed gull also went outside for a walk and came back. It landed beside Yu Hai and shouted to Yu Hai excitedly, "Bailey, Bailey. Okay, I got it. Let's go eat lunch first." Yu Hai raised his hand and stroked the big-mouthed gull's head and back, as well as the big-mouthed gull's broad white wings. He could understand the big-mouthed gull's excitement, because he was also excited. After seeing the big-mouthed gull, the smile on his face never stopped. Bailey, the big-mouthed gull nodded, flew to the dining table, finished his lunch, and came to Yu Hai's side again, lying down and starting a lunch break. Yu Hai also started a lunch break. Everyone started a lunch break, only the orb silk spider did not take a lunch break. It was still lying on the branch to guard the surroundings to prevent danger from appearing suddenly. After the lunch break, the elves started the afternoon training. Yu Hai called the big-mouthed gull away alone and came to the open space to test whether the big-mouthed gull could carry him to take off. This was related to whether they could leave tomorrow. "Big-mouthed gull, can you take me flying?" Yu Hai did not rush to ride on the big-mouthed gull, but asked the big-mouthed gull first if it was feasible. "All right," the big-mouthed gull nodded gently, indicating that it was okay. Seeing the big-mouthed gull nod, Yu Hai raised his feet and sat on the big-mouthed gull's back. The big-mouthed gull's back was very broad, and the feathers were smooth and soft, and very warm, and it was very comfortable to sit on. He sat on it, but there was no place for his hands to hold, so he could only lie down and hug the big-mouthed gull's neck, and said to the big-mouthed gull, "Okay, big-mouthed gull, you can take off, but don't fly too high, just fly on the grass." "All right." The big-mouthed gull felt the weight of Yu-Hai on its back, and it was still within the range of tolerance, so it slowly flapped its wide wings. But after flapping for a long time, there was no movement at all, and it was still standing there, and it felt very depressed. Could it be that Yu-Hai was too heavy? It may also be that the lift provided by the wings is not enough, or simply put, the wings are not flapping fast enough. Next, the long-winged gull increased the output power of its wings and flapped them quickly, finally carrying Yu-Hai up. The height was only 5 meters, and it could not rise any higher. 138 Chapter 132, Far-fetched. 138. The far-fetched felt it carefully in the air, and there was no pressure if it flew level. If there was another gust of wind, it could glide on the wind, which would be more labor-saving. The far-fetched flew steadily, but Yu-Hai was scared to death in the sky. After all, it was the first time to fly on a flying elf, so it was normal to feel a little timid. If he had the driving experience of the elf hunter and was an old driver, it would be much easier. But the elf hunter is the elf hunter, he is him, and he can only practice slowly if he doesn't know how to do it. This afternoon, he basically practiced riding the far-fetched, keeping his body balanced and letting the far-fetched adapt to his weight. Every half an hour of practice, he would rest for a while, and the far-fetched also needed to rest. After practicing for 2 hours, he stopped practicing. He had practiced almost enough and had mastered the balance. He just needed to practice until he could master it. If he just wanted to leave the deserted island without any accidents, his current driving proficiency would be enough. Now he was resting under the shade of a tree, and suddenly saw blood on the straps of his black backpack. When he washed his clothes later, he would wash the straps together. Otherwise, when he went to human society and saw these blood stains, others would definitely think that he might have committed murder and robbery, or committed illegal activities such as robbing thieves, and they might even call the police. He didn't want to go to the police station for no reason. While checking how much blood was on the backpack, he also opened the backpack and took out food to replenish the physical strength consumed by the big-mouthed gull. Gliding in the wind is not tiring, but it is very tiring to carry him to take off and land vertically. In fact, he is not heavy, only about 70 kilograms, 120 to 130 kilograms, which is his weight in his previous life. The big-mouthed gull eats food when he was looking west. He also took out a piece of bread to replenish his energy. There were a lot of these things, and there were still 40 or 50 in the bag, so he could eat them at will. But when he touched the bread, he also touched the poke ball. He took it out and saw that it was Slowpoke's poke ball. Considering that Slowpoke might be the food of the Pokemon hunter, he was going to release Slowpoke. He didn't want to eat Slowpoke, but he thought it was cute. Pink, fluffy, a bit like the dolls in his previous life, it should feel very good to touch, just like the cat he raised in his previous life. For such a Slowpoke, how could he bear to eat it? It would be nice to keep it as a pillow, so he couldn't bear to eat it. Bang! He did it as he thought, he opened the poke ball and released the Slowpoke in the ball. Ah dong, Slowpoke's reaction was very slow. After being released, he didn't understand the situation and looked around in confusion. When it saw Yu-Hai, Slowpoke's body suddenly stiffened and fell into a daze. It pretended not to see anything, naturally turned its eyes away, and continued to look around. However, Yu-Hai's sharp eyes still caught the pause of that moment, but he did not reveal Slowpoke's little secret. From the fearful look in Slowpoke's eyes just now, he could see that this Slowpoke was not dull, and not stupid, but very smart. The stupid appearance was probably just a disguise for this creature, and the reason was not difficult to understand. If you don't want to be used as food, you either play dumb or play dead in nature. Ah dong, Slowpoke looked around, and his eyes finally stopped on the sea surface, falling into a daze. In fact, this creature was not in a daze, but thinking about how to escape into the sea. There were 3 elves here, the round silk spider on the branch, the Butterfree who was practicing telekinesis beside Yuhai, and the sleeping gull. If it runs away rashly, it will probably be caught and beaten, just like before when it didn't want its tail cut off, it ran away and was caught and beaten by the elf hunter. Seeing Slowpoke in a daze, Yuhai also looked at Slowpoke carefully. Slowpoke is pink all over and fat. Its ears are curled, and there are only small pupils in its large and round eye sockets, which makes its eyes look dull. Its mouth is buttery yellow, and 2 teeth can be seen on its upper jaw. It has short limbs, a claw on each hand and foot, and a long pink tail with a light pink end. It is said that the end of Slowpoke's tail can ooze out a sweet taste. Although it has no nutrition, it will feel happy when it is bitten. When the tail is soaked in water, a sweet taste will ooze out, so it will use its tail to attract elves and fish them up, but it will forget what it is doing while fishing, so it will lie by the river all day. This guy is also a senior fisherman, which suits Yuhai's appetite very well, but he did not rush forward, but called Butterfree, "Butterfree, go talk to Slowpoke, tell him that we have no ill intentions and will not eat him, and bring some food." Butterfree was called, and just as she stopped practicing her telekinesis, her sight was attracted by Slowpoke, who was staring at the sea and motionless. Hearing Yuhai's order, Butterfree held the bread in Yuhai's hand and some water-type elf-exclusive food, flew to Slowpoke and called, Butterfree called twice, but Slowpoke did not respond to it. It was a little strange, thinking that Slowpoke did not hear the call. It also raised its little paw and waved it in front of Slowpoke to remind Slowpoke that there was something in front of it. In fact, Slowpoke heard and saw it, but it was not clear about the current situation, so Slowpoke did not dare to pay attention to Butterfree. The strange environment, strange humans, strange elves, all made it feel insecure, and it didn't dare to contact anything strange in the outside world. There is food here, do you want to eat it? Butterfree picked up the bread, tore off a small piece and put it in its mouth to chew, then tore off another small piece of bread and put it in Slowpoke's open mouth. Ah dong! It took Slowpoke a long time, about 2 or 3 minutes, to feel that its mouth was filled with food, including bread crumbs and elf food. After feeling the food in its mouth, Slowpoke started chewing, because it saw Butterfree was also eating the same food, so the result was that the food was non-toxic and edible. You are safe, we are not the bad guys, and we will not eat you. Butterfree knew that such an explanation was a bit pale and powerless for an elf whose tail had been cut off. But it didn't have a good way, and this kind of thing could not be changed in a short time. It can only wait for a long time, and Slowpoke will slowly let down its guard and believe that it is really safe, and then it will try to accept them, join them, become one of them, and become their partner. But before that, it needs to ask Yuhai one thing, that is, Yuhai actually wants to touch this furry guy, and I don't know what's good about this guy, it's also very cute, okay. Yuhai wants to touch you, you'd better not bite him, or I will beat you up. Batday was dissatisfied, but still conveyed Yuhai's words. However, the tone of the speech was very impolite, and it threatened Slowpoke with words, warning Slowpoke not to bite people. Ah dong! Slowpoke just started hearing that he would not be eaten, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard that he was to be petted, of course he would not refuse. After all, the beast was under the eaves and had to bow his head. As long as he could save his life, he would just be petted. Before, he could break his tail to survive, and being petted twice would not lose a piece of meat. Under the shade of the tree, seeing Butterfree nodding, Yuhai immediately began to pet Slowpoke. He first petted Slowpoke's pink furry head, which frightened Slowpoke so much that his whole body stiffened. Seeing that Slowpoke did not object, he picked up Slowpoke's front limbs with both hands and held it on his thighs. He leaned against the tree trunk and petted Slowpoke's soft and smooth pink fur. It felt like petting a cat at home in the previous life. Slowpoke's head, limbs, body, and tail were all soft and comfortable, and felt good. Petting Slowpoke can make people feel calm. To put it simply, petting a cat is fun for a while, and it's fun to pet a cat all the time. The same goes for stroking Slowpoke. Seeing Yuhai enjoying stroking Slowpoke so much, Butterfree was not convinced and came over to rub Yuhai with her head, waking up Yuhai who had closed his eyes. When Yuhai woke up, he was not angry when he saw that it was Butterfree, but he saw the jealousy on Butterfree's face, and her mouth was about to pout. Seeing this, he gave up stroking Slowpoke and raised his hand to gently rub Butterfree's head, and comforted him softly, "Okay, okay, you still have training. We will leave the deserted island tomorrow, but you can't be lazy. The world outside is much more dangerous than here. You need to become stronger." Yee, Butterfree went to train happily after being comforted. It seems that Yuhai still cares about it and it is impossible for him to ignore it just because of Slowpoke's joining. Yadong, Slowpoke was surprised when he saw this scene. Somehow, the tension and fear at the beginning disappeared. Lying on this human's thigh, watching this human talking to Butterfree, it felt comfortable, warm, and kind. This trainer did not give it the same cold and indifferent feeling as the previous trainer. It did not look at it as if it were food. It did not feel uncomfortable with this human. It seemed that it would not have to have its tail cut off again this time. Thinking so, Slowpoke lying on Yuhai's thigh, breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe it was not bad to stay with this trainer. It did not plan to escape for the time being and planned to observe for a while. After coaxing Butterfree to exercise, Yuhai stroked Slowpoke in his arms again, looking at the sparkling blue sea, and thought of Farfetch'd, who had the same experience as Slowpoke and was also food. He stopped stroking immediately and took out Farfetch'd's Pokeball from his backpack. This guy had already lost one of his kind, and was an unstable factor. He could go berserk at any time. If he wanted to release this guy, he needed a Pokemon around him. Ocelot, go to the beach and call the crab back. Yuhai planned to let the crab suppress the Farfetch'd. A level 20 crab should be able to deal with a level 13 duck easily. Bile, the gull had just finished eating and drank 2 sips of water. When Yuhai called him, he immediately flew to the seaside and came over the crab that was training with a water gun. He shouted to the crab, "Bile, hurry up and get on the shore. Yuhai called you." "Kuai? I'm coming." The crab didn't understand what Yuhai called him to do, but he immediately stopped training, said goodbye to the frog, came ashore and came under the shade of the tree, and shouted to Yuhai, "Kuai, Kuai, Kuai." Yuhai saw the crab and also said the reason for calling the crab over, "Kuai, I will release the Farfetch in this Pokeball. I need you to subdue it, that is, beat it. This kind of Pokemon that is full of hatred for humans, he will not influence the other party, nor will he increase the favorability, because it is meaningless. At this time, Farfetch will not listen to anything. Facing such Farfetch, there is only one way, the strong is respected. First, beat the opponent to submission, until the opponent dares not to resist, then what to do will be much simpler. He will use his actions to show that he will not eat the opponent, but if he cannot be defeated, then there is no choice but to eat the opponent. Compared to eating Farfetch'd, his first choice of food is still crabs on the beach. Nothing else, there are too many crabs, and there is only one duck, and he is reluctant to eat it. It will be another story after going to human society, but there is indeed only one duck on this deserted island, the unique Farfetch'd. Quack, quack, the crab heard this request and immediately raised its big claws to show that it understood. It's just a weak duck, it's not an easy thing. Okay, I'll release Farfetch'd, you have to pay attention. Yuhai threw the Pokeball 10 meters away to avoid being affected, and then released the Farfetch'd in the Pokeball. Quack, quack, as soon as Farfetch'd left the Pokeball and found the direction of Yuhai, he held his onion and rushed towards Yuhai quickly. It was a flash of lightning, and there was a combo. Yuhai saw Farfetch'd rushing speed and the emerald green insect energy shining on the onion, and guessed the move Farfetch'd used. Quack, quack, crab saw Farfetch'd coming fiercely, and immediately stood in front of Yuhai, raised the crab to catch Farfetched's combo. Quack! Farfetch'd didn't understand why crab wanted to protect humans. Humans were so hateful, and it didn't understand why crab wanted to protect Yu-Hai. Quack! Quack! Crab blocked the combo attack and directly stuck to Yu-Hai. 3 mud shots were spit out from the face. Quack! Onion duck was very fast. When it saw the mud shots, it quickly retracted its onion and slapped the mud shots away. It landed and used the glare on the crab, glaring at it fiercely, but it had no effect. Then, Onion Duck used Feather Roost again to recover some physical strength. But Onion Duck was already at the end of its strength. After being caught, it had not eaten anything and had been hungry until now. The lightning flash and continuous slashing just now had exhausted all its physical strength. The reason why it could still stand up at this moment was that the belief in revenge supported it, strengthened its will, made its revenge will more firm, and made it persist until now without falling down. Revenge was its endless source of power. Hatred is the strongest negative emotion and the most terrible will, often accompanied by anger. Once this will accumulates to a certain extent, if it is also strong, it can destroy everything. 139 Chapter 133, Leave Tomorrow. 139. Quack! After using Feather Duck, Farfetch'd looked around. There were many elves around the human, and it couldn't get close to the human. It was unwilling to do so. It planned to burst out the last strength in its body and die with the human. Farfetch'd kicked the ground with its legs and used Lightning Flash again to get close to Yu-Hai, but Yu-Hai was blocked by the crab in front of him, and there were also Butterfly, Big-billed Gull and Orb Silk Spider around him. It was impossible for it to get close to Yu-Hai. So Farfetch'd turned around, changed direction, and ran to the sand on the beach. Don't let it escape, Crab! Yu-Hai saw Farfetch'd running to the beach and hurriedly reminded Crab. But it was also this reminder that made Crab follow it, and it happened to be ambushed by Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd saw Crab following it, and immediately shoveled sand from the sand, aimed at Crab's eyes and used Sand Throw, blocking Crab's sight. Then, Onion Duck rushed forward, holding the onion on its wings tightly, and resolutely slashed at the crab, using the revenge move with power X2. Shua shua shua. Onion Duck quickly slashed many attacks, and flashed to stand behind the crab. Ga. After being stiff for a while, Onion Duck finally ran out of energy and fainted, and his eyes turned into mosquito-repellent eyes. After Onion Duck fell, the crab staggered and shouted to Yu-Hai, "Ku, tisk." But before the crab finished shouting, it also fell down, its claws drooped weakly on the sand, its eyes also turned into mosquito-repellent eyes, and it fainted on the ground. Yu-Hai saw that the two guys were both fainted, and hurriedly got up and went forward to check on the crab. The crab was not injured, but there was a mark on its forehead, which was caused by the onion, which was also the reason why the crab fainted. This Onion Duck was quite ruthless, and it was killed directly. Fortunately, the shell of the crab was hard, so it was not injured, but just fainted. However, this also made Yu-Hai interested in this Onion Duck. The Onion Duck was not of high level, had low potential, but was decisive and ruthless, had a strong fighting will, and had clear attack ideas. After not eating for a long time and being extremely weak, it was able to replace the crab that was higher than its level and in its prime. He began to like this Onion Duck. This strong fighting will and good fighting awareness were not something that any Pokemon could have. It could only be said that it was something that could only be encountered by chance. Among his many Pokemon, only the frog and the crab had such a fighting will, but the crab was still a little bit lacking, and the frog had a similar strong fighting will. Let alone other Pokemon, the butterfly, the gull, and the orb silk spider, all of them had some small thoughts and lazy diseases to a certain extent, and would slack off if no one supervised them. Not to mention the two stupid things, he had no hope at all, just raising them as mascots. Although Farfetch's potential is a little low, these are minor problems, and they can be made up for in the future. Only this firm fighting will is the key to becoming a powerful main Pokemon. But Farfetch's hatred for humans is too deep, and it is not easy to increase its favorability, so he can only take it one step at a time. He ignored Farfetch's fallen Farfetch, but threw the crab into the ditch first. After the crab came into contact with water, it woke up immediately. This guy can't face setbacks. Once he encounters setbacks, he will fall into a state of depression, doubt his crab life, and deny himself. It's really a headache. I don't know when I can establish the correct crab life value for the big crab that losing is not terrible, and not fighting back is the most terrible. The mosquito-repellent frog patted the giant crab's shell with its white palm, and sat on the edge of the ditch, saying something to the giant crab that Yukai couldn't understand. Seeing this scene, Yuhei also left the pool, leaving space for the mosquito-repellent frog and the giant crab, letting the mosquito-repellent frog, the elder brother, enlighten the younger brother, the giant crab. He came to the unconscious green onion duck, picked up the green onion duck's duck legs and green onions, and threw them in front of Slowpoke. The green onion duck is not as bloated as ordinary ducks. It has a shorter neck and is covered with brown-gray feathers. Its chest and abdomen are milky white. The border between the abdomen and beak is distinguished by triangular zigzag lines. Its feet are yellow. There are 3 hairs standing on top of the head. There are also black V-shaped markings on the forehead and green onions held in its wings, which are its distinctive features. There is also the green onion duck of color, which is stronger than the average green onion duck, has darker feathers, and sharper eyes. The V-shaped markings become more like eyebrows, and it has been carrying the green onions that have become extremely huge. Putting down the green onion duck, Yuhei took out the elf food and water from his backpack, placed them in front of Slowman, and said to Slowman, "Slowpoke, you should know each other. When the green onion duck wakes up later, tell it to eat something, otherwise it will not have the strength to fight. These foods are not enough for everyone here. Ah dong." Slowpoke felt surprised as he watched Yukai put down the food and then silently stepped away. This human just handed over the comatose green onion duck to it instead of feeding it himself to increase his favorability. In fact, it's not that Yuhei doesn't want to increase his favorability, but that he can't. Once the green onion duck wakes up, he will attack him immediately instead of eating. At this time, it is better not to have direct contact with the green onion duck, just to prevent the green onion duck from running wild. After retreating, Yuhei came to the edge of the pool again and shouted to the mosquito-repellent frog and giant claw crab, "Mosquito-repellent frog, giant claw crab, you don't need to train. Go and guard the green onion duck. If the green onion duck wants to fight, you just follow it." Fighting. Yobo. Mosquito-repellent frog thought that Yuhei would cook the duck, but he didn't expect that Yuhei actually asked for a fight. After hearing this request, the mosquito-repellent frog also understood what Yuhei meant, and the duck was likely to become a partner. It seems that Yuhei likes that duck very much, and he probably wants to conquer it. Whether he will conquer the duck next depends on the duck's performance. Kuo bang, the big claw crab heard that it could fight again. This time it would never underestimate the enemy and would not be defeated by the green onion duck again. If it was still defeated, it would not be a shame. Watching the 2 mosquito-repellent frogs go to guard the green onion duck, Yuhei washed his clothes, pants, shoes, and blood-stained backpack by the pool. The clothes and pants were bought according to the size of the elf hunter. The elf hunter is also a little over 1.7 meters tall. For him, the clothes fit just right, but the hiking shoes are a bit too big. He tried it on and found that it was only 2 or 3 sizes too big and felt a bit loose. However, these are all minor problems. Later, you can wrap the cut bark with rags to make an insole and put it in your shoes. After washing the clothes, pants, and shoes, hang them all up to dry so they can be worn tomorrow. Next is the strap of the black backpack. There is some blood on the strap. He first rubs the blood off with sand and then cleans it with clean water. The blood stains were only on the sling. He quickly cleaned the sling and changed his backpack and clothes when he went to human society. After all, these are other people's things, or the things of a dead person. He has no habit of wearing other people's clothes, but now he has no choice but to make do with them. After washing the straps, it was time for him to wash himself. While there was still sunshine, he went to the ditch and washed his body from head to toe. Then he took a folding knife, looked down at his reflection in the water, and began to cut his hair. His hair was already long before the time travel, but it became even longer after the time travel. He had no intention of tying it up. It's summer now. He has long hair and is tied up with a rope. He is afraid that there is something wrong with him. He would rather shave his head than grow his hair long. He didn't stop cleaning his hair until it was all cut short. Don't even think about how handsome the haircut like this is. It's true that you can barely meet people. After all, this is the anime world, with colorful and weird hairstyles. His short hair is not weird. As for the beard? Sorry, he is only 15 years old. He is still a teenager. He has no beard. After he cleaned up his body, the green onion duck also woke up. The green onion duck wanted to fight at first, but the green onion duck had no strength. He listened to Slowpoke's advice and ate something first before fighting the mosquito-repellent frog. Originally, the giant claw crab wanted to avenge its shame, but the mosquito-repellent frog also wanted to try to see how strong the duck was that could defeat the giant claw crab, so he took the lead. As soon as the mosquito-repellent frog took action, it exploded with all its strength. It rushed up with the waterfall and punched the green onion duck, knocking the green onion duck away and hitting the tree. Then there was nothing more, green onion duck fainted directly. The result of this battle made the mosquito-repellent frog still a little confused. He looked around at the other elves and asked if he had struck too hard. Bah, 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 Badadi was extremely speechless and didn't want to respond to the mosquito-repellent frog at all. The green onion duck had just eaten something and the frog came out, and this guy became more and more violent. Ku fortunately, it is not so reckless, and knows how to judge the situation. There is no need to fight hard. Moreover, this trainer is not bad. He is friendly and speaks well. The Pokemon under him are very friendly, much better than the previous trainer. Frog, be gentle next time. Yu-Hai came under the tree, picked up Farfetch and put it in front of Slowpoke, asking Slowpoke to take care of Farfetch. Slowpoke, you are responsible for taking care of Farfetch. If it wants to fight again, I am here to accompany it at any time. After handing Farfetch to Slowpoke, and letting Frog and Frog continue to guard here, Yu-Hai called away Longwing and continued to practice manned flight. Tomorrow, they will take the Longwing to leave the deserted island. Mastering some flying skills will be good for both him and Longwing, and it can also reduce the risk of accidents at sea. During their training flight, Farfetch woke up twice again. Each time, after eating, he would fight with Frog and Crab. This time it was the turn of the crab. Facing the prepared crab, Farfetch'd was knocked out again and thrown in front of Slowpoke. The second time was the frog. This time the frog showed mercy and fought back and forth with Farfetch'd, finally knocking Farfetch'd out. Then Farfetch'd never woke up again, and Yu-Hai and the others were going to have dinner. Before dinner, he was going to tell the elves that they were leaving the deserted island. Frog, Butterfree, Sorry, Crab, Magikarp, Weepy, Orb-spined Spider, we will leave here tomorrow and go to where humans like me live. Yobo, Frog said to himself, as expected, it knew it a long time ago. Not only it knew, but even Butterfree knew it. When Popo was taken away, everyone knew that they were going to leave the deserted island. From the moment Yu-Hai rode on the Sorry also knew that they would not stay long and would leave here. Butterfree was also curious about what the outside world was like. It had been here since it was born until it was conquered by Yu-Hai. It thought it would stay on the deserted island for a lifetime, but it didn't expect to see the outside world. It couldn't help but have some expectations. Orb Silk Spider didn't care. It would stay wherever Yu-Hai and the others were. As long as they were provided with food and accommodation, it would be fine. There was no need to inform or ask about the two stupid fish, Slowpoke and the unconscious Farfetch'd. These four guys had no choice but to follow the crowd and leave with them. Everyone, have dinner first. There's no rush to leave. Let's have breakfast tomorrow morning before leaving, Yu Hai didn't continue. It was dinner time now, so it was most important to have dinner first. Today's dinner had a new member, Slowpoke, sitting at the same table with them. If Farfetch'd didn't have such a strong temper and didn't hate humans so much, he could actually sit with them to have dinner. But he didn't wake Farfetch'd up because he was afraid Farfetch'd would overturn the table. Farfetch'd fainted under the tree. After they finished dinner, he woke Farfetch'd up and asked Slowpoke to comfort the little brother and let Farfetch'd eat something. When Farfetch'd finished eating and wanted to continue fighting, Yu Hai threw the ball and attacked Farfetch'd and took Farfetch'd back. Not giving Farfetch'd a chance to continue fighting, everyone was exhausted today, so it was better to rest early, so he asked the elves to go to bed. He didn't collect the clothes hanging outside. It hadn't rained in the past few days, so the clothes would be almost dry by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, we will wear the dried clothes and leave the deserted island. 140 Chapter 134, Lao Lu is coming. 140. The 37th day of surviving on the deserted island, sunny. Today they were ready to leave the island. Yu Hai, who got up early, did not wake up the elves, but went to the place where the clothes were hung to dry, and first took the clothes that were dried last night from the branches. Yesterday, he not only washed the jacket and pants, but also a black t-shirt, a hat, a face towel and other small things. After taking the clothes off, he put them on directly, including the pants. After putting on the clothes, except for the pants, there was nothing else on the body that belonged to him. Before the elves got up, he also found the bark prepared yesterday, wrapped it with rags, and sewed the edges of the bark with thread, preparing to use the bark as insoles. When he made the insoles, the elves also got up. He put the insoles into the hiking shoes and called Mosquito Frog and Butterfree to follow him. Today is the last day on the deserted island. He plans to steal some honey for breakfast, or steal more to take away. Stealing honey is still the same old routine, the same old formula. Bard 80 hypnotizes him. He and Frog carry 2 buckets. Today they have to fill both buckets. Honey, after all, is the last time. After stealing honey, they returned to the treehouse and invited the elves to have breakfast. After breakfast, they prepared to set off for Hasa Island. The things were packed yesterday. There was nothing to pack, and they were all in the black backpack. While eating, Yu Hai also took out a compass, placed it on the map of the Orange Islands, and calibrated the direction. Hasa Island is in the southeast, Jingan Island is in the west, and Dazanhe is in the middle of the two. One is east and the other is west. It stands to reason that the probability of meeting an acquaintance of the elf hunter is very low, but he also needs to be careful. Things with the mark of the elf hunter were thrown into the sea by him, and he would not take those things to human society. However, the things thrown away were small things, such as things that could prove the identity of the elf hunter, and he did not throw away the elves of the elf hunter. As for the 5 elves, he planned to go to the black market to deal with the 5 elves after going to human society, which would cost a lot of money. The cubs of the Overlord Pidgeot can attract elf hunters to come from afar to steal them. Then the opponent's Quasi-King elves, and even elves with the potential to break through to the king level, should be worth millions. Millions of dollars, this is a huge sum of money, and it is also the starting capital for him to go to human society. After all, there are so many little foodies to feed, and you can't do without some money. Looking at the map, next to Hasa Island, there is a smaller island with a name on the map, called Fula Island No. 4. Fula Island No. 4, wait, Fula. Yu Hai muttered the name of the island, as if he had heard it somewhere. It should have appeared in the animation plot he watched in his previous life. After thinking for a moment, he quickly remembered that there were many fossil helmets on this island, a kind of prehistoric elf, and a rainy day physical attacker. No, that's not right. Yu Hai vaguely remembered that this island was the place where the fossil helmets hibernated. In the animation, after the fossil helmets were awakened, the island collapsed and sank into the sea. However, on the map, the island is still there, which means that the fossil helmets on the island have not been discovered and are still sleeping. If a normal person finds so many rare prehistoric elves, he will definitely capture them and sell them. But he does not want to disturb the dormant fossil helmets on the island, let alone sell rare prehistoric elves such as fossil helmets. It is not that he is so noble, but selling this thing will bring him trouble, especially for him who is still in a weak period. The disadvantages outweigh the advantages. As long as he sells a fossil helmet, he will be killed. Others will definitely catch him and ask him where the fossil helmet came from. If he answers, the island will collapse and sink to the bottom of the sea as in the original plot. If he does not answer, life and death are unpredictable. His best years have not yet begun, and he does not want to die young. If he does not want to attract too much attention, do not want to cause trouble, and be targeted by greedy people, it is best not to touch the fossil helmets on the island. If he wants to conquer a fossil helmet in the future, he can select a fossil helmet with high potential and then cultivate it slowly. He is not in a hurry for this moment. There are many fossil helmets on the island, and it is not difficult to select a high potential fossil helmet. This island is also his first stop. He will use Fula Island number 4 as a springboard to go to Hasa Island. In fact, there are many small islands between Fula Island number 4 and Hasa Island, which are only 1 or 2 kilometers in size. They are basically uninhabited islands and are marked on the map. Yu Hai, who is planning the route to leave the island, is completely immersed in the map and does not notice the strange eyes of the elves. Until Yu Hai felt that the table was a little quiet, so quiet that there was no sound of eating, he looked up at the elves. Just when he was about to ask the elves what was going on, a big face came over. Hulu, Hulu, the armored rhinoceros stretched out its big tongue and licked Yu Hai before Yu Hai could react. You? I stop, don't lick, Yu Hai pushed the armored rhinoceros away. Why is this guy back again? Didn't he just go back yesterday? Who, the armored rhinoceros was not annoyed when Yu Hai pushed him away. The purpose of coming here was to eat, especially the sweet honey. It smelled the fragrance of honey from a long distance. The honey and elf food brought back yesterday were eaten up by it and the armored Tyrannosaurus in one day. It was not enough, so it came again today. Don't grab it, I'll give it to you. Yu Hai saw that the armored rhinoceros wanted to stick its big tongue into the bucket again. He hurriedly took the bucket away, not wanting the foodie to pollute the honey. Then he used the basin where the giant crab took a bath to pour half a basin of honey for the armored rhinoceros who couldn't wait. Woo! The armored rhinoceros saw the honey and immediately shouted happily, honey, honey, honey it likes. Bobo landed on the back of the armored rhinoceros. It came with the armored rhinoceros. Seeing that the armored rhinoceros had honey, it didn't have honey, so it hurriedly shouted to Yu Hai twice. Why are you here too? Yu Hai looked up at the sky as if by reflex when he saw Bobo. He breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see the huge Pidgeot. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he looked back and saw that there was one less Pidgeot on the treetops. He immediately thought he was unlucky. The missing Pidgeot must have gone to report the news. After all, Bobo came secretly, and they were responsible for monitoring, so of course they had to go back and tell Pidgeot about it. After not finding Pidgeot, Yu Hai took out the rice bowl and poured some honey for Popo. At this point, there were 2 more elves eating breakfast on this grass table, Ironclad Rhino and Popo. Oh, my head hurts. They were all ready to leave. Why did Popo and Ironclad Rhino come here? It's better not to cause trouble for them. No matter how distressed they were, they had to get through breakfast and then run away. But things didn't go as they wished. They couldn't even have a peaceful breakfast because the orb spider gave a warning. E2, the crabs are coming, the orb spider was eating breakfast, and felt the vibration of the spider silk, so it suddenly got up and left. When it came back, it screamed immediately to inform Yu Hai and the others of the danger. Crabs. Yu Hai saw the orb spider so panicked, stood up and looked at the seaside, where many crabs gathered. They hadn't eaten crabs for a long time, and hadn't bothered the crabs. He thought that after leaving today, the two sides would become strangers, but before leaving, the crabs came again. The mosquito frogs who were eating breakfast also saw the aggressive crabs, and immediately stood in front of Yu Hai, with unprecedented solemnity. Because the leading crab was not simple, it was a giant claw crab, much larger than the big claw crab, and its level was at least above level 28, which was equal to the mosquito frog, or even higher. But this giant claw crab was not the leader giant claw crab. The leader giant claw crab was much larger than this giant claw crab. Yobo, don't eat it, idiot, the enemy is coming. The mosquito frog got up and saw the armored rhinoceros still licking the basin, and immediately kicked the armored rhinoceros on the butt. At this time, the armored rhinoceros can still eat. The mosquito frog is really impressed by this big foodie and his big heart. Hoo hoo! The armored rhinoceros was kicked and stopped licking the basin. He looked up and saw the aggressive crabs. He immediately pushed forward and stood in the front, roaring at the crabs. Roar, all of you get out of here, don't disturb us eating breakfast, or I will crush you. Kuaki, boss, they captured many of our brothers and ate them. Kuaki, yes, boss, we dare not come to this beach, we will be captured if we come. Kuaki, boss, they also have honey, a lot of delicious food, we have to grab all of it. Kaok, Kuaki, the giant crab boss listened to the giant crabs around him, you talk and I talk, and immediately raised his big claws to signal his brothers to be quiet. Then the giant crab pointed its big claws directly at Yu Hai and the others, and shouted loudly, Kuaki, do you hand over the honey yourself, and then I crush you all, or do I crush you first and then enjoy your honey? Yobo, arrogant, come here if you have the guts, I want to fight you one-on-one. The mosquito frog saw that there were many crabs on the opposite side, and the whole beach was full, with at least 40 or 50 crabs. It did not rush forward, but prepared to provoke the giant crab. The mosquito frog knew very well that this group of crabs gathered because of the giant crab. As long as the giant crab was dealt with, the crisis could be resolved. Kuaki, boss, don't listen to it. We have so many brothers, we must siege. Kuaki, yes, siege, siege. When the giant crab heard the younger brothers say this, it was a little embarrassed at first, with so many younger brothers watching here. If it refused, wouldn't it seem that it was afraid of the mosquito frog? If it agreed, once it was defeated, the gathered crabs would disperse, and it would also die here. It still had such a large piece of territory at home, and many female crabs. If it died here, the territory it had conquered and the female crabs would be gone. However, I gave them a way out. Since I advocated siege, then, attack. Ka. The crabs who heard the order to attack immediately waved their claws, making a creepy sound of pinching everything, and rushed towards the mosquito frogs. Yu Hai looked at the more than 20 crabs rushing on the beach, and there were more crabs rushing behind, but the giant claw crab stood still. He also knew that the king should be captured first, and the giant claw crab should be killed first, but the giant claw crab was surrounded by big claw crabs, so they had no way to start, so they had to give orders. The mosquito frog and the armored rhinoceros will be in the front, and the big claw crab will dig a hole first, and then harden to attack the giant claw crab. Yobo, the mosquito frog took the lead and blocked the charging crabs in front. Under the burst of climbing the waterfall, it basically punched a crab with one punch. Hulu, the armored rhino charged directly at the crab group, charging back and forth, knocking over crabs one by one. Kuai, after receiving the task of sneak attack, the giant crab immediately swung its claws to dig a hole, and also used the hardening move. Seeing 3 Pokémon start fighting, Yu Hai quickly arranged the battle tasks of the remaining Pokémon. He had 10 Pokemon here. The useless Weevil and Magikarp had been collected by him, and the remaining ones were Butterfree, Orbsilk, Slowpoke, and Pidgeot. Among these Pokemon, he could only command his own Pokemon Orbsilk Spider, use the electric net to support the Mosquito Frog and the Armored Rhinoceros to prevent the crabs from attacking by surprise. E2, the Orbsilk Spider heard the order and leaped onto the branch, throwing the electric net specifically at the crabs that wanted to attack by surprise. Butterfree, use the electric net to harass the giant crab, and release Hypnotic Powder and Paralysis Powder at the same time, Yu-Hai shouted to Butterfree. Butterfree heard the order and thought it was finally his turn. He immediately soared into the sky and flew over the giant crab, interfering with the giant crab's command and creating an opportunity for the giant crab to attack by surprise. Saurus, use the tailwind to speed them up. Yu-Hai did not let Saurus participate in the battle, but stayed by his side to speed up everyone. Bailey, Saurus saw that his companions were fighting, and immediately flapped his wings, blowing a breeze to increase the speed of his companions. At this point, there were only 3 elves left by Yu-Hai, Saurus, Slowpoke, and Pidgeot. The goal stayed to protect him. He didn't know if Slowpoke and Bobo would obey his orders, so he didn't order them to fight. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, an arc-shaped air blade hit the crab that wanted to sneak attack the mosquito frog. It was Bobo flying in the air who made the move. Yobo, the mosquito frog felt the wind behind him, and looked back to see a crab that was hit off the side, and Bobo flying in the air and releasing wind blades continuously. He immediately called out to Bobo to express his gratitude. Bobo, don't be distracted. Bobo's wings lit up white, and he threw out wind blades again, hitting off another sneak attacking claw, and reminded the mosquito frog. After the double update, I will try my best to ensure the quality. If the quality declines, I don't have any good solutions, but I feel a little sorry for the book friends who subscribed. I'm really sorry for everyone. If it's a bug, please remind me to modify it instead of criticizing. You may only read 2 chapters for a few minutes, but I need to write for a day. It's normal to have problems. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, not an AI. 141 Chapter 135, The 2 Overlords Come Again. 141. Yobo, the mosquito frog also knew that it was not the time to be distracted. It raised its white fist and smashed it hard, killing a crab. But there were still a steady stream of crabs coming around, and they were surrounded. Hulu, the armored rhino panted, standing back to back with the mosquito frog, looking around and seeing crabs everywhere. They could only hope that the giant crab and Butterfree would get rid of the giant crab as soon as possible, because they couldn't hold on for long. Yobo, the mosquito frog clenched its white fist tightly, also panting. It and the armored rhino looked at each other, as if they had made an agreement, and took a deep breath together and rushed towards the crab group. It still used fists, and the armored rhinoceros used feet, and they cooperated with each other and covered each other. Some sneak attacks that were not noticed were solved by Bobo and the round silk spider. Seeing the 4 elves cooperating with each other, Yu-Hai secretly said that good brothers should be like this, eating together, sleeping together, fighting together, and together. And Bobo is also a good fighting force. It would be best if he can help, but it doesn't matter if he doesn't. After Bobo joined the battlefield was still scorched, but no crab could break through the defense line of the mosquito-repellent frog and the armored rhinoceros and break through to Yu-Hai. Most of the crabs were attracted by the ferocious mosquito-repellent frog and the armored rhinoceros. The big-mouthed gull continued to maintain the tailwind state of all members and increase the speed of all members. As for why the big-mouthed gull didn't pray for rain? Please, praying for rain will help the big-clawed crab more or help yourself more, this is an obvious question. Boom! When the battle was in full swing, there was a loud bang. A big hole was broken under the feet of the giant crab that could not bear the harassment. The giant crab fell down without noticing. Butterfree immediately seized the opportunity and rushed forward. It quickly attacked with 2 electric grids and tied up the giant crab that fell into the sand pit. Then Butterfree quickly flew up to prevent other crabs from attacking. The giant crab that fell into the sand pit was not feeling well. While being paralyzed by the electric grid, the big crab was at the bottom of the sand pit and stretched out its big claws to clamp the joint of the giant crab's big claws. As a big crab, it knew very well what the crab's weapons were and what its weaknesses were. Before the crabs outside could go deep into the sand pit to rescue the giant crab, a crab screamed and a crisp sound of bones breaking came from the bottom of the sand pit. Kaka! Cool, cough! All the crabs who heard this loud scream stopped fighting and fixed their eyes on the sand pit. Suddenly, a small claw crawled out, followed by a big crab, and then a crab caught in the claw. Seeing that so many crabs were paying attention to it, the big crab lifted up the giant crab with its claws broken off, and in front of all the crabs, it smashed the giant crab on the claws heavily, and let out an angry roar, "Kuai!" Boom! The sand trembled with this smash, and many fine sands were shaken away, splashing on the faces of the onlookers, on the faces of disbelief and astonishment. Their giant crab boss was defeated just like that? Impossible, impossible, the giant crab boss will not lose, they don't believe it. It's useless not to believe it, the fact is that the giant crab was smashed by the big crab and fainted directly, and the other crab claw was broken, and the limbs were also broken. The crabs who saw this scene didn't believe that this was something a big crab could do. The unevolved type actually defeated its evolved type. This incident made the crabs a little unbelievable. They had never seen such a situation, nor dared to imagine such a situation, because they had seen it themselves, that is, the big crab was defeated by the giant crab, easily defeated. No matter how many big crabs there are, the big crab cannot beat the giant crab, it just can't beat it, this is the truth in the hearts of the crabs. Seeing the giant crab boss fall, really fall, the crabs who were eager to fight. The crabs who were about to take down the injured frog and rhinoceros were all silent, lowered their heads, and felt indescribably depressed. After the silence, they dispersed, the crabs stopped fighting, and quietly dispersed. Their spiritual support was gone, without the command of the giant crab, their fighting will was shattered, they no longer wanted to fight, and it was impossible to defeat the trainers entrenched here. Unless the giant crab leader came in person, no matter how many crabs came, it would be in vain, and they could not defeat the Pokémon here. As the crabs slowly dispersed, Yu-Hai did not order the elves to chase them, because it was completely unnecessary and might even backfire. Besieged by 20 or 30 crabs, the mosquito-repellent frog and the armored rhinoceros were already injured. Now the best result was to stop the war, and his elves were no longer able to fight. However, the killed large and giant crabs were all their trophies. There were more than 20 crabs, falling on the sand. The mosquito-repellent frog and the armored rhinoceros were the first to defeat so many crabs. They were like battlefield harvesters. Under the outbreak of the waterfall, the mosquito-repellent frog almost punched a small crab. Under the fierce charge, I don't know how many crabs the armored rhinoceros trampled to death. The remaining Butterfree, the large crab, and the big-mouthed gull also contributed, second only to the mosquito-repellent frog and the armored rhinoceros. Especially the big crab's smash on the giant crab, which directly decided the outcome of the battlefield. The orb spinner and Popo also contributed to preventing the frog and the rhinoceros from being attacked from both sides, and helped them out many times, which allowed them to persist on the battlefield for so long. Everyone worked hard, and he was very pleased that he had safely passed another crisis. Frog, rhinoceros, you come back first. Yu-Hai first called the injured frog and rhinoceros back, took out the wound medicine from his backpack, and sprayed it on the wounds of the frog and rhinoceros to stop the bleeding. Then he took out food and let the two replenish their physical strength, and the rest was just rest. He was going to leave the rest of the work to other elves. Bartley, big-mouthed gull, big claw crab, orb spinner, you pile up the crabs on the grass and have them as lunch later. They were all ready to leave, but they didn't expect this to happen again, so they could only postpone leaving the deserted island. There were also Iron Rhino and Popo, especially the injured Iron Rhino. They didn't know how to explain to the Iron Tyrannosaurus that the Iron Rhino was injured in the battle, not that they abused the Iron Rhino. Butterfree saw Yu-Hai treating the frog, so she called the elves that Yu-Hai had just named and started to move the crabs. Some crabs that were not dead were also stunned again by the electric net. It not only used the electric net, but also hypnotic powder and paralysis powder to stun the crabs that were not dead. Then they piled the crabs together and waited for Yu-Hai to treat the injuries of the frog and Iron Rhino before dealing with so many crabs. Beep! But at this moment, a trembling sharp bird cry rang in the ears of Yu-Hai and the elves. They all looked up and saw a big bird flying towards them. Yu-Hai saw that the person coming was Pidgeot, so he retracted his gaze and looked at Bobo, indicating that Bobo should go back. The giant claw crab attacked and the mosquito-repellent frog was injured. Yu-Hai was in no mood to care about Pidgeot now, but he would not give him a cold face. Although he was very angry because of the mosquito-repellent frog and the giant claw crab attack, he controlled his emotions very well and did not get angry at Bobo and the armored rhinoceros who broke in. After all, they also helped a lot. It was not their fault for this matter. He was just very irritated and wanted to smash something to vent his anger. Bobo, Bobo, Bobo saw Yu-Hai looking at him and knew that he should go back. He came here today to say goodbye to Yu-Hai and the others. Since the matter was over, they should go home. Bobo was going to call the armored rhinoceros to go home together, but he saw that the armored rhinoceros was still eating, and he was speechless. It would be impossible to call this foodie away unless Uncle Tyrannosaurus came in person. Bai Diao, why are you here again? Overlord Pidgeot landed on the treetops and asked his children what they were doing here. Bo, they are leaving, come and say goodbye, Bobo explained. Bai Diao? Huh? What's going on? Overlord Pidgeot was puzzled as to why it was so chaotic here, and the grass was also bumpy, as if it had been plowed. There were also piles of crabs, as well as injured mosquito-repellent frogs and armored rhinos. Bobo was attacked by a giant crab, and just had a fight. Bobo looked at the grass below and answered the confusion in Overlord Pidgeot's heart. Bai Diao, giant crab. Overlord Pidgeot immediately looked up to the west. There was a giant crab that was quasi-king on the coastline over there. Fortunately, it was not that guy who attacked here. If it hurt its children, it would lead the tribe. The group tore each other apart. Bai Diao, okay, goodbye, come home with me. Overlord Pidgeot didn't care about the life and death of the human below, anyway, the child was fine, just take it back. Bobo, that Tyrannosaurus uncle's child. Bobo looked down, the armored rhinoceros was still eating, never stopped at all. Bai Diao, the big guy is coming too, it's okay to wait. Overlord Pidgeot thought of Bobo's words, this human is leaving soon, it's okay to stay here and watch. As soon as Pidgeot finished calling, the sound of footsteps rang out. As the sound of footsteps got closer and closer, many wild elves were attracted by the sound and rushed over here. If it was just an ordinary movement, the wild elves would not care, but this sound was heading towards the tree house. They couldn't help but be curious about what happened on the coast over there that could attract the overlord elves. Yu-Hai, who was treating the injuries of frog and rhinoceros, also heard the footsteps of Dong Dong Dong. They had finished their breakfast, and he guessed who the owner of the footsteps was. Before the owner of the footsteps arrived, Slowpoke, Orb Silk Spider, and Crab were all collected by him in the poke ball. More than 20 crabs piled up like a mountain were also packed with rainproof plastic and thrown into the space backpack. The living crabs were all packed in the poke ball and put in the backpack. He also put all the honey he stole today into the backpack, except for leaving some for rhinoceros. After dealing with everything around him, Yu-Hai was left with 3 Pokemons, Owl, Frog, and Butterfree, and they were ready to leave the deserted island. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus Rex just walked out of the woods, followed by many wild Pokemon, including Walker, Beedrill, Armor, Rattata, and many familiar wild Pokemon. But when the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw that his child was still eating, he immediately breathed white and thick air from his nostrils, and his fists hardened. This brat really made it worry, and he actually came here to eat and drink again. It only has 2 legs and can't fly. Is it easy for it to run here? The brat actually made trouble for it, and this time he must beat the brat severely. Iron Rhino, what's the matter? Yu-Hai saw that the Rhino Rex had not discovered the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and immediately raised the Rhino Rex, and the angry Tyrannosaurus Rex came. Hoo-hoo, the Rhino Rex just looked up and noticed that Yu-Hai had put on his backpack and was about to sit on the gull, so he should be leaving. It was still reluctant to leave Yu-Hai and the others, until the sound of thumping came from behind. It looked back and saw the ferocious and terrifying big mouth close at hand, and the roar of the armored Tyrannosaurus. Roar, little bastard, you are very good at running, right? I'll break your legs later, let's see how you can run. Hoo, they are leaving today, we are here to say goodbye, the armored rhinoceros hurriedly explained to the furious father. Hoo, little bastard, do you think I will believe it? The armored Tyrannosaurus exhaled a heavy breath from its nostrils, and didn't believe the nonsense of the armored rhinoceros at all. Okay, actually I want to go with them. The armored rhinoceros finally exposed its true purpose, and wanted to eat to the end. The armored Tyrannosaurus was not angry when he heard this, but calmed down, looked up at Yu-Hai, and re-examined Yu-Hai, a human being. This human was accompanied by 3 elves, with a backpack on his back. He was indeed ready to leave, and he had no intention of taking the armored rhino with him, but the armored rhino wanted to leave with him. Whether the armored rhino was tempted by the human's food or wanted to see the outside world, it had no reason to stop the armored rhino. But like Pidgeot, it did not trust humans, and it was even more impossible for humans to take its children away. So, its answer was, no. Huh? Why? The armored rhino asked in confusion. I don't trust humans, so you are not allowed to go, the armored Tyrannosaurus explained, and just wanted to stretch out its claws to grab the armored rhino. But the armored rhino dodged and hid behind Yu-Hai. This scene made Yu-Hai's little heart beat wildly, and he roared in his heart, "Fuck, armored rhino, don't mess with me, I'm afraid of being trampled." Since the armored rhino was unwilling to leave, Yu-Hai took the elves away, not daring to block the sight of the armored Tyrannosaurus. But as soon as they moved away, the armored rhinoceros followed them and hid behind them. This scene made Yu-Hai speechless. At this moment, he did not dare to fly on the gull, for fear of angering Pidgeot and being photographed. Finally, he had no choice but to spread his hands and look at the armored Tyrannosaurus, asking the armored Tyrannosaurus with his eyes. "What should we do in this situation? Your son is so naughty, and you don't care about it." 142 Chapter 136, Wild Elves Gather. 142. Seeing that his son was so stubborn, the armored Tyrannosaurus was helpless. It was easy to beat him up if he didn't listen, but what about after the beating? What should he do? They have lived on the island all their lives and hate humans who come to the island because humans will destroy the ecological balance of the island, and they don't yearn for the outside world. But since the armored rhinoceros came into contact with Yu-Hai, their sense of humans is different from theirs. They don't understand the evil of human hearts, and this human. Hi. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus just remembered that this human was very resistant to the iron-armored rhinoceros and didn't want to take it away at all. Why is that? Don't humans like the cubs of these powerful elves? Why doesn't this human like and hide from Rhino? It felt very strange, and immediately asked Yu-Hai's Pokemon what was going on. "Why was it like this, Yobo, little tadpole over there, why doesn't your trainer want Rhino?" "Yobo? Are you calling me?" Frog was frightened by the Overlord's aura, just like Yu-Hai, and didn't dare to speak at all. Suddenly being called by Tyrannosaurus, he still doubted his frog life, and couldn't believe that it was the Overlord who was talking to him again. How could such an Overlord call him? "Yobo, it's you, little tadpole, why doesn't your trainer want Rhino?" Tyrannosaurus repeated the question. Yobo, Frog was sure that Tyrannosaurus was calling him, and turned back to look at Yuhai, asking Yuhai with his eyes what he should do now. What is it asking? Yuhai didn't understand Pokemon language at all, so he could only tell Frog this. In front of the Overlord, they had nothing to hide, and there was no need to hide. Yobo, Yuhai is afraid that you will cause trouble, so he dare not subdue the armored rhinoceros. After getting Yuhai's permission, the mosquito frog explained to the armored Tyrannosaurus why they dared not subdue the armored rhinoceros. Duo, so that's the case. After learning the reason, the armored Tyrannosaurus re-examined Yuhai and his elves and came up with an idea. Since the stubborn armored rhinoceros can't be persuaded to come back, and it might even become depressed after beating, there is no need to force it to go home. Anyway, it has more than one son, so it's not bad to let the armored rhinoceros follow him to the outside world and see it. The armored Tyrannosaurus changed his mind, thanks to Yuhai's attitude towards their cubs. Others are scrambling to subdue their cubs, and even poaching them secretly. As a result, Yuhai refused to accept the meat even when it was delivered to his mouth. He didn't even want to fight for it, and directly rejected the armored rhinoceros. This kind of human is very interesting. It's just a cub. It's not impossible to use it to bet on this human's character and let it start to trust humans again. Duo, little tadpole, I agree to let it follow you, but you have to go with me. Are you willing? The Tyrannosaurus will certainly not send the rhinoceros away casually. It also has its own conditions. Yobo, Frog wanted to convey the message to Yuhai, but Yuhai didn't understand the elf language, so it could only try its best to express it. Yobo, Yobo. Frog pointed at the pokeball on Yuhai's waist, and then pointed at the rhinoceros, telling Yuhai that the rhinoceros could go in, and then pointed at the Tyrannosaurus, indicating that the other party had agreed. What do you mean? After reading Frog's body language, Yuhai probably understood what Frog meant, looked up at Tyrannosaurus, but was a little bit unbelievable. Did Tyrannosaurus really agree that they would take the rhinoceros away instead of chasing them? Yobo, Frog saw Yuhai take out the pokeball and hurriedly pointed at the rhinoceros and shouted, Yobo, you can capture it then. Yuhai captured the rhinoceros. He saw Frog pointing at himself, Tyrannosaurus and the forest, indicating that he would go to the forest with Tyrannosaurus. Frog thought Yuhai understood. Frog just raised his foot and was about to walk towards Tyrannosaurus, but was stopped by Yuhai. Yuhai probably understood what Frog meant, that is, he could capture the rhinoceros, but Frog needed to follow Tyrannosaurus and enter the forest, probably to the center of the island. In response, Yuhai refused without thinking, stopped in front of Frog, and released the rhinoceros that was captured by the pokeball. He squatted down and raised his hand to put on the shoulder of the mosquito-scented frog, and said to the mosquito-scented frog, Mosquito-scented frog, even if I don't subdue the armored rhinoceros, I won't let you go with the armored Tyrannosaurus. He didn't know why the armored Tyrannosaurus asked the mosquito-scented frog to go over. But he didn't agree. No matter what he didn't agree, even if he gave up subduing the armored rhinoceros. Yobo, the mosquito-scented frog looked at Yuhai's reluctant eyes and hugged it tightly in his arms. It also hugged Yuhai. It and Yuhai went from knowing each other to knowing each other. It understood Yuhai and understood Yuhai's intentions. Yuhai didn't want it to take risks or be in danger. Especially in this situation, Yuhai couldn't understand the elven language and didn't understand the situation, so he wouldn't agree to let it go with the armored Tyrannosaurus. In fact, even if it went with it, it wouldn't be a big deal. For the Overlord armored Tyrannosaurus, they had no room for resistance and rejection. Besides, the Overlord Tyrannosaurus Rex would not do anything to it. Even if it wanted to harm them, it would not be so polite and would trample them to death easily. Tyrannosaurus Rex, take the rhinoceros back with you. We will leave the deserted island immediately and will not come back in the future. Yuhai stood up and pulled the frog back, away from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He didn't want the rhinoceros anymore. They would leave the deserted island immediately and would not stay for a moment. Duo, Tyrannosaurus Rex saw Yu-Hai pulling the frog away, and it was obvious that he rejected it. But who is it? The island Tyrannosaurus Rex was talking about it. Since this human had aroused its interest, its temper was up, and this human had to take it whether he wanted it or not. Roar, you want to leave, it's too late. The Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately called the Overlord Pidgeot, asking the Overlord Pidgeot to block the sky. Duo, silly bird, block the sky, don't let this human go. By Diao, do you want to? The Overlord Pidgeot heard the roar and immediately flapped his wings and flew up, blocking the sky. Duo, stop talking nonsense. The Tyrannosaurus Rex got angry and strode forward, trying to take the mosquito frog away by force. Yu-Hai heard the noise behind him, turned around and saw the Tyrannosaurus coming, and immediately stood in front of the mosquito frog. He would not let the Tyrannosaurus take the mosquito frog away unless it stepped over his body. Then Butterfly and Saurus also flew in front of Yu-Hai and stood in front of Yu-Hai. There were also Rhinoceros and Popo, who did not expect that it would come to this. They rushed up to stand in front of Yu-Hai, and kept shouting, hoping that Tyrannosaurus and Pidgeot would not hurt Yu-Hai and let them go. The Rhinoceros thought that he had angered the Tyrannosaurus, and immediately said that he would not leave, hoping that the Tyrannosaurus would calm down and not hurt Yu-Hai and the others. In order to avoid a conflict between the two sides, the wild elves who saw this scene came out of the woods together and stood in front of Yu-Hai and the others, hoping that Tyrannosaurus and Pidgeot would not hurt Yu-Hai and the others and let them go. Even if it was to thank Yu-Hai's elves for risking their lives to put out the fire, they had to stand up and calm the anger of the Overlord, so that Yu-Hai and his team could leave safely. The first wild elves to rush out were the group of the Walking Grass tribe. Dona Dona, the Walking Grass stood up. Hana Hana, the Stinky Flower stood up. Hiss, Hiss, the Giant Bee. Quack, Quack, the Big Armor. Sizzle, Sizzle, the Trumpet Sprout. Moo, 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 the Mouth Flower. Lada Lada, the Little Ratata. Many, many wild elves came, all attracted by the movement of the Overlord Tyrannosaurus Rex, and now they all stood on Yu-Hai and his team's side. Even though the Overlord Tyrannosaurus Rex was unscrupulously exuding its pressure, the wild elves did not retreat, and formed a wall of elves in front of Yu-Hai and his team. It blocked the Overlord Tyrannosaurus's advance and forced it to stop. Duo, Tyrannosaurus saw that it was surrounded by wild elves. It could kill a wild elf with just 1 foot. It didn't dare to move, especially afraid of stepping on the Walking Grass tribe. This tribe has a green grass field and has a strong appeal on the island. It can restore the ecology of the forest. It doesn't want to hurt the Walking Grass tribe. Duo, why are you all surrounding me? After the Tyrannosaurus stopped, it asked all the wild elves present, not understanding why they were surrounding it. Dona, please don't hurt them, let them go. Walking Grass came out and asked the Tyrannosaurus. Duo, I didn't hurt them, I just wanted to teach the blue tadpole, Tyrannosaurus explained, this is the purpose of letting the mosquito frog follow it. Since it chose to hand over the armored rhino to them, it naturally had to strengthen the strength of the mosquito frog. If it was too weak, it would be killed when it went out, and the armored rhino would be missing. Its son disappeared, and no one knew where he was sold to. Although it has many sons, it doesn't want to lose any of them, so it needs to train the mosquito frog. Dona, is it true? The suspicious expression on the face of Walking Grass shows that he doesn't believe in the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Duo, I am the leader of the Tyrannosaurus Rex tribe. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was doubted by the little Walking Grass, and immediately blew white thick air from its nostrils, blowing Walking Grass away. This little thing dared to doubt itself, and I really wanted to crush it. Ha, okay. We believe you, we will go with you. Stinky Flower came out and helped Walking Grass up, indicating that he believed in the Tyrannosaurus Rex, no longer questioned the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and didn't want to anger the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Duo, all disperse, my patience is limited. Tyrannosaurus Rex yelled at the wild elves to retreat, and did not continue to move forward. He stood there and yelled at Frog, "Duo, little tadpole, you heard it all. Come quickly, follow me." Yobo, coming right up, Frog turned to look at Yu-Hai, called Yu-Hai twice to reassure Yu-Hai, and told Butterfree and Owl, "Yobo, you protect Yu-Hai, I will be back soon." Frog, Yu-Hai saw Frog walking towards Tyrannosaurus Rex, and wanted to stop him, but Butterfree flew over and stopped Yu-Hai from shaking his head, stopping Yu-Hai from chasing. However, Yu-Hai also knew what Butterfree meant by shaking his head. If there was any danger, Butterfree would remind him, but Butterfree shook his head, which meant that the frog was not in danger. He didn't have a good way to deal with this, unless he used the thing he had just quietly taken out of his backpack and held tightly in his hand, the silver feather. Only by using the silver feather to summon Logia could he take the frog back from the overlord Tyrannosaurus. But since the frog was not in danger, he didn't need to use the silver feather, and then he fell into a long wait. As the wild elves dispersed one after another, the time to leave the island was delayed, and he didn't know when the frog would come back. It was useless for him to be anxious now, but he could send the otter to take a look, and he would have a bottom line in his heart: "Otter, you go with them, go and see where they are going. What are they doing? Come back and tell me." Well, the otter nodded in response, flapped his wings and flew up following the Tyrannosaurus, frog, walker and rhinoceros in the forest. He followed them in the sky. The rhinoceros was also called away by the Tyrannosaurus, also for special training. After all, he was a child of the king level. If he was too weak, he would lose the face of the Tyrannosaurus clan and the overlord Tyrannosaurus. After the Tyrannosaurus left, the wild Pokémon also dispersed, and the overlord Pidgeot also took away Popo. Only Yu-Kai and his Pokémon were left at the scene, but Frog and Swinhose were missing. Yu-Kai, who had nothing to do, lay in the shade of the tree waiting for the news of Swinhose. He released all the remaining Pokémon except Farfetch'd and let them play. Whether it was playing or training, he didn't care. He just wanted to hold Slowpoke and lean against the tree trunk and wait quietly for Swinhose's return. It was noon soon, and Swinhose hadn't returned yet, so he called the Pokémon to come over for lunch. After lunch, he fell into a dead-lying state again. Apart from worrying, he had no choice but to lie down and wait. This time, he didn't lie down for long, and the big-mouthed gull finally came back. Bile, the big-mouthed gull followed the Tyrannosaurus Rex to the center of the island. After the Tyrannosaurus Rex took away the mosquito-scented frog, he observed for a long time before discovering that they were actually fighting. Although the mosquito-scented frog was beaten throughout the whole process, and the armored rhinoceros was also beaten, the armored rhinoceros was beaten the hardest. The mosquito-scented frog was beaten by a certain move. It saw that there was actually sparkling frost on the fist of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. That was probably the new move that the Tyrannosaurus Rex wanted to teach the mosquito-scented frog. Big-mouthed gull, what did you find? Yu-Hai saw the big-mouthed gull coming back, and he immediately became energetic and stopped lying dead. It's good that the big-mouthed gull can come back safely, which proves that there is no danger. Well, the big-mouthed gull faced Yu-Hai's question, thought for a moment and looked towards the beach, raised its wings and pointed at the big clawed crab who was training with a water gun on the beach, and shouted to Yu-Hai. Beach? Training? Yu-Hai looked at the big clawed crab, guessing what the big-mouthed gull wanted to express. Could it be that the mosquito-scented frog was training in the center of the island? But what kind of training can there be in the center of the island? And the mosquito-scented frog can't train anywhere else? Unless there is something in the center of the island that he doesn't have here, which reminds him of the king-level overlord Tyrannosaurus. Could it be that the Tyrannosaurus is teaching the mosquito-scented frog in person? If so, he really shouldn't stop the mosquito-scented frog. But why did the Tyrannosaurus teach the mosquito-scented frog? And let him subdue the armored rhinoceros? These two questions puzzled him, and he couldn't figure out the brain circuit of this Tyrannosaurus. Don't the overlord elves on the island hate humans? Especially after encountering the elf hunter, the overlord elves on the island hate humans even more. Not only the overlord elves hate humans, but many wild elves also hate humans. But why do they still help them? Why do they let the young follow them? Why do they train the frogs themselves? In the end, he could only attribute it to the fact that the minds of wild elves are simple, not as complicated as humans. They know very well who caused the disaster and who helped them, so they are not so hostile to him, a human, and the frogs. After understanding this, he was relieved and took out food from his backpack for the gulls. After the gulls had eaten the food, he let the gulls continue to observe the frogs. And told the gulls that if there were no special circumstances, the gulls would not have to come back, and they could stay there and accompany the frogs until the frogs could come back. For this reason, he also prepared a lot of food for the gulls, put them in their mouths, and let them stay there and eat with the frogs. Finally, he asked the gull to tell Frog that they would wait for Frog to come back here, and told Frog not to worry, and that Butterfree and Crab would protect him. If they were attacked by Crab, they would flee to the woods, and asked the gull to tell Frog not to worry. There was also a spray for wounds, which Yu-Hai gave to Butterfree, and he was going to let Butterfree and the gull go to treat Frog's injuries. Go once every night and treat the injuries a little. He also taught Butterfree how to treat injuries. Just use the spray for wounds and spray it lightly on the wound. As the gull and Butterfree left, Yu-Hai lay in the shade of the tree for a while. The sun set and it was evening. He also invited the elves to have dinner. Today's dinner had fewer elves, leaving only Crab, Orb, Slowpoke, Squidward, and Magikarp. Frog couldn't come back from the special training, Owl stayed behind and didn't come back, and Butterfree had to treat his injuries and would come back later. After dinner, they sat by the stove waiting for Butterfree to come back. After Butterfree had dinner, they went back to sleep. Butterfree, is everything okay over there? Yu-Hai already knew what was going on over there, but he couldn't help but worry about Frog's safety. Butterfree shook his head, indicating that it was nothing serious, but the special training of Tyrannosaurus was a bit rough, and it had already used the wound spray to treat Frog's injuries. It's good that you're okay, Yu-Hai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, said good night to the elves, and fell asleep. The next time was very long, and he didn't know when Frog would finish the special training and when they could leave the deserted island. Alas, becoming stronger is always a good thing, but the waiting time is very painful. Thanks. Fran volunteers, 100 book coins. Fran volunteers army, 500 book coins. Fran volunteer army, 500 book coins. Fran volunteer army, 100 book coins. Sibylla Spicy, 100 book coins. Sibylla Spicy, 100 book coins. The rat carries the cat and looks for the knife all the way, 100 book coins. Tokyo Disney, 500 book coins. Thank you for your votes. From now on, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be double update, 8,000 words. So, please vote, please reward, use small money to kill me. Otherwise, I will have no motivation to write. 143 Chapter 137, The Growth of Mosquito-Scented Frog. 143. The 38th day of survival on the deserted island, sunny. A day without mosquito-scented frog and big-mouthed gull has begun. Yu-Hai was not in the mood for morning exercise. He got up and sat in front of the tree house, looking in the direction of the forest, hoping to see the mosquito-scented frog as soon as it came back. But he also knew that the mosquito-scented frog would not come back so early. Later, elves woke up one after another. Butterfree, Crab, Orb, and Slowpoke all got up to breathe the fresh morning air. Yu-Hai, who was in a daze, didn't care what these elves were doing, nor did he ask them to train, nor did he supervise their morning exercises. Among these elves, only the self-disciplined crab began to raise its claws for training. Without Yu-Hai's request, it practiced on its own. But Butterfree, Orb, and Slowpoke didn't train. Butterfree was chatting with Slowpoke. Butterfree discovered that Slowpoke also had superpowers. This was because Slowpoke saw Butterfree use superpowers and actively released superpowers, which was sensed by Butterfree. Butterfree seemed to have found a confidant. It kept talking to Slowpoke and discussed the use of superpowers together. In this way, the morning passed quickly and noon came quickly. Yuhaya was reminded by the elves that it was time for lunch, so he took out yesterday's crabs and made a lunch for the elves. After lunch, he released Farfetch'd again. He had no time to deal with Farfetch'd's anger, but handed Farfetch'd to the elves. Crabbit was responsible for accepting Farfetch'd's challenge, Slowpoke was responsible for guiding Farfetch'd, Butterfree and Orb Spinner were beside Yukai to prevent Farfetch'd from making a sneak attack, and they would also take turns to knock Farfetch'd out. This duck didn't know what was going on. Even though it was still injured, it always wanted to fight, never stopped, and gave up, and the purpose of the fight was to kill Yukai. Yukai didn't care about the duck's hatred, and even took out the wound medicine for Butterfree, asking Butterfree to treat Farfetch'd's injuries. If Farfetch'd's potential, which was not high, declined due to the injury, he would feel it was a pity. In this way, in the midst of the hustle and bustle, the afternoon passed quickly, and Yukai also took a nap against the tree house. When he woke up, it was already evening. He used the Pokeball to collect the exhausted Farfetch'd and called the Pokemons to come for dinner. After dinner, he asked Butterfree to take the wound medicine and the dinner he prepared to the center of the island to deliver food to Frog and Sauger. Then they just had to wait for Butterfree to come back, and they went back to the house to sleep. The boring day passed just like that. The 39th day of survival on the deserted island was cloudy. When Yuhaya woke up, it was already dawn. After waking up, he couldn't fall asleep. He sat down in front of the treehouse again, staring at the forest, hoping to see Frog return as soon as possible. The awakened Pokemons started training and playing again, and did not disturb Yuhaya. They all knew what Yuhaya was waiting for. In fact, they were also waiting for Frog to come back. At the same time, deep in the forest, on the grass beside the big lake on the island, Frog was undergoing special training here, fighting against an armored Tyrannosaurus. This iron-armored Tyrannosaurus is not the Overlord Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus, but just an ordinary iron-armored Tyrannosaurus in the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus tribe. However, this ordinary iron-armored Tyrannosaurus has also reached the threshold of the Quasi-King, and is not an opponent that the mosquito-scented frog can defeat. This is a subordinate of the tribe arranged by the Overlord Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus to teach the mosquito-scented frog. At the same time, the Overlord Iron-Armored Tyrannosaurus is not idle either, and it is also personally teaching its own son, the Iron-Armored Rhinoceros. The big-mouthed gull, which has temporarily built a nest on the branch, is watching this scene with its big eyes above its big mouth without blinking, keeping the food sent by Butterfree, waiting for the mosquito-scented frog to finish training. Duo, attack! The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus has been told by the leader that it can only attack the mosquito-scented frog with fists or feet. The moves it can use are only arm hammer, trample, million-ton punch, flame punch, ice punch, lightning punch, million-ton kick, etc., just a few moves, but they are enough. In order to deal with this armored Tyrannosaurus, the white fist of the mosquito-scented frog shines with glittering ice crystals under the shining sun, which is particularly dazzling. Obviously, the mosquito-scented frog has learned the ice punch. Under the burst of the waterfall, it uses the ice punch that doubles the restraint of the armored Tyrannosaurus to attack the armored Tyrannosaurus. But the ice punch attack of the mosquito-scented frog was easily dodged by the armored Tyrannosaurus, and the armored Tyrannosaurus was tripped to the ground by the tail of the armored Tyrannosaurus. Duo, don't punch directly, wait for the enemy to move before you move, especially when you are not as strong as the enemy, not as fast as the enemy, and your footsteps are unstable, you can't accurately control the burst of the waterfall, there are too many flaws. Iron based on his combat experience, the Tyrannosaurus Rex observed the shortcomings of the mosquito-repellent frog and proposed a way to correct it. Duo, in general, in this situation, you only need to wait for the enemy to move, accumulate strength first, and wait for the enemy to move. According to the enemy's purpose, adjust the next move, whether it is attack or dodge, it can burst out instantly. This requires you to be proficient in using waterfall climbing. This is a very good burst move that can mobilize the power of the whole body. This type of move is also available in our Iron Tyrannosaurus clan. Next, I will teach you how to control the instant burst of full body power. Duo, dong, dong dong, the Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex just finished speaking, and the huge hard sole of its foot stomped the ground fiercely, directly cracking the ground. A yellowish-brown burning breath instantly steamed from its body, which increased the momentum of the Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was the Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex that used the move. Then the Iron Tyrannosaurus Rex raised its thick iron arm and clenched it into a fist. A blazing white light shone on its fist, and it punched the huge rock in front of it fiercely. Boom! The huge rock exploded instantly, splashing everywhere, and was smashed to pieces by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's million-ton punch. Yo, so powerful! The mosquito frog saw this powerful and indestructible fist that smashed the huge rock with one punch, and his eyes were full of stars. When will it become so powerful? The mosquito frog envied the Tyrannosaurus Rex's hard fist. Did you see clearly? Little tadpole, I just used rock climbing to mobilize the strength of my whole body. While stamping my feet to intimidate the enemy, I gathered the strength of my whole body on my fists, and then added a million-ton punch, which directly shattered the rock. The key to this move is on your feet. The earth is the source of power. Don't leave the earth no matter what. If your lower body is unstable, you can't burst out a super powerful million-ton punch. Yobo, thank you for your guidance, I understand. The mosquito frog came to the gravel, picked up a rock larger than itself and raised it above its head, and started running with weights, and also used waterfall climbing. It can only run in a straight line now, and can only use a straight line to familiarize itself with the bursts of waterfall climbing before learning the new move of million-ton punch. Although it is very envious of this move, if the foundation is not solid, as the armored Tyrannosaurus said, it cannot burst out the full power of the fist. Seeing that the mosquito-scented frog started weight training and first learned to control the burst of waterfall climbing, the armored Tyrannosaurus nodded secretly. It seemed that the tadpole listened to it, and it didn't need to continue watching here. The mosquito-scented frog is not like his silly nephew, but he is very self-disciplined and hard-working. Since coming here, he only does 3 things all day: training, eating, sleeping, training. The 40th day of survival on the deserted island, light rain. Yu-Hai's life yesterday was very monotonous and boring. He sat in front of the treehouse all the time, waiting for the mosquito-scented frog to come back. A new day has begun. Today he still sits in front of the treehouse, staring blankly at the woods, waiting for the mosquito-scented frog to appear. Today is the 4th day since the mosquito-scented frog left, and the 4th day since the big-mouthed gull left. It is unknown when the special training of the mosquito-scented frog will end. The elves who got up early have become accustomed to Yu-Hai sitting alone, and did not disturb Yu-Hai. After getting up, they went about their own business. The crab has already started fighting with Farfetch'd, Butterfree and Slowpoke are watching, and the orb spinner is lying on the roof of the tree, protecting the dazed Yu-Kai. The elves will wake Yu-Kai up at breakfast, lunch, and dinner. After breakfast, lunch, and dinner, Yu-Kai will sit in front of the treehouse again, and the elves don't disturb him. At the same time, after a whole day of weight training, although the frog can't control the burst of the waterfall well, it has compressed the waterfall to 5 meters. It has also adapted to the power of the instantaneous burst of the waterfall, which is also due to the waterfall running training required by Yu-Kai, so that the frog is only one step away from adapting to the waterfall. Today it is going to learn from the Tyrannosaurus Rex how to better control the powerful force brought by the burst of the waterfall, and learn to control this power, call this power, use this power, and play this power. After being told the technique of how to punch a million-ton punch, the mosquito frog began to practice punching at the tree trunk. Bang, bang, bang! The mosquito frog stood in front of the tree trunk, raised its white fist, and punched the tree trunk in front of it again and again. From morning to noon, and from noon to evening. When the sunset in the sky shone on it, the mosquito frog stopped punching and stared at the sunset in a daze. The mosquito frog remembered the days when it and Yu-Hai leaned against the tree and looked at the sunset together. It was so beautiful, happy, and carefree. Bile, don't be in a daze, Tadpole, the big-mouthed gull fell from another branch, put the food in front of the dazed mosquito frog, and woke up the mosquito frog. Yobo, the mosquito frog saw that it was a big-mouthed gull, and stopped being in a daze. It sat down against the tree trunk and ate the food brought by the big-mouthed gull, the food prepared by Yu-Hai for them. I don't know what Yu-Hai is doing. Looking at the sunset and eating the food made by Yu-Hai himself, it misses Yu-Hai. As the sunset completely falls and dinner is over, the mosquito-repellent frog stands up again and continues to punch the tree trunk. Under the moonlight, a lonely figure sweating profusely remains under the tree. It was sunny on the 41st day of surviving on the deserted island. The next morning, the sun was rising. The mosquito-repellent frog fell asleep under the tree after being tired last night. The dew on the leaves fell on the tip of the mosquito-repellent frog's nose. The mosquito-repellent frog was awakened. The mosquito-repellent frog just opened its eyes and looked around blankly. When it found that it was the center of the island, it was still scared, but when it saw the armored Tyrannosaurus sleeping by the lake, it remembered why it came here. The big-mouthed gull was also very punctual. After the mosquito-repellent frog woke up, it brought breakfast and handed it to the mosquito-repellent frog. After eating breakfast, the mosquito-repellent frog started the boring punching training again. It punched the tree trunk all day yesterday, but it didn't have the effect of a million-ton punch. It still needs to continue practicing. Looking at the tree trunk with a groove punched yesterday, the mosquito-repellent frog took a deep breath and raised his white fist to hit the tree trunk. He didn't notice that there were faint white lights on his fist. Yobo, yobo, yobo. The mosquito-repellent frog was punching and muttering, remembering Yu-Hai's words of encouragement. It can't give up, and it won't give up. It has to become stronger. Yo-bo! Suddenly, the mosquito frog screamed, a strong white light flashed on its white fist, and it punched the tree trunk hard. Crack, crack. Under this punch, cracks appeared in the groove of the tree trunk. As the cracks grew larger, it could not support the upper part of the trunk and the crown, and finally fell into the forest. Boom! As the tree fell with a loud noise, the mosquito frog was awakened, and came back to its senses from the repeated punching movements, looking at the collapsed tree and its own white fist. Did it knock down this tree? Did it practice a million-ton punch? The mosquito frog, who couldn't believe it, came to another tree, took a deep breath, held his breath, and concentrated all his strength on his fist. The fist also responded to the mosquito frog's call and lit up a dazzling white light. Yobo! Then the mosquito frog punched the tree trunk hard. Snap, snap. The trunk broke again and fell into the forest. Yobo, yobo, I learned it, I learned it. The mosquito frog saw the tree fall again, and jumped up excitedly, ran to the armored rhino by the lake, and told the armored rhino that it finally learned the million-ton punch. Woo, congratulations! The armored rhino was also very happy to see the tree fall, but he was not very interested. It was nothing, he had been abused so badly these days that he had no interest in food. Yo, congratulations, you can proceed to the next step of special training. The armored Tyrannosaurus also saw the fallen tree. The first time, he thought the tree could not bear the destruction and fell. The second time, he really saw that the mosquito frog used the million-ton punch, and he could mobilize the whole body's strength in coordination with the waterfall climbing to use a punch that could break the rock. Yobo, the mosquito-repellent frog, was very excited and followed the armored Tyrannosaurus who was teaching him. They found a slightly smaller rock, and there was a huge rock next to it. The armored Tyrannosaurus stood next to the huge rock and reminded him, Duo, you need to use explosive moves to mobilize the power of your whole body. Watch carefully, I will demonstrate it again. Dong, dong, dong. As soon as the armored Tyrannosaurus finished speaking, he raised his foot to crush the ground again, exuding a strong earth-yellow aura. A strong white light shone on his raised iron fist. After taking a deep breath, he punched the huge rock from top to bottom with a heavy punch. Boom, boom, boom. The rocks shattered and splashed everywhere. Some of them hit the mosquito-repellent frog, who blocked them with his fists. Yobo, the mosquito-repellent frog, watched the demonstration of the armored Tyrannosaurus and secretly encouraged himself. He could do it. He could do it. The mosquito-repellent frog took a deep breath and came to the smaller rock. Although the rock was smaller, it was still as big as the Tyrannosaurus Rex. To it, the rock was 3 or 4 times as big as it. However, it did not stand in front of the rock. It was still 5 meters away from the rock. This was the limit of the explosion after the waterfall was compressed. Standing 5 meters away, the mosquito-repellent frog stared at the rock, took a deep breath, bent its knees slightly, and water gradually seeped out from its feet. Its legs suddenly straightened up, bursting out with great power, and stepped directly into a big pit on the grass. The explosion that broke out instantly made the speed of the mosquito-repellent frog close to the speed of sound, and then a fist shining with strong light hit the rock heavily. Boom! The moment the rock was hit, it exploded instantly and broke into small pieces flying everywhere. Just like the rock that the Tyrannosaurus Rex broke, the mosquito-repellent frog also broke the rock. It looked down at its white fist and wanted to shout out loud. It finally did it. It wanted to tell Yu-Hai about its achievements, but Yu-Hai was not around, so it could only suppress its excitement and wait until it returned to tell Yu-Hai that it had become stronger. Duo, little tadpole, you work hard. Next, you need to learn the million-ton heavy kick. This move can be used in combination with waterfall climbing and can also increase the burst of power. The iron Tyrannosaurus called away the mosquito frog and continued special training. This is also the last move. It had asked the mosquito frog before, but the mosquito frog could not learn the other 2 punches besides the freezing punch, the flame punch and the lightning punch. This is the only move it can teach the mosquito frog. It's numb. Some book friends like to skip subscriptions. If you haven't met the content I posted in the author's words, don't say I didn't tell you. Also, there are 2 updates now. Don't tell me that it's not enough if you only read 1 chapter. If someone posts 10 chapters and jumps directly to the last chapter, then it's not enough no matter how much they write. If I divide it into 2,000 words per chapter, that's 4 chapters. If you only read the last chapter, it will be very short. There is a lot of content. I can't do anything about those who like to skip the order, so let it be, as long as everyone is happy reading. There are also book friends who say some inexplicable things after skipping the order. I don't understand them either. I really don't understand what these book friends say. The reason why the protagonist did this has been explained in the text and they still jump out and blah blah. I am also drunk. 144 Chapter 138, The Mosquito-Repellent Frog Returns to the Team. 144. The 42nd day of survival on the deserted island, Sunny. Today is the 6th day without the mosquito-repellent frog and the big-mouthed gull, and Yu-Hai has been sitting outside the treehouse for 5 days, and today is the 5th day. He got up early and sat outside the treehouse as usual, just wanting to see the mosquito-repellent frog come back at first sight. But today is still the same as in the past. He was awakened by the elves when he was in a daze. It was time to have breakfast. Then he was awakened by the elves again. It was time to have lunch, and then dinner, and the day passed like this. After dinner, Yu-Hai prepared dinner and medicine for wounds, and gave them to Butterfree, asking Butterfree to take them to Frog. He and the remaining 5 Pokémon, Crab, Orb, Slowpoke, Magikarp, and Squidward, sat by the stove waiting for Butterfree to come back, so that they could go back to the house to rest. But today's wait was particularly long. He had added firewood to the stove several times, but Butterfree did not come back. Instead, the appearance of the Sauri surprised them. Since being asked to stay at Frog last time, the Sauri has not returned for several days. Bile, the Sauri came here and swooped down from the sky and threw itself into Yu-Hai's arms. The Sauri was very fast. Yu Hai only had time to see a white figure before the Sori crashed into his arms. He did not react to what Pokemon attacked him. Until he heard the Sori's cry and hugged the Sori's big mouth, he could see clearly what Pokemon attacked him. "It's you, Owl. What are you doing back here? Is there not enough food?" Yu Hai rubbed Owl's head. Owl had been away for 5 or 6 days, and Owl had cleaned its feathers. The feathers were still smooth and soft, and they were still so comfortable to touch. Bile, Bile, Owl did not answer Yu Hai, but raised his hand to point to the forest, signaling Yu Hai to look at the forest. "Forest? Is there anything in the forest?" Yu Hai looked up and saw the forest, and immediately saw a scarred blue figure, and a pair of firm eyes that never wavered. "Mosquito frog? Mosquito frog!" Yu Hai saw Mosquito Frog, and he had thought about the scene of the two meeting again. He had been wondering when Mosquito Frog would come back these days, but he didn't expect Mosquito Frog to come back like this. This reunion caught it off guard. When it thought of Mosquito Frog, it had a lot of words in its heart, but now it couldn't say a word. At the same time, Butterfree and Iron Rhino also came back with Mosquito Frog. After coming to his senses, he was about to get up, but the mosquito-scented frog rushed over first, stood in front of Yu Hai, and looked at Yu Hai happily. Yu Hai was also very happy. He looked the mosquito-scented frog up and down. Except for some skin injuries, there were no missing parts. He raised his hand and patted the mosquito-scented frog on the shoulder, feeling the mosquito-scented frog's strong body. Then he held the mosquito-scented frog in his arms and whispered in the mosquito-scented frog's ear, "Mosquito-scented frog, you have suffered these days. You must be exhausted. Have you had dinner?" The mosquito-scented frog said nothing. It was held tightly by Yu Hai. It felt unprecedented peace of mind. Only in front of Yu Hai, it, a strong tadpole, would let go of its inner stubbornness. The surrounding elves did not disturb the mosquito-scented frog and Yu Hai. When Butterfree heard that they were going to have a midnight snack, it immediately flew over and put down the food. Yu Hai took out the food, placed it on the rag table, and put it in the mosquito-scented frog's hand, indicating that the mosquito-scented frog should eat first and talk after it was full. Yobo, the mosquito frog, sat on the grass, looked at the food in front of it, picked up the food and ate it. It was really hungry. But before eating, it picked up a piece of bread and handed it to Yu Hai, asking Yu Hai to eat it too. "Let's eat together, everyone come for supper." Yu Hai took the bread, took out the food from his backpack, threw it in the middle of the rag table, and let the elves take it. Tonight's supper also added 3 elves from the original 5 elves, the big-mouthed gull, the mosquito frog, and the armored rhinoceros. Woo! The armored rhinoceros followed because it wanted to escape the hell created by the armored Tyrannosaurus. It no longer had to be trained by the devil of the armored Tyrannosaurus and could eat big mouthfuls of food. It felt so happy now. Yobo, the mosquito frog, looked at the familiar faces on the table, making it feel like a lifetime ago. It had only been away for 6 days. After the training ended this evening, it was told by the Tyrannosaurus Rex that it could leave. The rest of the training was up to it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had already taught it everything it should. When it heard the news that it could leave, the mosquito frog jumped up excitedly, and didn't even plan to eat dinner. It immediately wanted to go back to Yu Hai and tell Yu Hai about its wonderful experience in the past few days. But after seeing Yu Hai in person, no matter how many words it had, they were all unsaid. As long as Yu Hai said, "I'm sorry," it felt satisfied. Elves are like this, really, really simple. A word of concern is better than 1,000 words, everything is, it's all worth it, it's not hard, it's very happy. As long as it can live with Yu Hai, eat together, become stronger together, and watch the sunset together, it's not hard. While the mosquito-scented frog was eating, Yu Hai was not idle, but took a basin of clean water to wash the mosquito-scented frog's body. The mosquito-scented frog came back after training, and came in a hurry, and didn't wash its body, not to mention that it was injured, and there were redness and swelling on its fists and feet. Yu Hai used a soft towel to gently wipe off the dirt on the mosquito-scented frog's body, and there were some sweat stains, and it was dirty everywhere. After wiping the whole body of the mosquito-scented frog clean, Yu Hai took out the wound spray and gently sprayed it on the wound of the mosquito-scented frog, so that the wound could recover faster. There is no need to train next. The mosquito-scented frog will rest for a while, and continue training when the injury is almost healed. After treating the wound of the mosquito-repellent frog, Yu Hai began to treat the wound of the armored rhinoceros. This guy was also covered with scars. The armored Tyrannosaurus was really cruel. He really beat his son and trained him to death. Seeing that the armored rhinoceros had shrunk, Yu Hai knew that the armored rhinoceros had become thinner and stronger, just like all the fat on his body had turned into muscle. He liked this kind of armored rhinoceros more. It seemed that he was right to go back last time. After treating the wound of the armored rhinoceros, Yu Hai stopped what he was doing and sat aside to prepare food for the elves. After so many days of eating, the crabs that were killed 5 days ago have been eaten up. The last remaining giant claw crab, he originally planned to cook it tomorrow and send it to the mosquito-repellent frog. Since the mosquito-repellent frogs are back, he will take it out and cook it now. This giant claw crab is really fat. Counting the big claw that was pinched off, it weighs 60 kilograms. This is also the official data. Even if this giant crab is not 60 kilograms, it is not far off. His stew pot could not hold it. He used the big pot of the elf hunter to cook this giant crab. After cooking the giant crab for several elves, Yu Hai took out more than 20 kilograms of giant shark jerky. These were the only giant shark jerky left. He threw them all into the pot and put them in the rice bowl of the Tyrannosaurus Rex after cooking. This guy has the biggest appetite. 50% of the food he prepared was eaten by this guy, the mosquito-scented frog ate 30%, and the remaining 20% was eaten by other elves, and he also ate some. After the work was done, only the mosquito-scented frog and the armored rhino were left to eat, but he would not just watch, but opened the proficiency panel of the mosquito-scented frog. He wanted to see how much the mosquito-scented frog had changed after disappearing for so many days. The last time he looked at the proficiency panel of the mosquito-scented frog was a week ago. Mosquito frog. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Potential, 50%. Level, 33.73%. Feature, moisture/14.13%. Hidden feature, free and easy /10.13%. Mastered moves, Eye of the Heart /12.21%. Ice Ball /3.31%. New Look /15.11%. Serial Slaps /10.12%. Water Gun /22.14%. Playing with Water /17.21%. Climbing Waterfall /10.22%. Praying for Rain /1.11%. Frozen Fist /3.31%. Million Ton Punch /10.82%. Million Ton Kick /9.45%. The most noticeable thing about the mosquito frog is the change in potential. When it reached 50, he noticed it at a glance. After all, the previous .99 was too eye-catching, and it was hard not to notice it. The level has reached 33, and the frog has made great progress. However, as the level gets higher and higher, it becomes more difficult to upgrade. If it could upgrade one level a day before, now it takes 2 days to upgrade one level, and it becomes more and more difficult as time goes by. The proficiency of the moisture characteristic and the free swimming characteristic increased by 3% respectively, which should be increased by the special training on the island. The Eye of the Heart increased by 2%. The Ice Hockey also increased by 2%. And the Refreshed Look increased by 7%, which is the fastest increasing move. It seems that the frog has frequently used the Refreshed Look, which is why it has increased so quickly. I don't know what special training the frog has experienced on the island. Playing in the water has also increased by 2%. Waterfall climbing has increased by 5%, which forced Yu Hai to move his eyes from the proficiency panel to the frog. The frog should have been training waterfall climbing these days. There are also 3 new moves, Frozen Fist, Million-Ton Punch and Million-Ton Kick. Could it be that the mosquito frog has learned new moves on the island? In addition to the Frozen Fist, the proficiency of Million-Ton Punch and Million-Ton Kick is not low. If Yu Hai knew that the mosquito frog punched and kicked on the island and smashed dozens of huge rocks, he would definitely be surprised by the amazing changes of the mosquito frog. When did the mosquito frog become so fierce that it could even smash rocks? Looking at these 3 new moves, Yu Hai thought of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. They should all be taught to the mosquito frog by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. At the beginning, he stopped the mosquito frog from going over and almost missed the opportunity to learn new moves. Alas, it can only be said that the language barrier is really fatal. It is also easy to cause misunderstandings. He almost misunderstood the good intentions of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, not only giving away cubs, but also new moves. However, he didn't know that the Iron Tyrannosaurus gave him more things, which completely transformed the mosquito frog and made it master the power of climbing waterfalls. It can also use the Million-Ton Punch and Million-Ton Kick together, and the damage is directly explosive. After closing the proficiency panel of the mosquito frog, his attention was attracted by the Iron Rhino again. From now on, this guy completely belongs to him, a potential armored rhino with quasi-king potential. If he could have such a powerful elf, he would wake up with a smile in his dreams at night. It's a pity that the Bobo is completely out of his reach. The Overlord Pidgeot hates humans so much that it is impossible for him to send a cub. The elf hunter is a good example. He was hunted down and had no way to go to heaven or enter the earth. The Pidgeot tribe also spared no cost, with countless casualties, to kill the elf hunter. The Overlord Pidgeot finally got the cub back, so how could he give it to a stranger like him? But it's good to get one, how could he ask for more? Wait until he trains the armored Tyrannosaurus and becomes the leader of the armored Tyrannosaurus tribe on the island. Then the entire armored Tyrannosaurus tribe will be his combat power. And the Bobo, as long as the relationship can be maintained, the 2 will become tribe leaders respectively, that is, 2 elf legions, the Sky Legion and the Earth Legion. There is also the giant crab tribe on the shore. He remembers these crabs and waits for the giant crabs to grow up and break through the king. He will let the giant crab conquer all the crabs on the shore, become the leader of the crab group, and let the crabs form the 3rd Pokémon Corps, the Ocean Corps. With the land, sea, and air all gathered, this deserted island is his biggest base. When he becomes a top trainer, he will be a top trainer with 3 Pokémon Corps. With 3 legions in hand, even if the champion comes, he can touch it, and he is not weak at all. With 3 legions, he is naturally not comparable to other wild top trainers. Except for the League and the Rocket Team, in the corners of the Orange Islands, he is the strongest local snake. However, this is all about the future. It is too early to say these now. He is also going to take a look at the proficiency panel of the armored rhino. After being beaten like this, the armored rhino should have grown a little. Iron Rhino. Attribute, ground plus rock. Gender, male. Potential, 58%. Level, 19.89%. Feature, hard head /16.15% hidden feature, sacrifice /12.17%. Mastered moves, double return /10.22%. Rocket headbutt /13.31%. Rock grinding /10.26%. Crushing /13.82%. Thunder fang /5.45%. Frozen fang /8.94%. Flame fang /9.91%. Rockfall /6.21%. Stomp /8.99%. Sacrifice charge /15.14%. Shoot down /7.37%. Stomp /9.17%. Horn charge /17.53%. Sleep/15.81%. Impact/19.21%. Dig/8.73%. The Iron Rhino, this foodie, is almost level 20, and his potential has not changed much. After all, his potential is already very high. If nothing unexpected happens, the potential will basically not change much. The proficiency of the characteristics Hardhead and Sacrifice has increased by 2%. Among the remaining moves, the proficiency of Double Return has increased by 8%. Good guy, he is so good. This guy is probably not often using Double Retaliation Iron Tyrannosaurus. This move can only be countered if you can withstand it. If you faint with one punch, you can't counter any damage. There is also Rocket Headbutt, which has increased by 2%. Rock Grinding has increased by 3%. Stomping has increased by 3%. Sacrificial Charge has increased by 4%. Stomping has increased by 3%. Hornbutt has also increased by 4%. Sleeping has increased by 5%. It seems that this guy really likes sleeping and eating. The last collision has increased by 5%. From the increase in the number of moves, it can be seen that this guy likes to be reckless and likes collision-type moves. Good guy, another reckless man. Yu-Hai is speechless. Why do his Pokemon like to be reckless so much? Mosquito Frog likes to be reckless, Ironclad Rhino likes to be reckless, Crab likes to be reckless, Farfetch'd also likes to be reckless. Why do all combat Pokemon like to be reckless? Is there something wrong? His Pokemon is not like him at all, but he likes Pokemon like this. In other words, they have a strong fighting will and a strong desire to become stronger, so they cannot be called reckless. Mosquito Frog becomes stronger because he wants to better protect him and help him. The reason why the crab wanted to become stronger was because he saw that the big brother frog was strong, and he also wanted to be as strong as frog. The armored rhino was forced to do so. In fact, he didn't understand the meaning of becoming stronger. The Farfetch'd wanted to become stronger and fought madly, purely for revenge, because he had hatred in his heart. Yobo, Frog had been chatting with the elves at some point, talking about his experiences in the past few days. Hulu, the armored rhino was also complaining that his father was so violent and he was abused. Yu-Hai looked at his elves, who were all listening to Frog's story with relish, and did not disturb Frog, but sat by the stove and listened quietly. Until the firewood in the stove burned out and the outside of the tree house fell into darkness, they all entered the tree house and fell into a sweet dream. The time to leave the island that was postponed became tomorrow. They will leave the deserted island tomorrow. The armored rhino kicked out 3 moves, and there are still 16, the word count is 152, plus the remaining 3, the word count is 168. These 3 moves are removed from the panel, but it does not mean that they are not used. I am afraid that someone will say that the word count is too large, so I can only do this. In fact, I wanted to kick out more moves, but I found that the moves were very useful, so I didn't kick them. The remaining Iron Tail is also useful, but it is not used for the time being. The tail of the armored rhino is too short and cannot be used. There is also rock climbing. There are many similar moves, but they are basically not used. It is better to use self-sacrifice collision directly than rock climbing. The characteristic of Hardhead can be immune to counter-injury. Because of another characteristic of self-sacrifice, the power is increased by 20%. The power of self-sacrifice collision becomes 140. Because of the Hardhead, the move is immune to counter-injury again after the power is increased. If it is a lightning rod, it will not work. Therefore, Hardhead and self-sacrifice are the best match, and lightning rod is the third party. After the armored rhino evolves, rock climbing will be useful. It can increase the burst. In fact, not only rock climbing, but also many moves can increase the burst. Finally, everyone has discovered that the panel rarely appears now. The main reason is that the current plot is not easy to insert into the panel. I will try my best to release it. If it has not appeared for too long, I will almost forget it. 145 Chapter 139, Island. 145. The 43rd day of survival on a deserted island, sunny. Today's weather is pretty good, it's a sunny day, Yu-Hai is ready to leave the island today. Last time, when he was about to leave the island, he was attacked by a group of crabs, and the mosquito frog was taken away for special training. This time, this kind of thing shouldn't happen again. So he washed the clothes he washed 5 days ago again last night, and took a shower, and washed his body again. When he got up this morning, his body was much fresher and his spirit was full. He didn't feel tired driving, so he could ride the elf mount with confidence. He didn't wake up the elves when he got up early. The armored rhinoceros and mosquito frog were exhausted, so it didn't matter if they slept a little longer. He started to prepare breakfast, and after breakfast, they set off again. The honey he stole last time had been used up. It was the last time, and it was the last time. He didn't want to steal honey again, so he let the giant bee's honey go this time. It's better to have some breakfast and leave the deserted island early. He was afraid that stealing honey would attract the siege of the giant bee again. It would be bad if there was a big commotion, so it was better not to cause any more trouble when we were about to leave. As breakfast was ready, the elves got up and gathered at the table to prepare for the meal. Today, all members were present, including Frog, Butterfree, Smooth, Crab, Orb, Slowpoke, Rhinoceros, Magikarp, and Squidward. All 9 elves were present, eating breakfast together. Except for Farfetch'd, all his elves were here. As they started to eat breakfast, wild elves began to emerge at the edge of the woods, and many wild elves slowly gathered towards them who were eating breakfast. The first one to come up was Walker Grass, who put down some blue fruit and some green seeds. Yu-Hai didn't understand what fruit and seeds were, and he didn't understand Walker Grass's behavior and why he gave them things. Butterfree flew forward and asked Walker Grass why he gave them these things. Donna, we heard you were leaving, so we came to say goodbye, explained the walking grass. Wait a minute, Butterfree learned that the purpose of the walking grass and other wild elves was to give farewell gifts, so it flew to the table and picked up a piece of bread and handed it to the walking grass. Seeing this scene, Yu-Hai finally understood the purpose of these wild elves. It turned out that they knew they were leaving, and these wild elves came to say goodbye to them. After the walking grass came the bighorn. The container that the bighorn picked up at the beach contained some sweet tree sap, which was their food, and was ready to give it to Yu-Hai and his friends. And the return gift from Yu-Hai and his friends was a piece of bread, which Butterfree took over. Every wild elf who gave a farewell gift had a return gift. There was also a trumpet bud behind, which also gave some blue tree fruits. One of them, a mouth flower, also sent a black thing with a vine whip. It was obvious that it was not a good thing. Yu-Hai hurriedly found a glass jar from his backpack and put the black thing in it. There were also some fruits from the shuttlecock and Ratutta, who put them on the grass and went back. Then came Beedrill, who gave some silkworm fruits from the territory and honey. Yu-Hai also used glass jars to pack the honey from Beedrill, filling 3 jars of honey. He felt a little embarrassed that Beedrill had stolen so much honey before and Beedrill was giving him honey again. After Beedrill left, Abe Snake also came and spit out a poison needle. But if you look closely, the poison needle is a little curved, more like a fang, Abe Snake's fang. It is estimated that Abe Snake accidentally knocked it off and gave it to Yu-Hai and the others. But he didn't dare to hold this thing with his hands, fearing that he would be poisoned, so he could only pick up the fang with chopsticks and put it in a glass jar. After giving their farewell gifts, the wild elves did not stay and dispersed into the forest. As for the other wild elves on the island, those who didn't come would not come either. The elves continued to eat breakfast, while Yu-Hai slowly cleaned up the things on the ground. Among them, there were the most tree fruits, and there were a lot of tree fruits called blue balls, which had the effect of restoring the physical strength of the elves. There were other tree fruits as well, such as berries, grass silkworm fruits. After picking up the tree fruits, he picked up the green seeds left by the walking grass and looked at them carefully, and displayed them on the panel. It turned out that these seeds were called green grass seeds, which were probably the seeds of the grass in the walking grass home. There was also a piece of dagia, the kin of sweet tree juice, and the black stuff of the skull flower should be the raw materials for making poisonous props, and the fangs of the abe snake are also similar raw materials. These things are better than nothing for him. After going to human society, he can ask people to make elf props or sell them. After accepting the kindness of the wild elves, Yu Hai continued to eat breakfast. Soon, breakfast was over, and he began to pack up the things on the scene, and put all the things sent by the elves into his backpack. Finally, he used the elf ball to collect Magikarp and Weakling, as well as mosquito frog, giant claw crab, orb silk spider, slowpoke, and armored rhino. Only the skullbills and Butterfree were left on the scene, and he would leave on the skullbills later. But before leaving, he came to the door of the tree house, and he did not close the wooden door of the tree house. If it rains, the tree house can also accommodate some wild elves to shelter from the rain. And when he renovated the tree house, he buried plants similar to creepers at the roots of the tree, and all of them have grown out. The green plants have covered the tree house, covering all the traces of the tree house being transformed, completing Yu Hai's idea of camouflaging the tree house. There is also a giant tree that collapsed on the beach. The green leaves have turned into dead leaves, and the dead leaves have almost fallen, leaving only the bare tree trunk. Although it caused him some trouble at the beginning, it also brought a lot of fun and helped them a lot. Now there are still several floating balls hanging on the branches. This afternoon, the big crab was still training there. During this period, only the self-disciplined big crab was training. The other elves were playing and did not train much. Retracting his gaze from the tree trunk, Yu Hai looked at the pool not far away again. It was fine to keep it as it was, so that the thirsty elves could quench their thirst. Then he looked at the life buoy, rope, plastic basin, stew pot, frying pan, iron cup, plastic bucket, hourglass, stove, ladder thrown in the corner of the tree house. There are many more things he picked up while scavenging, but he didn't take them away. He placed them in the corner to accompany the tree house. These are the traces of his life with the elves. Walking through the grass that has been restored to flat, he came to the shade of the tree where he often shaded and watched the sunset. With the gull and the butterfly by his side, he lit the only 2 remaining cigarettes, smoked one himself, and put one on the stone to let it burn by itself. This cigarette is his last farewell, a farewell to the place where he lives, to the survival on the deserted island, and also a farewell to the past, so he started by quitting smoking. Although human society should sell cigarettes, he has decided to quit smoking and say goodbye to the past. After leaving the deserted island, it is a new beginning, a new life, and a new life as a trainer. Although he doesn't know what the human society outside is like, he has been prepared. Prepare to be a ruthless person, not only ruthless to the enemy, but also to yourself. Doing this is just to live. As I said at the beginning, he jumped out of a cannibalistic world, was stuffed into this cannibalistic deserted island, and then went to another cannibalistic world. For a fisherman who has already lied down, he doesn't like this change, but he has to step out of his comfort zone. Life is like this, there are too many helplessness and bitterness. If you can't lie down, you will be forced to change, forced to do something you don't like, greet everyone with a smile, drag your tired body to deal with various social activities, work, family, children. Thinking about some messy things, Yu Hai slowly finished smoking hwazi, stood up and stood on the beach, taking in all the beach where he lived, fished, and survived. Finally, he looked deeply at this beach, and remembered the tree house, tree shade, forest, grass, reef, waves, and all traces of life on this beach in his heart. He then raised his foot and sat on the back of the gull, stretched out his hand and gently patted the gull's neck, indicating that the gull could take off. Bilibali, the gull twisted its body, and after making sure that Yu Hai was sitting well, it began to flap its wings quickly, blowing up the surrounding sand and dust, slowly flying into the sky, flying towards the endless sparkling sea. Warm sunshine, blue sea, fish jump out of the sea from time to time, splashing waves. Facing such a sea, Yu Hai's mood suddenly improved, and the messy thoughts in his heart and the worries about the road ahead also disappeared for the most part. No matter what the road ahead is, he must go on, now is not the time to stop. At least he must become a top trainer first before he is qualified to lie down, he thinks so. And he also has the confidence to become a top trainer, that is, Butterfree, Crab, Gull, and Rhino, these 4 Pokémon can help him become a top trainer. There is also this island full of miracles, wildness, awe, and nostalgia. He will come back again. Yu Hai has already regarded this place as his base. When he comes back, he should be able to defeat the terrifying elf overlord. At the same time, on the treetops near the treehouse, Overlord Pidgeot and Overlord Tyrannosaurus, one standing on the tree and the other standing under the tree, quietly watched Yu Hai leave on the gull, followed by a Butterfree. "Bai Diao, big guy, you let the silly boy go like this, aren't you worried? I have many sons, and this one is not bad. It's not bad to let it go out with the tadpole. I like that tadpole very much. I have a hunch that it will surpass the dreamer. Bai Diao, that tadpole is really hard." Even Pidgeot had to admit, the tadpole trained really hard in those days. A child who has not experienced wind and rain cannot become a strong man. "Silly bird, you take your time to watch, I'm going back to sleep first." Beep Diao, Overlord Pidgeot looked deeply at the distant Yu Hai, and remained silent for a long time. Bobo, it was still Bobo who came and woke up the contemplative Overlord Pidgeot. Beep Diao, Overlord Pidgeot looked at his child, and in that moment, it was shaken. But after seeing the child, it was firm in its thoughts. Its child was no worse than other children. It only hoped that the child could grow up safely, instead of experiencing wind and rain. Bobo looked at the black spot that was about to disappear in the sky. In fact, it wanted to go with it, after all, its good brothers had gone. But it was stared at by Pidgeot and couldn't go at all. It had no choice but to stay on the island and live a carefree life. It began to miss the days of basking in the sun with its good brothers. Yu Hai, who was leaving, did not notice what happened in the tree house. Even if he noticed, he would not care. They had already left the deserted island, so they would not look back, and of course they would move forward. Until the island was completely out of sight, Yu Hai used the Pokémon ball to retrieve Butterfree. Next, the gulls had to fly higher and faster. Yu Hai held a compass in his hand and calibrated the direction for the gulls in real time. The gulls glided in the wind. They wanted to reach Fula Island number 4 before this evening. The distance from Dazanghan Reef to number 4 Island is much shorter than that from Dazanghan Jiaosa Island, which is why he chose Fula Island number 4. Sitting on the back of the gull, he began to fly over the sea. He was indeed very nervous at first, but gradually relaxed later, and he was not as nervous as before when catching the gull. This made the gulls feel much better, and they flew more flexibly. Following the direction guided by Yu Hai, they flew towards Fula Island number 4. The flight lasted from morning to noon, and from noon to afternoon, without stopping, and without any rest. The most important thing is that Yu Hai and his team didn't know how to stay on the sea, and there was no place for them to rest. So the gull flew for 6 or 7 hours in a row, panting, shaking, and the flight began to be unstable, and they didn't see a piece of land. If they still couldn't see the island, Yu Hai would release the big-mouthed gull to replace the big-mouthed gull. After all, this was the first time for the big-mouthed gull to fly long distances, and the big-mouthed gull could hold on until now, which was far beyond Yu Hai's psychological expectations. But after asking, the big-mouthed gull shook its head and said it didn't need it, it could still hold on, and it had already seen the island. Birds' eyesight is generally better than that of humans. After flying a few kilometers, Yu Hai will be able to see the island. Okay. If the big-mouthed gull can't do it, remind me, the big-mouthed gull and the mosquito-repellent frog can replace you. Yu Hai saw that the big-mouthed gull insisted, and didn't persuade him. After flying for a while, he saw the island. Island? It's an island, Yu Hai shouted excitedly when he saw the island. They finally saw an island other than the big and the badger. After the big-mouthed gull flew closer, he looked down at the island in the air and felt that the island was a little strange. Wasn't the island too small? It was only a few hundred meters. There were no trees on the island, only stones and grass, or some low bushes. After seeing the island, the big-mouthed gull also sped up and landed on the island. As soon as it landed, the big-mouthed gull was exhausted, its wings drooped weakly on the sand, and it kept panting. The deserted island chapter is over. Have you never seen the protagonist poop? Ha ha ha. I thought of it, but I didn't write it. There was originally a diarrhea plot. I ate cooked food afterwards, so I didn't write it. Today is the 1st of the month, and I couldn't post on schedule yesterday, so it's a little late. There is one more thing. The internet at home is down, and I don't know when it will be repaired. During the downtime, I will fix the internet as soon as possible and resume the double update. I need to reinstall a network. Hey! 146 Chapter 140, Fossil Helmet. 146. Seeing this, Yu Hai did not continue to worry about the size of the island, but took out fresh water and elf food from his backpack, as well as 2 rice bowls. The food and water were poured into the rice bowls, and the big-mouthed gulls would eat after they had rested. Bang, bang, bang! Then Yu Hai took out the poke ball, released Butterfree, Frog, Orb Spinner, and Crab, and said to the 4 Pokemons, Butterfree, Frog, you go check the island, Crab and Orb Spinner, you stay behind. Butterfree looked at the strange island, looked around, and flew up to observe the island. Frog explored along the edge of the island and followed. Yu Hai immediately took out the map and the compass in his arms, and was comparing whether he had gone in the wrong direction. As a result, the direction was correct. But this is not Fula Island number 4, it should be the island between Dazang River and Huan Island number 4. Next, he needs to continue flying in this direction, find Fula Island number 4, and then recalibrate the direction and fly northeast. Fula Island number 4 is south of Dazang, and Hasa Island is northeast of Fula Island number 4. These are 2 different directions. Wait, he put away the map and compass. Butterfree and Frog also came back. The 2 elves shook their heads, indicating that there was nothing on the island. Seeing this, Yu Hai took out an inflatable tent and a tent moisture-proof mat from his backpack and laid them on the gravel ground on the high part of the island. He then took out a spring-like plastic inflator and gave it to Frog, asking Frog to inflate the tent. Frog, inflate the tent. We'll spend the night in the tent tonight. Yu Hai placed the inflatable tent on the moisture-proof mat and asked Frog to pump up the tent. When the tent was inflated, his dinner was ready. It was all simple food, including rice, meat, bread, fruit, honey, and various seasonings. The firewood used for cooking was dry firewood picked up on the deserted island, and he took some away. During lunch, he released the remaining elves, Rhinoceros, Squidward, Magikarp, and Slowpoke. Counting the 5 frogs that were originally present, there were 9 Pokemons, and there was no Farfetch. While the Pokemons were having dinner, he took out a honey jar and poured some honey for the Swinhos, as well as some orange fruit to replenish the Swinhos' energy. The frog was called to special training 2 days ago, and the hardest working one was the frog. These 2 days, the Swinhos had to carry him to fly, and the Swinhos had the hardest time. Later at night, the claw crab and the orb spider would be needed to keep watch, and these 2 little guys would have to work hard. During dinner, the iron rhino wanted to rub the Swinhos' honey, but Yu Hai knocked on his head and told the iron rhino to wait until he entered human society to eat it, when there would be more delicious food. During dinner, he also heard thunderous sounds coming from the dark sky above his head, where the moon was not visible. It should rain heavily tonight. After having dinner with the Pokemons, he put out the fire, took back the Pokeballs, and took back the 2 stupid things, as well as the Iron Rhino and Slowpoke. It's better for these Pokemons to stay in the Pokeball, as well as the Butterfree and Butterfree. Only the frog, the orb-spined spider, and the crab were left outside. Before going to bed, he planned to reinforce the tent. He pulled out 4 ropes from the 4 corners of the tent and fixed them on the huge rocks to prevent the tent from being blown away by the strong wind. After pulling the ropes and making sure that the binding was strong enough, he went into the tent, and the frog followed him into the tent. At this time, it started to rain lightly. He originally planned to let the orb-spined spider and the crab keep watch outside. But it started to rain, so he could only let the orb-spined spider and the crab enter the tent. Crab, orb-spined spider, come in and keep watch. The alert outside the tent was cancelled. The orb-silk spider hung upside down in the corner of the tent. The crab and the mosquito frog slept on one side. Yu-Hai slept on the other side. The rest of the elves stayed in the elf balls. After all, this inflatable tent was not big enough to accommodate so many elves. It was only enough for 3 Yu-Hai to sleep. It was already a stretch for 3 elves to sleep. He did not release more elves in the tent. After saying good night to the elves, he fell asleep. He and the big-mouthed gull flew for a day and were very tired. Especially the big-mouthed gull, it had already fallen asleep. It is better to rest early, because we still have to travel tomorrow. Try to reach the inhabited island, Hasa Island, before tomorrow evening. The next day, the second day to Hasa Island. The survival on the deserted island has ended, and the diary can no longer use the survival on the deserted island. After the heavy rain last night, the sky cleared up again. It was another sunny day with clear skies. Today they need to continue their journey, looking for Hasa Island, and try to reach Hasa Island today. Compared to rainy weather, he still prefers the scorching sun. Sunny days are always easier than rainy days, and there are not so many troubles. It's just that the big-mouthed gulls have to fly under the scorching sun. Yu-Hai got up early, released the big-mouthed gulls from the poke ball, and took back the big-clawed crabs and round silk spiders, leaving only the mosquito-repellent frog. After getting up, he made 3 breakfasts casually, 1 for him, 1 for the big-mouthed gulls, and 1 for the mosquito-repellent frog. Other Pokemons didn't have breakfast. Anyway, they didn't need to exercise. They slept in the Pokeball all day, so they didn't need to eat breakfast. After they hurriedly ate breakfast, he put away the inflatable tent and didn't stay on this barren island of several hundred meters in size. Then he used the Pokeball to take back the mosquito-repellent frog, took out the compass and map, recalibrated the direction, and they left the island. The journey was safe and sound. He hoped that he could keep it up and not have any unexpected incidents. It would be best if he could reach Hasa Island safely. This was why he chose to travel in the daytime under a sunny sky. Not long after flying this time, they saw a big island, which was 20 to 30 times larger than the one they rested on last night. The resources on the island were much richer than the small island yesterday, and there were even trees. Big-mouthed gull, fly over and take a look, don't land. Yu-Hai guessed that the big island should be Fula Island number 4. After hearing the instructions, the big-mouthed gull flew over the big island and circled over the island without landing. Yu-Hai also took the opportunity to observe the situation on the island and found no traces of human activities, not even human buildings. This island and the big island both have an island lake, but there is no grassland by the lake, so it is more appropriate to call the big lake a bay. Seeing this bay, Yu-Hai was sure that this was Fula Island number 4. They had just set off today and arrived at Fula Island number 4 after flying for only half an hour. This bay, the bay should be where the fossil helmets are sleeping. After finding a foothold in the bay, he let the gulls land on the inside of the bay. When he watched anime in his previous life, he remembered that the rock wall in the bay was penetrated by the archaeological team led by Miss Joy, revealing a tunnel, and inside was the cave where the fossil helmets were sleeping. If he wanted to go in, there was no need to destroy this rock wall. There should be an underwater tunnel on the bottom of the bay that could lead to the cave where the fossil helmets were sleeping. Bila Bailai, the gulls suddenly screamed at the clear water in the bay, as if they had discovered something interesting. What is that? Fossil helmets? It turns out that there are fossil helmets that have not yet hibernated. No wonder the fossil helmets on the island were discovered. Yu-hai was attracted by the call of the gulls, looking at the clear seabed of the bay, and saw several stones moving. Only after a closer look did he recognize that it was a fossil helmet. If he hadn't known that there were fossil helmets here, he wouldn't have recognized it at first glance. The elves on the seabed are fossil helmets. The fossil helmet looks like a trilobite. Just from the shell, it is indeed very similar. They are all arthropods. Even if he saw the fossil helmet, he did not intend to capture it. Instead, he took out the Pokemon ball, released the mosquito frog, and told the mosquito frog, "Mosquito frog, go to the water to scare away the fossil helmet, see where the fossil helmet disappears, and then block the hole." Yobo, the mosquito frog, looked down at the bottom of the water and saw a group of moving stones. That should be the fossil helmet that Yu-hai said. It jumped and plopped into the water. The movement scared away the fossil helmets under the water. Seeing that all the fossil helmets went under a rock, it followed. It found that there was a very wide hole under this rock on the seabed. It came to the bottom of the sea and pushed the rock beside the hole to block the hole to prevent the fossil helmet inside from coming out. It was considered to have completed the task assigned by Yu-hai. Then the mosquito-scented frog jumped out of the water and told Yu-hai that it was done. "Yobo, Yobo. I saw it, mosquito-scented frog." Mangranji Chuang sang. Yu-hai put away the mosquito-scented frog with the poke ball, took out the map and compass again, calibrated the direction of Hassa Island, and sat on the gull to leave Fula Island number 4. When they left, they did not notice that their every move was watched by a grey-haired old man until they left. After seeing Yu-hai leave, the old man came to the place where Yu-hai had landed before and looked at the turbid sea water below the bay. He released the agate jellyfish and let the agate jellyfish disperse the turbidity on the seabed, only to find the boulder moved by the mosquito-scented frog. He remembered very clearly that it was the entrance and exit for the fossil helmet to leave the cave, and now it was blocked. That kid, the old man, saw that the cave entrance was discovered, and he knew that the fossil helmet could not be hidden. However, the behavior of the young man was very strange. He did not subdue the fossil helmet, but wanted to hide the fossil helmet. That kid knew there were fossil helmets here, but he didn't get greedy. What a strange kid, the old man muttered to himself, wondering if the boy wanted to gather people or catch all the fossil helmets and sell them. No matter what, he would fight to the end. Even if he risked his life, he would protect the fossil helmets here. If Yu-hai knew the old man's lifelong pursuit, he would definitely be very pleased and would not be stingy with his praise. He would definitely praise the old man for helping him guard the fossil helmets. In the end, the old man did not move the cave entrance blocked by Yu-hai, because he thought it was good and in line with his wishes. If his elves could not move the stones, he would have wanted to block the cave entrance long ago. After leaving, Yu-hai and the big-mouthed gull did not know what happened next on Fula Island number 4. They are now flying northeast to Hassa Island. Don't ask him why he flew a triangle instead of going straight to Hassa Island. If it weren't for the small deserted island of a few hundred meters yesterday, they would have fallen into the sea long ago. Flying 6 or 7 hours a day is still too much for the newly evolved big-mouthed gulls. They are not in a hurry. It is their first time flying in the sea. They also need to calibrate the direction in real time. There is no need to compress the 2-day journey into 1 day. It is better to travel in 2 days. Compared with the distance from Dazanghan Reef Huanya number 4 Island, the distance from Fula number 4 Island to Hassa Island is much shorter, about 1/3 of the distance is shortened. The closer he gets to Hassa Island, the more small islands he sees, small islands of a few hundred meters, small islands of a few kilometers, and more, and more. He vaguely remembers that these small islands are called Hassa Islands and Fula number 4 Islands on the map. As they get closer to Hassa Island, he also sees several fishing boats and a large cruise ship. The humans on the ship are very enthusiastic. Seeing them flying in the sky, they waved and greeted them, but they were too far away, so he didn't hear what the humans on the ship said. He didn't dare to let the big-mouthed gulls get close to him. What if it was a trap? They seemed enthusiastic, but when he got there, they detained them. Then they blackmailed him in various ways, calling his family to ask them to send money to redeem him, otherwise they would kill him. He didn't have many relatives in this world, so he had better be careful. It can't be blamed on him for being too suspicious and thinking too darkly of others. He was responsible for himself and the elves. If he went, it would be irresponsible to himself and the elves. Just like children can't take candy from strangers, it's a truth that we all understand when we are young, but it doesn't make sense to forget it when we grow up. Be cautious is a basic quality of an adult, not to mention that there are strangers everywhere, and it is an unfamiliar environment that has never been seen before. It is not too much to be cautious. After leaving the large cruise ship, Yu-Hai and the big-mouthed gull continued to move forward. After flying for more than 4 hours today, they saw a large island again. After coming here, there are more and more large and small ships coming and going. He will inevitably fly over some ships and fly to the island not far ahead. This side of the island is all reefs, there is no port, and there are no man-made buildings. In fact, he can also follow the ship and land at the port on the other side of the island. But he is socially anxious, and this side is very suitable for him. Before he figured out the situation on this island, he is not going to contact humans. To explore the customs of human society, we can only wait until tomorrow. After flying for another day today, he and the big-mouthed gull are exhausted and can't do without rest. Don't think that he is not tired just sitting, but it is not comfortable to be nervous all day. His eyes were full of bloodshot, he just wanted to finish dinner quickly and have a good sleep. Tomorrow he would go to the city to confirm whether this was Hasa Island and whether he had arrived at the destination he had determined before. Bang bang bang! While making dinner, he released the elves to guard the surroundings and soon made dinner. After a simple dinner, he used the poke ball to collect the rhinoceros, slowpoke, squidward, and Magikarp. These 4 guys basically couldn't help him. This place was full of unfamiliar environments. He didn't dare to let the rhinoceros, this naughty guy, run around. If he got into trouble it would be very troublesome. Also, the toucan and Butterfree were put into the poke ball. The toucan needed to rest, and Butterfree was curious, so he had to wait for him to sleep first and wake up. Finally, there were only 3 Pokemon left by his side, the frog, the crab, and the orb silk spider. Mosquito frog, crab, orb spine spider, you stay by the tent, don't go anywhere, wake me up if anything happens, understand? Yu-Hai looked at the 3 elves and specifically told the 3 mosquito frogs not to run around. The 3 mosquito frogs looked at Yu-Hai seriously and nodded in agreement. This is also the reason why he only left these 3 elves, because these 3 elves are the most obedient, the most sensible, and can endure loneliness. They will stay and will never run around. Okay, let's do this for now, I'm going to sleep. Yu-Hai went into the tent without closing the door. Now there is no rain, and there are elves guarding outside the tent, so there is no need to close the door. It's too hot and stuffy to close the door, he can't sleep. 147 Chapter 141, Finally meet Joey. 147. Well. Finally got enough sleep. When he woke up, it was not the next morning, the sky was still dark. Yu-Hai, who had just finished stretching, was still a little confused when he saw the sky outside the tent. Why was it so dark outside? Did he sleep for a whole day and night? Did he sleep until the next night? Confused, Yu-Hai took out his watch from his backpack, and the time on it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Seeing this time, Yu-Hai breathed a sigh of relief. It was not the next night, he just slept until 10 o'clock in the evening. Mosquito-repellent frog, giant crab, round silk spider, where are you? Yu-Hai took out a flashlight and shone it outside the tent. He did not find these 3 guys, and he did not know whether these three guys were asleep or went to the beach to play. He clearly told them not to run around. Yobo, Yobo! Just as Yu Hai shouted, the call of the mosquito frog came, and at the same time, a blue figure appeared under the light of the flashlight and shouted to Yu Hai, Yobo, Yobo! It's good that it's still here, call the big claw crab and the round silk spider over. Yu Hai had just eaten dinner in the afternoon and was not hungry yet. He got up, packed up the tent, put it back in his backpack, and prepared to explore the human society at night. Now is a good opportunity. He wanted to see what kind of world the human society in the elf world is like. At night, a stranger like him is unlikely to attract other people's attention. After all, the city on the island should be a port city. There are too many strangers. If you interrogate each one, can Miss Juncha ask them all? After packing up the tent and carrying the backpack, the mosquito frog also called the round silk spider and the big claw crab over. He took out the poke ball to release the big-mouthed gull, and used the poke ball to take back the 3 Pokemon of the mosquito frog. He sat on the big-mouthed gull again and prepared to go to the largest city of humans on the island. Sorry, fly to the sky, look for the place with the most light, and fly there, Yu Hai told the Sauri where they would go after they got on it. Bei Lai, the Sauri also rested in the poke ball for 5 or 6 hours, and almost recovered its strength, so it could continue to fly with Yu Hai. Taking the Sauri to the city was also Yu Hai's first choice, as he couldn't walk there. It would probably take until tomorrow morning for him to reach the city. He still understood the principle that the city looked very close in the air, but he would never see the mountain again. As they took off at night, the trajectory of human activities on the island was clearly visible, and the largest light on the island was in the southeast. During the day, he vaguely remembered that there was the port, and the direction he landed on the island was northeast, which was still some distance away from the port. At night, looking at the port city in the distance, there were the city was flashing colorful lights, and it was a bit fancy. From the range of the lights, the city was very large, but it was hard to say how large the range was, and it was impossible to see from the air. Except for the lights at the city port, there were few lights in other places, either only a small area, 20 to 30 lights, or just a few lights. The lights with more lights might be villages, and the lights with fewer lights might be villas. This thing can only be known by going to the scene during the day. They did not go to the place with less light, but went straight to the largest city on the island. After flying for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the port city on the island. Big-billed gull, pull up a little. Yu Hai planned to observe the layout of the city in the air, and even took out the telescope. It was night now, and he would not be seen if he flew high, which was convenient for him to find the location of the Pokémon Center. Such a large city, with a large port, must have a lot of traffic and many trainers, so it is impossible that there is no Pokémon Center. If you want to quickly understand the Pokémon world, the fastest way is naturally to find trainers. Where there are the most trainers, of course, there are the most trainers in the Pokémon Center. After flying over the city for a circle, he quickly found the Pokémon Center through the telescope. The reason why he could find the Pokémon Center so quickly was because there were many people in the Pokémon Center. Surrounding the Pokémon Center building were commercial streets or night markets. Buildings like the Pokémon Center were also easy to find. The huge and conspicuous Pokeball logo would be hung at the highest point of each Pokémon Center. There was also a large battlefield not far from the Pokémon Center, where a group of spirited young men were shouting excitedly in the audience. He could hear the extremely excited shouts of these spirited young men from high in the sky, as well as the confrontation between two Pokémons on the battlefield. The nightlife surrounding the Pokémon Center lit up several streets, making the area around the Pokémon Center very lively. There were many shops or mobile vendors here, all providing services to the fighting trainers, or the watching trainers and passers-by. Who said that the trainers' small money was the easiest to earn? After finding that it was very lively here, Yu Hai did not plan to fly anymore. He let the gull land on an open space far away from the Pokémon Center, and then took the gull back with the poke ball. Then he released the orb silk spider. He saw that many trainers were carrying Pokémons. So it should be possible to carry Pokémons around here, or the city did not prohibit Pokémons at all, so Pokémons could be carried around at will. After releasing the orb silk spider, he put the backpack on his back to his chest to prevent pickpockets. He also took off all the Pokeballs on his waist. All the Pokeballs were filled with Pokémons and put them in his backpack, also to prevent pickpockets. When releasing the Pokeballs, he took out the dagger and buckled it on the belt around his waist. This belt dagger was taken from the Pokémon hunter. Orb silk spider, jump on my shoulder. You can't move or attack others without my order. Do you understand? After Yu-Hai was ready, he took out the black scarf on his wrist to cover his mouth and nose, and pulled up the hood behind him to cover his head. Finally, he called the orb silk spider and went to the Poke Center, and then to the battle site. He wanted to go to the Poke Center first to see if it was similar to what he remembered. If he wanted to get information, he could go to the battle site, where there were the most people and it should be easy. As he got closer to the Pokémon Center, the noise became louder, accompanied by waves of heat and gusts of wind. When he passed by the Pokémon Center, he curiously looked inside the Pokémon Center and saw the legendary Miss Joy standing behind the counter to deal with the trainer's problems. But after just a quick glance, he passed the Pokémon Center. Now, even if he had 100 guts, he would not dare to enter the Pokémon Center. Because he was an illegal resident, it was better not to wander around in front of the other party, so as not to be invited to drink tea by Miss Junsha. Along the way, he found that he could understand the voices of the people around him, and he took in every word of their voices. Boss, hurry up, the most popular battle tonight is about to start. If we miss the battle, we won't have ramen. Don't worry, brother, the ramen is almost ready. We will definitely catch up, we will catch up. Boss, give me 2 cones. Cones are best in this weather. Boss, I want 2 popsicles. Along the way, Yu-Hai saw a lot of things: restaurants, fast food, western food, coffee shops, bars, bakeries, elf food stores, elf prop stores, barbecues, cold drinks, and coffee. Is this the nightlife in the elf world? A commercial street built around the elf center, the battlefield, and trainers are also the main consumer force of this commercial street. Just like the university town in the previous life, businessmen with a keen sense of smell can often accurately grasp the real consumer group. But these things are a distance away from the elf center, including the battlefield, which is about 100 meters away. After all, the consumer group is the trainers, and the Pokémon Center is the Pokémon Hospital. Every trainer does not want his Pokémon being treated to be disturbed by any sound, which would affect Miss Joy's treatment of his Pokémon. In order to avoid the dissatisfaction of the trainers due to noise, the vendors consciously stayed away from the Pokémon Center, including the 6 large battle sites more than 100 meters away. The only restaurants that can open restaurants near the Pokémon Center are some restaurants with little noise, or coffee shops. But many of them are located at high places, just to facilitate the dining guests to watch the elves fighting on the battlefield not far away. Elf fighting is the characteristic of the elf world, just like playing chess and meeting a bosom friend, and meeting a worthy opponent. You will definitely play another game, and you will also play a game with friends when you meet in a mafia. It is the same concept. Elf fighting is the most popular and influential competitive sport in the elf world, and it is loved by men, women, old and young, similar to the national sports in some countries in the previous life, such as football. No wonder it is so lively here at 11 o'clock in the evening, and other places are almost turned off. Yu-Hai, who was strolling leisurely, finally came to the battlefield, but there were too many people here, and he couldn't squeeze in at all. There are 6 large battlefields here, lined up on both sides of the road, with 3 battlefields on each side, and there are spectator seats on both sides of the battlefield, but they are all occupied. Even the road at the entrance of the battlefield is crowded with young people, each of them is excited and red, cheering for their favorite elves. The reason why the battlefield is so large is probably because this port city completely relies on Pokemon battles to boost the economy. After all, it is just an ordinary island tourist city. In addition to the most common beach scenery on the island, it is not unique to this city. In the Orange Islands, the most are islands. There is also a large cruise port, which can also bring passenger flow to the city. If the battle cannot attract tourists, there will not be so many people watching Pokemon battles. For an island with few resources, tourism, ports, Pokemon battles, and supporting industries related to Pokemons are the three most important pillar industries of this island city, and they are also the three driving forces for economic growth. And these three driving forces are: consumption, trainers are the main force, tourist cities and ports further stimulate consumption. Investment is also related to trainers, otherwise how did these 6 large battlefields come from, and the supporting service industries related to Pokemons are the city's investment, just to attract more trainers. Export, he has not seen it yet, but the strong Pokemon battle culture and the good competitive atmosphere can also be exported. The reason why the port of this city is so busy can be seen from the geographical location of Hasa Island. Hasa Island is located in the center of the surrounding islands, so the port is so busy. The busy port brings people, and the people bring a prosperous elf battle culture and tourism. Over time, the tertiary industry and service industry generated by the elves have developed. In general, the city has developed very well. The city manager is a capable person. He can see the whole picture from a small part. The city's public security is also very good. At least so many people have not fought, which is very good. It seems that the city has a tight grip on public security, and the work of the city's law enforcers is worthy of praise. Yu Hai, who came here with the round silk spider, quickly integrated into the warm atmosphere here. It's just that the popularity of this battle is too high. Yu Hai tried to squeeze in twice, but couldn't squeeze in, so he gave up. Who told him to come here and encounter the most popular elf battle? Listening to the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, he could probably guess which 2 elves were fighting. Blatesto, Blastoise, Blastoise. Crocodile, Crocodile, Crocodile. 2 of the 3 starters. Yu Hai smiled helplessly at the solid human wall in front of him. He really wanted to watch this Pokemon battle, and wanted to see how the humans in this world commanded Pokemon to fight. But things did not go as he wished, and he could only give up if he couldn't watch it. In order to avoid the orb silk spiders accidentally hurting passers-by, he did not continue to squeeze into the battlefield. Anyway, there are 5 battlefields. If you can't watch this field, you can watch other battlefields. Why are these 2 water Pokemon so popular? It has to be due to the environment here. In the island environment with many islands, water Pokemon have an advantage in this environment, no more than people like powerful water Pokemon so much. Even among his Pokemon, most of them are water Pokemon. After all, in the Orange Islands, water Pokemon are the easiest Pokemon to get. Along the way, he saw that 70% of the Pokemon around the trainers were water Pokemon. If it was Old Spray, it would probably be hard to get by, as there were water-type Pokemon everywhere, and they would be restrained wherever they went. If it was a trainer who played Grass-type and Electric-type, it would be much more comfortable, just the opposite of Old Spray, and they would restrain opponents wherever they went. Later, Yu Hai chose a battlefield with an empty position, where there were also 2 water-type Pokemon fighting, and the trainers were still 2 teenagers, one fat and one thin. The Pokemons were the thin one's frog and the fat one's crab, both of which were very common water-type Pokemon. He had both of them and was very familiar with them. The battle on the field also entered a white-hot stage. Frog attacked with a water gun, and Crab also attacked with a water gun. The 2 fought back and forth, but the accuracy of the water gun was a bit eye-catching. The 2 Pokemon used more than 10 water guns, and only 1 or 2 water guns hit. Don't worry too much about the language problem. If you insist on saying the reason, it's that the protagonist has external plug-in. Also, I found a bug, that is, on the deserted island, the protagonist knew how to read. He read 2 books at that time, and he just picked them up and read them. Here is a patch. The protagonist has external plug-in. He also took a foreign language elective in his previous life and learned it from the physical education teacher. This was mentioned before the protagonist read the book. There is also the problem of elf dialogue, which is written for the readers. If I write, duo duo duo, beep 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 beep. Can anyone understand it? The protagonist can't understand what the elves are calling. The dialogue between the elves is written for you to see, just like Meowth in the play, which can speak human language and play tricks, but this kind of dialogue only happens between elves. If the elves talk to humans, they need telepathy, or divine beasts, and Meowth translates. 148 Chapter 142, It's Decided to Be You. 148. The thin trainer who discovered this took advantage of the speed of the frog and took a chance to slap it. The crab was not to be outdone. Before the frog came up, it used the hardening move under the command of the fat trainer, and then a white light lit up on its claws, and the crab used the metal claw move to fight back. The continuous slaps and metal claws were evenly matched, and the close combat came to an end. While the crab was panting, the frog's trainer immediately ordered the frog, which was also panting, to approach the crab again, and also used a water gun. The trainer of the giant crab only gave the order to raise its claws to block, but the result was that when the mosquito frog approached, it jumped up and pressed down on the giant crab's body. After the mosquito frog stood up, the giant crab was also pressed down by the mountain, and its eyes were swollen, losing its ability to fight. After watching this battle, Yu Hai could only say that it was a fight between 2 noobs. The strength of both sides was at the same level, so the fight was back and forth. At the beginning, they all tried with water guns, but the accuracy of the water guns was terrible. The giant crab stood still and had a higher hit rate. A wandering water gun, a standing water gun, a moving target, and a fixed target, the 2 were almost the same. After the water gun had no effect, they tried close again, and the result was evenly matched. Finally, the instructions issued by the trainer of the giant crab were somewhat confusing. Knowing that the speed was at a disadvantage, he should continue to use the hardening move to stack up the defense first. Wait for the pressure to come, and directly clamp the limbs of the frog with the pincers. It doesn't matter if it is pressed. If the speed of the frog is blocked, the crab will win. If it is him, it will be much simpler. The frog's punch is a matter. Under the burst of the waterfall, it can't be avoided or defended. If one punch doesn't work, just hit it again. It's not that troublesome. If it is a fat trainer, the crab can use the glare to scare the frog, and the hardening move to bear it, or use the trainer's blood to infect his own crab, so that the crab can hold on, and then the defeat can be reversed. Don't think that blood is useless. This thing can really inspire the fighting spirit of the Pokémon. Zai often uses it, so it must be useful. As for the characteristics? Please, what characteristics are used in this low-end game? Play the attribute Restraint first. And the accuracy of the water guns of these 2 water Pokémons is hard to describe. That's not called a water gun, it's called a water gun with outlines. It looks powerful, but it can only scare the opponent. These 2 teenagers didn't practice their moves before fighting the Pokémon. These teenagers are still too impatient. After the crab lost its ability to fight, the fat trainer took back the crab and released the second Pokémon. The thin trainer of the frog also took back the frog and released the second Pokémon. These 2 guys are still fighting 2 on 2. However, he didn't plan to watch it anymore. Such a battle is meaningless and a waste of time. It's a pity that the battle between the 3 water-type Pokémons had ended when he went there. It was 12 o'clock, and most passers-by were ready to leave, but there were still many people in the audience seats of the battle site, and there were also many people on this street. He felt that such a nightlife could last until 4 or 5 in the morning, but he wouldn't watch it for that long. After taking a look around here and understanding the normal customs and habits of the Pokémon world, he was ready to leave. He could understand the language here, which was the language of Xiao Rizi, which made him secretly relieved. Now he just needed to speak it out. As long as there was no problem with the accent, he could live in the elf world. As for the text, he remembered it on the deserted island. At that time, he read 2 books with many Chinese characters in them, which were much simpler than spoken language. However, the trainers here should not understand Mandarin, which made him think of a trick, because he communicated with the elves on the deserted island in Mandarin. But here it was Xiao Rizi, which was interesting. He had already thought of the expression on the opponent's face, which should be very exciting. Walking on the way back to the city, looking at the many shops on the street, his favorite was the beverage shop, and he wanted to go in and buy an ice cream. He couldn't speak Xiao Rizi's language, so he was a little unsure. The foreign language elective course in his previous life had long been returned to the physical education teacher. He stopped in the shadow where the street lights could not reach, looked at the beverage shop for a long time, looked at the flow of people coming in and out of the beverage shop, learned their language, and gradually fell into memories. "Boss, 2 popsicles. Boss, I want an ice cream cone. Okay, please wait a moment." Suddenly, he walked up as if possessed by a ghost, quietly looking at the popsicles in the freezer, and he was still standing in front of the freezer until the crowd dispersed. The owner of the beverage store, who had noticed him for a long time, saw Yu Hai in a daze, and kindly asked Yu Hai what he needed. "Hey, little brother, what do you want to buy?" The boss saw that Yu Hai was dressed younger and had a round silk spider on his shoulder. He should be a young trainer, so he called Yu Hai little brother. "Boss, I want 2 of these." Yu Hai understood the boss's question, and immediately raised his hand to point to the popsicles in the freezer and said what was in his heart. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he realized that something was wrong. The language he spoke was the same as the boss's language, but the accent was different. "Is your voice uncomfortable? If you have a cold, you can't eat popsicles, it will aggravate your condition." The boss was very kind. Hearing Yu Hai's hoarse voice, he thought Yu Hai had a cold and his throat was uncomfortable. In this situation, you can't eat popsicles, eating them will only make your hoarse throat worse. Ahem, sorry, no more." Yu Hai heard the boss's reminder and realized his voice problem. Although he could speak, his voice was very hoarse, like a desert traveler who had been thirsty for 3 days, or like a patient with a severe cold. His throat seemed to have swallowed a blade. The words were spoken, but Yu Hai didn't feel embarrassed to stay any longer, so he turned around and left with the round silk spider. After Yu Hai left in a hurry, the boss was still a little surprised, thinking that Yu Hai was a strange young man, and didn't think much about it. After all, this is a tourist city, and the most common people every day are strangers, and there are all kinds of weird people. Yu Hai just wrapped himself up a little tightly, which is not too strange. Soon the boss forgot about Yu Hai and turned to receive other guests in the store. Yu Hai, who left the beverage store, found a dark alley and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. It was really terrifying just now. For someone like him who is extremely socially anxious, facing strangers and speaking a strange language subconsciously for the first time is a huge challenge. Don't think this is nothing great. It is indeed nothing for socially anxious people, but for socially anxious people, it is no less than experiencing the college entrance examination or going on a blind date for the first time. For socially anxious people, the first time they speak is often the most difficult. He once missed the intersection to get off the bus because he couldn't speak, and sat for more than 10 kilometers. Because he didn't want to communicate, he always withdrew money from the ATM machine and often bought water in the store. He didn't talk to the boss for half a year. Because he wanted to say hello to others, he was entangled in how to address the other person. He thought about it for a whole morning, but in the end he didn't know how to speak. This is social anxiety. Social anxiety is not just as simple as social disorder, but a psychological disorder, or simply a mental illness. Since it is a disease, there must be a way to treat it. In fact, in his previous life, He had already cured this disease, but socializing was really too troublesome, so he was too lazy to socialize. Later, he figured it out. If a person can live well and have 2 cats and a dog, he doesn't need any friends or socializing, at least not too many. It's enough to have a few close friends and get together when you have time. Too many friends are tiring. After all, you need to maintain everyone's interpersonal relationships. Once you don't contact them for a long time, they will fade and disappear completely. Sometimes, there is really no need to wrong yourself. Just because of this sentence, he became fearless and turned from a social phobia into a social bull. In the end, he even looked down on life and death and just fought if he didn't accept it. It's nothing, just because he is single. When he discovered this advantage, he found himself invincible. Anyway, he is alone, and the insurance has been bought. The beneficiaries are his parents, so he becomes particularly brave. Generally, he will not take the initiative to provoke others. He just wants to lie down and fish quietly. Others should not provoke him. At most, he will exchange 1 for 1, or 1 for 2 to make a lot of money. With this idea, he turned from a social phobia into a social bull. Now, he is still a lonely person. No one in this world knows him, except for the initial worry about language barriers and embarrassment. Now that the first step has been taken, the foreign language has been taken back from the physical education teacher. I don't know if it's because of the proficiency panel. Once I remember the foreign language taught by the physical education teacher, I can't forget it, just like I just reviewed it yesterday, and I still remember it clearly. The next thing will be much easier. He came here tonight to get familiar with this strange world so that he can make the next plan. From tonight's observation, the humans in the elf world are quite friendly. It may also be because of the tourist city. Facing a strange individual like him, Miss Juncha did not have any doubts, nor did she question him. After all, there are not a few trainers like him who are wrapped tightly tonight, and he is not the most special one. As for the round silk spider on the shoulder, it is even more common. Without a Pokemon around, what kind of battle can you watch? How dare you say you are a trainer? Everyone's Pokemon are also well behaved, and there is no fighting. Even if there is a conflict, Miss Juncha patrolling the street will come forward to mediate. If the conflict is irreconcilable, it will be resolved on the battlefield, and the outcome will be decided by fighting. Aren't we going to fight? Then fight to your heart's content on the battlefield, which will add some competitive attributes to the city. I'm not afraid of you having conflicts, I'm afraid of you they dare not fight. As long as the conflict is controlled within the scope of the battlefield, and the trainer cannot be attacked directly, they can fight however they want. The rules of the battle are that there are no rules, only one-on-one, and no death. These are common sense in battles. This is the case in the city, and no murders can occur. Once you leave the city and go to the wild, you can fight at will. Fighting to the death has nothing to do with the city. Being attacked by wild Pokemon, fighting for trophies in the wild, fighting for a rare Pokemon, fighting to the death for a rare item, too many trainers and Pokemon die every day. The world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. As long as there are people with desires, they can't escape the word profit. In the city, life safety can be guaranteed, and everyone has tacitly agreed to the rule that trainers cannot be attacked. But once you go to the wild, who cares? If you don't obey, you can do it. Killing is a common thing. Even if the city is to be managed, the city can't manage it, because the wilderness is too big. He was about to return to the wilderness. In fact, he also wanted to stay in a hotel, but without an ID, he was afraid of being treated as a beggar or a suspicious person. Since he had already observed the customs and habits of the elf world, it was time to turn to what he cared about most, how to register as a new trainer certified by the League. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not choose Team Rocket. After all, it was a villain organization. If he went there, he would have no human rights and even his personal freedom would be deprived. Since the League could be put in the open, there was at least a fig leaf for doing things. The relationship between people and elves, and between people and nature that it promoted was also politically correct. At least it was recognized by most people, which was enough. Let's not talk about whether it was just or not. At least the League could see the light. He also saw people and elves shopping, and Miss Juncha didn't question him for no reason. Maybe she was too busy. Tonight, he met 3 Junchas and mediated no less than 10 conflicts. How could she have the time to deal with him as a traveler? Since it was confirmed that the alliance was fine on the surface, the question now was where he should go to ask about common sense on how to become a certified rookie trainer of the alliance. This common sense is indeed common sense for humans born and raised in the elf world, but for him, a time traveler, it is completely a layman. He didn't dare to ask passers-by casually and expose his ignorance, because it would easily expose that he was not a resident of the Alliance area and might be arrested as a spy. When he watched anime in his previous life, he noticed the things mentioned in the anime: the Alliance, the villain organization, the Closed Kingdom, the Old Nobles, the Elf Hunters, the Black Market, and the Unconquered Areas. He didn't know the current sphere of influence of the Alliance. At least in the Orange Islands, the Alliance was already in power on the surface. Under the rule of the Alliance, he certainly wouldn't go to the Elf Center to ask directly, but came to the door of the Elf Center and saw an acquaintance, the fat man he had just fought. The trainer who used the crab to pieces is now healing his crab and another Pokemon, Wooper, in the Poke Center. It's decided to be you, Fatty. Yu-Hai was hiding outside the Poke Center. He wanted to see if Fatty would come back home. The Fatty looked young and was using a landline phone in the Poke Center to video chat with a beautiful woman. This beautiful woman should be Fatty's mother. Although Yu-Hai couldn't hear the sound outside, from the expression on Fatty's mother's face, she should be asking Fatty to go home quickly, otherwise she would come out with a feather duster to look for him. If it's past 12 o'clock, deduct a week's pocket money. Don't, Mom, I won the battle today. Fatty was trying his best to save the pocket money that was about to be lost with the victory just now. The mobile network cable has been installed. It is said to be gigabit, but when the network speed is tested, it does not even break 100. Well, I'll just make do with it. The most important thing is that it's cheap. If you're just typing, you don't need a gigabit broadband. The last time the internet was down, it took a week to fix it. Oh, the efficiency is not good. 149 Chapter 143, Poof. 149. Cancel 1 month's pocket money. Even Yu-Hai, who was standing outside the Pokemon Center, heard this angry roar. Sure enough, no matter which world they are in, parents are the same. This made the little fat boy's face turn green. 1 month's pocket money, how can he buy delicious food without it? How can he train the 2 Pokemon in his hands? At this moment, the little fat boy didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly hung up the phone and went to find Miss Joy to express his desire to take his 2 Pokemon away. Because of the shortage of beds, Miss Joy will satisfy any trainer who wants to take Pokemon away. She also told the trainer that he would need to come for a checkup tomorrow. After confirming that the Pokemon is fine, all he has to do is rest well. Yu-Hai watched the little fat boy follow Miss Joy to take back the Pokemon, and his eyes stayed on the landline in the Pokemon Center. In fact, the technology tree of the elf world is crooked, and the technological development is a gradual change from the previous life. Reality has changed, and changes will appear in the animation. The first elf animation in the previous life was broadcast in 1997. At that time, the big mobile phone had just retired and Nokia had just come out a few years ago. Naturally, there were no smartphones in the first animation. However, with the development of the times, these things will emerge. Don't underestimate the inertia of history, just like artificial intelligence will inevitably appear. Yu-Hai stared at the phone for a while, and the little fat man also came out of the ward, used the poke ball to take back the giant crab and Wubo, and said goodbye to Miss Joy, and hurriedly left the Poke Center. Yu-Hai, who was waiting outside the Poke Center, also raised his feet and quickly followed the little fat man. The little fat man didn't find him all the way, or he was anxious to go home, so that the little fat man was a little careless. In a section of the road where there were few people, Yu-Hai rushed up to stop the little fat man, and drew the dagger from his waist, forcing the little fat man into the alley. "What are you going to do? Help! Woo woo woo!" The little fat man was about to shout, but Yu-Hai covered his mouth with his hand. Orb silk spider, spit silk to seal the opponent's hands and feet, and there is also a poke ball. Yu-Hai hijacked the little fat man into the alley, and let the round silk spider spit silk to fix the little fat man to the wall. The round silk spider followed Yu-Hai for several hours, but did not hear Yu-Hai's order, and had been lying on his shoulder without daring to move. Now it was finally his turn. The round silk spider immediately jumped to the ground, spit out white silk from its mouth, and blocked the little fat man's hands and feet that were about to touch the poke ball, and fixed the little fat man to the wall with silk. At the same time, Yu-Hai also held the dagger on the little fat man's neck, but the dagger was reversed, and he did not want to hurt the little fat man. It's just that there are some things he wants to ask the little fat man, a local, and in order to make the little fat man cooperate with him, he can only resort to this last resort. "Little fat man, I don't like nonsense. I ask you to answer. Do you understand?" Yu-Hai's voice was still hoarse, and his pronunciation was not standard, but he could still understand it if he spoke slowly, which was just right for him to disguise. In order to make himself more fierce, Yu-Hai not only had a hoarse voice, but also had a murderous look in his eyes. He also pressed the cold back of the knife deep into the little fat man's neck, which frightened the little fat man to the point of peeing. The little fat man wanted to agree with Yu-Hai, but his mouth was blocked and he couldn't speak at all. He was so anxious that he was sweating and wet his pants. "Just nod or shake your head." Yu-Hai did not loosen his hand. If the little fat man screamed as soon as he loosened his hand, and if he let others over, he would have to flee. The little fat man hurriedly nodded to agree with Yu-Hai after hearing Yu-Hai's words, fearing that Yu-Hai would kill him. He was still young, he didn't want to die, he still wanted to participate in the elf battle and live happily with his favorite elves. "Okay, look at you." Yu-Hai was speechless. Was he really that scary? Was he acting too realistically? Just like a real villain, if you play a villain, can you get a little golden man? The little fat boy was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. He could only wait quietly in fear. His legs were shaking more than before, and he didn't know what questions the robber would ask. "Little fat boy, I'm going to ask you the first question." The little fat boy looked down at his mouth and wanted to complain about the robber. His palm was still tightly covering his mouth. What should he say? "Oh, I almost forgot." "Sorry," Yu-Hai laughed dryly twice and slowly let go of his palm. His palm didn't leave too far. If the little fat boy wanted to shout, he could cover his mouth immediately. 11 years old, the little fat boy answered Yu-Hai's question after his mouth was released, but this question made him feel a little childish. The little fat boy thought the other party would ask him to hand over the money. "What is your initial elf?" Yu-Hai asked the little fat man again. In fact, he was not bored, but he started with simple questions, breaking through the little fat man's psychological defenses step by step, so that the little fat man could not guess what he was going to do. "Big claw crab," the little fat man answered easily. After all, they were all simple questions. "Yu-Hai, what is the name of this island?" The little fat man, "Hassa Island, this is Hassa City, and there is Hassa Port, don't you even know this?" Seeing the contemptuous look in the little fat man's eyes looking at the country people, Yu-Hai's temper suddenly came up, and he pressed the dagger forward again, warning the little fat man. "Little fatty, understand the current situation, I am asking you, not you asking me. If you dare to talk too much, I will make you unable to see your elves." The threat of snatching the elves was immediate, and the little fat man instantly became cowardly, lowered his fat head, and dared not look at Yu-Hai's eyes again, for fear of angering Yu-Hai and killing him. Yu-Hai, how many elves do you have? Little Fatty, 2. Yu-Hai, which 2 Pokemon? Little Fatty, Crab and Wooper. Yu-Hai, where do you live? Little Fatty, Wooper Community, Building 9, Unit 3, 1202. Yu-Hai, Mom. Yu-Hai was silent for a moment, and asked again, do you have a Pokemon book? Little Fatty, yes. Yu-Hai, do you have it with you? Little Fatty, no. Seeing the doubt in Yu-Hai's eyes, the little fat boy hurriedly explained, I really didn't bring it with me. That thing is useless. Only trainers who travel outside will bring that thing. The little fat boy was afraid that Yu-Hai would not believe it, so he continued to explain, you can search me, I really didn't bring it with me. There are only a few kinds of Pokemon here, and I remember them all. I don't need to bring a Pokemon book. Oh, you are still showing off your excellent memory to me, right? You have such a good memory and you are terrible at fighting. Don't think I don't know. Yu-Hai only complained in his heart, but did not say it out loud. He did not want to be exposed, and the next topic was the main topic. Yu-Hai, how to get the Pokemon book. Little Fatty, take the Rookie Trainer badge and the certificate of registration as a Rookie Trainer, and go to the Pokemon Center to buy it. Can you? Yu-Hai, Little Fatty, you don't learn from your mistakes, do you? Hearing this, the little fat man lowered his head, which had just been raised. He already knew that the robber was a savage. If he didn't even know this common sense, what else could he be? And the hoarse voice of the robber was too unpleasant and scary. He missed his parents and home, woo, who can come to save me? Yu-Hai, Little Fatty, how can I get the Rookie Trainer badge? Little Fatty, this? My father took me there, and I am not very clear about it. You have one more chance to answer the question. Yu-Hai pressed the dagger on the fat boy's neck, letting the cold dagger penetrate deeper into the fat boy's flesh. Even if the fat boy was ignorant, he knew more than him, a layman, so it was impossible for him not to know. Wait, let me think about it, I can remember it. The fat boy was pressed by the cold blade, and was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He only hated why he was absent at that time and why he didn't listen carefully to the conversation between his father and Miss Joy. After closing his eyes and thinking for a while, the fat boy racked his brains and wanted to grab a life-saving straw. Thinking about it, he thought of his thin friend, a rookie trainer who was desperately earning points and wanted to become a certified league trainer. He heard his thin friend mention that there are many conditions to become a rookie trainer, but they are not obstacles for him. When he was 10 years old, he was taken to the Pokemon Center by his father and became a rookie trainer certified by the league. Before becoming a rookie trainer, he just wanted to be a rookie trainer and loved Pokemon battles, and then he became a rookie trainer. His parents had already prepared everything for him, so why did he need to worry about these things? It can only be said that the potential of the human body is unlimited. When he was forced into a hurry, the little fat man really remembered what requirements were needed to become a rookie trainer certified by the league. Yu-Hai, Little Fatty, my patience is limited. Little Fatty, wait, I thought about it. To become a rookie trainer certified by the league, you must be 10 years old, and you also need a Pokemon and a lot of money. Yu-Hai, that's it. Little Fatty, that's it. Yu-Hai, are you sure? The little fat man, let me think about it. The little fat man is really not sure, because if it is really that simple, his thin friend would not be stuck for so long. Oh, the little fat man thought, the thin friend often yells about points, and he should need points. Also, the thin friend has no adults at home, and he needs an adult to go to the Pokemon Center to register as a new trainer. He was taken there by his father. The little fat man, I thought about it, and he needs points, and he needs an adult to go. Yu-Hai, points? How many points? The little fat boy, I don't know. As the little fat boy spoke, he lowered his head. He really didn't know. Thinking of these was already his limit. Looking at the sweaty and anxious little fat boy, Yu Hai knew that he couldn't get anything out of him if he asked any more. He felt a little embarrassed to scare the little fat boy like this. He had no other choice but to teach the little fat boy a lesson. Go home when it gets dark and don't hang around outside. You can't fight elves when your hair hasn't even grown out yet. You should practice your moves first. By the way, little fat boy, do you know where I can get a fake ID? Yu Hai originally didn't want to ask this question, but seeing that the little fat man was so obedient, he couldn't help asking. After all, this kind of black business is not something that a simple and good kid like the little fat man can get involved in. But since they have been kidnapped, it's okay to ask casually. Before becoming a new trainer certified by the League, it is imperative to solve the identity problem first. Just the few requirements that the little fat man said directly rejected him, not to mention that he was an illegal resident. The little fat man's brain has never let him down. The little fat man, I don't know. Forget it, you go. Yu Hai waved his hand and was ready to let the little fat man go. The value of the little fat man's information has been squeezed out and is useless. As for money? How much money can this guy have? Maybe he doesn't have as much money as himself. He hasn't spent more than 5,000 league coins of the elf hunter. The little fat man, really? Yu Hai, what? Don't want to leave? No, no, thank you, thank you. The little fat man saw Yu Hai nod and thanked him, but he found that he could not break free from the orb spider, which meant that he could not leave. Unable to break free from the silk-spinning shackles, the little fat man cried anxiously, looking at Yu Hai with tears in his eyes, indicating that he could not get out. Orb spider, go help him. Yu Hai waved his hand, turned around and didn't want to see this guy again. This guy was too bad. After the little fat man broke free, he sighed that he could finally stay away from Yu Hai, the devil. He just took 2 steps happily, and suddenly remembered something, turned around and said, "That. I remember, there is a midnight bar in the port. There should be the fake certificate you want. I should how to find the bar?" Yu Hai was shocked when he saw the little fat man turn around and talk again. The little fat man who was scared to pee when he was slightly forced and cried for his parents did not run away, and dared to turn around and talk to him. Even if the humans in the elf world are simple, they can't be so stupid. Is it because he is too kind that this docile sheep thinks that the big bad wolf will not eat sheep and can chat with the big bad wolf? The little fat man, that bar is easy to find. I have only been there once. My parents told me not to go. I went there once out of curiosity. It was very dark and gloomy. I heard that the bar only turns on the lights at night. Yu Hai, yet. I know, do you have money? The little fat man, yes. Yu Hai, how much? The little fat man, there are more than 5,000 alliance coins. Yu Hai, give me 5,000. The little fat man, oh. Yu Hai, okay, go home. The little fat man, goodbye, Mr. Robber. Puff, Yu Hai wanted to drink some water, but it spurted out. He looked at the little fat man's back as he disappeared around the corner. How did this guy grow up? With this guy's IQ, will he really not be deceived? Originally, he was going to let him go, but this guy seemed to be tamed, thinking that he would not kill anyone, and even turned back to chat with him. He was still smiling when he left. Instead of being angry about his small money being robbed, he was very happy and thanked him. This guy must be very sick. In fact, this is not something very strange. This thing is called Stockholm Syndrome. It is the harmonious relationship between the perpetrator and the victim in the process of crime and victimization. Note, those who are interested can go to Baidu to learn about it. There are many real cases. Here is a statement in advance: please do not imitate, do not imitate, do not imitate. Thanks. More than 10 years of flowing water, 500 book coins. More than 10 years of flowing water, 500 book coins. Night Knife September, 500 book coins. Go all out, 100 book coins. Return to Worry White, 100 book coins. Under the Eastern Fence, 100 book coins. Under the Eastern Fence, 100 book coins. I want votes, votes, votes. 150 Chapter 144, 6 Conditions. 150. Watching the little fat man disappear, Yu-Hai also got some unclear information. How to become a rookie trainer certified by the Alliance. The conditions mentioned by the little fat man are very incomplete. He needs to catch a few more teenagers to ask, so as to sort out the conditions required to become a rookie trainer. And he didn't know that after the little fat man left him, he was still thanking him for being a good man and not hurting himself. But when the little fat man saw his parents anxiously waiting for him at the gate of the community, a cold wind blew, and the little fat man was instantly awakened, and immediately cried and ran towards his parents. "Woo, Dad and Mom, I was robbed, and 5,000 Alliance coins were taken away." The little fat man walked over crying, and his crying also attracted the middle-aged couple at the gate of the community. "Little fatty, why are you back now? I told you to come back early, why don't you listen?" This is the angry roar of the fat mother, who thought the little fat boy was lying. "Okay, Mother, now is not the time to lose your temper," or the fat father is calmer. He saw that the little fat boy was not right, noticed the white silk on the little fat boy's shoes, squatted down and asked the little fat boy, "What's the matter with you?" "Only 5,000 Alliance coins." The little fat boy saw his father, and he stopped crying with his father around. His father is a powerful and experienced trainer, who can definitely defeat the bad guy just now and protect him. Only money, it should be a little hooligan who can only rob small money. It's good that he is okay. Let's go home first. The fat father heard that only the money was robbed, and checked the little fat boy's body again. After the little fat boy had no obvious scars, he didn't plan to call the police, because he wanted to catch this little hooligan himself. However, that would be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Today he had to accompany his frightened fat son. As long as the gangsters are still committing crimes, he can catch them. It's just a few thousand Alliance coins. Gangsters will not be satisfied. He knows gangsters. The other party did not steal Pokemon or hurt people, which confirmed his guess. Gangsters who are just for a little money don't need to hurt people. On the other side, Yu-Hai, who was mistaken for a gangster, found a target that is easy to bully. He dragged the man into the alley again and continued to ask the questions just now, asking the scared kid in front of him. When asking how to get the rookie trainer badge, he got a similar result as the fat guy, but still had more information than the fat guy. Finally, he robbed some money casually to prevent his purpose from being guessed and let the victim's attention focus on the money. Then he let the crying kid go. Then he robbed several rookie trainers and passers-by. But when he heard the sirens later, he thought they were coming to arrest him, so he stopped and left Hasa City and returned to the wilderness. That night, he obtained more than 20,000 league coins through robbery, and finally understood what he needed to become a new trainer certified by the league. Some conditions. First, the age must be over 10 years old and have a certain ability to take care of themselves. To put it simply, the limbs are healthy, the intelligence is fine, and there is a certain ability to live. Second, you need a starting Pokemon, and you need to completely subdue the Pokemon and obey the trainer's orders. This is the most basic requirement, which is to prevent the Pokemon from getting out of control and hurting people. Some cities do not allow Pokemon to be brought into the city to prevent Pokemon from hurting people, but this is a tourist city. If Pokemon are not allowed, there will undoubtedly be fewer tourists. In order to attract tourists, the city allows trainers to bring Pokemon. Third, you need a detailed home address and family situation. The person concerned must have no criminal record and a valid ID card, including parents and grandparents, or grandparents. Damn, isn't this the same routine as taking the civil service exam in the previous life? Fourth, you must have a stable source of income and not have too much debt. This is to test whether a new trainer can afford to support Pokemon. However, most of them examine the parents' financial situation, not the children's. A 10-year-old kid can't even support himself, let alone raise a Pokemon. Fifth, you need 10,000 Alliance contribution points, which are the task points of the Pokemon Center. The Pokemon Center will have some simple tasks posted by residents, which are tasks for children to do, in order to mobilize the children's enthusiasm. Let the children take the tasks themselves, complete the tasks, and get rewards. The task rewards will be converted into contribution points. The exchange ratio of Alliance coins to contribution points is 10 to 1. 10 Alliance coins are equivalent to 1 point, and 10,000 points are 100,000 Alliance coins. For rich people, this condition is very simple. The above conditions are all very simple. You just need to buy points. For unregistered trainers, the Alliance will also deduct rewards from each Pokemon Center task they complete, which is actually equivalent to tax deduction, but the tax rate is not high. Sixth, new trainers need a guarantor, who must also be a trainer, and a senior trainer certified by the Alliance. This senior trainer also needs a clean criminal record, detailed home address, family situation, and valid ID. If the clean criminal record is 5 points, then 4.5 points will not work. If the credit rating is 4 points, it can only be said that this senior trainer has some minor problems and his credit rating has been deducted. It takes a full year of clean criminal record to make up the credit rating and continue to be a guarantor for the rookie trainer. The last requirement is the killer. No wonder the little fat man mentioned that he needed an adult to take him there. It turned out that he was going to be a guarantor. Damn the father-fighting Alliance! However, being a guarantor will affect your credit. Unless the senior trainer doesn't care, it is impossible for a strange senior trainer to come forward as a guarantor. As long as it is not illegal, trainers will rarely be deducted points. Even if they are deducted points, most of the time it is because they are guarantors for rookie trainers. After all, they are teenagers, and it is common for them to cause trouble. As long as they go to the police station or are caught by Miss Juncha, not only the teenagers themselves will be deducted points, but also the guarantors. Being a guarantor is equivalent to taking double the risk, and the other half of the risk is completely uncontrollable. After being deducted points, it has no effect on the rich, except that they can no longer enjoy some of the benefits of the Alliance, such as the Pokemon Center, contribution points, and basic salary. While enjoying the benefits, trainers must also bear corresponding obligations and may be summoned by the Alliance to do tasks at any time, such as resisting wild Pokemon invading the city, stopping rioting wild Pokemon, cleaning up wild Pokemon that hurt people in the wild, and war. For the rules of the Alliance, he feels that it is mixed. For most people, it is definitely more beneficial than harmful, but newcomers can't enjoy any benefits except the Pokemon Center. However, having a Pokemon Center is enough: free food and accommodation, although it is just ordinary food and accommodation, but there is also free medical care, which is what trainers urgently need. But the prerequisite is to become a new trainer certified by the Alliance, or even a senior trainer. The higher the level of the trainer, the more benefits you can enjoy. The first requirement is to be over 10 years old, and he barely meets the requirements. The second requirement is a starting Pokemon, and he barely meets the requirements. The third requirement was a detailed home address and family situation. He was an orphan and an illegal immigrant, so he was not qualified. The fourth requirement was a stable source of income. Could it be illegal? The fifth requirement was 10,000 Alliance contribution points. Could it be illegal? The sixth requirement was a guarantor. Could he guarantee himself? Of the 6 requirements, he only met 2, and the rest were all unqualified. He also knew the intention of the Alliance to make such a request. After all, they were trainers, a group of humans with powerful combat power. It was understandable to ask for more. Fortunately, he had not had any illusions before, and reality was indeed very realistic. Fortunately, he had robbed the fat guy's money before, and he was very angry. He almost slapped the fat guy twice, for daring to compete with him. He suddenly thought that the guarantor of the fat guy who robbed him before should be the fat guy's father. Doesn't that mean that the fat guy's father is a senior trainer? Fortunately they didn't come, otherwise he would have to run away. Don't think the alliance is too kind. If you really think it's the same as shown in the anime, you are wrong. There is no such thing as utopia. You still need to rely on your father after traveling through time. Damn, it's another world of relying on your father. A league organization that spans 9 regions, several islands, and countless secret places, no one would really think it is a good guy. Don't be funny, people can't stand firm without being ruthless, and this is even more true for countries. Weak countries have no diplomacy, this is not a joke. What's more, it is a cross-regional organization like the League, which is even more so. In fact, as long as you are a good citizen and have a stable job, the 6 basic conditions for becoming a rookie trainer are easy to meet, except for the guarantor, if the rookie trainer has no parents. If you have parents, who is young and has 2 elves, is not a trainer. Although the passion is gone after adulthood, there is still senior level strength, and it is easy to be a guarantor for your own children. So it is also easy to become a guarantor, parents just need to guarantee their children. If parents who have been in the business for most of their lives still can't become senior trainers in their 20s, then they should just work honestly. It's the same to pay someone to guarantee him. Anything that can be solved with money is a small matter. After he gets his real identity, maybe he can do it this way. He has met the first and second requirements, so there is no need to spend money. The third requirement requires a home address and family situation. You can spend money to find an orphanage and ask the director to find a family to adopt him. You can also ask the director to lie and say that he is a child who grew up in an orphanage. The fourth requirement is a stable source of income. Just find a job and you can pay someone to arrange it. The fifth requirement is 10,000 alliance contribution points. You don't need to worry about this. You can get 20,000 alliance coins in 1 night and 100,000 in 5 nights. It's easy. Well, he didn't mean to rob again, but he wanted to express that for a trainer, 100,000 alliance coins are really simple. He hasn't dealt with the legacy of the Pokemon Hunter yet. When he finishes dealing with the Pokemon Hunter's things, there will definitely be more than 100,000 alliance coins in his account. The sixth requirement is a guarantor. This thing can be solved with money. There will definitely be senior trainers who sell their reputation for money. Alas, I spent money to obtain a legal identity. How can it be so difficult to be a positive, helpful, and good young trainer? Such an alliance is too unfriendly to him as an illegal resident. Are they trying to force him to join Team Rocket? If spending money still can't solve the issue of new trainer certification. Fuck the alliance, fuck the trainer, I'm done. I'm an illegal resident, I'll be an illegal resident forever and join Team Rocket. After complaining angrily, Yu-Hai took the ghoul back to the forest. Without an identity, he could only live in the wilderness. He didn't even dare to try to get a room in the city, for fear of going to the police station because of his identity problem. When he came to the forest, he took out the tent and moisture-proof mat, released the mosquito-repellent frog to inflate the tent, and he looked at the time. It was 3 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to go to bed. After the mosquito frog inflated the tent, he asked the round silk spider to guard outside. Round silk spider, you keep watch tonight, don't fall asleep. Ito, the round silk spider heard that it had to keep watch, and immediately spit out silk to cover the tent. Once something entered the silk net, it could sense it. Let the round silk spider lay out the spider web. Yu-Hai and the mosquito frog both entered the tent, the round silk spider guarded outside, and the mosquito frog guarded inside the tent. Since it has been decided to spend money to solve the identity problem, it must have money first. If you want to have money, you need to sell the legacy of the elf hunter first. For black goods like this, he can only sell them on the black market, The alliance prohibits the buying and selling of elves on the surface. He also asked about it when he was robbing people on the road just now. But the alliance did not block the transaction. As long as it is not a special elf, a protected elf, or a rare elf, it can be bought and sold. For example, in the breeding house, hunting area, breeding farm, exchange meeting, and Magi Carp, this stuff is sold directly at a marked price, and Kojiro has been cheated many times. But no matter what kind of transaction it is, he can't deal with the black goods in his hands. Such black goods can only be dealt with in the black market. Just like how to become a new trainer certified by the League, he is also a layman in the legendary black market. But you can go to the Port Midnight Bar mentioned by the fat man to have a look, there may be some clues there. However, the black market is different from other places. He needs to be fully prepared before visiting the Midnight Bar at night, and by the way, get a fake certificate to find out the news of the black market. That is tomorrow's matter, now he just wants to sleep. Mosquito Frog, good night. Yobo Mosquito Frog saw Yu-Hai fall asleep, but it couldn't sleep. Suddenly came to this strange environment, it felt that everything was strange, and it couldn't help Yu-Hai at all. It was like going back to the time when it met Yu-Hai, everything depended on Yu-Hai, and it couldn't even find food. I thought it could help Yu-Hai after evolving, but I didn't expect that it would return to its original state after changing the environment. It really wanted to help Yu-Hai share some things, share the pressure of coming to a strange environment, even if it was only a little bit. Yobo, Yobo! Restore the double update, please give some support, the monthly votes are beyond the 1000th place. Is it you are all drained out? I want votes. Others earn 4000 a day and are in the top 1000, top 500, top 100. There is no reason why I can't earn 8000 a day. Please help me. If I can't earn this month, it's because you are too short, not because I am too short. I'll earn 4000, but can't earn 8000. Next month, I will lie flat. 151 Chapter 145, You dare to play tricks on me. 151. The second day after arriving at Hasa Island was cloudy. Today, Yu-Hai slept until noon, and it was a rare sleep. He didn't forget what he was going to do today, but that thing was not urgent, and he would go in the evening. Today, he just rested during the day and prepared to explore the Midnight Bar. After waking up, Yu-Hai did not leave the tent, but lay in the jungle camouflage tent, looking at the top of the tent, thinking about what happened last night. He had been robbing all night last night, which made him nervous, especially when he heard the sirens at the end. He thought he was going to be arrested and taken to the police station. He had already become a frightened bird and fled in a hurry when he heard the sirens. As he was thinking, a big blue face suddenly appeared in his field of vision. It was the mosquito frog. It noticed that Yu-Hai woke up and came over. What are you looking at? The mosquito frog. Yu-Hai pushed the mosquito frog's big face away and sat up in the tent. The mosquito frog was probably awake a long time ago and was probably guarding him all the time. From the injuries on the mosquito frog, it was almost healed. If there was an emergency later, the mosquito frog would be needed. After all, the mosquito frog is now his strongest helper, and the other elves are not good enough, and can only play auxiliary at most. Yobo! The mosquito frog saw Yu-Hai unzipped and left the tent, and followed him. It saw that Yu-Hai was sleeping very soundly, and it didn't wake Yu-Hai up at dawn, but let Yu-Hai sleep in, and everyone slept in. Seeing Yu-Hai and Frog leave the tent, the orb silk spider who was on guard outside immediately jumped over, landed on the branch next to Yu-Hai, and called to Yu-Hai, Ito, Ito. Orb silk spider, you worked hard last night. Do you want to go back to the poke ball to rest? Yu-Hai took out the poke ball, released the crab first, then turned to the orb silk spider, ready to take it back. Ito, Ito, the orb silk spider shook its head, not wanting to enter the poke ball, but just guarding for a night was very easy for it. When waiting for prey, it is common to guard for several days and nights. Okay. Now you can rest for a while, I'll let the crab and frog take over the guard." Yu Hai gave Frog and the other two the task of guarding, then put away the tent and started to make lunch. The food was all the remaining ingredients in the backpack, enough for 3 or 4 days, and he had to deal with the Pokemon Hunter's legacy within 3 or 4 days. There was also a need to make a fake certificate, buy food, and find a place to stay temporarily. We also need to give all the elves a full body check to see if they have any hidden injuries left by training. Ask professional breeders to give the elves a massage to relieve their physical fatigue. There are still many things to do, but there is no rush. Lunch will be ready soon. Among all the food, there is no food made by elves. After coming to human society, they have to adapt to local customs, and elves can no longer eat casually. Only within the scope allowed by the Alliance can they eat some elves allowed by the Alliance, such as Magikarp, or some meat. Bang bang bang! Before lunch, he also released all the elves, Ironclad Rhino, Butterfree, Big-billed Gull, Weakling Fish, Slowpoke, Magikarp. After only eating one meal yesterday, the elves are also starving, especially Ironclad Rhino. This big foodie is starving. It is only a conservative estimate that there are still 3 or 4 days of food. According to the eating habits of this big foodie, it is difficult to eat for 2 days. After lunch, he took back Rhinoceros, Slowpoke, Squidward, and Magikarp. These 4 guys are not needed for the time being. It is best to stay in the Pokeball after eating, especially Rhinoceros, because he will get hungry quickly if he exercises. There are 5 Pokemons around him: Frog, Crab, Orb, Squidward, and Butterfree. It is only 1 o'clock in the afternoon now, and he dare not go to the city during the day. Judging from the sirens yesterday, the black hooded jacket, black combat pants, black hiking shoes, black face towel. He is dressed in black, and he may have been on Miss Juncha's wanted list. If he goes to the city now and is caught by Miss Juncha, he will definitely be questioned. Even if he wants to go to the city, he has to change into clothes that are not so black before going to the city. There is still an afternoon, and he will not be idle. Instead, he puts up the tent, takes back Frog and Crab with the Pokeball, puts on his backpack, and sits on Squidward to the beach with Orb on his shoulder. He planned to fish at the seaside and would go to the port at night. After arriving at the seaside, he released the Frog, the Crab, and the Farfetch. "Frog, Crab, you guys practice with Farfetch. These are food and water. Let Farfetch eat them before you go fishing." Yu Hai took out a hand pole and prepared to fish. He also took out Farfetch's Pokeball, some bread, orange fruit, and water to restore Farfetch. Yobo, Frog reached out to take the food and water, and did not disturb Yu Hai's fishing. There were seagulls, butterflies, and orb spiders guarding here, so there was no need to worry about Yu Hai's safety. They just needed to keep an eye on Farfetch. Yu Hai no longer cared about the battle on the beach sand. He picked up some snail meat on the beach, put bait on the hook, and started fishing. He was already well, he hadn't fished for a long time. After the Megalodon incident, he didn't dare to fish anymore, fearing that he would catch another Megalodon and bite off his 3 legs. But he watched the float for an entire afternoon, but there was no movement. He didn't know if it was because he was too close to the port, but he came up empty-handed again. He had no choice but to put away his fishing rod and cook dinner on the beach. Flatty Duck still refused to admit defeat. He couldn't win every time and was knocked out every time. Every time he stood up, he had to challenge the 2 frogs and then was knocked out again. While cooking dinner, Yu Hai used the Pokeball to take back the Farfowl and sighed at the Pokeball. This unlucky child, I don't know when he will understand that if he can't win, he must learn to be patient, and wait until he has enough strength to avenge his previous shame, kill humans, and successfully take revenge. After making dinner, he released the other 4 Pokemon again. These 4 Pokemon can only come out for a stroll when eating. This is no longer a deserted island. There are so many new and interesting things here that Yu Hai dared not let the armored rhinoceros run around. After dinner, he accompanied the 9 elves to watch the different sunsets, and then took back the 4 elves, as well as the giant crab, the mosquito frog, and the butterfly. Only the round silk spider and the big-mouthed gull were left. They were going to Hassa Port to see what this midnight bar had and whether there was really a fake certificate as the little fat man said. In order to go to the midnight bar, he was also prepared. In addition to the outfit and belt dagger from yesterday, he also prepared the naughty bullet and the Gyarados. These are the 2 elves of the elf hunter. If the situation is not right, in order to save his life, he will release these 2 elves to create chaos so that he can escape. But more of it is for self-protection, using the self-explosion of the naughty bullet to deter those who want to touch him for money. Since he has decided to touch him, he must be prepared to die together. He doesn't know if the naughty bullet will listen to him. But even if he doesn't listen, he will still explode if he is provoked a little. In addition to these 2 elves that are prone to self-explosion and madness, he also tied a bomb on his waist, but this bomb is fake, but others don't know it is fake. This fake bomb is his second insurance, just to prevent the failure of the naughty bomb's deterrence. He untied the bomb on his waist and died together. Facing such a madman, no one would want to provoke him. He thought so, he didn't believe that there was anyone crazier than him. As the sky got dark, he also rode on the big-mouthed gull, with the orb silk spider on his back, and went to Hassa Port to find this midnight bar. If he could find it, he would explore the truth of this bar. He guessed that this bar was probably a place for port workers to provide drinks and brag and fart. For a group of rough men, drunkards, and fat guys, it was right to be told not to come here. This kind of place is not a place for children. Since it is a place where workers drink after get off work, it should not be difficult to find. Yu-Hai and the big-mouthed gull flew to Hassa Port and landed at the edge of the port. He did not intend to fly in, but to walk in. There was no other meaning, he just wanted to look for it while walking. If he met a passerby, he could also ask the other party if he knew where the midnight bar was. But he walked for a long time and entered the port, but did not find any buildings related to the bar. Until he met a skinny old man sitting under the street light, fishing at night, wearing a cool short-sleeved shirt and slippers at the port. Too lazy to look for it, he asked the old man and found out the location of the midnight bar. "Uncle, do you know where the midnight bar is?" The old man who was fishing at night heard the voice, turned around and looked at Yu-Hai, and then turned around and replied indifferently, "Brother, are you going to the midnight bar?" "Yes," Yu-Hai nodded, indicating that he was looking for the midnight bar. "Do you have this?" The old man sat on the fishing platform, without even looking at Yu-Hai, just raised his palm and rubbed it with his thumb and index finger. The meaning was already very clear. "How much?" Yu-Hai was not angry at the old man's greedy attitude, this was all normal operation, he had experienced it in his previous life. 1,000 alliance coins, the boss reported a number, intending to test Yu-Hai's attitude, but he didn't expect Yu-Hai to agree directly. Lead the way, Yu-Hai didn't expect that he would be targeted by the greedy old man just because of this answer. He knew that the other party was slaughtering a fat sheep, but he had no choice but to ask the old man. Either look for it slowly by yourself, or ask others, or wait until midnight. Since the old man knew where it was, it didn't matter if he spent some money, but he wanted to get more value for money. In the eyes of the old man, his heart was already full of joy. He actually met a chick that hadn't even dried its hair. If he didn't slaughter the other party hard and teach the other party a lesson, the other party would not know that people's hearts were sinister and that the depth of the black market could drown people. He actually wanted to learn from adults to find the black market. He really didn't know how to live or die. A young kid who was still wet behind the ears should go home to drink milk instead of stepping into the world of adults. The old man happily put away his fishing rod and stopped fishing. With a smile on his face, he continued to test Yu-Hai. "From your accent, it doesn't sound like the one here. Are you here for tourism?" Yu-Hai did not answer the old man for this question, but responded with silence. He knew that this old fox was testing him, but he didn't answer. The skinny old man who was leading the way in front did not hear Yu Hai's response, so he stopped asking and led the way silently. Yu Hai followed the skinny old man and turned around in the alleys of the port. He turned so many corners that he forgot the way he came, but he had a big-billed gull that could fly out, so he was not worried. Until the old man shouted in front, "We are at the midnight bar, little brother, this is the midnight bar you are looking for. There is nothing here." Yu Hai saw where the old man was standing. With the help of the bright moon in the sky, he could not see anything. There was only a straight bare alley, and he did not dare to walk over. "This is just one of the doors, and you came too early. The bar sign has not been hung yet," the old man explained to Yu Hai while knocking on the wooden door in the alley. Dong dong dong, dong 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 dong. With a creaking sound, the wooden door opened from the inside, and a warm yellow light shone from the door. Yu Hai also heard the noise coming from inside the door, the sound of wine glasses colliding, cursing, and some messy sounds, all of which were taken into his ears. Judging from the sound, this is indeed a bar, but whether it is a real bar or not, you need to see it with your own eyes to know. "Little brother, we are at the midnight bar. You haven't paid yet." The old man entered the bar and came out soon after. He had a sign with colorful lights in his hand, hanging on the damp wall beside the door. Yu Hai looked at both sides of the alley and found no suspicious people. He then slowly approached the door and looked at the sign with colorful lights, which said Midnight Bar. Looking at these words, Yu Hai knew that he was fooled by the old man. But since he was here, he couldn't leave now, could he? No matter whether this bar was a deep abyss or a dragon's den, he had to go in and find out the truth. But before he entered the bar, a large wave of heat mixed with alcohol hit him in the face. The smell of cigarettes, alcohol, perfume, sweat, and annoying noise made him feel uncomfortable. Although he also smoked, he didn't like second-hand smoke. He frowned at the door. He looked into the bar, then his brows relaxed and he stepped into the bar. The furnishings in the bar were simple and spacious, but the interior was crowded, almost filled with round wooden tables, round wooden stools, and wine bottles. Twos and threes of smelly big men, shirtless, gathered at the round wooden tables to drink and chat, and some scantily clad waitresses wandered among these strong men. If you tip, the waitress will sit down and drink. If you don't tip, the waitress will slap your hands away. This is also normal operation. Yu Hai was numb in his previous life and would not have any emotional fluctuations in such scenes. Looking up at the most conspicuous place in the entire bar, the old man who brought him here was mixing drinks at the bar. When the old man was mixing drinks for the drinkers, he did not forget to look at him with a lewd smile, waved to him, and motioned him to come over. He walked straight over and sat down on the round wooden stool in front of the bar, wanting to hear what the old man would ask. If you want to kill a fat sheep, aren't you afraid of being full? 152 Chapter 146, You will die if you try. 152. Little brother, what are you doing in the midnight bar? Can you tell me now? Old man, you dare to play tricks on me. Yu Hai did not answer the old man's question, but mentioned what happened at the beach just now. This old man is the owner of this midnight bar, but he still wants to cheat him of 1,000 alliance coins. He is a shameless old fox. Coming to this world, he saw for the first time what it means to be evil. Little brother, don't wrongly accuse people. This is what we have been thinking about. I didn't force you or lie to you. If you want to find a midnight bar, didn't I take you to find it? The skinny old man looked fearless, and it was clear that he was determined to eat Yu Hai, a young chicken. Who told this guy to dare to walk into the bar and follow him to his territory? In his territory, he has the final say on whether to flatten or round. A chick with no hair on can't make any waves. Yu Hai also knew that if a conflict broke out here, he would definitely be detained here. Just when he entered the bar, there were 7 or 8 vague sights looking at him, with hostility in their eyes not concealed at all. Although he had made sufficient preparations, his backup plan was empty, including the elf hunter's elf and the fake bomb. The role of these two things is more of a deterrent. Once a conflict breaks out, the deterrent will fail, and these people will find that he is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Yu Hai, who was thinking about how to achieve a deterrent effect, also heard the whispers and snickers of the drinkers around him, probably saying, "I don't know where the captain tricked this fool boy. If he doesn't bleed a lot this time, he may not be able to leave this bar. I don't know where this fool boy came from. This time he can learn a lesson. Don't come to this kind of place next time. This is not a place for little brats. Ha ha ha, I bet 10,000 that this fool boy is only left with his pants. I bet 20,000, maybe just a piece of waste cardboard." Listening to the ridicule and mockery of the drinkers around him, Yu Hai didn't care. Since he is so sure that he can beat him, don't blame him for being ruthless. He will make these people pay the price, especially the skinny old man called the captain. "Orb Silk Spider, don't move," Yu Hai said to comfort the Orb Silk Spider, looking at the skinny old man with a lewd smile, and said his purpose, "Old man, can you make a fake ID?" "What ID?" The old man thought the other party was going to the black market, but he didn't expect that he just wanted to make an ID. He couldn't make an ID here, but he could make one in the black market. "ID card. Buy it for fun? Or can it be used to buy a boat ticket? Or is it entered into the alliance system?" When the old man heard about the ID card, he gave 3 levels of ID cards and let Yu Hai choose. How real is the most real one? Yu Hai certainly wanted to enter the alliance system, and it would be best if he could get it done in one step. Is the ID card from the orphanage and the witness record real enough? The old man laughed unscrupulously. It turned out that this kid was still an illegal resident, so things would be much easier. Even if he disappeared, no one would care about this kid. Price. Yu Hai didn't waste any words. He just wanted to know how ruthless this old man's knife was. He was ready to be slaughtered. 50,000, this is the lowest price, little brother, what are you going to do? Let go, let go. The skinny old man wanted to continue talking, but Yu Hai suddenly jumped up and grabbed the collar of the old man's neck. Because he really couldn't bear it anymore, he leaned forward and slowly approached the old man, and whispered in a hoarse voice, "Old man, you still have one chance to speak, think about it before you speak, otherwise you will never be able to speak. Let go quickly, brat, do you understand the rules here?" The old man was not in a hurry. Seeing that the drinkers in the bar stood up, he was even more fearless. He was not panicked at all. These were all his people. What could Yu Hai do to fight him? "I don't understand the rules. How about you teach me, old man?" Yu Hai noticed the drinkers who came over from the corner of his eyes. He was also not panicked, holding the poke balls of Gyarados and Naughty Bomb in his hands. At worst, he could just release Gyarados and Naughty Bullet to die together. With so many people buried with them, he would make a big profit, not a loss at all. The orb spinner became nervous, turned around and bared his teeth at the strong men who surrounded him. "Boy, let go of the captain quickly. Since you don't know the rules, we will teach you what the rules are. Boy, I think you want to go out on your stomach. Boy, you don't want your teeth anymore, right?" Bang! Yu Hai didn't listen to the noise behind him at all. He immediately took out the poke balls of Naughty Bullet and Gyarados and smashed them on the bar, and let the old man see clearly what the 2 Pokémon in the poke balls were. He smiled at the old man calmly, "Old man, let them come up and try. You have to know that I will never lose money, but if people are gone, no matter how much money I have, I can't spend it. Haha, I'm not scared. Do you really think I don't have any defense?" The corners of the old man's mouth curled up slightly, and a mosquito-repellent frog walked out from behind him. When seeing this mosquito-repellent frog, Yu Hai immediately thought of the moisture characteristic, and the self-destruction type moves would fail. However, he was not panicked, and he absolutely could not panic or be timid. If he showed any weakness, he would be eaten without leaving any residue. Putting down the poke ball, he slowly unzipped his clothes. The moment his clothes were unzipped, the old man's face turned green. The bomb was different from the self-destruction of the Pokémon, and was not affected by the characteristics at all. Seeing that the old man couldn't laugh, it was Yu Hai's turn to laugh. Old man, if the person is gone, then everything is really gone. This guy. The moment the old man saw the bomb, sweat began to appear on his forehead, and he lost his usual calmness. Seeing the smile in Yu Hai's eyes, the old man suddenly realized that he was overwhelmed by the benefits of the upcoming scam. When he saw the bomb, he instantly sobered up. He only now remembered that this guy didn't understand the rules here. He was just a young eagle, a very tough guy, and he would really fight with them and die together. Even if they couldn't die together, they wouldn't feel good. Once the bomb exploded, his tavern would be closed. It would definitely attract Miss Juncha and even the Alliance's investigation. But with so many people watching, he certainly couldn't retreat, couldn't bow his head to the other party, and must trick the other party. What if the bomb was fake? The drinkers who saw the change in the old man's expression stopped moving forward one after another, because they felt that the situation was very wrong. In the past, the old man was always calm and few things would move the old man, but what happened today? The old man actually went against his usual behavior and didn't let them rush in. Then he gave them a free meal tonight and drank to their heart's content. Instead, it seemed like he had seen something extremely terrifying. He was so scared that he widened his eyes and opened his mouth but dared not speak. Don't try to fool me. I don't believe you dare to tie it on your body. The old man pretended to be calm, stiffened his neck, and questioned in a stern voice whether the bomb on Yu Hai's body was a fake. Yu Hai certainly knew that the bomb was a fake, but the old man was also strong on the outside but weak on the inside. At this critical moment, it all depends on who compromises first. Just like the US-Soviet rivalry in the previous life, whoever compromises first loses and loses all the initiative in the future. So, Yu Hai squinted at the old man and smiled. Old man, why don't we try it together? As long as I let go, we will know whether it is real or fake. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hai lifted the detonator that he had taken out when he unzipped his zipper, raised it high, and smashed it heavily on the bar. In fact, his purpose was not to detonate the bomb, but to release Gyarados, a quasi-king Tyrannosaurus. He didn't believe that this tavern could handle the anger of a quasi-king Tyrannosaurus. And Yu Hai's decisive action stunned the skinny old man. He originally wanted to deal with it and delay for a while to test the authenticity of the bomb. Unexpectedly, the boy was so fierce that he wanted to detonate the bomb directly. He immediately put his hand on the bar and gave in instantly. Stop, 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 little brother, we can talk about it, we can discuss anything, don't be angry first, the old man gave in quickly. If Yu Hai really let this pub blow up, he is gone, no matter how much money he has, it is useless and can't be spent. And the little grandson at home will be sent to an orphanage, and his inheritance will be taken away. He can't watch his little grandson grow up. Even if the little grandson is bullied, he doesn't know, and he doesn't want to see such a thing happen. At that time, he will definitely hate himself for being so impulsive and angering this madman. Old man, I don't understand the rules here, can you teach me? Yu Hai also braked the car immediately when the old man shouted to stop, and didn't really hit it, because if he really hit it, his fake bomb would be exposed. Seeing the old man admit defeat first, it was his turn to laugh unscrupulously. Now the initiative was in his hands. Don't dare, little brother, let's talk, don't let go. The old man saw that Yu Hai had no intention of detonating the bomb, but his thumb was still on the detonator. As long as he let go, the whole tavern could become a ruin at any time. He is old and can't stand being scared. He just hopes that the young man will take it easy and don't let go. Isn't it okay if he can't afford to offend him? Old man, you only have one chance to make an offer, think clearly. Yu Hai said this while shaking the remote control in his hand. The thing in his hand could explode at any time. 5,000, little brother, This is the lowest price, really the lowest price. I can't do it, I need to find someone else to do it, and I don't even want the running fee. Little brother, I just deceived you, it's my fault, come here and drink as much as you want in the future, no charge, drink as much as you want, what do you think, little brother? The onlookers were shocked to see that the captain was so humble. The reason why they called the owner of the tavern the captain. Because when the captain was young, he was a famous sailor, and later he became a captain. Since he opened this tavern, he also likes others to call him the captain. The captain is also a senior water trainer. It is said that he challenged a gym when he was young and fought against the gym owner on par. These are stories they have heard over and over again. After hearing so many of them, they believe them to be true, even the captain himself believes them. They think that the captain is a senior trainer who can rival the gym owner. It's just that such a captain actually bowed to a boy and took the initiative to make peace with him. Haha, old man, you know, unless you can give up this tavern to prove that you are lying, Yu Hai wanted to express a very simple meaning. For 5,000 alliance coins, he gave up a tavern. If the other party is willing to give up, he will not lose much. He will be cheated. At most, he will find another fake certificate dealer who can make fake certificates. Yes, you are right. When do you want to get the things? The old man was relieved to see that Yu Hai was finally willing to communicate and would not detonate the bomb and die together. It turned out that he had misjudged this guy. This guy was not a chick with no hair, nor a young eagle, but a madman, a complete madman, a madman who could risk his life at any time. He had met this kind of person when he was young, and he was deeply impressed at that time. Most of them appeared on pirates. When he was young, he dared to risk his life with pirates, but he is old now and has weaknesses. He couldn't die in such an inexplicable way, otherwise there would be no one to take care of his grandson at home, and he couldn't die yet. Old man, why didn't you say that earlier? Yu Hai spread his hands helplessly, it was just such a simple action. The old man was so scared that he became nervous. He was really afraid that Yu Hai would accidentally not hold the detonator firmly and let it go. Then everyone would be dead. Young people should not risk their lives at every turn. It was my fault before. Sorry, little brother, the old man saw that Yu Hai finally let go, and hurriedly apologized, hoping that Yu Hai would not be impulsive. Old man, do you need a deposit? Yu Hai still held the detonator in his hand and chatted with the old man. The strong men behind him, who had watched the confrontation for such a long time, finally realized that Yu Hai had grasped the old man's soft spot, and his fist that refused to let go was likely a bomb. The drinkers who thought of this slowly retreated to the back and did not dare to move forward at all. Damn, that's a bomb, this thing is no joke, once it explodes, at least it will cause minor injuries. They just come to drink, not to risk their lives, there is no need to provoke such a ruthless person, a crazy person who doesn't care about his life, just to get a free meal. No, just leave your name and age, you can come anytime. The old man saw the drinker retreating, and knew that these guys were unreliable. They were fine when the wind was favorable, but they became turtles when the wind was against them. Use Yu Hai as your name, and age 15, Yu Hai lowered his voice and said his real name directly. Generally, he would not use his real name at this time, but he did the opposite. Who can tell the real from the fake? Anyway, no one knows him, he can be called whatever name he wants, and he can be as old as he wants. Okay, I'll take note. Is there anything else, little brother? The old man now just wants to get rid of this madman as soon as possible. No matter what this madman says, he will agree. Except for small money. Oh my god, I'm numb. After writing this chapter, I accidentally saw that people in Xyriz don't use ID cards, which are different from our ID cards. The things they use to prove their identity are mostly driver's licenses or health insurance certificates. In fact, Xyriz now also has ID cards, which seem to be called personal number cards, but they are unwilling to apply for them, saying that it violates personal privacy. However, during the epidemic a few years ago, you can get money first with an ID card, which is also the official to stimulate residents to apply for ID cards. So the Alliance ID card here is not too abrupt, I won't change it. After all, everyone has an ID card. 153 Chapter 147, Black Market. 153. Where can I deal with black goods? Yu Hai asked this question in a low voice. He didn't want others to hear these words. Black stuff? There is a secret door behind the tavern that leads to the underground black market. I can take you there, the old man thought to himself. Sure enough, how could such a ruthless person not have lives on his hands? It turned out that the purpose of getting the certificate was not pure. The real purpose was to deal with black stuff. Black stuff would have human lives on its hands. I don't know how many people this guy has killed. Now he felt that the ruthlessness in this guy was clearly due to killing people. Old man, isn't it much simpler to say this? It's so unpleasant, how bad it is. Yu Hai was secretly relieved when he heard that the entrance to the black market was here. He let go of the old man's collar and helped the old man to tidy up his messy collar, which made the old man a little flattered. Having found the entrance to the black market, the purpose of his trip today was also successfully achieved. It was just that the process was a bit tortuous, but the results were all good. If the old man cooperated well and didn't overcharge customers, they wouldn't have to make such a fuss. Integrity is still the basis for doing business. Little brother is right. We can win together. Do you want to go now? Or come tomorrow? The old man no longer had a lewd smile on his face. Instead, he was friendly and spoke nicely. He became amiable, like a harmless old grandfather next door. He only said nice things, as long as he could make Yu Hai feel comfortable, for fear that Yu Hai would be unhappy and detonate the bomb. Of course, I'll go now. Yu Hai loosened the old man's collar and put the naughty bomb and Gyarados' poke ball back into his backpack. But he kept the detonator in his hand, without any sign of relaxation. After all, he had to do the whole act, so of course he couldn't let go now. Hearing that he was going now, the old man hurriedly left the bar and led the way. He just wanted to get rid of this madman, the sooner the better, and he didn't want this madman to stay in his tavern at all. Wait, I still have some small things to deal with. Yu Hai stopped the old man, holding the detonator, and turned around, looking at the drinkers who were watching the fun, all the drinkers who had just laughed at him. He was a man who held grudges. Facing this group of bare-armed strong men, he asked, who laughed the loudest just now? Why? Dare to laugh but not admit, I guess you are not a man, even your bones are soft. Yu Hai saw that no one stood up, and also used verbal ridicule to mock the group of people. While angering the group of people, he took out the poke ball from his waist and released the frog. Boy, don't be too arrogant, do you dare to Pokemon battle? At this time, a strong man with muscles all over his body and blue veins on his forehead came out, and in front of him stood a fighting Pokemon, Monkey Monster. From the expression on the strong man's face, it was obvious that he was angered by Yu Hai's words, and even the blue veins on his forehead bulged. Seeing this strong man stand up, all the drinkers retreated one after another. They knew that this guy was not a good person, so when they were ridiculed just now, they did not get angry or stand up. How dare they provoke someone who even the captain had to give in? After all, they were all out for a drink, and they knew their own weight. The other party must have the confidence to be so arrogant. Even the captain was frightened, so they were even worse. If they went up, they might not be able to withstand the fierce aura of the other party and retreat. Wouldn't it expose the fact that they were strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and would also attract everyone's ridicule? Smart people don't make the first move, but wait and see, and wait for the development of the situation. Mosquito Frog, destroy the monkey monster. Yu Hai saw that this strong man was so brave, of course he had to establish his authority, but the mistake was that this strong man acted as a chicken. Yobo, Mosquito Frog heard Yu Hai's order and thought to himself that he could finally help Yu Hai. The frog sank, bent its legs slightly, and shot up. It was so fast that Monkey Monster and the strong man didn't react. The fist with dazzling light hit Monkey Monster, and together with Monkey Monster's trainer Strong Man, it broke through the brick wall of the bar and came to the alley. That's it. Yu Hai walked out of the bar and stepped on the strong man. The disdainful sarcasm echoed in the strong man's ears. Just like the strong man mocked him just now, the strong man dared to stand out as a chicken. Didn't he know how to write the word death? Orb Silk Spider, search out all his things. Yu Hai saw that the strong man had lost the ability to resist, and ordered the Orb Silk Spider on his shoulder to search the strong man, and found some money and a few poke balls. The money was not much, just more than 20,000 alliance coins, and a few empty poke balls. The only thing the strong man had was the elf is the monkey monster on the body. Orb Silk Spider, come back, Mosquito Frog, let's go. Yu Hai used the elf ball to take back the fainted monkey monster, called Orb Silk Spider and Mosquito Frog, and prepared to enter the bar again and follow the old man to the black market. But the strong man wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. He could only make a wheezing sound from his mouth. It was obvious that his lungs were injured and breathing was not smooth. If he was not treated in time, he would die here soon. Seeing that Yu Hai was leaving and taking the monkey monster with him, the strong man directly spit out a sound of puh, just to make Yu Hai stop. He couldn't let Yu Hai take his monkey monster away. Although the strong man couldn't curse, the sound of the strong man spitting angered Yu Hai. Yu Hai turned around and looked down at the strong man who looked like a dead dog. He didn't intend to kill him, but, I don't like this look. Orb Silk Spider blinded him. Eetu, Orb Silk Spider heard the order and prepared to jump on the strong man and poke out his eyes. But before the Orb Spider jumped over, a person suddenly appeared in front of Yu Hai, blocking the Orb Spider's attack. Little brother, don't cause any death. It was the old man who stood up and blocked Yu Hai. He didn't want a murder to happen outside his tavern, not to mention that the strong man had a brother who was a senior trainer. When Yu Hai saw the old man standing up, he didn't let the Orb Spider take action again, but said lightly, "Old man, 100,000 alliance coins, this dog life is cheap, right?" "Okay," the greedy old man agreed without thinking. Seeing the old man so happy, Yu Hai felt surprised. Noticing the change in Yu Hai's eyes, the old man first asked the waitress in the store to get the money, and then explained to Yu Hai, "This matter started because of me, how about ending it here?" "Haha, old man, if you say so, things are not that simple." Yu Hai knew that the old man must have his own purpose in saving the strong man, and the strong man also had something worth saving. What is so good about such a weak strong man that the old man would be willing to pay for it? First, the old man was the cause of the incident. If the strong man died, the old man would share the responsibility with Yu Hai, and would also attract half of the hatred. Second, the old man was trying to divert the conflict, using the excuse that no one should be killed. Only a living strong man could explain the matter clearly, and the old man could get away with it, leaving Yu Hai to bear all the blame. Third, not only did the old man not get hurt, but he also saved the strong man and got a favor for free, the strong man's favor, and the strong man's family's favor. Fourth. What do you want? Just say it. After saying this, the old man seemed to have aged several years in an instant. He must save the man, and he had asked the waitress to simply treat the strong man's injuries. As long as he didn't die, it would be fine. As for Yu Hai, as long as it could be negotiated and settled with money, there was no need to resort to violence. "Old man, it's not about what I want to do, but whether I can believe it. Unless we die together, it is impossible to kill the strong man. If he must kill the strong man by force, he can only completely break up with the old man who just made a deal, and change the cooperative relationship into a hostile relationship. Don't worry, follow me." The old man walked in front. He knew what Yu Hai was worried about. As long as he didn't say it, he could save a lot of money. Why not do it? Hearing this, Yu Hai stopped talking and followed the old man for 2 steps, and was stopped by the waitress. First, "Sir, your money." The waitress saw Yu Hai looking at her, and was frightened and stepped back several steps, her voice trembling. He was too timid to step forward, and his straight white legs were weak. Yu Hai took 2 steps back helplessly, snatched the 100,000 alliance coins from the waitress, and complained to the old man, "Old man, the waitress you hired is really bad, she can't even stand steadily. It depends on who you are facing. Even I was fooled by you, let alone a little girl." The old man finally came to his senses. This kid was just trying to trick him, and he fell for it. "I can only say that I am really old. I actually lost to a young man in momentum. I also have too many concerns. I am not as brave and courageous as when I was young. I really envy the young people nowadays, and envy the young people's recklessness. Since you know everything, why do you still let me go with you? Is there an ambush?" Yu Hai followed the old man and suddenly stopped. He didn't dare to move forward. He looked at the old man suspiciously, which made the old man uncomfortable. "Hey, little brother, where do you get so many messed up ideas? For a few thousand alliance coins, I almost lost my life. I gave you 100,000. What else can I do to you now?" "Hehe, that's not certain. Old people are smart, so we have to be on guard." Yu Hai began to retreat, because the more he thought about it, the more something was wrong. Although he was accompanied by mosquito-repellent frogs and round silk spiders, he still didn't feel very safe. The old man saw that Yu Hai didn't leave, and felt that this young man was a little too cautious, so he directly confronted Yu Hai. "Okay, little brother, I'll confront you. You take this matter, and I promise not to disclose the identity information you want to apply for. It is very likely that it is just a fake identity. Hehe, it was originally done by me. I can take any revenge, and you don't need to worry about it." Yu Hai sneered twice. He has never trusted anyone, he only trusts his elf partner. Who knows if this old man will ambush him in front, and will set a trap with his ID card to ambush him. "Okay, I feel relieved with your words," the old man threw. With these words, the passage leading to the underground black market was opened and he walked straight into the door. Yu Hai saw the old man disappear into the door. He did not enter the dark passage, but observed outside the door for a while until the old man shouted from the passage, "Little brother, hurry down, there is no ambush below. Orb silk spider, go and have a look." Yu Hai still did not dare to go down, but let the orb silk spider explore the passage. "Ituo, Ajuo," the orb silk spider immediately jumped off Yu Hai's shoulder and jumped down along the passage that was barely visible with only dim light. After waiting for a minute or two, the orb silk spider came back and jumped onto Yu Hai's shoulder again, shaking its head to indicate that there was indeed no ambush below, or it might be that there was no ambush for the orb silk spider. Yu Hai did not comment on this, but he still had to go down. He called the mosquito frog and asked it to go in front. "Mosquito frog, you go in front. If you see anything, you can attack it immediately without orders." Yobo, the mosquito frog immediately entered the passage. For such dangerous exploration work, even if Yu Hai did not let it go, it would rush to go. It wanted to help Yu Hai, and Yu Hai was not as good as it. It was the most suitable person to explore the way. Yu Hai could not be allowed to explore the way. It had to protect Yu Hai. They all entered the passage and walked for an unknown period of time. With the appearance of a ray of light, Yu Hai walked out of the long passage and came to an underground square with bright lights, as bright as day. What came into view was a huge underground fighting field. Unlike the rectangular field of the elf battlefield, the fighting field was a square field and could be regarded as a ring. After arriving here, Yu Hai was attracted by the huge fighting field, the rolling heat waves, and the cheers of the audience. After a quick glance, he retracted his gaze and saw the skinny old man, who was waiting for him to come down at the railing. He had indeed not set up any ambush. Seeing Yu Hai, the old man smiled helplessly and said, "Little brother, this is the black market. Just follow the signs at the exit. Being cautious is a good thing. Sometimes it can save lives. Tomorrow, it will be the same time. See you at the old place." After saying this, the old man returned to the tavern the same way. He really just wanted to send Yu Hai away as soon as possible, but this madman was too suspicious, so he had no choice. He thought Yu Hai didn't dare to come down, but he didn't expect him to come down, but he used a mosquito-repellent frog to explore the way. He also has a mosquito-repellent frog, but he can't get a good water stone to evolve, so it has not evolved until now. I don't know if this kid's mosquito-repellent frog can complete the evolution here. The kid's mosquito-repellent frog is well cultivated and much stronger than his mosquito-repellent frog. He had never seen the explosive power just now, and he didn't know how the kid cultivated it. If possible, I can buy the cultivation method from that guy and use it for my grandson. After returning to the tavern, the old man closed the door to the black market. In fact, there is more than one entrance to the black market. Every midnight bar has an entrance. There are many exits and entrances to the black market, and his is not the only entrance. Thanks to Ziuajexiania for 5,000 book coins, the first helmsman of this book, thank you. The ranking has entered the top 1,000, everyone keep it, don't fall out. I also know everyone's depth, just like everyone knows my strengths and weaknesses he. So I didn't say top 100, top 10, just keep it in the top 1,000. 154 Chapter 148, Black Market Experience. 154. When the old man returned to the tavern, all the drinkers had dispersed, leaving only some waitresses, who were still cleaning the tavern. The waitresses arranged the tables, chairs, and benches that were blown away, ready to welcome the next wave of drinkers. But the old man waved his hand and said he would not open the bar tonight. He shouted to the waitresses, "Go home after cleaning. We will not open the bar tonight." After hearing that they could get an early shift, the waitresses cheered happily because they would be paid for today. But some waitresses looked behind the old man and did not see Yu Hai. They all breathed a sigh of relief and asked the old man curiously, "Captain, has the fierce man left?" He left and went downstairs. The old man sighed and sat down on the log stool in front of the bar. "Captain, don't lie like this next time." The sisters were all scared today, a waitress asked the old man. "Forget it, I will sell alcohol honestly in the future. I almost lost this bar today." The old man is still not sure whether Yu Hai's bomb is real or fake, because the boy is too cautious. He never admitted his temptation and kept holding the detonator, never letting go. It is impossible for him to believe what the other party said just because he lied. In the end, he could no longer tell the truth from the false, and could only treat it as true. "Captain, is there anything else you need to tell me?" The waitresses had already cleaned up the pub and were ready to go home after get off work, but before leaving, they wanted to ask the old man if he had anything else to tell them. When guests come to drink tomorrow, if they ask about what happened tonight, remind them that this person has a murder case on his hands, so it's best not to provoke him. Just give him advice, and it's up to them whether they listen or not. The old man waved his hand and said nothing. It's easy to explain. He is now thinking about how to deal with the other brother of the strong man. Suddenly, he thought of the strong man's injury and asked the waitress, "By the way, how is the guy's injury?" "He has been sent to the hospital. The doctor said there is no big problem. He needs to rest for a long time to recover," the waitress answered the old man. She was the one who sent him to the hospital. He, relying on his big brother, he comes to the store all day to buy on credit. It's good to be taught a lesson, the old man sneered. In fact, he didn't really want to save the other party, just to avoid trouble. Just as Yu Hai guessed, the old man saved the strong man to avoid trouble and get a favor. And this favor is naturally the favor of the strong man's brother. When the strong man's brother comes tomorrow, he can also ask the other party to pay for the wine. And the wall, the old man looked at the wall that was punched through. These are all solid bricks. The power of the mosquito-repellent frog is really great. I originally wanted to ask the two brothers to pay compensation, but after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. It would be good if I could pay off the 100,000 yuan for buying my life and the money for the wine. I'd better spend my own money to repair the damaged wall. He would be intimidated by Yu Hai, a madman, but not by the strong man's brother. Although the strong man's brother is a senior trainer, the two brothers often come to drink, he knows them well, and it is easy to deal with them. Yu Hai is a complete madman, a madman who does not know the rules and does not follow the rules. The threat in his words is self-evident. Yu Hai, who dares to risk his life, can really do something like smashing the store. And the powerful frog killed monkey monster and the strong man in one blow, which made him a little confused. Is the opponent only one Pokemon like this, or are all 6 Pokemon so strong? If you don't know the details of the other party, you should either don't provoke such a person or beat him to death with a stick. And he chose to cooperate for a win-win situation. At least he had to get the other party's method of breeding frog and use it for his little grandson. When he is gone in the future, his grandson will be able to take over the tavern. The old man muttered to himself, looked at the waitress who was about to leave, and shouted to the two of them, "You two stay here and find someone to repair the wall. I will come back to settle the bill." After saying this, the old man put on his hat and went out with the poke ball. He had to hurry up, because the kid would ask for his ID card tomorrow. If he didn't have it, and he played tricks on the kid again, he would probably tear down his tavern. Watching the old man enter the passage and return to the tavern, Yu Hai did not follow him back, but leaned on the railing and looked at the ring battle below, which was a battle between fighting elves. Gully, gully, gully. Flying legs, flying legs, flying legs. The excited shouts from below were also the names of the two elves on the ring, Gully and Flying Legs, two fighting elves. From the perspective of weight and height, Gully has the advantage. Gully's weight is set to 70 kilograms, while Fituolang's weight is 50 kilograms. Gully is 20 kilograms heavier than Fituolang. As for the difference in strength, he couldn't tell. The two elves' fists and feet were fighting back and forth on the ring, so it was difficult for him to make a judgment. Unless he could touch the elf balls of the two elves and see the proficiency panels of the two elves. Unfortunately, this is impossible, but after watching the ring battle for a while, he also saw some tricks. That is, these two fighting elves can only attack with fists and feet, or use some fighting moves. For example, moves such as jetting flames and digging holes have never been used. After all, it is a fighting battle, so it is reasonable to only use fists and feet and fighting moves. But he also saw Gully's farmer's 3 punches, which should also be possible to carry fists and feet with other attributes. At the end, the fighting match below also decided the winner, and the winner was. The winner of this ring battle has appeared. It's Howley, who has won 12 games in a row. Let's cheer for Howley. Congratulations on Howley's winning streak. The mustache host on the high platform, holding the microphone in his hand, excitedly read out the winner, so excited that his saliva sprayed on the microphone. This ring battle officially entered the climax. The winner stayed to enjoy the cheers and cheers of all the audience, and the loser could only leave sadly. No one will remember who the loser is, people will only remember the winner, and the winner is the most handsome guy. Just like no one cares about the second and third place, people often only pay attention to the first place. Looking at the winner standing on the ring with his fist raised high, the cheers of the whole audience swept towards the winner like a tsunami, and the cheers and shouts filled the entire tall ring. Seeing such a scene, even though Yu Hai was far away, he could feel the blood in his body boiling and wanted to cheer along. However, he suppressed his excitement well and was not infected by the excited crowd below. Because he believed that one day he and Frog would stand on it and win everyone's cheers. But this stage is too small, they will stand on a bigger stage. Listen to these cheers, they are all cheers for the winners, and the trainers and goalie on the stage have become the most popular trainers in the arena. But he did not see Goli and the trainers' faces become arrogant and insolent because of the victory. Even if there was, it was reasonable, after all, they had won 12 games in a row. But Goli and the trainer, standing on the ice on the ring, were extremely firm, and he was not fluttered by the cheers. There was only joy on his face from beginning to end. Perhaps this is also the reason why Goli was able to defeat Fituolang. Without this firm will and always keeping a calm and clear mind, Goli would be the loser. These are all necessary conditions for becoming a strong man. You must also learn to use your own advantages to attack the opponent's weaknesses and expand this advantage. What Goli finally defeated Fituolang was the lightning punch and the ice punch, which caused Fituolang to be in an abnormal state. Fituolang did not know these two boxing moves, and Fituolang only knew the flame kick, and Fituolang was also good at his feet. In the end, Goli's trainer allowed Goli to avoid Fituolang's kicks, which laid the foundation for this victory. After watching this ring battle, Yu Hai was ready to go somewhere else, but he called the mosquito-scented frog twice, and the mosquito-scented frog did not follow. The mosquito-scented frog has been staring at the ring below, looking at the confident Howley in the center of the ring, with envious little stars in its eyes. It also wants to stand on the ring with Yu Hai, and win the cheers of everyone. Mosquito-scented frog, did you see it? Yu Hai squatted down and raised his hand to pat the mosquito-scented frog's head, and looked at the ring with the mosquito-scented frog. Yobo! The mosquito-scented frog withdrew its gaze from the ring and looked at Yu Hai in confusion. Are they also going to fight in the ring? Mosquito-scented frog, this is the purpose of our coming to the human world. Do you want to get the same honor as them? Yu Hai asked the mosquito-scented frog. Yobo! The mosquito-scented frog nodded heavily, indicating that it wanted it, and it wanted to stand on the ring with Yu Hai. Mosquito frog, let's work hard together. Sooner or later, we can stand on that stage, or even a bigger stage, and win everyone's cheers for us. Yobo, Yobo! Mosquito frog looked at the ring again, clenched his white fist, and secretly made up his mind that he would definitely stand on the stage with Yu Hai, win the cheers and applause of tens of thousands of people, and definitely. Okay, we should go. Yu Hai didn't know that Mosquito Frog had quietly undergone a huge change in his heart, from protecting him to winning countless honors and cheers together. Next, Yu Hai casually walked around the underground fighting venues. There were 4 fighting venues like this that could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. The 4 fighting venues formed an underground world. Outside the fighting venues was the trading area. There were various shops and stalls on the periphery, selling various things related to elves. Here gathered a large number of masked people like Yu Hai, or people with black and grey identities, conducting illegal transactions allowed or not allowed by the Alliance. There are many Pokémons that are forbidden to be bought and sold by the Alliance, but they can be sold here openly, and there are even shops selling Pokémons. There is no doubt that anything related to Pokémons and trainers can basically be bought here. There are all kinds of people here, and there are many strong ones. Private fights are strictly prohibited. No matter what he does, he must be careful. So far, he has only watched from afar and has not actively participated in the sale. It is not the right time yet. He will wait for 2 days before considering whether to deal with the Pokémon Hunter's Pokémons here. Even if he wants to deal with the Pokémon Hunter's Pokémons, he must first find out the price of Pokémons. In addition to selling all the Pokémons that can be captured, there are both rare and common ones. He also saw the 3 water-type Pokémons, which are the treasures of the store. The price is very expensive, starting at tens of millions. In addition to Pokémons, there are also various Pokémon props, such as the most common wound spray, antidote, burn medicine, and paralysis medicine. And some low-level Pokémon props, which are worse than the magnet and mysterious water drop in his hand. There are also relatively precious low-purity evolution stones, with a purity of only 20 or 30, and the price is ridiculously expensive. Especially Water Stone, Thunder Stone, and Leaf Stone, which are the 3 best-selling evolution stones here, and the price is even more ridiculous. In addition to elf props, there are also various elf foods and various drinks for elf cubs. He also saw energy cubes, which have been researched. He stopped in front of the elf food store for a long time and did not see anyone buying energy cubes. Even if someone bought it, it was a small amount. Seeing this, he didn't need to look at it anymore. This thing must be very expensive, much more expensive than ordinary elf food. In addition to elves, props, and food, here also sells knowledge on cultivating elves, which is similar to the 2 books of the elf hunter, all of which are cheap goods. Real good things, others will not take them out for sale, they are all family heritage. In addition to cultivation knowledge, there is also knowledge about elf training, fighting, learning, practicing and mastering moves, and using them in battle, just like how Gyarados develops anger. The entire black market is probably made up of these things. Everything the Alliance has is available here, and things the Alliance doesn't allow to be sold are also available here. It can be said that there is everything here, except for some very rare things, such as the cubs of divine beasts, quasi-gods, and things like silver feathers. If he dares to take out the silver feathers, he will be torn to pieces by the thugs here in minutes. This is no joke. The silver feather that can summon Logia is inestimable in value. I walked around the black market and watched a fighting match. Yu Hai looked at the time on his watch. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening. It was time to go back. When he entered the black market, he did not attract anyone's attention. There were too many people like him coming in and out, and he didn't care at all. As for Frog and Orb Spinner, they are both very common Pokémon, and because of the outrageous price of water stone, many trainers who want to cultivate Frog are discouraged. Pokémon like Frog have become useless here. On the contrary, Psyduck, Crab, and some water Pokémon are more popular than Frog, but Psyduck's evolution is a bit confusing. When leaving the black market, he randomly found an upward exit, entered the passage and stood against the wall for a while, until he was sure that no one was following him. He walked to the ground. When he came to the exit, he found that it was an iron gate. The iron gate automatically opened the iron gate after sensing that someone was going out. It was also a sensor door. After coming out, Yu Hai found that he was still in the alley, and the sensor door was automatically closed, restoring its camouflage color, the same grey-brown as the wall. Yu Hai did not stay for too long, released the gull, took back the frog, rode the gull into the sky, and rushed out of the city. After a tour of the black market tonight, he was really amazed. This is an underground world that is different from the ground. He found that everything he needed could be bought in the black market, but he was not in a hurry. He had to get a valid identity first. He also wanted to go to the city to see the price difference between the city and the black market. He had to investigate clearly what was contraband before making a judgment. Whether to buy what he needed in the black market or in Hasa's city. Energy cubes actually appeared in the 13th episode of Pokémon Super Generation, that is, the 3rd generation. Energy cubes appeared because of the gorgeous competition. The setting is just ordinary food that can increase beauty, cuteness, and handsomeness. Some strange settings have nothing to do with energy. The setting of giving energy to energy cubes should have appeared in the second creation of the novel. 155 Chapter 149, Breaking Promises. 155. It was a light rain on the 3rd day of arriving at Hasa Island. This morning, just like this light rain, many people were not in a very good mood. This included Yu Hai, because the light rain meant that he could not go anywhere that day, and could only lie in the tent and watch the mosquito-repellent frogs playing in the water in the woods. There was also the old man in the midnight bar. The wall that was punched through was repaired, and his bar also welcomed an uninvited guest. He knew that what was coming would come, and this kind of thing could not be avoided, but the visitor was much easier to deal with than Yu Hai. A strong man who looked 70% similar to the strong man last night came to the old man's bar and sat down, attracting the attention of many morning drinkers, and the conversations of the drinkers became much quieter. They all heard about what happened last night. The strong man's brother provoked a fierce man, and was hit by the fierce man with a blow, and he was seriously injured, and the elf was also robbed. If the old man hadn't come forward to save the strong man's brother, the strong man's brother would have died long ago. Old man, here are 200,000. The strong man took out a stack of alliance coins from his pocket after sitting down, pushed it towards the old man, and continued, I want to buy all his information. Settle the bill first, this is the money for the wine your brother bought on credit. The old man did not answer the strong man's question, but wiped the wine glass by himself and took out a bill from under the bar, which was the consumption details of the strong man's brother. The strong man took the bill and took a look at it, roughly glanced at the various good wines on the bill, and finally looked at the number at the end of the bill, a full 300,000 alliance coins. Seeing the total amount of the bill, the strong man widened his eyes in disbelief and looked up at the old man. Could it be that his brother was a cow or a horse, and he actually drank so much wine? He was a little unconvinced. But now he has to believe it even if he doesn't believe it. If he wants to get the news of the murderer who injured his brother and robbed his brother's elf, he must pay this money. As for playing with the old man like Yu-Hai, forcing the old man to tell Yu-Hai's information. Don't be funny, not everyone is willing to risk their lives, especially those with a certain status. The strong man looked at the mosquito-repellent frog in the bar. Many drinkers who were making trouble were asked to leave by the mosquito-repellent frog, including the drinker's elf. It can be seen from this that the mosquito-repellent frog is a very strong elf, not to mention that the old man has more than one mosquito-repellent frog. Once he takes action, he can guarantee a 50-50 chance, but just like what happened to Yu-Hai yesterday, he will be attacked by a group of people. In order to get a free bill today, many drinkers will give the old man a face for the sake of the old man. Drinkers can't fight alone, but they are good at bullying the weak with the strong in numbers. What's more, he didn't bring explosives, and he wouldn't die together. He still has a good life and young models in the club. He doesn't want to die yet. He hasn't enjoyed enough, so how can he not cherish his life? Thinking of this, the strong man didn't argue with the old man about the bill. He directly took out 300,000 alliance coins and pushed them to the old man again. However, he did not let go. His eyes suddenly became sharp, staring at the old man, and said to him word by word, I want to get all his information. Okay, the old man took 200,000 first and gave the strong man a positive answer. After the strong man let go, he took another 300,000 alliance coins and then mentioned Yu-Hai last night to the strong man. Height 1.7 to 1.8 meters, unknown body shape, wearing very thick clothes last night, all black from head to toe, and covering his mouth and nose, so his appearance can't be seen clearly. Yes, Fang is here to make a fake ID. His name is Yu-Hai, he is 15 years old, probably a pseudonym. You know, no one uses their real name when making a fake ID. You can only find him through this pseudonym. Tienda, that guy has more than one murder on his hands. I advise you not to investigate him. Unless you risk your life, don't mess with that kind of person. Thank you, Captain, thank you for saving my brother, I know what's going on. The strong man got the information he wanted, turned around and left, ready to go to the hospital to see his brother. When the old man saw the strong man leave, he put all the 500,000 alliance coins he had just received into his pocket, and he felt very happy. The 100,000 he spent on buying his life was back, and he also had the money to repair the wall, and he got 100,000 alliance coins for free. In fact, the strong man's brother's bill was faked, but not too much. He quietly added 100,000 alliance coins as compensation for breaking the tables, chairs, and benches last night. This 100,000 was not taken for nothing from the strong man, it was the money the strong man paid for the information. It seemed that he gave the strong man a lot of information, but in fact he didn't give him anything. He just gave him a man who was 1.7 meters tall and dressed in black. There are simply too many in the black market. Most of the wild trainers in the underground world cover their faces. Among 100 people, there are 50 people in black and 90 masked people. With this vague description, how can the strong man find people? And the name and age, this thing must be a fake name. Even if the certificate is issued, it is hard to say whether the other party will use it, let alone use the name to find someone. And the other party's Pokemon, frog, and orb-spined spider, the old man hasn't said this yet. There were many witnesses last night. Even if the old man doesn't say it, the strong man can ask others. Don't ask why the strong man doesn't ask about the news when Yuhai will come to get the fake certificate. This is a meaningless question. Does the old man just say a time, and the strong man has to keep guarding the old man until Yuhai comes to get it? Don't be funny, we are not fools, this kind of thing can only be done if the old man is willing to cooperate. Even if the old man is willing to cooperate, will Yuhai be stupid enough to come to get a fake certificate and then fall into the trap? That is of course impossible. So the strong man didn't ask, the old man didn't say, and Yuhai is not that stupid. But this does not mean that the strong man will not monitor the old man and the bar. As long as Yuhai appears, someone will notify him, and he can intercept Yuhai. If Yuhai dares to come openly, he will only take the monkey monster. If Yuhai dares not to show up, or comes cautiously, he will take everything. This kind of thing is easy to judge, the old man is a good reference object, he can't beat him openly, and he is definitely not as good as him in secret. By this can be used to judge the strength of the person who injured his brother. There is too little information about the attack yesterday, so it is difficult to judge. If it is just one attack, but it can seriously injure a person and a Pokemon, his Pokemon Infernape can also do it. Every senior trainer basically bullies new trainers in this way, which is the difference in strength between new trainers and senior trainers. His younger brother is undoubtedly a newcomer, and Monkey King is about to evolve, so he can touch the threshold of senior trainers. After Monkey King evolved, he recently prepared a second Pokemon armlet for his younger brother. He originally wanted to give his younger brother a surprise, but he didn't expect this to happen. As the strong man left, the drinkers around began to whisper again, and the discussion was naturally about the two brothers. If you ask me, these two brothers have hit a wall this time. I was at the scene last night. If it weren't for the old captain, his brother would have died long ago. Why did the captain stop them at that time? Let these two brothers meet a more ruthless one. Can't dogs bite dogs? SHH, keep your voice down. Be careful if they hear you and come to beat you up and rob you. The fun has just begun. We will know after we wait. It would be best if these two brothers can be killed by that man. Two brothers killed? Aren't you afraid of that man? What are you afraid of? We don't have any conflicts with each other. Just don't provoke that kind of people. These two brothers have developed by bullying us. They rob things without hiding their reputation. It has been stinking for a long time. That's right. After so much money on credit, the old captain dared not speak. Tienda is a senior trainer. I don't know if that guy can take revenge. Don't worry about it. Tienda is at most a gangster. I think that guy is a desperado. His aura was too strong last night. I was so scared that my legs are still weak. Tisk, I think you ordered 2 yesterday. Haha, how could that be? A gangster against a desperado, the desperado must be more ruthless, then what are we? We are drinking. Damn, we can't talk anymore today. We can't beat the gangsters. They are not as good as the gangsters. The strong man is at least a gangster, while they are wild minions. At the same time, Yuhai, who was lying dead in the tent, didn't know what happened in the tavern. The old man in the tavern sold him for money without hesitation. He sold him very straightforwardly. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He never believed the old man from the beginning to the end. Judging from the strength of the strong man, even if he had helpers, they were not very good. The strong man who was willing to help must not be very strong, and the strong man who didn't want to help couldn't be hired. If he had money and strength, the strong man wouldn't hang around in a place like a tavern, and his strength was so poor. He had been a young model in the club for a long time, and there would be women around him. If you want to use the black market as a springboard to jump up your class and go in and out of high-end places, you should not go to the tavern, but to the training ground. Unless you are born in a noble family, you can become stronger by eating, drinking, and having fun, and have a lot of servants to serve you and help you become stronger. Otherwise, there is no such good thing. If you want to become stronger by drinking and having fun, that's too simple. He also wants it. He has wanted to lie down for a long time. It's really too hard to struggle. He doesn't want to be a struggling chicken. He just wants to be a lying chicken. Class is created for enjoyment. Money, power, status, powerful elves. They are the most primitive demands in people's hearts and the desires that people pursue tirelessly. After getting it, they still want it, get more, and want more. Including himself, although the original intention is the same, the purpose is different, because he just wants to lie down and fish, and doesn't want to think about too complicated things. Those are just byproducts that appear in the process of lying down, which can help him lie down better. The same was true for the heavy rain outside the tent. He would move whenever the rain stopped. He didn't let the elves train. Only Frog was running in the rain and Crab was training with its claws raised. The wound on Frog hadn't healed yet, so it wasn't suitable for too intense training. The same was true for Rhino. He had used medicine spray on these two guys 2 days ago, but it rained today, so he didn't spray it. Rhino was finally able to come out and have fun, but he was being watched by the gull, so he couldn't run too far. As for lunch, Yu-Hai made it in the tent. Everyone ate something and took a nap. The big rhino was taken back into the poke ball again, as well as Squidward and Magikarp. There were 6 elves left outside: Frog, Butterfree, Gull, Crab, Slowpoke, and Orb. He held Slowpoke and took a nap. If the elves wanted to hide from the rain, they would go into the tent to take a nap. With the drizzle accompanying him to sleep, Yu-Hai slept soundly, and it was evening when he woke up. After a quick dinner, it was getting dark, and he was also going to go to the port to keep his appointment. At this time, the drizzle in the sky finally stopped. The rain had been falling all day, and he could do nothing but sleep. It would be great if there was a large training ground that could shelter from the rain. When I have money, I will definitely rent one in the city, so that I can train elves and shelter from the rain. Putting away the wet tent and the moisture-proof mat, Yu-Hai put on his backpack, with the orb silk spider on his shoulder. He sat on the big-mouthed gull and prepared to go to the old place the old man mentioned, under the street light by the port. I don't know if the old man will set an ambush. He must observe clearly in the air to see if there is an ambush in the old place. If the old man keeps the appointment as he is, and there is no ambush, let the elf go to get the ID card. 156 Chapter 150, Evidence Collection and Message. 156. When he arrived at the port, Yu-Hai took advantage of the last ray of afterglow in the sky and flew a circle on a gull at the old place where the old man used to fish at night. Not finding any suspicious people, he let the gull land on the roof not far from the street lamp and wait for the old man to come to the appointment. This building is the tallest one he chose, so he is not afraid of being seen by others. At the same time, he also let the gull and the butterfly to be alert to the movement in the sky to prevent being attacked from the sky. When it is completely dark, the clothes on his body are the best camouflage color. No passerby walking below would guess that there would be a black shadow on the roof, silently watching below. But he waited for a long time and did not see the old man come to the appointment. Only a group of children were throwing stones at the port. It may be that he came too early. When it was completely dark, the child disappeared, and he still didn't see the old man come to keep the appointment. He thought he was fooled again, and was ready to go directly to the tavern to find the old man. Suddenly, he heard the group of children who threw stones in the evening appear again below and play. The group of children seemed to be playing hide and seek, running very fast. Hearing the footsteps, Yu Hai took out the telescope and looked down. Seeing that it was this group of children again, he became uninterested. He took the telescope to look for the street lights on the beach, fearing that the old man had found the wrong street lights and was not under the street lights where he fished last night. After a casual search, he really found a child guarding under the street light. Seeing that it was another child, he directly moved the telescope away. But just as he moved the telescope away, he turned the telescope back and looked at the child under the street light. It was still the child he had seen before. Just 2 nights ago, he saw the other party fighting with the fat elf, the other child who was bad at using the elf water gun, the thin one. He also saw the mosquito frog next to the other party, sitting on the beach with the bored other party, throwing stones into the sea. Why is this guy here? Logically, since he can play elf battle with the fat guy, the two should be friends. After all, with these two poor commanding abilities, masters will definitely not play against them, and they will not play against masters. Being killed by masters in seconds will affect your mentality, just like playing games in the previous life. Being abused too many times will lose the fun of playing games. Let them choose by themselves, then they must play back and forth with friends, which can arouse their passion and is the elf battle they imagine in their hearts. Instead of going on stage if you are killed in seconds, then what's the point of playing elf battle? You will only be hit to lose confidence, and then give up elf battle and the elves you love. After seeing this child, Yu Hai observed for more than half an hour. He wanted to leave the beach many times when he saw this child, but he stopped and returned to the street light as soon as he turned around, kicking the stone at his feet angrily. Seeing this, Yu Hai thought of the black transactions in his previous life. Many bad guys would use children to pass information and trade goods. The old man in the tavern, guarding the entrance to the black market, must be an old fox in the black industry. And their transaction is also a black transaction. It is understandable that the old man would let a child come to deliver things. For this, Yu Hai also has his own set of identification methods. He put down the telescope and shouted to the big-mouthed gull, "Big-mouthed gull, go and see if there are any strangers ambushing around that child within 300 meters. Bailey, Bailey," the big-mouthed gull stood on the railing of the roof, looked at the child pointed by Yu Hai, nodded immediately, and took the order and left. The gull flew towards the child first, then circled around the child towards the port. It did not find anyone ambushing the child, so it flew back to the roof. "Bailey, Bailey," the gull landed on the railing and called to Yu Hai. It did not find any suspicious strangers, most of whom were passers-by who left quickly. No one. Yu Hai raised the telescope again and found that the thin man was still under the street light, but he had reached the limit of his patience. If there was no ambush, he could go up and try it out, but he had to be quick because the child was getting impatient. "Gull, take me down." Yu Hai sat on the back of the gull, with the orb spider on his shoulder, Butterfree beside him, and the poke balls of frog and crab in his hands. With these 5 Pokémon, he could deal with most emergencies. According to the rating standards he heard in the black market, 3 second-stage evolved Pokémon were needed to be called an elite trainer. He now met this condition and was considered an elite trainer in the wild. If you need to get the elite trainer badge, you need to go to the Pokémon Center for certification. Above the elite trainer badge is the senior trainer badge. This badge has an age limit, at least 22 years old, and the requirement for the Pokémon is 3 stages of evolution. A senior trainer with strong strength can be on par with the gym owner. The gym owner badge also needs to be certified by the league, and you can also open your own gym. But these are things for the future. Yu Hai now just wants to solve the identity problem. Without an identity, he is like a street rat. He dare not go to the city during the day, dare not walk in the sun, and can only go secretly at night. When he landed behind the thin man on the gull, he also attracted the thin man's attention. The thin man looked back and saw Yu Hai, a stranger, and never looked away. He didn't know what the thin man was thinking. Until Yu Hai landed and looked up at the thin man, the thin man realized that something was wrong. This was obviously not a passerby, but a mysterious man in black who was running towards him. In the past 2 days, there was a rumor in the city that there were men in black who specialized in robbing new trainers. He also heard about it. Could it be that he really encountered it? Yobo, the frog, saw Yu Hai looking at it with ill intentions, and immediately blocked the thin trainer. It would not let Yu Hai get close to its trainer. Seeing this frog, Yu Hai also remembered his own frog and released his own frog from the poke ball. Yobo. The frog saw its own kind as soon as it came out, and it was confused. It immediately shouted to the other party, Yobo? What are you afraid of? Yobo, the human behind you, the frog saw its own kind and answered the question of Yu Hai's frog. Yobo, he is my trainer, a very good human, the frog explained to the thin frog. Yobo, your trainer is so scary, the thin frog, seeing Yu Hai covered in the shadow of the hood, the whole frog became nervous. Yobo, the frog wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Yu Hai. Okay, let's talk later, Yu Hai interrupted his frog, looked at the thin man under the street light, and asked him, who asked you to wait here? I don't know what you are talking about, unless you tell me who you are first. The thin man was indeed frightened by Yu Hai's mysterious aura at first, because Yu Hai was dressed in black and covered his face, and he was not a good person at first glance. My name is Yu Hai. Yu Hai saw the thin man's evasive eyes, and knew that this was the delivery man arranged by the old man, and continued to ask, there should be no third person who told you this name, can you give me the things now? Are you Yu Hai? The thin man dared to look up and look at Yu Hai when he heard the name Yu Hai. The whole person was shrouded in a black hood, making him mysterious. I don't know why Grandpa told him to be polite, this person doesn't look very good. But this suit is pretty handsome, and when he gets enough money, he will buy a nice suit to wear. Where is the thing? Yu Hai noticed the look in the thin man's eyes, but he didn't get angry at the impolite behavior of the little brat. He just sighed that the children in this world are really brave. Looking directly at a stranger like this will cause trouble, and it is easy to annoy some bad-tempered fierce people who are ready to bleed. The thing is on the street lamp, goodbye. The thin man left the street lamp, holding his head with both hands, and occasionally looking at Yu Hai's mosquito coil frog from the corner of his eyes. Compared to the mysterious man Yu Hai, his attention is on the mosquito coil frog, because he found that Yu Hai's frog was very strong and developed better than his own frog. As a frog trainer, he was very interested in frog Pokemon and wanted to ask how the other party cultivated frog. Do you like frog very much? Yu Hai came to the street lamp, took off the black plastic bag tied to the street lamp by the thin man, turned around and saw the thin man observing his frog, so he asked curiously. It was because of this sentence that the thin man opened up the chatterbox, can I touch your frog? Sure, Yu Hai was not in a hurry to check the contents of the bag, but wanted to see what the child wanted to do. Wow, the muscles of this frog are so strong and strong. The thin man couldn't wait to reach out and touch the arm muscles of the frog when he heard the permission, and immediately exclaimed. And, this mosquito-repellent frog is taller and bigger than mine, and it's a whole circle stronger. How did you breed it? Observing the mosquito-repellent frog carefully, the thin man's eyes lit up. He liked this mosquito-repellent frog so much. It would be great if his mosquito-repellent frog could be like this. After hearing what the thin man said, Yu Hai realized that his mosquito-repellent frog was indeed a circle bigger than the other party's mosquito-repellent frog. If the other party hadn't said it, he wouldn't have noticed it, and he thought the other party's mosquito-repellent frog was underdeveloped. I don't know if it's a change from staying on the deserted island. When I have time later, I will measure the height and weight of the mosquito-repellent frog. Well, sorry, if it's not convenient to say, it doesn't matter. The thin man didn't hear Yu Hai's reply for a long time, and thought he asked a secret that he shouldn't ask, so he touched his nose awkwardly. Eat more. Yu Hai didn't know what made the strong mosquito-repellent frog. When they were surviving on the deserted island, they all ate the same food, but the amount of training for the mosquito-repellent frog was a little more. If this was the reason, it was really ordinary and nothing special. Speaking of edible elves, there are many elves in the underground black market that will be eaten. Those people specialize in eating some elves that the Alliance does not allow to be eaten openly. It turns out that this thing is very normal in human society. If the Alliance allows it, they will eat it openly. If the Alliance does not allow it, they will eat it on the black market. It is true that there are policies from above and countermeasures from below. None of this is his business. He will not change anything, and he has no power to change it. He can't even change himself. His life is like a rat crossing the street. He dare not go to the city during the day. He should change himself first. More? Eat more. The thin man was shocked. Is it enough to eat more? Can the mosquito-repellent frog become so strong so easily? But his mosquito-repellent frog has eaten a lot, so why didn't it become stronger? Yobo? Really? The skinny frog was also curious about this strong fellow. When he learned that he could become stronger by eating more, he asked his fellow frog if it was really possible. Yobo, I think so. I'm not sure, Yu-Hai's frog scratched his head awkwardly. It was also confused by the question. It was bigger than its fellow frog, and it thought it was malnourished. Frog, let's go, Yu-Hai saw the skinny frog standing there in a daze. He thought the other party thought this was a lie and didn't want to pay attention to him. He called the frog away and opened the black plastic bag in his hand. Inside was the thing he traded with the old man. When the mysterious man left, the thin man finally reacted and wanted to chase him to ask more questions, but he shut up after thinking about it, turned around and walked into the alley, curling his lips and saying, "If you don't want to say it, don't say it. What's the matter with eating more? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? You should make up a more reliable reason to lie to a child." Yu-Hai, who had already left, did not hear the thin man's complaints, but took out the ID card in the black plastic bag, an ID card without a head photo, and a note. The size of the ID card is similar to that of the previous life, and the information recorded on it is also similar to that of the previous life: name, gender, date of birth, home address, personal number. This is the information on the front of the ID card. There is also a large red and white poke ball pattern on the back, which is similar to the poke ball pattern on the Pokémon Center building and is the logo of the Alliance. In addition to the pattern, there is also the time and place of application. After reading this ID card, Yu-Hai picked up the note again, which read, "Little brother, print the photo on the ID card yourself. The address is given to you. The fee is 1,000. Yu-Hai seemed to have forgotten something when he saw this 1,000. "Oh, I forgot to pay for the fake ID." Yu-Hai certainly didn't think that he didn't have to pay. As long as he went to the black market, he had to pass through the old man's tavern. He only knew this entrance, so it wouldn't be too late to pay the bill after going to the tavern, and then continued to look at the note. After printing the photo, you can go to the Elf Center for testing. If the Alliance's system can't find it, no money will be charged. The address of the ID card is the orphanage. The orphanage is on the northwest edge of the city. You can go and see it when you have time. Make yourself familiar to the dean and let the dean remember that you are a child who grew up in an orphanage. After reading the content on the note, Yu-Hai put the note away and put it in the inner pocket of his clothes. If it was just a fake ID, there would be no need to explain so much. He didn't know the old man's intention, but in order to make the fake become real, he had to go to this orphanage. But it depends on the situation. See if he needs to confirm this identity. Only if he wants to turn this fake ID into a real one, he will go to the orphanage. As for the next step, of course, go to print the photo on the note, the address of the person, print his 1-inch head photo on the ID card. Without the 1-inch head photo, this ID card will always be a fake ID. After printing the photo, you have to try to see if this ID card has been entered into the Alliance system. Otherwise, you won't pay. The ID card can refer to the ID card of Xiao Ri. Don't complain about printing photos, otherwise how can it be called a fake ID? The ID card here is just a proof of identity, nothing special. The protagonist just uses this card to enter the alliance system, and then he can walk in the sun. 157.